And by the way, on the Fan tonight on the Jeff Capel show, Sam will be one of the guests. I think I'll drop in and maybe tell a Sam story or two. And Mike DeCourcy, the national basketball writer, will also join. The broadcast tonight from the Peterson Event Center. He was just unique. Unfortunately for him, his skills, vast in college basketball, didn't translate into the NBA. And he'd have been 6'11" if he hadn't been bow-legged. And I think, that did not augur well for him when he hit the pros. But you know what? The great athlete he was. It's a shame that he didn't play football at Pitt, but you know how coaches are. Scholarship coach is going to say, no, he's mine. He's not going to play football, but that probably would have helped him become a perennial All-Pro. But, the guy is just one of the most, not only amazing athletes, but just a great person. And you guys have all been around him enough to know that, what he gives you is what you get. And it's, just a massive personality, a smile on his face. And I think it's going to be a special moment on Saturday.
Should be a hell of a crowd. Last thing here for you, Bill. Weirdness at the end of that game, some nonsense at the end of the game. What do you make of that?
Well, I think the Panthers were upset that they dunked in the closing seconds.
Yeah.
And I've always seen Jeff Capel remind his players, okay, we have the lead, just wind the clock out. And for whatever reason, Florida State decided not to do that. And that made the handshake a little bit testy, and it got pretty ugly for a while, but no punches were thrown, and, cooler heads did prevail. So it's one of those things. We had Tim O'Toole on as a post-game guest, and he said, when I was the head coach at Fairfield, that happened to me. And the guy dunked at the end of the game needlessly. And I wasn't real pleased about it. And he said, I got a call from Coach K. Apparently they're friends. And Coach K said, how's things going? Yeah, bad. I didn't like that at the end of the game. He goes, look, they can do whatever they want. You can't control that. And if they do it, okay, that's your way you want to be, fine. Take that approach. And I think he's spot on. And unfortunately, it got emotional. And but like I say, the gendarme did a good job of keeping them separate, and cooler heads did prevail.
Billy, we look forward to your call on Saturday. I appreciate you joining us as always.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure.
Take care.
Thanks, Billy. Get some rest, Pard.
Billy Hilly.
He's got to be tired, man.
Yeah.
Got to be tired.
Sam Clancy, though, just like Bill said, I mean, great, one of the greatest athletes to probably come out of Pittsburgh, but even a greater guy. Like, if you ever have a chance and you see Sam somewhere, he's the most engaging person, an unbelievable person, unbelievable human being, and he has some great stories as well. I know that for a fact.
And he's just, you want to talk about Pitt guy through and through?
Through and through.
Pitt guy through and through. By the way, if I were not bow-legged, I would be 5'9".
You are 5'9".
That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
If I weren't bow-legged, I'd be 5'9".
Oh, my goodness.
Not bow-legged. 8 turnovers for Jalen Lowe last night. You talk about fatigue for Billy. So much of what they do runs through Jalen Lowe. I think he's hitting a little bit of a wall, and I would expect that probably not to continue. I think he's going to get through it. He's too good.
Yeah, I mean, this is the point in the season. I mean, people forget Pitt was 0-5 in ACC play last year to start things off. So, there's ebbs and flows, and they're in a bit of a rut right now, and he's certainly going to be a part of bringing them out of it. I just think, he's been such an important scorer for them that he feels like he has to make something happen, and really right now he's got to trust his teammates. Really, it's going to be other guys that have to play more under control. And I thought Dunn gave them that against Louisville. He did not give them that last night. And they just were in a funk. And they came out in the second half, played great, got it to 1, and then threw the ball away, and that was it. That was it. It was just went the wrong direction. But they've got to get it going back the right direction. And they haven't beaten Clemson in a long time. And they got him at home. Sam Clancy, you mentioned his jersey, the person he is. That's going to be emotional. Plenty of reasons to go win this game. Most importantly is getting a win and getting back in the win column, but also for all the nostalgic reasons around the proceedings. So it should be fun. It should be a good atmosphere, but it's a must-win. Have to win it. Like, you can't lose 4 in a row and expect to be like they're falling into the bubble category now. And the ACC is not getting the love that it got 10 years ago. We know that. So you're in kind of rocky territory at the moment.
Coming up next, we had Ray Fittipaldo on yesterday, and he said he thinks that Terrell Austin's going to get caught in the crosshairs here. I have reason to believe that if moves are made, they'll be made today. They're not going to fire Arthur Smith, but he might not be here next year. And our guy Pat Bostic just threw an interesting theory out to us that we want to run by you coming up next, and we will. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrili reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Looking for a great deal on a new car? South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram is offering incredible savings on all new vehicles. 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at $229 for 27 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Your business deserves the best protection, and Guardian Protection delivers. From video surveillance with 24/7 HD recording to access control systems that let you manage who comes and goes, Guardian provides security to protect your assets and employees. Their advanced systems offer real-time alerts and smarter analytics to keep you informed at all times. Stay connected, stay in control, stay secure. Call 1-800-PROTECT today to learn more and ask about special offers for your business. That's 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. This is a local company that offers dedicated solutions to help your business succeed. PGT Dedicated is a customized transportation solution, whether you need one truck or 100 trucks. With PGT Dedicated Solutions, you have guaranteed capacity without the stress of running your own trucking operation. PGT Dedicated Solutions. Service, safety, success. 1-800-TEAM-PGT. That's 1-800-TEAM-PGT.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And taking a look at these roads with the snow coming on in. Parkway West, you'll be slowing around the middle of Green Tree Hill, but it hasn't been looking too bad all morning. Remember, many schools are out today, so you're not going to have that traffic to deal with. 28's looking okay. Parkway East, all right, coming on in. Driven from the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK. I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey North Hills Mitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
You know, I thought we had a good experience in a lot of areas. Certainly the fact that we're talking here today is reflective of it's not always been good, but that could be any component of this thing, man. Like, we're so interdependent in this business, and that's why it's the ultimate team game. I get asked often how Russ performed or how Arthur performed or how the defense performed, and you know, those lines get blurred because of the interdependency in this game, and that's just a component of it. Certainly there's impact from outside forces on evaluations, but that's why what we're doing right now is so significant.
Mike Tomlin dancing around saying anything really about Arthur Smith there in his press conference from Tuesday. Arthur Smith interviewed with the Chicago Bears yesterday for their head coaching position. I have to laugh, guys, because I just went through my favorite team, going through a coaching change in West Virginia, and it's all back channel reporting. Everything's secret. You're tracking flight logs and things like that. And then in the NFL, the Bears just tweet out, "Yeah, we just talked to Arthur Smith."
Yeah, let you know.
They just let us all know. I wonder why that's the case. Maybe Rooney Rule stuff like, "Hey, we talked to Lovie Smith." I don't know, but it's just weird, the difference to me. So Artie did talk to Chicago, but Pat, you got to throw your theory out there.
Yeah, he worked for Mike Vrabel in Tennessee as his offensive coordinator. Mike Vrabel was just named the head coach of the New England Patriots, looking for an offensive coordinator. Josh McDaniels is rumored. They've not worked together. If you're Arthur Smith and Mike Vrabel calls you and says, "Hey, let's say you don't get a head job," which seems to be the ultimate goal for him, is to get back in that chair. But Vrabel calls you and says, "Hey, buddy, let's rekindle things. We had it going pretty good in Tennessee before you got that head job in Atlanta. Doesn't look too good in Pittsburgh. You go to New England if you're Arthur Smith?"
I sure as hell think about it.
You got Drake May. You got Drake May.
Got the fourth pick.
Get the fourth pick. You've got, obviously, a storied franchise, someone you actually have worked with before. You've not worked with Mike Tomlin for more than a year. Not even a whole year you've worked with Mike Tomlin. It has been a whole year, but let's just say it's a year. But you worked with Vrabel. He promoted you to offensive coordinator, I think. I'd think about it, and I think it's a better situation.
I think it's more realistic, maybe even, than getting one of these head coaching jobs.
Plus, if you don't get the head job here, this year, Chicago, New Orleans, wherever, is staying neutral in Pittsburgh going to help you get a head job, or going and flip it in New England again with Drake May, a young quarterback?
That's a great call.
And draft capital.
Well, I also think that clearly that they have a relationship, and I think that Arthur Smith will know that, like, it's my offense, and Vrabel won't F with my offense.
He won't meddle.
And I think that has happened here. It probably was promised that it wouldn't happen, and that ultimately is probably what happened, in my opinion. I mean, I'm guessing, but it looked like that throughout the season. I mean, you start off firing against Cincinnati in the first game, then all of a sudden, Russ has a couple turnovers, and his offense goes to you-know-what. So, comfortable, know the guy, know that he's not going to mess with my offense. I could be the head coach of the offense. Man, I'm definitely thinking about that.
People, I think, miss the point talking about Mike Tomlin's coaching tree, and they say he doesn't hire good coordinators. Okay, Canada wasn't a good hire. Fichtner wasn't a good hire. Have we considered that nobody wants to come here and coordinate under him, offensively or defensively? If I'm a defensive coordinator, why the hell would I want to come work here? You're not going to get the credit when things are good. It's going to go to the head coach. When things go bad, you're going to be a scapegoat, and I think we might be seeing that today or real soon with Terrell Austin. So defensively, I ain't coming here. Offensively, he's got his fingerprints all over that, too. Oh, the Steelers don't hire the young hotshots. What if none of them want to come here?
That's a good point.
What if they try and no one wants to come here? I think that could be it. Like Arthur Smith, if he would leave to be a coordinator someplace else, I think that's exactly what that would point to. Is I don't want to be there. I don't get to have my philosophy. Yeah, we're running the ball and we got all my tight ends and all that. That's great. But we were throwing the ball around a little bit. And then we stopped at the first sign of, oh, God, he's making mistakes. Why would anybody want to come here and be the offensive coordinator? And mark my words, if he goes, Arthur Smith to Chicago or to the Jets or to New England as the OC, Tom Arth will be the next Steelers offensive coordinator. They will promote from within again.
There's no doubt about that, right?
I don't. That's not even a guess. It is a guess, but that's exactly what would happen. Exactly what would happen. Just the next closest warm body. Let's keep the continuity. And you're going to have Justin Fields back in all likelihood. Let's give him a guy that he knows and he's worked with. I think that's exactly what would happen.
What do you put it at? How would you handicap it? 50-50 that Arthur Smith's back? Honestly, with all the options at his disposal at the moment. And listen, put yourself in his shoes. I'm not feeling real good about where this is going.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all the things that we're discussing right now are problems. And the solutions are not short-term. Do I think the Steelers can make the playoffs next year with Justin Fields and their roster is currently constructed? I do, but it won't look much different. It won't look much different. And if I'm Arthur Smith and my goal is to get back into the head coaching chair and I don't get there at this carousel, the carousel stops and I don't have a seat, what's the best path?
You develop the young guy.
Yeah, and you don't got that young guy here.
Nope.
You don't got that young guy here. Now, if Kenny Pickett was still here, and let's say he made some progress this year, okay, different. But you tried to run a quarterback, and it didn't work, and you can't go there again. So it means you got Justin Fields. Now, if he were able to rehab Justin Fields,
which he somewhat did, that's why he's getting these interviews.
Correct. But that was stopped, potentially against his better judgment.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know that for a fact, but we're speculating. We do that. Man. I mean, Pittsburgh has been the epitome of stability in one office. I can't think if you're a coach in that building, you feel real good about where things are going.
No, I would much rather take the New England OC job.
Yes.
Like, I wouldn't even think about it. Devil, and Mike Vrabel, who you went to an AFC Championship game with, put the fear of God into the Kansas City Chiefs with. Now, you're not going to have Derrick Henry, but Steelers' offense needs a lot of work. New England's offense needs a ton of work. Like Kendrick Bourne, hooray. Like, you're further away offensively, but you have the quarterback. And you guys are better evaluators of this. But I thought I saw a lot of good stuff from Drake May this year.
A lot of good stuff. He's the franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. And you have a decent backup, too, which if something were to happen, Drake May likes to run a little bit, and he likes to, put himself in harm's way every once in a while. Like, that you have a guy that has a lot of upside as a backup. Like, I look at the situation like, what are my assets going to be? I know my assets are now in New England, but do I have the autonomy and the money and the resources to fill those assets? I think that you do there. I think that you can build that roster this year. I mean, you have the 4th pick of the draft. I mean, you could trade back and get more picks.
Yep.
You don't need a quarterback. Somebody needs that position right there. And I know that they were real upset because they lost the 1st pick of the draft, didn't they, by winning that last game?
Yes, they did.
So they could have had that, too.
Go
and
take my
really
guy, Tet.
Control.
Take Tet McMillan, who Doran has already said is going to run a 4.59 40. I want to put that on the air because he's going to be right.
Yep.
He watched 3 highlights, goes, that's 4.59 guy right there.
Yep.
I'd take him 4th overall. Drake May lobs it up. But then this begs a question. So Pat's asked, do you think it's 50-50 he's gone? I think it's probably in that range. I don't think Chicago puts that out there if it's not serious. And the New England situation makes a ton of sense. And you figure they're probably going to pay him more there, too. So from a lateral standpoint, same job, but you're probably going to make more money. You got the franchise quarterback. Let's say there is no Arthur Smith. What are you looking for in the next guy? We'll get to that, among other things, when we come back. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball played yesterday and lost to Florida State. It's 3 in a row for Pitt now that they've lost. They've got another game coming up on Saturday. They're going to play Clemson in the afternoon. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Yeah, you can watch basketball and eat some dips, too. My new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. One of my guilty pleasures during football season, hell, just during ball season, is eating dips with chips and wings and veggies while watching the big games. And now Daisy came out with Daisy French onion dip and a Daisy ranch dip. These are a game changer. Got a party coming up. My daughter's turning 1. Getting all the dips. They're as good as homemade dips. They have real herbs and spices, ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So do what I'm going to do this weekend. Go out and buy yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Mike Tomlin has now lost 6 straight playoff games. We want change, but Mike says he'll be the one to fix it.
There's obviously a lot of work to do. I'm energized in terms of beginning the process and doing it. It's not only my job to lead the group, but also to provide perspective.
Do you have faith you'll finally make the changes necessary to win a playoff game? Let us know your thoughts all offseason long, as there's no better place for your black and gold coverage than right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's your name? I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
This is the story of the one.
As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first, before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed. Sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Joe Flacco. The 40-year-old quarterback started the Colts' final 2 games and believes he has plenty left in the tank. I think I could help some people out, said the 17-year veteran free agent. Hopefully, I get the chance. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic-wise, there's an accident to tell you about in the Jefferson Hills area. This is on 51 and Ridge Road. There's crews on the scene there. 28's okay. Same with the Parkway East at this hour. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDK, I'm Rob Taylor. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Text Access brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Doran just spent the entirety of the break trying to think of a bet he made with Bostic. It's a football bet?
I don't know.
Did you do it on the air?
It was a friendly bet.
Oh, okay.
It's a friendly bet.
So I shouldn't have brought it up. I thought the listeners could help.
No, it was off air.
Okay.
It was off air. On purpose.
Oh.
Thanks. Hey, I haven't said hi to Callis yet this morning.
Go ahead.
He's tired. He's watching Breaking Bad.
How are you, bud? You're watching Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
Not here, but at my, Oh, I was going to say.
That was a quick throat clear by you.
Yeah.
he mixed the throat clear with, yeah.
What are you, gurgling maple syrup back there? My God.
Speaking of paying off bets, what are you doing over there?
All right.
Crowley. Oh, yeah, we got to watch 13-9.
Yeah, and we will.
When?
We should watch it the week of 9/13.
I agree.
And then we should send it to Rich Rod to remind him.
Yes.
I don't know that he needs reminding. I think he remembers what happened in 2007. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. We had fun kicking this around earlier. Perhaps we can bring it back. If you could go back in time on a 93.7 The Fan DeLorean and change one thing about Pittsburgh sports to keep any of these franchises out of the mud that they're in right now, what would you do? That's the Twitter poll. You can also tweet us on that at 412, or text us on that at 412-928-9370.
I think we came to the conclusion, like us, we'll get Pat's opinion on this. It's a great topic. Draft Lamar instead of Terrell Edmonds, right?
Yeah. The Mason Rudolph draft.
I didn't get to say what my Pirates one was.
Oh, go ahead.
My Pirates one, it wouldn't go back that far, honestly. And there was a texter that texted in and said, hire Terry Francona, which was just a couple months ago, but mine was just a little bit before that. At the deadline, whenever you were in it, you get Jazz Chisholm, you get Brent Rooker. I know it's a lot easier said than done, but I think that if they would have got two guys like that instead of De La Cruz and Kiner Falefa, they probably would have made some decent noise. That's as far back as I go because you have Skeens, and we bring this up because it's like what is the biggest staple right now that gives you the most hope? And clearly, I think it's Skeens in Pittsburgh sports. So if you could go back and change something in the past so it wouldn't affect the way that these teams are right now, what would it be?
For the Steelers, it's probably every single draft they've had. Honestly, over the last 5 years. If you look at revisionist history, there's players that they've missed on that have, in some cases, changed the face of the league. And they've just flat missed.
Yeah.
They've just flat. I mean, I don't even need to say the names. Do you know them? Like, you go to Lamar. That's how long ago now?
Jalen Hurts.
Like, there's just who Tomlin loved. Like, there's just so many that.
I don't want to hear that. I hate that, too.
It doesn't. I mean, you fall in love with a lot of guys.
Sure.
But ultimately, you have to give them the ring. Get them here. I mean, and the Pirates, it's hard for me to go there because we know what the elephant in the room is with regard to those moves. So, like, I don't think the DeLorean applies when there's
a lot you'd have to do.
The DeLorean would have to be like a nuke. Like, seriously.
Now that we're doing this again, and we'll get to the offensive coordinator stuff coming up in the next segment, I would go back to December 1st, 2007, and I would.
Well, you would have fired Wani. I heard you earlier. You were happy he got fired.
Not for real.
Do you believe he said that?
Yeah,
I would go back in time and kick one of his damn crutches out, though.
I tell you what, I go back to Doran. I still think that there's two for me in Pitt sports. A, Wannstedt, then B, the Jamie Dixon exit.
Yeah,
I think that, karma, juju, whatever you want to call it. And I get the Steelers are kind of in that mode right now where they're like there, but they're not. And maybe Pitt was getting there. But, the exit, the Jamie Dixon exit was, to me, it set us back a long ways.
If you could have had Dixon go a couple more years and just hand it off to Capel.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Well, the jumping off point would have been a hell of a lot easier for Jeff.
I don't even.
That's where it got messed up with Stallings.
We talked about that before the show. At the time, I totally got the Stallings hire. I mean, he had taken Vanderbilt to the NCAA tournament. Yeah. I got it. It just, boy, for it to have been where it was, it is almost impossible to break a program as quickly as that guy did.
Well, and I think that in a lot of ways it does mirror the Steelers situation because everyone wanted there was while there were people like me that appreciated Jamie and still do for the excellent job he and then Ben Hallen before him did, there were people that celebrated his exit, thought it was time, perhaps it was, and wanted a younger, more innovative, more up-tempo, more offensive-minded coach that had more personality. And you did not get that.
No.
And it's like the Steelers' offensive coordinator. And I like Arthur Smith. I think it was the right hire. But they've not gone the direction of up-tempo, innovative, throw it around.
Kubiak,
Slowick, Cliff Kingsbury, that type of stuff. It's Arthur Smith.
By the way, he's a hot head coaching candidate now.
Cliff?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
You know why? Jayden Daniels is really good.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, so he's a great offensive coordinator.
So is McLaurin, and so is that offense.
Yeah.
And Dan Quinn's done a great job there. But, yeah, I mean, you could change a lot in Pittsburgh sports because right now it ain't very good.
You can weigh in on this topic again at 412-928-9370. If you could go back in time and change one thing about Pittsburgh sports that would get at least one of these franchises out of the rut, give us a ring. What would you change? 412-928-9370. Let's get back into that offensive coordinator talk next. If Arthur Smith were to leave, what are you looking for in the next guy? Do you have any specific names? I think Doran does. That's on the way. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Pirates made a trade that was announced yesterday. Brett DeGuss comes to the Pittsburgh Pirates from the Toronto Blue Jays, and the Pirates send back cash considerations. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook, not just the NFL playoff, but clearly the college football playoff and the national championship is being played on Monday at 7:30. Got a little same-game parlay cooked up right now. It's still early. Ohio State given 8 points to Notre Dame, and I pair that with the under at 45.5 points. You get odds of plus 260. I know it's early, but I kind of like that. I'm feeling that right now. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. A gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle. payment and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage, because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Available in app only. T&Cs apply.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We're kicking around a lot of topics here. If you could go back in time and change something about a Pittsburgh sports franchise so that they wouldn't be in as crappy of a situation as they are now, what would you change? 412-928-9370. We got a couple of calls on hold that want to talk about that. We were sort of kicking a few around during the break. We'll get to those in a couple of minutes. Let's say Arthur Smith takes the Chicago Bears job, or he says, you know what, I want to go back and work with Vrabel, and I want to work with Drake May. So now you have a vacancy. Doran, you threw out a name.
Well, I think it's very obvious that if this guy doesn't become a head coach, he would 100%, in my opinion, be the next Steelers offensive coordinator. That's Mike McCarthy. And I'd be okay with that because he's a strong figure. And not saying that Arthur Smith isn't. He's just he's different. Like Arthur Smith, he has command and he was a head coach, but Mike McCarthy walks in a team meeting room. You know, That's an automatic, like you're sitting up in your seat. Because he takes no BS. And he does run good offense. He does. He runs good offense. But I think, to me, like that would be the obvious replacement if Arthur Smith does leave and McCarthy doesn't get a head coaching job.
It makes a lot of sense. I think McCarthy's going to get a head job. That's just my gut, but it would make sense. It would make a lot of sense. I think that Mike McCarthy, though, he was out of football for a certain period of time. I think he wants to be a head coach. And again, if I'm him, do I take this job? Knowing that I could sit out for a year and probably get a job somewhere else. Or do I go somewhere where there's a quarterback?
And if you're the Steelers, do you bring in a guy, A, with that voice, Doran, if you're Tomlin, and B, who would jump at the next opportunity to be a head coach? It makes a lot of sense from where I'm sitting. Like, I would do it. You would do it. I don't know if they would do it. Because you'd have, you had Canada for what? 2.5 years. Then you have Arthur Smith in this hypothetical for a year, and then Mike McCarthy, who, hey, you have some success. Maybe he's gone after a year. I don't know that the organization that loves continuity as much as the Steelers love continuity would sign up for that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying, but what does this year entail? Like, you have to sit down with Art and with Mike Tomlin and Omar, and it's like, what are we trying to accomplish this year? Is this a stopgap year until that quarterback draft of 2026? If it is, then all right, then let's throw all of our eggs in the basket and try to drum something up.
Yeah.
So let's just go with a bang this year, and if it doesn't work, all right. If it does work, great, and then we'll move forward. At least we'll find our quarterback if it works, because if it works, the quarterback has to play well.
That's true, Doran.
So you're just like, whatever. Then if he leaves, and it's like, okay, we have our quarterback. Now we just need to find the next guy.
Yeah.
Why not? Depends on what you're trying to accomplish this coming year. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish.
I know what they're trying to accomplish. They're trying to accomplish the same thing they've always tried to accomplish. They think they can do it. We heard Mike Tomlin say it. We think they're capable. We can sit here and we have a different perspective on it. And doesn't appear that Mike Tomlin has any less power than he has always had. And I wouldn't see him making that move to Mike McCarthy. I think that would have to be a mandate. And I don't know how. I mean, listen, Arthur Smith was the first hire, I call hire, non-promotion. They've made it offensive coordinator since Todd Haley was fired in 2017. That's 7 years that you've kind of promoted.
Todd Haley was the last mandate, too.
Right.
He was. So it's like, how much of a mandate was Arthur Smith? It wasn't that much of a departure from.
I think it was a mutual.
Yeah, I think there was probably an agreement that he fit the bill of what they wanted. McCarthy would be a bit of a departure from their style. More West Coast offense, more pass to run, more. We get Crowley on board if they blockbuster trade for Dak Prescott. You had predicted a while ago that Dak Prescott would be the quarterback here in Pittsburgh.
If the Cowboys didn't sign him, they'd be all over him right now.
They probably would.
And at $65 million, and then even before he got hurt, I don't know.
No.
Bad take by me. Bad take by me.
Sure.
Not good enough to pay that much money.
No, not.
Going rate,
man.
Not saying he didn't deserve it. I don't want that to happen here.
I'm just having a hard time. Like, the word that keeps coming to my mind is like purgatory.
Mm-hmm.
Just like total purgatory.
You know what then? If you're in purgatory, perfect quarterback, Sam Darnold, seeing ghosts. Bang. Doran, you made a point during the break. So you got Mike McCarthy, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5, ravaged by injuries this year, 7-10. They fire him.
Yep.
Don't give him the contract. He out.
Mm-hmm.
I would sign up for those 4 years. They want a playoff game in there over what Tomlin's done the last 4 years. It's not even close. And I'm not saying that the Cowboys are this franchise that you'd love to emulate. They haven't won jack about crap since 1995. But 12-5, 12-5, 12-5, playoff win. One season mired by injury, he's gone. Meanwhile, Tomlin, 8 straight seasons, no playoff victory. Getting outscored 73-0 in the first quarter in the last 6 playoff games.
It's not like the Cowboys. They have that revolving door. They're similar like the Steelers. They keep coaches. Jason Garrett was there for a long time being mediocre. Jimmy Johnson, I think, was before him, right? And Parcells. They don't have that many coaches in their history if we can go back before we were born. How many coaches have they had since we were born? 3? Maybe? Head coaches?
I'm on it.
4?
Same as the Steelers.
Yeah.
I mean,
so they operate the same way, but Jerry Jones would say whatever you want about him. He made that decision last week. He made that decision a couple days ago. It was like, you know what? We're just not meeting the expectations of the Dallas Cowboys. And now they're on the look for a new head coach. They need a new, fresh regime, and Jerry Jones is making that happen. And the Steelers are still sitting here hoping for different results, acting like they're going to get different results. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the same. It's been proven that it's the same. Why is it going to change this year?
It's not. Jason Garrett, head coach Jason Garrett, as he likes to be referred to, Coach Jason, 10 years.
Yeah.
Remember Daniel McCullers?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Running back?
No, the giant dude from Tennessee, the defensive tackle. He was like 6'11".
Oh, yeah.
He was a Steeler for 7 years. Used to call that he was on scholarship because that guy stunk. Jason Garrett for 10 years is criminal. That is ridiculous.
Who did he succeed?
Wade Phillips.
Wade
Phillips.
Right. I did miss one. That's right.
So it was Johnson, Parcells, Phillips, Garrett.
Little Dave Campo in there.
Dave Campo. There have been 5 head coaches.
5, wow.
Chan Gailey.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Since when? When?
98.
Oh, okay.
But more recently, I mean, you're right, Doran. Wade Phillips got 4 years. He had a winning record. Garrett with 10, though. I mean, that's insanity. That's insanity. And I think maybe I'm giving Jerry Jones too much credit, but I think he saw the flaw in his ways. You know, I don't think it's working with McCarthy. I'm not going to give him 10 years. But as an OC, I would not hate that at all, Doran.
Nope.
Not at all. All right, we'll take some of your calls on what you would change if you went back in time to get Pittsburgh sports out of this rut they're in right now at 412-928-9370. Also go around the NFL. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins are on a 3-game losing streak, and in the midst of that, they've also just yesterday put Tristan Jarry on waivers. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Pro football playoffs continue this weekend, and you got Philly, a 6-point home favorite hosting Los Angeles. The over-under total, 44 points. You know I like L.A. and the points. Plus, next Monday, college football championship, Notre Dame, Ohio State. Ohio State, a 9.5-point favorite. But whether your team scores or not, there's always another way to win on the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. Get some skin in the game, bet sports, or play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and hot online slots. Download the app right now. Enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. And right now, new users, download the app. Get up to a $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. Must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParx app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, right now, there's no accidents to speak of on the major roadways. Parkway West is going to be slowing you down on top of Green Tree Hill. Watch out with the snow out there. Just take it easy. 28's okay. Parkway East is going to slow you down right around Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley, brought to you by Tri-State Office Equipment, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Boulevard Glass and Metal, and the Village of St. Barnabas.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bowl over your appetite at Get Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski Kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at MetzPlumbingandSewerlining.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game presented by Hyundai. After a wild weekend, Detroit and Philadelphia look to continue their hot streaks while Kansas City gets their first shot at a three-peat. However, one game stands above the rest as the MVP favorites in Baltimore and Buffalo go head-to-head in an epic playoff battle. Journey to the Big Game is presented by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
$50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. I'm going to do something here with this. There's a sports media member out there. People will never be able to narrow this down. They won't. Who's got a giant ass. It's a male. I should throw that out there. So we're good. We're good. And I didn't know this, and now I know it, and I've Googled it, and...
I don't even know where you're going with this, dude.
No, I'm not going anywhere other than to just say that's what we were doing during the break, and I have tears in my eyes, and when we started this segment with laughter, I wanted to take people behind the curtain. Did I do the 50-minute mark? I forget.
I don't think so.
I'm thinking about butts and stuff. 50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. So this is where we usually do our Around the NFL segment, and that's why the music is being hammered in the background there. Every Monday, I'm pitching this to you on the air. I'd love to do a mock draft Monday, Doran, where we take somebody's mock draft and just see where they got the Steelers going.
Yeah.
Pros and cons. We don't got to do it every day.
Mm-hmm.
But I did see one yesterday that has me intrigued. This Dane Brugler, who comes out with The Beast on The Athletic. It's like 300 pages of draft stuff.
Oh.
I mean, get a life, man. We'll have him on the show at some point. He had the Steelers taking Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State, round 1.
Love it.
Well, and here's what he wrote. The Steelers have had mixed results betting on talented yet undisciplined receivers in the early rounds. It's time to invest in a pass catcher such as Egbuka, who might not have a sky-high ceiling, but already plays with a pro-level skill set and would be a dependable target for the next decade.
Would absolutely do backflips if they drafted him.
Music to my ears.
Yep.
We could probably turn that music down just a
Speaking of
smidge.
music,
That's why I did that. I thought I could get Cal's
like I'm at a
attention
rave.
there. You ever go to raves back in the day?
never.
I've been
Never.
to a couple.
You been to a rave?
I didn't ask you. I knew what the answer was
What
there.
about you, Crowley?
We had one in our house in Morgantown.
I think you're going to say you
A basement
you had
rave.
one at your house in Mount Lebanon.
Feels like it sometimes with the kids running around and some of their flashing lights and toys. We had this guy that was like kind of attached to our friend group in college. We used to call him Hands because he would try to throw raves at people's houses, and we'd let him do it at our house once.
Hands?
Hands. Because he would wear white gloves and he'd put black lights everywhere, and all you'd see was this dude's hands. He looked like an invisible mime.
Yeah, there's a lot going on at West Virginia.
Anyway, I
What the
digress.
hell are you guys doing down there? Never know what they're doing down there.
Never. They're not doing anything.
Raves.
Hands.
A guy that's a ready-made wide receiver, I don't need to shoot for the moon and get the most talented wide receiver in the draft. You get me a guy who profiles as a middle-of-the-pack number 1 wide receiver in the NFL, and he has 0 red flags, and he's going to come in year 1 as a ready-made dude? Yes. Yes. That's the scouting report.
Yep.
That's it. If we mock draft Monday for the next 3 months, if it's all Emeka Egbuka, I'm in.
Doesn't Devontae Adams want to play here?
I'm in for that, too.
Both. I think regardless, you sign one and you draft one. First round, sign one.
If they if they enter next season, and it's this Ohio State wide receiver, I'm not going to insult him anymore by screwing up his name. If it's him, if it's Devontae Adams, we good?
Yep.
No Pickens, just those two,
Yep.
and then Calvin Austin and the Roman Wilson.
Yep.
Pickens gone?
Yes.
Yeah. You're in a much better spot. I think Adams can still play. You guys think so?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be all 3 of them, though. Because what would you get rid of Pickens for? I'd be like, yeah, you're fighting for the second spot with a rookie.
Because he's an ass.
Well, you know what? He's still talented, so it's like, hey, I wouldn't worry about him being my number 1 and needed him to beat and make plays for me all the time. No, I need another athlete. Hey, if you want to mess up, we'll fine you. If you want to act like that, we'll fine you. But you know what? This is your last chance to try to make it in this league, so you better go out there and produce. Because next year, we're not signing you back, and, hey, like, you could be on the roster, and we're going to need you as a 3rd or 2nd receiver, but, hey, that's up to you. We don't need you, but we can use you.
I see what you're saying. I'm done with him. Deontay Johnson was dead to me from a football perspective, and the same is true with George Pickens. You show up late to meetings, you're getting flagged. And I'll be honest, Mike Tomlin, you know what, let's do the thing here. Mike Tomlin has this reputation of being somebody that helps guys become men, to help them out later in life. He has done George Pickens no favors. George Pickens, you read some of the scouting reports when he came out, red flags. One of them said from an executive, an anonymous executive. Way to put your name on it, loser. Has been enabled all his life. Mike Tomlin's just continuing that. Help him help himself. Some guys need a little kick in the rear end to get it together. But if you're going to let him be late to meetings, and you're going to let him be late to a game, and you're going to let him penalize the team and hurt the team with those penalties, and you're going to do nothing about it, you're not helping that guy. And then ultimately, you're not helping out the team. I'm very disappointed in Mike Tomlin and his handling of George Pickens. And I'm a dad. I can say that now.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's that room's been a problem for. It needs a cleansing, and it seems that every player that's entered it that you hoped was going to turn a new leaf has somehow been. They've adopted some of the mentality of the predecessors. Whether it's Juju, whether it's Deontay Johnson, whether it's those guys with Antonio Brown, and you just keep going back in the Rolodex of receivers that have played here in Pittsburgh, and that room has just been a drama series. It should be an HBO show. I mean, it's crazy. Like, it was actually, but not to.
Which
but
I'm
talking about the receiver room
Yeah.
alone. Like, it's crazy.
I'm so out on Hard Knocks, and I said this to Dora yesterday. Oh, we got this behind-the-scenes show that doesn't show George Pickens, the best offensive player of the Steelers, show up 25 minutes late for a game. They ain't showing us jack.
On Christmas.
On Christmas, Doran.
That ain't the first time that's happened.
You know for a fact? He nodded.
Mm-hmm.
It's an audio medium. He nodded.
I'm
there.
going to go no further than that.
Let's get more into Pickens. We'll take people's calls on the time machine at 412-928-9370 in the Steelers culture. But before we do that, a couple other mock drafts just to throw it out there because it's January 16th and the Steelers are at home again. USA Today, Jalen Milroe, 21st overall. Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, Benjamin Morrison, corner Notre Dame. Sporting News, Quinn Ewers. Nah.
I'm out on any quarterback in the first round.
If it had to be Ewers or
Oh my gosh.
Milroe,
I hate this question.
you're taking Milroe.
I hate this. I hate the question.
Why?
Because I don't like either guy.
Yeah.
I would take Milroe and hope he could be a pretty good tight end.
Oh, wow. Damn. What does that mean? You taking a shot at tight end?
You're giving me an option. You're giving me. I have to pick one of them. Who would you take?
Neither. But if I had to take one, yeah, I would take Milroe.
Thank you.
I can't
You're
stop
welcome.
looking at this picture of that media member. I got to get it off my screen. All right, coming up next. I thought Aditi had a really strong segment yesterday.
I heard it.
Yeah. Talking about the culture problem with the Steelers. Let's get into that. I think she was so close to getting it exactly right, but just missed by a hair. I'll tell you why. We'll react when we come back. But first, well, there's nothing. It's a Fan Morning Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber. What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Shenderovich, and Fishman. And did you ever notice in their ads, you won't hear a big, long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen? Because they don't need one. Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. Because that's your money. And you pay nothing unless recovery is made. You don't need tiny print. You don't need a long disclaimer. It's simple. Their success rate is 99.7%, and when they win, your fee is only 25%. So if you've been injured, dog bite, car accident, motorcycle accident, any accident that causes serious injury or death, you call Shenderovich, and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The phone number, 1-888-98-TWINS. That's 1-888-98-TWINS. They really do have your back, not your wallet.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Loose and cracked mortar, crumbling chimney, the cap was broken, bricks were all messed up. My house had all of those problems, and much like you, I'm a fan listener and picked up the phone and called Precision Pointing after hearing their ads. Glad I did. They came to my house, assessed the problem, clearly communicated a plan of action. Precision Pointing was in control from start to finish, and my 75-year-old home is good for at least another 75 years. The best part, no down payment required. So if you have an older home in need of brick repair or restoration, get it done by Precision Pointing.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the traffic front, slowdowns on that Parkway East right now, past Wilkinsburg. Well, actually, after you pass Wilkinsburg, you get towards Edgewood Swissville. That's where the delays begin. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We've asked the question, if you could go back in time and change any one thing in recent Pittsburgh sports history, what would you change to get at least one of these franchises out of the doldrums? We'll take your calls on that in a little bit at 412-928-9370. Aditi had a really strong segment yesterday with the PM team. And she was talking about the locker room culture. And she made it more about the leadership group than Mike Tomlin. And then not even just the leadership group, that if Mike Tomlin was unwilling to suspend or bench George Pickens when he was late, that a guy like Omar Khan needs to do it. And to me, that's just never going to happen. That Omar Khan is going to say, hey, Mike, you got to suspend George Pickens. That's not how that goes over there. Now, perhaps the point she was trying to make was it should go that way. I'm sorry. When you start saying that it's the locker room leaders more than it's the coach, I think you're missing it. Like, yeah, you do need leaders to step in and say that's not okay. Like, okay, I agree to that point. I think you're absolving Tomlin. Mike Tomlin is the most powerful man in this organization. When George Pickens stepped out of line the first time, you need to put him in line. Mm-hmm. And then you hope that that fixes things. And if not, then it doesn't. But at least you tried. It's 95% on Tomlin, 5% on locker room leadership to me. What do you guys think?
Well, I think that's how it used to be. I know that for a fact, actually. That's how it used to be. It never got up top. It never got to the head coach or the GM or the owner. Guys in the locker room would handle things, and then if you still acted up, and they just handle it a different way back.
Like
10,
Joey
15.
Porter.
Yeah, are you really going to act like that if Joey Porter's in the locker room? If James Harrison's in the locker room? If Jerome Bettis is in the locker room? I mean, Keith Miller, like there's guys that kept the order. It's not like that in the NFL anymore. And it hasn't been like that for over 5+ years. But I also think that Mike Tomlin still thinks it is like that. So he goes to a guy like Cam Hayward is like, hey, you need to handle this. And Cam's like, okay, yeah, I'll handle it. I'm going to go talk to George and say, George, you can't be late. And it's like, George's going to be like, get away from me. Like, nah. He's like, nah. Like, and just walk away. Like, guys handle things differently now. And I don't think that there is that leadership in that locker room anymore. And that's not just the Steelers either. It's not. So Mike Tomlin does need to handle those things.
Yeah, so it's incumbent on the head coach then to get it done.
Yeah, or it would be some. I mean, you think McDermott's handling things in Buffalo?
Well, part of it is also don't draft those guys anymore.
Correct.
You can't.
Correct. That is, to me, the biggest issue is who they've drafted and the flags that are raised about them and seemingly ignored. And listen, I mean, with every passing year, the grasp that Cam and TJ have in that locker room is slipping away. It just is. I mean, you go 175 snaps without registering a stat. Like, I mean, it's just the culture's not in a good spot. I probably put it 70-30.
Coach then player?
70 coach, 30%. Because inevitably what you want is you want the head coach to set the standard and expectation. You have a leadership council or a group of dependable veterans that kind of manage things, and they're supposed to carry the message of the coach. Somewhere there that is not, it's lost in translation. And there's mixed messages, and there's not a consistent standard upheld on a day-to-day basis that everyone knows when they walk into that facility what's what. People are saying stuff out of school. It's
every year,
every week. Every week, man.
Got to get that music on at practice.
Like, it's just, it's pervasive. So I don't know what the fix is. A cleanse of some sort, and it really on that offensive side, because I empathize with the defense a little bit. When you play at a championship level and it's not reciprocated, it is hard. It is hard, man. Like I've watched it with Pitt the last 2 seasons in the back half of the year. When you're playing defense and you're dependent upon to create turnovers to win, you start doing things you're not supposed to do. You're on the field a lot, you're banged up, you're tired, and you take chances. And ultimately, if you come up empty, it's a touchdown the other way. And you look like crap. That's where Pittsburgh's at and was at the end of the season. They were taking risks, taking chances. Then ultimately, it's like you feel helpless when you can't score. But on the offensive side, man, like it's systemic. And it's years in the making with the culture problem.
There's nobody that on the offense. Who's going to listen to who? Like, you think Pickett's going to listen to Sayamalo?
You hoped Russ would be
right,
but he's
too positive.
He's too. It's to the point where it's sickening,
not going to get in your ass.
Sickening sweet, right? Like it's like a.
And we're thankful for that.
Yes,
sickening sweet, but like. And I think that his baggage from Denver still was with him, regardless of whether or not it's legitimate.
Did you hear Sean Payton yesterday?
No.
He talked about how miserable last year was. It was so miserable last year. But then you're also hearing that Arthur Smith and Russell Wilson didn't see eye to eye. And I'll tell you, I did not mind what Russ did coming off the field in the Cincinnati game.
Oh, with Cam?
Yeah. But
what are you going to say?
But you know what? I could see George Pickens, and I would rather people be nice than not. Please, I don't want this to get misrepresented. But if I'm George Pickens and you got Russ trying to shower me with love, I might just want to whack him upside the head, right? Like when it comes down to leadership in a locker room, and you guys would know this way better than me, sure as hell helps when your best player is also the vocal leader. Mm-hmm. And in football, the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have that.
Nope.
They haven't had that.
There's got to be mutual respect. And, I'm not sure they have a level of respect on the offense. I think there's respect for those guys on the defense. But they've created this, because of the lack of performance, there's this divide between the offense and the defense that is you can detect it almost immediately in the way they talk. That they are almost two separate teams.
Yep.
And it's because of a lack of performance on the offensive side. And I think that's to some degree comes from the head coach, right? I mean, he talked about it immediately after the Baltimore game. Inability to sustain drives. You give up 230 rushing yards.
299.
Whatever. I mean, 230 that mattered, and then after that it was cake. Like, don't give me this about sustaining drives. I know you're on the field a lot. We get the highest paid defense in the National Football League, if not the highest, one of the highest. Stop blaming it on the offense. At some point, take ownership of what you're doing. Own it. And be accountable to it. And then address the problems that exist and are they're clearly right in front of your face. And you're allowing them to persist.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, Coach used to say, Coach wants that. You're either coaching it or you're allowing it to happen. And they're allowing it to happen. Every single day. With George, with those issues, man, they're allowing it to happen. It ain't getting coached. And at some point, you got to cut bait and say, get out of here.
It's depressing around here.
Yeah.
It certainly is, but, I mean, it's not. It also ain't rocket science. We're not splitting the atom.
Yeah.
Football comes down to having good players and putting them in a position to be successful.
And being disciplined.
And good players that don't do what they're supposed to do aren't good players. Talented players that do the wrong things are not good players.
How many times did I say, even off here, that George Pickens being 25 minutes late matters? People don't think that stuff matters.
Sends the loudest message you could possibly sound that I don't care.
That's how you lose. That's how you get beat. It's not even on the field. It's before the game. But that's how you lose football game. That's how football is built, on discipline.
And it's not exactly a leap to say if you're going to show up 25 minutes late, you're not going to be buttoned up on your details during the game. Trickles down to everybody.
Yeah.
If you're not holding everybody to this high standard and you're saying that decisions that you make that aren't good for the football team are being made, well, okay, who's putting in the effort to not make poor decisions on the football field? It's emblematic of bad culture when you go out there and you're penalized in the red zone. And whenever you're fighting guys through the back of the end zone. All that kind of stuff. It all falls under the same umbrella.
It ultimately shows up when it matters most.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I think it's time to go to break.
We are going to.
You just had an emphysemic.
I think my lung's sitting over here by that 13-9 chair. All right, let's.
And your heart and soul.
Can we have
and your life?
I'm actually seeing stars. I'm getting dizzy right now. Jeff Hathorn's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk about the sorry state of Pittsburgh sports with him. But let's go back in that time machine coming up next. If there's one thing you could go back in time and change to keep one of these franchises out of the doldrums they're in right now, what would you change? 412-928-9370. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Brett DeGuss, now a Pittsburgh Pirate, a pitcher from the Toronto Blue Jays. Pirates made a trade with them and sent over cash considerations to Toronto to acquire the pitcher. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dorn.
It's snowy out, and it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Swords on his face.
Oh,
the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond, Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Now, take an extra 15% off Flex at Kohl's. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. 15% off valid through January 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com. Show the coupon at the pharmacy and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Beyond Lincoln, join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Now, apart from the starting quarterbacks, here are some other keys to Saturday's divisional matchups. In the opener, keep an eye on how well the Chiefs' tackles, Joe Thuney and DJ Humphries, fare against Houston's defensive end, Will Anderson Jr. In prime time, will Detroit's Aaron Glenn scheme to stop Washington's Jaden Daniels work? And will Jahmyr Gibbs rush for over 150 yards? I'm Boomer Esiason.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
On the traffic front, not a whole lot to discuss. Things are looking good on the Parkways East, West, and 28. You might have a little slowdown right before the Squirrel Hill tunnels on the Parkway East. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan's angrily reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You would think Austin Bechtold has been producing here for a while would shut the hell up when the bumper music plays.
Hey, guys, you know what I did yesterday? I was at the Duquesne women's basketball game. I was behind the bench. We were like, all right.
Great.
Nice.
We have 12 seconds for you to tell us a story.
He said, I saw your guy, Wally. He told me to tell you hi. Oh, my father-in-law? Okay.
Your guy, Wally.
I did not find the emergency.
Oh, I'll show you where it is.
But I did find a Ticonderoga pencil.
A what?
Ticonderoga.
What's
number
that?
2 pencil.
That's the name of them?
You don't know about the Ticonderoga?
You don't know.
Great.
I know about.
Spell it.
For those of you on the fan stream, that is a Ticonderoga number 2 pencil. Would work on a Scantron.
The goat. The goat pencil. What were you writing with back in the day?
A pencil. I wasn't looking at the name of the damn pencil.
Anything.
Yes, I was.
Ticonderoga is the Rolls Royce.
Oh, you guys
pencils.
really know like the names of the pencil? Isn't it just number 2 pencil?
This is a soft one, too.
You guys over here
creme de la creme.
lusting over pencils.
Well,
what's a Scantron? What'd you call it?
You don't know what a Scantron is?
This dude.
What is it?
What do you do at West Allegheny?
One of
Play football? You take football class all day with Bobby Palco?
It worked.
You fill in the bubbles.
It did work.
On the test. And then they stick
you
it through the thing and it grades it for you.
Hey, you don't check them. You don't put X's through them. You got to circle them. You got to color them all in. The whole way, too.
Oh, like a bubble test?
Yeah.
That's what it's called?
Yeah.
Like a bubble test?
Like a bubble test.
I didn't call it a Scantron. It sounds like a machine. Yeah. Like, why would I say, why would I know what the machine is that makes the bubble test?
No, it doesn't make the bubble test. It grades the bubble test.
Common knowledge is what I thought.
Yeah, Scantron.
You guys
so what does the pencil have to do with the Scantron?
You could only use number 2 pencil on the Scantron bubble tests.
You can't use like one of those lead pencils?
That's what it is.
A mechanical pencil?
Yes. Well, don't you click the top?
But no one uses lead anymore either, Dorn. It's graphite.
The graphite in the lead pencil is the same as number 2.
Right.
It doesn't feel right, though.
So it's not the Ticonderoga pencil with the clicky
You went
pencil.
soft G. It's hard G. Oga.
So they're the same thing.
Said we were going to take calls here, but Pony just tweeted out, I would expect news on Pat Meyer and Terrell Austin in the next couple of hours. Stay tuned. I said it earlier in the show. I heard that today was going to be reckoning day over there.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't get any specific names, but I also heard that stuff was going to go down. And then Brian Batko a few days ago tweeted this, and I think this is instructional. In 2023, 9 days after the Tomlin presser, Canada was retained. 2022, 5 days after Tomlin, Keith Butler retires. 2021, 1 day after Tomlin, Randy Fichtner out. 2018, 1 day after Tomlin, Todd Haley out. Now, Tomlin spoke on Tuesday. Let's say Terrell Austin does get ousted. I have no problems with that. We know it's Mike Tomlin's defense, but you can't give up 299 rushing yards. You can't have the defense play the way that it did the last 5 weeks and keep everything the same. What do you want to see different on defense?
Well, can we talk about candidates?
Sure.
I mean, what candidates are out there first? I think that's where we start. And then what I want to see different on defense is let that candidate run their defense. And hopefully their defense and their philosophy fits the personnel that the Steelers have, which I think that it might. If you run a 3-4, it will. So, like, is Saleh going to get a head coaching job? If not, I'm going after him.
Great name.
You know, I'm figuring out who the highest candidates are to get head coaching jobs. Not every one of them are going to get a coaching job, and then I would go after them as my D coordinator if I were to move on from Terrell Austin. But that's what I want. But I would want to see them Mike Tomlin let them be the defensive coordinator.
I would agree. I don't think that it has to be, totally unilateral, right? I think there can be ideas that come together, and Mike Tomlin's going to have an imprint on the defense just by virtue of his experience level. But I think you shoot for the moon, right? You've got the talent, and I think they are in need of some new ideas that put them in a position to play the kind of defense, quite frankly, they need to play to win. I mean, that side of the ball is, in terms of having the parts, aside from maybe another corner, a true number one corner, they're pretty well positioned.
I don't think there is an obvious choice on the staff now either.
No.
Keith Butler had been the obvious choice. Terrell Austin was thought of very highly over there. He was the obvious choice. Grady Brown's been around for 3 years. It's not going to be him.
Anthony Curry, maybe.
Maybe. Aaron?
Yeah. Oh, I messed up.
It's probably not going to be Anthony Midget, the assistant secondary coach. His defense has had a lot of shortcomings. Carl Dunbar's been around for a while, but some people, like we were talking about, what's his beautiful face, Cliff Kingsbury in Washington. Some people are better served as being coordinators. Carl Dunbar's a hell of a defensive line coach.
Mm-hmm.
Super well respected in college and in pro. He's better served to be the defensive line coach. He has 18 years of experience. He's not going to be the defensive coordinator. I do think it'll be an outside hire. And I like the idea of Saleh. Lou Anarumo would be somebody that they'd be interested in. He did it different at Cincinnati, and the results the last few years have been really, really bad. They also don't have any players.
Mm-hmm.
They got one player.
One player.
Yeah.
Hell of a player. Dan Moore still has nightmares. Still, 2 weeks later, having nightmares. He might be a candidate.
I could see them even calling Gerard Mayo.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't dislike that. You got to move Watt around. You got to move Minka around. I assume Minka's going to be back next year. TJ Watt will definitely be back next year. Move them around. They are too easy to play against. They've got enough good players, in my opinion, defensively. They're thin. You'd like another defensive lineman. You'd like another corner, like Pat said. Totally agree with that. You've got enough really good players that if utilized correctly, you could still have a really good defense that ain't giving up 299 rushing yards and ain't getting picked apart by every single big-time passer that walks through the building. Move guys around.
Mm-hmm.
J.J. Watt said it the other day. You know where TJ's lining up on every play. TJ said he'd be more welcome to moving around. You know where Minka's going to be on every play. So I agree with you, Doran. Give the new DC, if there is a new one, autonomy. But as far as like the schematics, and easy for me to say, move your best players around. Look at what they did with Abdul Carter at Penn State. Hell of a player. You line him up off the right tackle every time, he's going to still get to the quarterback. They didn't do that. You can't just circle and say, this is where he's going to be every play. All right, let's talk to Jeff about this coming up next. We've gone too long, and for that I apologize. Our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, when we come back right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins have waived Tristan Jarry. This came after their third straight loss and their 7th in 8 games played. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And you don't want to talk rally? Okay, well, we'll be right back.
7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Commanders were one of the best teams against the spread this season. Washington was 11-6-1 against the number, and now they're 9.5-point underdogs against Detroit. The model thinks that's way too many points. Commanders as 9.5-point dogs is a 2-star best bet over at BetQL. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Playoff football is in the air, and Paramount Plus is your home to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game all the way through the AFC Championship. Log into Paramount Plus from any device and stream all the dramatic postseason action. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Back to the Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Pony saying he's here, and this could be the day of reckoning at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex. Could be the end of the road for Pat Meyer, Steelers offensive line coach. Could be the end of the road for Terrell Austin. We're joined now by our sports director, Jeff Hathorn. Jeff, A, good morning. B, are you hearing anything like that? And do you think that Austin and Pat Meyer would be the obvious scapegoats here, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, good morning, guys. I think Pat Meyer definitely could be that scapegoat on offense. The offensive line just never took it to the next level. Listen, they dealt with a lot of youth. I think Pat's a good coach, but you feel like you have to make some type of change with what happened this year. Terrell, I go back and forth with, and let's understand this. It's Mike's defense. Not that Terrell is blameless. I mean, communication issues. Some of the calls they had in game, were they Mike, were they Terrell, especially against Baltimore, were not good. I mean, they're running a lot of 5 defensive backs in situations where Baltimore was really heavy. Why aren't they making those adjustments? And I realized, but I can't even think of times where Baltimore's really rushing to the line of scrimmage to prevent you from making changes. So there was a few of those things, but I mean, it boils down to Mike. I mean, ask Keith Butler. I mean, whose defense was it?
Jeff, what percentage chance that is Justin Fields the quarterback of the Steelers in 2025? And if it's not 100%, who has a chance to be the quarterback of the Steelers in 2025, and what route would they go?
Yeah, I think they're interested in Fields. Obviously, that mobility is something that Mike has talked about for years. Here's the thing for me. If I'm Fields, I got a list of questions I want answered. Are we going to continue to play passive? What's the deal with George? You know, who's our wide receiver core for next year? Like those things I want it. Who else are you bringing in? Are you going to tell me I have a competition yet you're going to bring in Russell Wilson again, or you're going to get Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins, and here I am, and I'm going to have to sit again while you publicly say it's a competition, but it's not? I mean, that's what I want answered if I'm Justin. Forget whether the Steelers want him. I think Fields needs to get those questions answered, because how could you like to play for a system that plays not to lose, that doesn't go out and try to get it offensively, but let's just see if we could hold on to the football and kick 6 field goals?
Do you think there'll be a lot of suitors for Fields?
No, I don't. And I say that only from the Justin standpoint, but he may have a better option out there. I don't think there's multiple, like a huge amount of teams that are interested, but there will be some interest out there, and he's got to decide whether Pittsburgh's the best fit for him.
Jeff, this is a speculative question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What would you put the percentages on the chance that Arthur Smith is back as offensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2025? And if he's not, is it only because he gets a head coaching job?
Yes. If he is not, it's because he gets a head coaching job. I don't see a scenario where they move on from Arthur Smith after 1 year. He came in obviously as a successful coordinator with Tennessee, didn't work out as well as head coach, but he plays the style that Tomlin likes, that run first, physical up front. And listen, that can work. I mean, it worked in Philly, but Philly has 2 elite receivers and like an all-time season runner in Saquon Barkley this year. It works in Baltimore because you got Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and Zay Flowers and a couple of tight ends that can get down the field. Like, yeah, I realize running is still important, but how are you getting to that point? That's the thing to me. I want to see more from Arthur. And you know what? Now that we've had the span of a couple of coordinators, I want to see Mike. Like, he loves to use the saying, playing in his spheres. He absolutely plays in his spheres. Like, just go after it offensively. You don't want to turn it over. But if you're constantly playing passive, you're also not going to get to that next level you want to get to.
For that reason, just to follow up, you don't think Arthur Smith would take a call from Mike Vrabel to go to New England?
I don't see that. I see the connection. You know, here's something I think is interesting. When Art started the season, he talked about being very happy and he loved this role and just to be able to focus on coaching. By the end, when these coaching rumors came, he was interested. I'm not saying he's unhappy here, but it was we were hearing different words out of Arthur Smith towards the end of the year. Is it a possibility? Maybe. I don't see it happening. Just because I think he and Mike align with what they want to do.
Jeff, it seems like the reporting on this and just everyone who listened to Mike Tomlin's press conference all seem to think that it's Fields and not Russ next year. And I know that Doran asked the % chance that Fields is back. You think there's a chance Russ would be back?
I think there's a chance. I am one of those, and I think there were a few of us that fell into the category of, all right, it's probably going to be Russ. And then we walked out of that news conference and said, I think it's going to be Justin.
Yeah, me too.
So, you know, I think that was what a lot of us read into that. I mean, there's a chance that it's Russ. I mean, it depends on what the Steelers' options are. I mean, and if you bring Russ back, it's got to be a true competition. And I don't know that he's going to go for that. The other thing is, you're not going to bring him in at $30 million. You're just not going to do that. Does he want more like Geno Smith money in the 20s? Maybe you would consider that. I mean, there was a time where the offense was rolling under him. I don't want to dispute that, and I don't want to blame everything on Russ. But I think he showed that when you see quarterbacks that get to an age, even happened to guys like Peyton Manning, they're just not the same players consistently. They can have games, but you just don't see the consistency with guys that are, you know, in their double digits, at the back end of double-digit seasons.
Jeff, terrific as always, buddy. We'll talk to you next Tuesday. Thanks for hopping on.
See you, boys.
Thank you, Carl.
The great Jeff Hathorn. Ian Rappaport 22 minutes ago. Big few days loom for Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores, one of the top candidates. He has 3 head coaching interviews set up. Jets on Friday, Jags on Friday, Bears on Saturday. Look, we all understand it is Mike Tomlin's defense, but if you fire Terrell Austin a year after you let that guy walk out the building, man, that is not seeing the forest through the trees. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you were one bad season away from getting rid of Terrell Austin, and you didn't, and you let that guy walk out the door, that's organizational malpractice.
It's a tough look. It's a tough look, but there's a lot of tough looks right now. I mean, that's just probably at or near the top of the list.
Let's list them all next.
I don't see a scenario in which both Justin Fields and Russell Wilson are back.
No.
I cannot see that happening.
Nope.
I'm in agreement with you on that, as it sounds like Doran is, and that's where I wanted to go when we come back. And we will, before we hand it off to the Pomp and Joe show. First, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt men's basketball lost to Florida State yesterday. Pitt's next game is coming up on Saturday against Clemson in the afternoon. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley?
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here for the Bet Park Sportsbook and Casino app. Pro football playoffs continue this weekend. I like Los Angeles going into Philly. Philly is 6-point favorite. The over-under is 44 points. But whether your team scores or not, guess what? There's always another way to win on the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook app, the only app that I ever use or recommend because you get skin in the game. You can bet on sports or you can play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and hot online slots. And now, if you download the app, new users get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com has all the details. You must be 21 in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the Bet Parks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, besides the snow, traffic is okay on 28, the parkways east-west, the major roadways, 79, no issues at all. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't going to make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game. The guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After, following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Doran Dickerson here, and I'm sitting here with my good friend Jake, owner of Southside Plumbing and Heating. Jake, you've been doing this for a little while, haven't you?
Well, Doran, we've been in business for generations, building an unparalleled experience in top-notch customer service and solutions for our customers.
Oh, wow. So you really know what you're talking about, huh?
Exactly. We don't just hide behind a family name. We are family-owned. That's why we are not just another transaction, and our customer satisfaction matters to us on a personal level.
Give them a call today, 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or Boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Turn up the heat and the sweet with Get-Go's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. A spicy chicken filet with Market District's hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try the sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster. Presented by Motormania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade. Now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy farm truck racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels. Presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
Hey, Colin Dunlap here. New year, same great stuff from Schultz Ford as always. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and that new store. Not so new anymore. It's doing so great down in Wheeling. And always online at schultzford.com. You want a truck? You head to Schultz Ford, one of those great locations. F-150s, so many of them. You know what I drove for a little while that I love? That Ranger. That is something. It really is. And work trucks, they got a ton of them. Explorer, go get one. The service is incredible. The selection, the inventory, just can't be beaten. It just can't from Schultz Ford. Richard Bazzi and his staff are going to do so much to make you happy. So, listen, if you're looking for a great new Ford, go to schultzford.com and check it all out, see what you want, or one of those great locations. Schultz Ford, and you can't go wrong, and always online at schultzford.com.
schultzford.com. schultzford.com. schultzford.com. schultzford.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Great show planned tomorrow. Lee Sterling to go over all this weekend's NFL action. Maybe some odds and ends with some of the big games. But when we were talking about tomorrow's show during the break, we were talking about Ravens-Bills. We all think the Ravens are going to beat the Bills, which then led Doran to saying, hey, what if Sean McDermott gets fired for not winning crap with Josh Allen? And then you said, whoa, then he'll be Tomlin's defensive coordinator if they get rid of Terrell Austin.
Pat said that.
Oh.
I said the first part, and then we kind of puzzled it together.
That's why this works.
Yeah.
And then I bring it all around and screw it up on the air.
Right. Sounds about right.
That's how this triumvirate goes.
Triumvirate.
Give the people what they want.
This triad. This love triangle.
So I'm going to go out and throw a little hypothetical prediction out there. Terrell Austin doesn't get fired today. They wait until the weekend is over. I think they wait until they see what Buffalo does. And if Buffalo fires Sean McDermott, then Terrell Austin will be fired and they'll hire McDermott.
Man. McDermott's a really good coach, I think.
Because I think it's too late in the cycle, right, for head coaching opportunities for him. If he were to get fired, this is all hypothetical.
Right.
This is radio.
I mean, you go 13-4, 11-6, 13-3, 11-6, 13-3, 10-6. They hadn't made the playoffs in forever until he got there. And Josh Allen wasn't even good early. I think he's a great program guy. I think he's a really good coach. But he's 6-6 in the playoffs with Josh Allen. I don't think he'd get fired. Can't rule it out. Can't rule it out. Josh Allen might be the MVP of the league this year. You got to win something. And, okay, you beat Denver. Great. You get nothing for that.
Playing at home.
Yep.
You're playing at home.
They're a dog. 1-point dog at home.
Doesn't surprise me with the way Baltimore won.
Bad matchup, too. I mean, they killed them earlier.
Yep.
Crushed them. All right, last thing we did say we were going to react to this from Jeff. There's no chance Russ and Fields are here at the same time.
No, I don't think so.
Zilch.
No.
Zilch. Neither one would want to come back if the other's here. It's the whole Harry Potter thing. Not one can live while the other survives. Harry Potter and Voldemort. That means one has to die.
Yeah, I was with you on Scantron. I'm not with you on that one.
I'm not with you on either.
Did you ever use a pink pearl eraser, Doran?
A what?
Pink pearl?
Oh, one of the little block erasers?
Yeah.
Those are awesome.
Yeah, I called it a block eraser, not a pink pearl.
You know what we had at St. Bernard's? We had to have these triangle things that you put on your pencil.
Saint Michael the Archangel?
Yeah, that's right. Is that where you go, Pat?
My son goes to Ave Maria Academy, yeah.
Did I know this?
They're closed today.
Because of the cold?
I don't know.
We're soft anymore in this society.
I walked down the steps and got a text alert, and I hear my wife go, "Ah, you see that?" And like, yeah, good morning.
Did you then run to the car? All right, see you, goodbye. Good luck with everything.
Who's this man out here?
Joseph Starkey coming in to do a hell of a show. We'll see if anything happens with Terrell Austin and Pat Meyer today. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Pat, great stuff. Callis, tremendous. Starkey, Pomp, next. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The The power of Bowser Family and Dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Hey there, Pittsburgh. No one wants a lingering foul odor in your home, or worse, finding dirty, smelly water in your basement. Don't let a backup from a clogged sewer drain ruin your day. Slow drains, gurgling noises, or backups are warning signs. Act now before it's too late. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your go-to experts in sewer and drain clearing. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today. They're your solution to a worry-free home.
Did you know the laser hair therapy program at New Image Hair Clinic can preserve and regrow hair for 87% of clients who qualify? Here's Cookie Harris to explain.
New Image's HPRP program is a hair preservation and regrowth program that combines the best of laser technology, vitamins, and nutraceutical products to give your hair the optimal chance of survival and regrowth.
Go to newimagehairclinic.com or call 800-514-HAIR and see if you qualify for the FDA-approved HPRP Hair Preservation and Regrowth Program.
Don't waste your time or money on solutions that don't work. We've been restoring hair for over 60 years. Call us first.
See if you qualify for HPRP. Certain restrictions may apply. Call 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com. That's 800-514-4247 for your free evaluation.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Well, on the traffic front, not a whole lot to talk about. The roadways, as far as the traffic is concerned, not looking bad at all on the parkways east, west, north, or 79. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDK, I'm Rob Taylor on Sports Radio 93.7 A Fan.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal, your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball lost to Florida State 82-70. The Panthers have now lost 3 games in a row. 7th place in the ACC. They're 12-5 overall. Jalen Lowe had 22 points and 5 assists as well as 3 steals in the loss. Pitt will play again on Saturday at noon back at home at the Pete against Clemson. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com. Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Joe Starkey. Austin Bechtel behind the bench at the Duquesne women's basketball game. I watched every little syllable you said. We had a camera on you.
Yeah.
We were waving to you, Bob.
I saw you.
Did you see us wave to you?
I think I did, actually, after I alerted you that I was watching, because we were watching the game.
I was so proud of this guy. People were asking me if he was my son. We got invited.
That's how it looked like. It looked like
did,
you were
yeah.
a proud father taking your son to your first basketball game.
I had a sign, too, my first basketball game.
It was so great. Duquesne women's team invited us over. We were there for the pregame locker room speech. Rick Bell, the assistant, delivered a barn burner. It was unbelievable, this guy, with his pregame speech. Really good stuff.
Are you a big believer in pregame speeches? Do you think they make a difference? I think
Yes.
I think if you hit it at the right moment
Yes.
you can't do it every game because it'll wear out just like anything else.
I mean, it wasn't like the Herb Brooks speech. It was just basically, to me, it's who's delivering it and how.
Right.
And yes, I do sometimes. I used to argue about this with Ron, and he would say, "Oh, it does that doesn't make any difference." To which I said, the Herb Brooks speech didn't make any difference that day. Well, that's an exception. That type of thing. I think they do. I think they can make a difference. I really do. And you never know which one's going to hit the right chord, Bob. I'm not saying they all do, or even most of them.
No, I'm just saying you have to pick your spots with it too. You
with
can't
with the peel the paint off the wall ones.
Right.
Yes, I agree.
Right. There are certain situations that arise where somebody may have said something. You can, as a coach, bring it up and say, "Look what they're talking about." To
Sure.
You, whatever. But I mean, I think they're effective. I actually believe they do. I like that stuff. That stuff fires me up if I'm a player, as long as it's something that makes sense to me and you're not just yelling to yell's sake.
Right. I agree with that 100%. However, that's slightly beside the point. We were invited into the locker room, watched Rick Bell's pregame speech. Coach Burt then addressed some members of the faculty, along with myself and Limits. We got to have a pregame talk. He is unbelievably calm.
So calm.
I was just, when I coached 4th and 5th grade basketball, I was a nervous wreck before games. He's coaching a big game last night against Dayton, and he was just really exuded the presence of a boss, right? Isn't that what you want out of a boss?
Yeah, you could tell just the calmness that he has. It's what you want in a leader. No matter what the circumstances and the stakes are, as long as you can stay calm and collected in the moment. I mean, he's coached a lot of big games, too. Like, he has over 200 wins.
And then we learned that the head coach at Tennessee right now was at Glanville State, which is where Rich Rodriguez got his start in West Virginia. Did you know that, Bob?
Had no idea. I knew where Rich Rod started. I didn't know I didn't know the name of the place.
Kim Caldwell's now the coach at Tennessee, and they're pretty darn good. She was going to be Bert's assistant a few years back when she got an assistant job, big assistant job somewhere. I don't know what happened, but he told us that story, and then I snuck in a candy bar. Do you remember that before we went on the court? They had a little food in there.
I had a Rice Krispie treat.
Did you?
I did, yeah.
And then we sat right behind the bench, like not behind the bench in the stands, basically on the bench.
In other words, right behind the coaches and the players.
Essentially on it, yeah. And they handed us the scouting report before the game so we could look at it. We heard all the interactions on the bench. It was a great, I thought, intense game. If they make their free throws, I think they win the game limits, don't you?
Yeah, they shot like 40% at the free throw line. If things changed that way, they probably would have won. A fun, exciting team to watch, especially being up close. They're handing us stats after timeouts.
It was unbelievable, Bob. And then you saw us. Limits was yelling at the officials. He had to be reprimanded by one of the officials.
No, you weren't.
And
Bob, you should see me at basketball games. I get very excited.
Don't you consider that overstepping your welcome?
I did not get it. I did not.
He didn't do that. But we had the time of our lives, Bob, and we're going to go back and do that again. I really enjoyed that. Didn't
Bob,
you, Limits?
You should see me at high school basketball games, especially when I'm in the stands. I much rather like to be broadcasting the game because I can get on the officials. And some of the officials I know, too, so that makes it for a funny little laugh.
Plus, we bonded.
We did.
A couple of observations, Bob. The amount of information and just the overall time of a timeout is mind-blowing. You had sometimes Bert would go in there, but not always. You had Bell go in there with strategy. You had the offensive coordinator. I forget her name. She was
both offensive coordinators.
She was highly intense.
Yes.
I loved watching her coach. She would go in and give them a play. They would rest. Then they would drink water. It felt like an hour. And then the exchange of information, then they go back on the court, and you're right on the court, Bob. It's my favorite sport. You know, if you ask me if I retired tomorrow, I know there's a lot of people who wish I would. My favorite time was the Big East basketball tournament.
No
sitting
question.
right on the court.
Too. I would agree with that.
You agree?
Yeah, absolutely, because there were 4 games every day. You saw, we were there, fortunately, for that 6 overtime game. That was one of the ones we stayed for after.
You were?
Yeah.
I was watching with my brother.
My wife was there
the
with
whole
me,
time.
too. She had never been to a Big East, and that year she wanted to see what it was like come up, and it was really unbelievable because we said we're going to leave here at the end of this game. Then it got to overtime, and I said, why don't we just wait till this? Then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. I thought it was nuts. I've never seen anything quite like it. So
one of the greatest games ever, and you were there, and you're probably right on the court, yes?
No, not right on, but right, behind, second row behind, yeah. A lot of people had left, and when you leave, you can move down at Madison Square Garden back then. I had a press pass on, so, they didn't mess with me so much. So I said, why not? Let's get a little lower.
What a legendary game. I'll never forget not believing that I was getting paid to do this. I would travel to Manhattan for then the Trib and, stay in whatever.
That really didn't matter where you stayed because you're never there.
Yeah, none of which had big rooms,
Right.
Then you walk through Manhattan to Madison Square Garden, the Mecca, I think, of American sports. Madison Square Garden. Walk, you know how it is in New York City. There's all kinds of things going on. Pull in there. Go sit down at 11:30 a.m. with a giant cup of coffee and a Danish that I bought on the street and watch Derek Coleman. Start naming guys.
You name all the guys.
Alonzo Mourning, Jerry McNamara.
Who was the guy who was the guy from UConn who hit the Kemba Walker?
Kemba
Walker was in there. The Pearl. Now, that goes way back, but I remember watching that, too. Pearl Douglas, when he was doing his thing.
Pearl Washington, yeah.
Washington.
And Sherman Douglas.
Sherman Doug. I combined him. I created quite a basketball player right there, didn't I?
You did. Bob, I was on the court.
But even those Pitt, I remember we did, and we went up same thing. At the time, it was something they wanted us to do. I pushed for it real hard. But we did live in the bowels of the arena every day because we had Bob Huggins with West Virginia there. Ben Howland and Jamie Dixon, they won a couple of those things, and how important it was for those kids to win that tournament.
Yes.
Some people will argue that's not that affects you in the NCAA. I don't really care because it's a tournament they're playing in, and they want to win. It's all these guys that they came up with, recruited against, and you want to win those things. It's New York City after all. So, and the Kemba Walker thing, if you remember, they were not looked at as a team that was going to win a national championship. They got hot, they won that tournament, and then they won everything after
West Virginia won it one year, and what a pleasure that was to watch. Pitt, when they beat Georgetown, when Sam Young, I think he forgot his sneakers for the game.
Yes, I remember that.
Incredible in that game. And there I was, Bob, at noon. You get there at 11:30 with a nice cup of coffee, usually a cheese Danish, I might add, just to add a little detail.
I'm not a big cheese Danish fan. I go for the heavy hitting.
Cherry?
Cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a bad choice. Watching a noon game. then a 2 o'clock game, maybe 2:30 it would start.
And they reset the buffet too.
They reset the buffet, but
for the night side.
Yes, and then you go out, you eat, you go walk around Times Square, and then you come back for the nightcaps.
Speaking of nightcaps, then you go to Rosie O'Grady's for more nightcaps.
Or you meet E.J. Borghetti for pizza. I forget the name of the pizza place
there's
we
a
used
million
to go
of them
to.
there.
Bob, I couldn't believe I was getting paid. And then I'd visit my Aunt Viv, who lived right near the mayor's mansion in New York City, in a little apartment right across
I miss
the water
those days.
from there.
And I wish that younger people in our business have a chance to experience those kinds of things. It's never going to duplicate itself, you know. I mean, there's tournaments, you still can. Some of these are still, the Big East still plays at Madison Square Garden. So if you're one of those teams that plays, it's a different league, of course, different teams in it. But
the greatest thing I've ever seen, it really was. And that building, the first time I walked into that building, you take an elevator to a different floor. I'm like, wait.
Well, it's 9 stories, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm like, wait, where? Like the whole building isn't Madison Square Garden? There's like offices on other floors here. So you take the elevator limits, and then you come out, and there it is. I think the most magical arena in the history of American sports.
Pretty incredible.
Oh, I remember a couple of things that happened in the hallways there. Craig Pat, remember they traded for Johan Hedberg one day, and it was like the most meaningless trade that had ever occurred. I'll never forget just talking to Craig. So we thought, yep, talking to Craig Patrick. I was there for Wayne Gretzky's last game covering that, Bob. How about that?
That's pretty special.
That was incrinculant, is what it was.
See, I remember, that's the thing about what we're afforded to do here. We get to see some things up close, not just up close, but then after the game is over, talk to the people, the principal people who are involved in these things. It's pretty awesome, you know, which is why I tell people who are interested in this kind of business, those are the things you can look forward to, and those are moments that you'll never get anywhere else, really. So
I covered the last 2 ACC tournaments for Pitt. Greensboro last year, Washington, D.C. this past year.
Where is it this year?
I think it's back in Greensboro.
See, Greensboro's a nice area, but it doesn't strike me as New York City would.
Well, no, not at all. Like the Mecca is obviously completely different.
It was the Magic Kingdom. And I remember one time, Bob, just to make a long story longer, but this was amazing. Pitt was going to play a 9 o'clock game against Louisville on a Friday. And the way that the Trib was, you know, you would have had to have a running column in, which is the same as, you know, any newspaper. I'm like, a running column on a game where I don't know what the score is going to be? You know what I mean? Running meaning, for people out there, I have to have it in right at the buzzer. So there's no quotes. Yeah. There's probably not even an opinion if it comes down to, you know, the last shot. So I'm sitting there saying, how can I do something more meaningful? And this was maybe a year after Maggie Dixon passed. So at the last second that Friday morning, I called up the military academy, the Army, the campus up there in that part of New York State.
I remember that you wrote about this.
And they were off, but miraculously, the PR guy was on duty that day. So I'm like, could I just come up there and get a feel for, you know, what she meant to the town? There's a tiny little town up there that I walked through. Maybe get a tour of the campus where the cadets put her on her shoulders when she took Army to their first NCAA tournament ever, I think, in women's basketball.
Yeah, it was.
And sure enough, I took a train out there and then got a cab and took it up the winding road to the academy campus. And he met me and gave me a tour of everything. And it was even more powerful for some reason that nobody was there, because I got to go into the cafeteria. There was a bunch of social media videos even back then of the cadets cheering for Maggie when she came in there after winning, and the arena itself. And this guy was the broadcaster of the game, I believe. And then I went into town, into some of the shops, and everybody had a story about Maggie Dixon. And then I went to the graveyard where she was buried next to legendary figures from the Army, including, was it Doc Blanchard and Glenn Davis was the backfield, a famous general. And it just became, really, because of the help I got there, probably the most like meaningful piece I ever did was from that scene. And then I went back to the game and talked to her dad, Jamie's dad, and it was unbelievable. So my memories from all of that, the tournaments, that story was the greatest time of my writing career. And it sounds like for you, those games were maybe the greatest time you ever had.
They were. Again, just because of all the local components of it. Anything that we do has to have a local tie to it. Otherwise, we weren't, it costs a lot of money. It's a little less money now because of the way technology has. But back then, you had to drive a lot of equipment to do these things. It wasn't easy to do, and it was costly to do. But if we found that you can actually tie it into local stories, whatever it may be, then there's a good chance we could go. So, yeah. I also remember, since we're on this topic, going out to San Jose to watch Dixon Howland, first time they met.
Yes.
UCLA and Pitt, and that was it the Sweet 16? I don't even know what it was. I think it was the Sweet 16.
It was the Sweet 16.
And just a build up to that was pretty awesome because obviously we all get to know these guys, so spent a lot of time before the game with both, and just how I remember Ben Howland didn't ever want to play Jamie.
Right.
He just didn't want to play Jamie. And of all the things that we have to do here, this is not what I'm looking forward to, although I want to win the game. But it was
who was UCLA's point guard? He was a star that year. It wasn't Westbrook, was it? Somebody, and they took an immediate disliking to me in the locker room. I forget who it was. Not Tyus Edney.
No, I remember the
Westbrook.
guy with the name who I was Boom Shea. No,
it was a different guy.
That's going to kill me to think of the name. But
and he decidedly did not like me right away.
Was it Westbrook? It may have been Westbrook.
Might have been Westbrook, but I think it was somebody else. But yes, I remember that too. Were you and I friends there? We didn't even hang out. We probably hardly said hello.
No.
I knew you from the showdown.
No, but I think we were staying in different places or whatever. So, but I just remember that was compelling to me. That was really interesting how it all came for that one day for those two to meet after everything they had gone through.
I know. It was great stuff. I remember going from one locker room to the other, which leads us all into somehow limits a six-pack to begin the show. Maybe that was the first item.
That was like a big keg right there right off the bat. 17 minutes of keg.
We tapped a keg.
Thanks to everybody at Duquesne for having us.
Yeah,
Our
man.
guy RJ, Coach Burt, everyone. It was awesome.
That was
great.
great.
We'll do it again.
The first item brings us back to Pitt basketball, Bob. What happened last night? What happened after the game? Did you guys have footage? It looked to me, and I don't want to come to grand conclusions here because it's still unclear, but the video seemed to show Jeff Capel getting into it with the players from Florida State, jawing back and forth. I don't know if he had his hands on a player. It looked like that at one point. It was not a good look. I'll say that much. Without knowing
police
all
were
the
actually
facts.
in there at the end and pushing everybody out of there. I don't know. We were on the air. I was doing the sportscast on KDK TV, and the game had just ended, so I wasn't sure. I just knew that they were going to lose because they were down by 10 when I went in there, like a minute left.
Yeah.
Then I saw the video afterwards, so I honestly don't know what happened. I don't know what the announcer said.
Limits, what did you see? You're a Pitt guy.
Well, so I've watched the video now a couple of times, and it just seemed like in the handshake line there were some disagreements after the buzzer, and I guess just a verbal altercation. There's some pointing from Damian Dunn for Pitt, and it just seemed like, when the bench is clear in baseball, but no punchers are thrown, it's just a bunch of people yelling at each other and pointing.
Yeah.
It sort of seemed like that.
I think from what I saw and a couple of the things that Pitt took exception the way Florida State was celebrating.
And dunked at the end.
A second left.
Yeah. You usually don't see the coach with the other team's players, though. That's the unusual part. Yes?
Correct. Jeff Capel was yelling at some of the players for Florida State who were yelling back, and both teams had to be escorted off. And as Bob said, there were some police officers who were there standing on the court making sure things didn't get worse.
Next. I guess we'll see what happens with the ACC and Capel moving
Yeah, I
forward
just
here.
think it was feisty. I don't think anything of consequence happened other than it was a bad look.
I guess we'll see. Bob, shockingly, nobody picked up Tristan Jarry and the $17 million left.
Not yet. Is
on
it
his
24
contract.
hours up?
No, at 2 o'clock it'll be up.
So far it hasn't happened, which means it's not going to happen.
I'm going to bet that nobody does. Where do we go from here first with Jarry? Well, what happens to this guy? He's going to go back to the AHL. They say he has to earn his way back by doing what? Playing good against AAAers again? I mean, this is a disaster, Bob. Are they going to buy him out after the year? That's going to be a lot of money.
It doesn't matter. If they've come to the conclusion that he's not going to be what they want him to be, the best thing to do is buy him out. And that way, just he gets his money, but you're done with him if that's the case. I think first they'll try for the rest of the season to see what his attitude is and to see how he handles all of this. And hopefully he can regain it. That's probably their biggest hope out of this. But the reality is they still have the wherewithal, I believe, to buy out. And why not use that option?
I know, but it's a horrible.
It's
outcome.
A horrible look, no matter
Just
what.
a horrible outcome.
And the reminder of him being horrible look will last 3 more years if you keep him on and keep trying to put him in there and costing you games, or he can't get it right. I'd rather just say that's it. We made a mistake.
Who do you guys blame more for that horrendous
50-50
albatross of a signing? Mike Sullivan or Kyle Dubas?
50-50. I think Dubas wouldn't have done it without encouragement from Mike Sullivan. I think that's fair to say because he had Jari's back, and I think he believed it.
Then you're saying close to 100% Sullivan.
No, because the GM still has to do his job, and if he sees that that's not the way it should go, he has to make a decision too. If it's just Mike Sullivan's decision and that only, then who is the GM?
Great question. How much that would lead to questions of how much power did Fenway Sports Group confer upon Mike Sullivan, trying to make it sort of a coach-centric organization like the Steelers have, is what I would argue. And I think this is largely on Sully because you're right. You said it perfectly. I don't think Dubas makes that move if Sully isn't a strong backer of Jari. Now, having said that, maybe I'll go to 30%.
And I say
Dubas.
that because Dubas had his own problems with goaltending in Toronto.
Exactly.
And the last thing he wanted to do probably was his first big move was that. Just
but
because.
He did it.
But he did it, and again.
And he went out there. The reason why, you're right. He couldn't get the goalies right in Toronto, and his first move in Pittsburgh is to screw up the goalies forever? Come on. So he went out wherever Jari lives, Western Canada, and visited him and was convinced that this was the guy. I think he probably had to be on the same page with Sully somewhat, so I'll go 70-30 Sully to Dubas.
But I think
on
it
that
was,
contract. It's just an albatross contract.
It is, and so is the one. Quite
it's
frankly,
Jack Johnson,
with
but
Ryan,
worse.
Ryan Graves. He's heading down that same. He's been a healthy scratch a lot recently. I mean, if he can't play, that's $4.5 million a year for 6 years.
How much total money did they invest in Jari and Ryan Graves?
On average, over $10.5 million a year.
I want totals. 27. I think $54 million.
Yeah, 50s in the 50s. Yes.
Am I right about that limits?
Yeah, Ryan Graves is at 27 over 6 years, and Jari was 5 for 26 and change.
Oh my God!
53.
11 years and $54 million in two guys who might not be in, probably shouldn't be in the National Hockey League. Maybe Graves is a third pair defenseman. He doesn't.
But that's not what you signed him for.
For two guys who don't play right now in the NHL.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
Graves is signed through 28-29, by the way.
Holy
Yeah, that's,
horse follicles. You can't buy them both out, Bob.
No, but Jari would be the one I'd do. Only because
Why?
I think because they have young kids in their system. And I think at this point, if and this will also lie with Bloomquist, if he shows, and that's why it's important for him to start tomorrow in Buffalo, and I think a large majority of these games, we know what Nedeljkovic is. If he does what he is capable of doing and he shows that he could be the guy, there is absolutely no room to go backwards. No room.
This is a disaster, Bob.
Not unless Bloomquist takes it and blooms.
Oh, I do like. Very nice. Do you like that horse? Unless he blooms.
Yeah, blooms. It's actually Blum. I couldn't.
Unless he
nothing
blums.
to Blums.
Right.
You
No,
can't
but
rhyme with
that
Blum.
doesn't mitigate. Well, I guess it does mitigate the disaster, but it doesn't take away the fact that you're spending all this money every year on two guys who can't play.
No,
what's,
I know.
What's the NHL salary cap right now? Can you look that one up, Limits, please? How much of a percentage of their cap are these two stiffs taking up right now?
At least 10%, I would think, because it's got to be 80, 70.
$88 million is the
88.
cap.
Can you then figure out what
10
Penguins are at 85.5, so they got about 2.5.
So 10 divided by 85.5. No, 11 divided by
11.
Something like that.
That's 8
do
to
that.
10% of your salary.
Is it?
Yes.
You're quicker than Ron on the math, Bob.
And that, depending on what the total numbers are with those two contracts, but it's about 10% of your salary goes to two guys
I
who
mean,
aren't.
that's franchise crippling right there. And that's the Graves thing is entirely on Dubas. So
Well, there have been some other signings that haven't worked out either. These are littler costs, but still, some of the, the Matt Nietos of the world, as much as Nola Chari has played okay at times, I mean, they start giving all these millions of dollars away, and if you're not getting a whole bunch back, I think that's also a problem.
Well, they also took on a pretty hefty contract
With
in
Erik
Erik Karlsson.
Well, that hasn't worked out exactly either. Not the way you would have expected it to.
No, and he's a guy that I would approach and say, please leave. You know, you've actually been pretty good at times this year, but don't you want to go chase a cup? Don't you? We'll pick up part of the salary. Go somewhere where somebody wants you. Does somebody want him? I don't know. Not unless you pick up part of his salary. But now we're talking about three guys, Carlson, Jari, and Graves. They practically have an entire salary cap under their name.
How big of blame should Kyle Dubas get for this? Like, over the last year and a half, Frank Saravalli pointed this out. These are some of the guys he signed. Jari to a 5-year deal, $27 million. Graves, 6 years, $27 million. Achari Nieto, as Bob mentioned. The trade of Gensel that didn't work out with Michael Bunting this year.
I didn't know that didn't work out. Bunting has more power play goals now than Gensel had here.
I'm not.
Plus,
I
they
think
got a first-round pick.
What about the Riley Smith trade?
That was a disaster.
That was bad. And I also think, he did what he could to get Michael Granlund. I'll give him some credit out of that. That was part of what was going on. But
you know who the leading scorer is, by the way, for them? For the San Jose Sharks?
Michael Granlund.
Yeah. Right.
Lars Eller.
And you know who traded for Ricard Raquel? Ron Hextall. Not that I'm defending his tenure here, but has Dubas been much better?
No, I think if you're going to judge seismic failure moves, anything that Hextall did, and I was trying to jog my memory last night because on the sports call we were talking about this with Chris. McCann leaving.
Yes.
Also Tanev being exposed to not that but Jeff Carter was available. They signed Jeff Carter. Jeff Carter was not good signing by Ron Hextall. But aside from that, I don't think he ever gave someone 5 years, $27 million, or 6 years, $27 million.
Well, he gave the old guys that money, but that was probably ownership.
I think
ordered.
I'm not going to give him that on his resume. I think that was kind of pushed on him.
Yeah,
I think what's the guy's name?
He was also a goalie who couldn't fix the
I think Burke had
problem.
a lot to do with that too.
He gave Kasperi Kapanen a little bit of money, Bob. Not his best decision.
Yeah, but not $27 million.
I know.
You're
right
talking
about that. You're right. I agree with you 100%. But I got some good news with our next item in the six-pack. Wonder Twin? Pirates acquire right-handed pitcher Brett DeGoose, or Brett DeGouse, or Brett DeGeese. I don't know what his name is. From Toronto. He was, and you can start planning the parade now, Bob, across 13 relief appearances last season. He was 0-2 with a 7.15 ERA.
That fits right in.
The goose that saved Pittsburgh. How do you say this guy's name, Limits?
I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I think it's something like what you said.
If I'm the Pirates during this time of, complacency in Pittsburgh sports, that's a kind word to use. But with the Penguins having their problems, the Steelers out of the playoffs, all the comments that you're seeing, this is a prime time, knowing that you're heading into your Pirate Fest this weekend, knowing that you're going to be in spring training pretty soon, knowing that the sports landscape is not filled with a lot of great stories right now. This is the time they could have made major headlines and done something just seismic for them that would have made people start talking about the Pirates more. I'm hopeful that it's not DeGoose, officially.
DeGoose.
I don't want that to be it. I want it to be something better than that.
What about the Birch Smith roster signing? Too bad they didn't sign Bruce Smith, Bob. I think he would be more helpful. I think we'll know that the Pirates have done something good when somebody that we recognize, a name we actually recognize, instead of somebody we've never heard of, comes here.
Like Spencer Horwitz?
I'm not.
No, not like Spencer Horwitz, because half the people had never heard of him either.
I am waiting to see what he can do. I'm not going to rule him out of having a good season, but you're right. They need for them to get what they need, and PR is a big part of this right now. The door is wide open. People are yearning for something good to talk about.
How about Hamlet Santos, Bob, right-handed pitcher that they signed?
Hamlet?
Yeah, they also signed Macbeth. Go ahead.
Shakespeare walking through the door. Homer.
Homer. That's not Shakespeare.
I'm just naming names.
You were talking about Homer Simpson.
Othello? Are they going to sign Othello next, Bob? This is.
But you know what I mean. They have an opportunity. They have an opportunity to. I look at what Arizona did with Corbin Burns, for example, and they don't. It's not that they need a Corbin Burns, but if they could have gotten some sort of, really good batter who would have commanded 6 years, $150 million. Why wouldn't they do something like that? That's perfectly fine.
I don't know. I can't ask it anymore.
But I'm saying
I've been writing about baseball for a quarter century, and it's the same story every year.
This was the time to do it.
I know, it was. It was.
And
That's
it still
the key
is
phrase.
for the next month
They're
and a
all
half.
gone, Bob. Who else are they going to sign now?
Make a trade then. Do something. Trade some of your best prospects.
Santana, Alejandro Rondon, Frederick Avali, Edwin Furman. These are all guys they're bringing in. Victor Familia.
It's like putting together a whole
Is
pile.
Ala Familia the best Italian in town, Bob?
You went through this the
good,
other day.
isn't
It's
it?
very good.
Yeah.
Arlecchino is. Rico's is
You think
good.
Victor Familia could secure an
Velazzi,
endorsement
we just went
contract
to
with
Velazzi's
them?
in Greensburg. It was really good. There are so many great Italian restaurants.
There are.
There really are. By the way, there is a. I have to take you here one day. One day.
Please.
One day. It's in Las Vegas. It's one of the best Michelin sushi places you're ever going to eat. And I'll even say to you, it's my treat to take you because I want to see your reaction to when you eat the sushi.
I'm ready. Anytime you want. How about Lamano Piero? Did you know they got him this offseason limits?
No.
No. Thanks for enlightening me.
You're welcome. So the latest is the goose that saved Pittsburgh. For cash. The Pirates gave up cash for this guy. How much, $1? Is he in the 99-cent rack, Bob?
The dollar pin.
Are they getting a cardboard cutout of him from the dollar store? What's happening here?
I don't know. But what should be happening is a lot more than what's happening because, again, I think people are going to all of a sudden look for something to grasp onto. And this would be it for the next couple of months. There's nothing unless the Penguins turn things around drastically. And even then, there's a vacancy of sports good stories. If you could provide a few, I think you'd get a lot of PR credit for it, and it would help your team.
And don't worry, the Dodgers are going to sign the top international pitcher that's available, too, a 23-year-old right-hander from Japan. Who's
How
gonna be a
many
stud.
can they have on their team? There should be an allotment.
This is a disaster, Bob. Next. Thank you, Limits. I needed that one. Jerry Dulac believes the Steelers will make a splash at wide receiver in free agency, perhaps setting themselves up to trade one George Pickens. How many splashes could they make, Limits? Could you look up the free agent receivers? To me,
doesn't necessarily have to be they can make a trade. They can do other things.
Would you trade George Pickens to Miami for Tyreek Hill and swap positions in the draft?
I don't know. I mean, Tyreek Hill did not have a good year. There was a lot of issues with him, I thought.
I just want that. What are they? Do they have the 9th pick? I can't remember.
How old is Tyreek Hill?
He's
in the
30s
Devontae
now.
Adams
Yeah, I don't really
range.
care about him. I just want the pick. And also, I feel like
I will
Pickens,
say if the pick's included, I'd say yes on that. If it's not, I don't know that I would, only because I think you're swapping one headache for another.
Mr. P, where are they with receivers here? T. Higgins, is he the only splash guy out there? Stephon Diggs, he's another addition by subtraction
I'm not doing
guy.
that.
Me neither.
Tyreek Hill is 30.
Yeah.
T. Higgins, Chris Godwin, one of the next available names. Amari Cooper could be a fit.
He stinks.
Higgins would be the only one, and he knows it. He's in a tremendous position right now.
Higgins is the guy. He is really. He played.
There will be a bidding war for him.
I don't know that I was going to say he played his cards right. I think he would have preferred to sign a huge deal, but he's been left in a beautiful position here, Bob.
No question.
He's the guy.
Yeah, how much? Well, I say that knowing the Steelers put how much into their defense, but Cincinnati would love to have all those guys back because, but to do that, you would be probably compromising whatever cap money you have left on defense, which is what they really need help in. So,
Limits. Anybody else?
Keenan Allen, Darius Slayton,
no,
maybe.
No.
Mike Williams is on this list.
Yeah, definitely. Mike Williams.
Hollywood Brown, DeAndre Hopkins.
This is a disaster.
Kadarius Toney, Odell Beckham. We're really just scraping
Hollywood
the bottom
Brown.
of the
Of
barrel.
all that list, Hollywood Brown would be the only guy I would consider because I think he's had a pretty good role with Kansas. Well, you can say that.
This would be the worst free agent wide receiver class I've ever seen in my life. Are you kidding me with that list?
Yeah, Higgins, Godwin, Cooper are really the top three, and then Diggs, who's down and out. What about wrong way Deontay? Being
Definitely.
claimed by
that was my
the
next
Ravens.
and last item. Snap one for us, please. The Ravens playing chess, Bob, while everybody else is playing checkers. They go out and have they actually done this or are they going to do this is reclaim Deontay on waivers. He won't be around the team. It's just it's a paper move only, and it's going to net the Ravens a compensatory draft pick. They're playing chess, Bob. I know Al Michaels called Mike Tomlin a grand chess master, but it's the Ravens who are playing chess.
The compensation pick is the one that stands out of that whole thing. They're going to get it.
That's the only reason they did it.
And third round is third round, and you can say what you want, but that's a premium pick, I think, especially in a deep draft for a lot of different positions. So,
this is incrinculant, Bob. You look great today. Did I mention that?
Well, thank you, and you would be lying because I'm tired. I don't,
I like the hat, a Srixon hat, what is it, a Woodlands Golf Club pullover?
This is from Nemacolin. Yeah, did you ever go to their range up there?
No, but I'd like you to invite me.
Okay. Well, listen, it's worked so far. Every time you mention golf and your need to get someplace, someone always texts me and say, hey, bring. And by the way, I have a confirmation. I forgot to tell you.
What?
You're going to be playing in Naples on the 26th on a Sunday morning.
Really?
And Alex is going to take care of all you. He's going to enjoy meeting you. I told him all about you.
Now I feel pressure to live up to something.
Yeah, I think I may
really
have oversold your handicap. I told him you were pretty good.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Bob, what's his handicap?
Like 4.
Oh, good. Then I'm like at 28.
Well, I told him you were like a 10. So you better play.
Oh, boy. Well, thanks for the invite anyway.
Yeah, I'll give you his name and number, and you can call him afterwards.
All right. Limits. We have a couple of sound bites here that are very interesting coming up on this show. Patrick Peterson has a very interesting plan for the Steelers offense that I think you'll get a kick out of. And somebody in the league, I think, took a very indirect but heavy shot at Mr. Unlimited. We'll get into that next. Off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. A lot of football ahead on the show. Brought to you by Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The six-pack brought to you by Bet365. Yes. And the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Penguins placed Tristan Jarry on waivers yesterday at 2 p.m., potentially signaling the end of Jarry's tenure in Pittsburgh. He could be claimed by another team, or he could clear waivers and head to Wilkes-Barre. Just a matter of what the Penguins ultimately want to do with their goaltender signed a couple years ago to a 5-year contract. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After a 6th straight playoff loss, it doesn't sound like there'll be a change at head coach. But Mike Tomlin sounds open to a new option at quarterback.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys.
We'll have the quarterback situation covered all offseason long, like no one else can. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-647-8866. That's 800-647-8866. Once again, that's 800-647-8866.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 Men in a Junk Truck.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti. Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I think my battery's dead. With free battery testing and charging, we can help you get back on the road.
Get in the zone,
So what if I need a new one? We have the right Duralast battery for you, only at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And what about my old battery? We can recycle it right here at America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL. It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Thinking Lincoln? Think Beyondy Lincoln. Beyondy Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondyLincoln.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Ed. Sunday's marquee quarterbacks aren't the only factors in their divisional matchups. I'll be watching how the Rams try to contain Saquon Barkley. In my book, A.J. Brown at least 10 in the he's set lately. Check on Headspace as the game unfolds. Up in Orchard Park, can Buffalo's run defense bottle up Baltimore? They are bigger than the Buffalo Bills defense for sure. And if Ravens kicker Justin Tucker isn't on, then you got to look out if you are the Ravens. I'm Boomer Esiason.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who plan to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at SpitzerAcura.com.
When he's good, he's thorough good. Little bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and what I'm about to say, well, it's okay to admit it. Most of us guys, especially if you're not as young as you used to be, could probably benefit from a little extra in the bedroom. And Blue Chew can help. You probably know this, but if you didn't already, Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And even better, they're in chewable form, so there's no swallowing pills or needing a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, there's no awkward conversations, waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. It ships right to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA, and they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Now Taxes is 100% free when you file in the TurboTax app if you didn't file with us last year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just do your own taxes in the app by 2/18.
What if I have lots of forms?
All good, all 100% free.
What if I had 3 jobs?
Still 100% free.
What if I once saw Bigfoot?
That has nothing to do with taxes, so still 100% free.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now this is taxes. See if you qualify in the TurboTax app. Excludes TurboTax Live, must start and file in app by 2/18.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Man, we got a lot to get to football-wise as we dive into Steeler talk. Which team's star player out there wants Najee Harris? I'll tell you about that. We're going to play a rousing game, Bob, of cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
Yes.
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him. Cut him.
With every
I like
single
that.
person on the Steelers roster, so that'll take 4 hours. No, only the key ones. Limits, are you looking forward to that? And do you like the name of the game?
I love the name of the game. I love
Cut
the
him, keep him,
quickness
trade him, sign him.
of
Cut
the
him,
game.
keep him, trade him, sign him.
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
Can you tape us saying that so when we introduce the game, we'll have a little intro?
You put a lot of pressure on young Austin. You know?
Well, Joe, you talking
you
into the mic automatically tapes it, so here we go.
All right, Bob, I want you to say, however you would say it at the beginning of a game show, we all will. Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him. Why don't you go first?
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
That was great.
That's pretty good. Do we even want to try?
I don't think I could top that.
Well, you're a broadcaster. Try.
It's time for cut 'em, keep 'em, trade 'em, sign 'em. Not as good as Bob.
Welcome back, sports fans. It's time for another game of cut him, keep him, trade him, or sign him.
Why'd you do that with your voice?
I don't know. It felt like a game show
Just
voice.
felt automatic. You had to do it.
Put those 3 together, and that'll introduce the game at noon, okay?
Let's do it.
All right.
Oh, that's a noon game.
Yeah.
The noon kickoff.
And then
Central time, Eastern time. What time are we?
Big noon
Central
kickoff.
time. At 1 p.m. Eastern time here, Bob, you have the odds on the Steelers' next quarterback, and we can go through that.
Yes, we do. According to this is Sports Betting AG. There are a lot of different websites that have almost the same names, but in different orders. But I'm curious to see what you think of this order.
I'm curious to see what I think of it, too. In the meantime, we have here Patrick Peterson, who's never shy with an opinion. He's great. He does a podcast with Pony, although was this on his other podcast here? limits?
Yes. This was on the All Things Covered podcast.
Let's hear what his solution is for the Steelers' offense moving forward.
Man, I'm getting rid of everybody on the offensive side of the ball, except for my offensive line.
Stop it there.
Wow.
And we need that soundbite alone to play throughout the offseason. That is tremendous. I'm getting rid of everybody on the offensive side of the ball.
Man, I'm getting rid of everybody on the offensive side of the ball.
All right, let him continue. Start there again, though, because I can't get enough of that.
Oh, my. Man, I'm getting rid of everybody on the offensive side of the ball, except for my offensive line. I like Jalen. I think he's a solid back. I think you need to bring in another back, but I'm keeping Jalen Warren for sure. What is this? Pickens, did they pick up his option, or is that?
No, he's not a first rounder, so this would be his 4th year coming up.
Oh, yeah, so they don't even have to pick up his option. We're going to keep him.
What you going to do at the quarterback?
Oh, we got to go get we got to go get a quarterback.
Didn't he just say he's going to get rid of everybody on the offense? Now he's bringing them all back.
I don't know.
Hold on. Go back. He said he would get rid of everybody.
He said, I keep the offensive line. I like Jalen Warren. I think,
a couple
and
of receivers
Pickens.
and a quarterback, Bob.
Keep Pickens. Do we get to Freiermuth at any point here?
No Freiermuth.
They pick up his option, or is that?
No, he's not a first rounder, so this would be his 4th year coming up.
Oh, yeah, so they don't even have to pick up his option. We're going to keep him.
What you going to do at the quarterback?
Oh, we got to go get we got to go get a quarterback, because I feel like we can't run it back.
Who's available?
I don't know.
So I'm going to give you a list, guys.
Aaron Rodgers is the leading candidate of landing to be the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, man, according to Vegas.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, so here's my question. Let's get into the quarterback stuff later, Bob. Let's save that. With this offense, I actually think the offensive line could be good. It could be, because I'm going right to left. Fatanu, McCormick, Frazier, Sayamalu, and Jones. And I realize that Jones might be the wild card there. I think Fatanu is going to be a really good player. We haven't seen it yet,
we thought that of
obviously,
Jones,
he was
too,
hurt.
and 2 years later, I don't know what it is.
I know, but he seems to be an even more hyped prospect than Jones. Jones is – how old is Jones? 21 still? 22?
No,
what is
24, 25.
He is? Broderick Jones is 24 or 25, Bob?
I think he's less than that. I think he came out
23, I'm sorry.
23, yeah.
That's okay. We were both wrong.
He's like 2 months younger than me.
I know. I actually think – here's what I would do. Here's what I would do, Bob, given all the issues there are in free agency, in the draft, trying to get your quarterback. And I'm not saying this would work and that I have much faith in it. It's the best option that I personally see available right now. That's to bring back Justin Fields and accentuate his strength, which is running the ball, and go to a college offense where you have an offensive line that, if nothing else, can move people. My God, it should be able to with the guys that I just mentioned. Bring in another running back to go with Jalen Warren, like a real running back, and you can find them anywhere. The kid for Tampa Bay the other night, Bucky Irving, is a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody who has speed. Bring in a home run hitter. And then you and while you're at it, bring in a fullback who can actually block people, as opposed to what they try to do now, which is skate by with somebody like Connor Hayward as a quasi fullback tight end. We never throw to him, we never use him, but he's not that good of a blocker anyway. How that makes sense, none of us know, but we'll do it anyway thing. Bring in a fullback who can wreck people. Another running back to complement Warren, an elite running quarterback anyway in Justin Fields, a big road grading, theoretically offensive line, and go to town in the run game. If that's what you want to be anyway, then go be it. Go run someone who told us yesterday, the veer option. Run what Lamar was doing under Greg Roman. Just run the hell out of the thing, Bob. That to me, not a great solution. It might be their best solution.
Well, I'm okay with Fields. I've been saying that since this whole season ended. He would be the choice I'd have coming back just because of the age, the athleticism, and my willingness to believe that he can take a step in the right direction in his passing game. But for your scenario to work, you'd have to convince Mike Tomlin that change would be the change
Convince
you need.
Mike Tomlin. He has to go. He has to go from where he is right now, which is 1976, one half step further.
He still believes, and that's why Arthur Smith was hired, because he philosophically is on the same page, which is to run the football, which is fine. Teams do it very well, but the teams that do it very well also have a lot of other threats as part of their game.
The Ravens
All you have to do is Ravens do.
Not
what are you talking
when
about?
Lamar came into the league, they were run.
Okay, but I'm talking about now. The run game works now and has for the last 2 years because you have two dynamic tight ends now. Zay Flowers has emerged.
I'm not talking about them now. Everything's changed there now.
Philadelphia runs the ball well with Barkley, not just because they run the ball, because they have two guys out there.
Best two receiver in the league.
That's my point.
Tandem.
To run the ball successfully, you need a passing game.
You don't have one, and you're not going to have one.
You need to find a passing game.
Where?
In the draft, with the
Fields
trade,
can't
whatever
pass.
the case.
That's the other slight problem here.
You're making that out like it'll never change. I believe it can change, and it starts with how you deal with his passing game, and it doesn't have to be down the field all the time. You can create well-designed screens. You can do little things that take pressure off of him and get him confidence moving forward.
Forget about 1976. Go back to 1956 and run the Army offense. I'm dead serious. Run a college offense with Justin Fields. That's where you are.
You got to have
the position you put yourself in, and it might work.
Who really make defenses think and account. And if you don't do that, you're not going to run the ball. I don't care what kind of gadgets you're using. The only reason it works in Baltimore is because they have a lot of things that can help it work.
No, everything's changed in Baltimore. When he came into the league, they had Greg Roman, and all they wanted to do was run.
Right.
And they ran with guys good running backs, mediocre running backs, whoever. They ran because of their scheme,
so if you're
because their quarterback was an elite runner.
Again, I don't see that happening here. I don't think they're going to go that way. Do you? You can say it all you want, but do you actually believe they would do that?
To a point, they're already doing it, Bob. That's what they want.
You're suggesting doing it as your principal way of operating on offense. I just don't think that's.
They want to be the smash mouth Steelers. That's what they want to be.
But you're also saying
they ran
you're
on
doing
first
it
down
through
the whole year.
Gimmick stuff. I don't want gimmick stuff.
I don't think a read option offense is a gimmick.
You can't be a pounding football team, and their numbers suggest that. They're like dead last in the league or next to it running the football. Why? Because everyone knows they're going to try it, even though they don't have enough offense to the outside.
Right, but you change the dynamic completely if you have a running quarterback who actually runs.
And we saw that with Justin Fields in the 6 games he was here. He
run him even more.
But he also showed me something in the Indy game, and I still take away from his 6 games that moment when they were down big. He came out in the second half, threw the ball well down the field.
He's Marcus Mariota. On one play, you'll say, "Oh my God, that's the greatest quarterback I've ever seen."
Then why do you want him back?
Because there's no other better options, and because he's an elite runner.
There are options. I'll run them down.
All right.
This list that we talked
about.
Then
let's do that at the top of 11 o'clock.
Okay.
We've changed our strategy. You give me one option I think is better than a running Justin Fields.
But he has to be able to pass, too. You
can't just – it's not like –
But I believe he can. You don't believe he can.
I don't believe that Justin Fields can orchestrate a high-impact NFL passing offense. No, I don't.
It doesn't have to be high impact.
Can he make some good plays? Yes.
It has to be strategically done so that it takes pressure off the run game to create opportunities for the run game.
Sure.
If you're just going to exclusively run.
He needs to hit a play down the field every once in a while.
Right, and I think he can. You don't?
I do.
Well,
that's way different than having an actual mature adult passing game in the NFL.
Well, they may not have that right now, so they're going to have to. But they have to still develop the down the field game here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm exaggerating to a point. They're not going to, if they run 60 plays, they're not going to run 60 runs. You're going to have to pass sometimes, but you're not going to be able to line up, empty set Joe Burrow and wing the ball around the whole game because he's inconsistent. Justin Fields.
I think he could be more consistent if you pattern the game plan around his skills, which I think are shorter passes. He has to show that we saw the one that goes through Warren's hand at 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, right. He has no
That's
touch.
The kind of stuff he has to work on, and I think he can work on it.
Bob, he's 50 games into his career. You're saying he has to work on a touch?
I'm saying he's still young enough where he had turbulent years in Chicago. I think this year probably helped him out, that he played, showed that he can, and then watched.
Showed that he can what?
Show that he can operate an NFL offense to the tune of 4 wins and 2 losses. So I think there are things that I've seen in his game that make me think they can develop. Development is the key to everything here. We could talk about bringing in names, but if you believe as coaches that you can develop Isn't that true of every position? Your offensive line has to develop.
Can you develop a guy who's proven he already can't be a high-impact NFL quarterback?
Then you're just having him here because there's no other option, and then you have to kick the can down the road, find another quarterback at some point. And this is a practice that's going to go on for quite some time, and that's the problem. So they got to figure out a plan here, and I think he can be part of the plan. I'm not saying he's going to turn into Peyton Manning. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he can be an effective short game passer, mix things up, scheme guys open, do things that make the quarterback look better.
His last game here, he passed for 145 yards against the. I mean,
what did Russell Wilson have in his last 4 games?
Yeah, well, he was playing good competition, but Russell Wilson proved in the end that he's not a guy you want moving forward. He's still a decent quarterback. He's a better passer than Justin Fields.
Give me your percentage.
We'll talk about that coming up. We've gone way overboard. Bob has the odds on the Steelers' next quarterback. You can join us, 412-928-9370. It's 11:02. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency to get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Somebody took a shot at Russell Wilson in the league, and somebody wants Najee Harris on their team. We'll solve those mysteries as well. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Text line, you can interact with our friend and yours, City Limits, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Limits.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates acquired right-handed pitcher Brett DeGuss from the Blue Jays yesterday in exchange for cash considerations. And sad news in baseball, as legendary baseball broadcaster Bob Uecker has passed away at the age of 90. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I'm a Western PA guy born and raised, much like my friends Joe George and Larry Kelly. They're the highly respected AV-rated injury attorneys at LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbic, Kelly, and George. And as Larry explains, integrity is everything that Western PA is all about and part of the LGKG business model.
Personal integrity, my father, Fred Kelly, gave me the definition of that when I was a young man. And it's really simple. Do what you say you're going to do. Sounds simple, but it's not always done. You know, at LGKG, we've been keeping promises for over 90 years. When we make a promise to our client, we do it. And you know what? If we hadn't done it, the word would be around. The people would know. We live in this community. We work in this community. We coach in this community. People know us and we know them. And I think that's why. Because in communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it.
LGKG Injury Lawyers, 7 locations, Western Pennsylvania, LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings on hundreds of items every time you shop, with new low prices, deals for days, weekly sales, and My Perks at your neighborhood Giant Eagle. Visit gianteagle.com for details.
You don't marry someone you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Unlike the chain stores, we don't force you to buy something you didn't ask for or can't afford. We work within your budget. We listen to you. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. Get the savings you want on America's largest 5G network. Visit T-Mobile.com/choice55 and start saving today.
That's the power of Bowser. Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. Oh, that's the power of Bowser. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
The temperatures aren't the only thing dropping. Prices at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville are dropping too during our winter savings event. Hurry in for huge savings on every new Toyota in stock, including new Tacomas and hybrid SUVs. And to help you get through winter, Panda has bundled a lifetime powertrain warranty together with complimentary maintenance, including oil changes at no additional charge on whatever new Toyota you choose. Don't miss Spitzer's winter savings event.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
The world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is your bathroom stuck in the past, dreaming of a sleek, modern upgrade? It's time to call Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling. They specialize in full bathroom remodels, turning outdated spaces into luxurious retreats. From stunning showers to custom vanities, they bring your vision to life on time and within budget. Wow. Get started with a free in-home consultation and flexible financing options to fit your budget. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com today. Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling, creating dream bathrooms for over 50 years.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL playoffs, the divisional round on Saturday. You can hear the games right here on 93.7 The Fan. Houston will play against Kansas City at 4:30 on Saturday. Washington is at Detroit 8 o'clock on Saturday night. And that all leads you up into Sunday's games between the Rams and Philadelphia at 3 o'clock. Baltimore will play against Buffalo at 6:30, and you can hear the late game on Saturday, Washington and Detroit right here on The Fan. We have Pitt basketball for you at noon that day on Saturday, and then diving into both games on Sunday, the Rams in Philadelphia and Baltimore in Buffalo. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Bob and I had a passionate argument, after which Bob wasn't listening to me during the intermission.
Yes, I was. I listened to every little thing, everything you said.
I was trying to compare the Bills and the Ravens and giving you very pertinent facts here, and you were busy with your phone. I felt like I was talking to my daughter, trying to get anything out of her. And
I was responding. I was responding to a necessary question that needed to be answered from someone at work. So I have to do that too. I listened to everything you said. And you were making a case that the Buffalo Bills are going to circle the wagons and beat the Ravens, and I would disagree with that.
I'm making a case against logic. I know that.
But who is under more pressure at quarterback? We talked about coaches. Coaches still may impact this game in a negative way. Both are capable.
I'll tell you.
Which quarterback has more to lose if they don't win?
It's both of them. It's both. That's why I think this should be the rare year where there's co-MVPs. How many times has that happened in league history? These guys are.
I agree.
These guys are in the same boat. They're both all-time talented quarterbacks who have been presented with golden opportunities to win it all. 14-2 teams, 14-3. Were the Bills the number 1 seed a couple years ago? I can't remember. They were in Kansas City and had them beat couple years back. They've had the best team. So have the Ravens. And both these quarterbacks are inching toward 30, and neither one of them has won. I think they'll be in for the same amount. Not only will they be in for, a social media avalanche of criticism, people will be saying they're never going to win it. People will be saying, see, I told you the other guy was the MVP, whoever loses the game. To me, I'm not picking. It's one of the rare times I won't pick between one or the other. I think they're in the exact same situation. You?
Yeah, and I think co-MVPs is justified. It's normally not the case. You can always look at something and say, well, this guy is better here than this, whatever. Not in this case. They're both highly regarded. They're both highly productive. and they do it similarly with both their run and the arm, the legs and the arm. They can do it in multiple ways. They're good in clutch situations. They don't make mistakes generally.
Wait, has there ever been co-MVPs?
I don't think so.
I must have been looking at baseball the other day.
I can't remember off the top of my head if there have been or not, but I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Limits, can you look that up, please? Oh, there was.
Yeah, one other time.
Steve McNair and Peyton Manning in 2003.
All right, so the 2003. Geez, oh man, why am I thinking that? I guess that would be right. Steve McNair was really good at that time.
They each got 16 first-place votes.
Well, then there's a precedent, and so this should be. I would imagine this is an even tighter competition than that one.
This is. I don't know. I'd have to look. I'd have to do way more research. Off the top of my head, I can't remember two more spectacular quarterbacks having spectacular years like this in the same season. Where you just had to say both were worthy of MVP. You just had to say it, Bob. Give me one. Well, Peyton Manning what year did he have 55 touchdowns?
Oh, I don't remember the year off.
That was his first year in Denver, 2013?
Yeah. I mean, was there somebody else that we were thinking at that time, oh, yeah, he should be getting voting?
No, these guys, but to your point, the numbers are almost identical. Almost identical.
Let me give you some. Plus, it's the eye test is identical. Right. I almost don't care about the numbers. I know the numbers are spectacular. One guy, I think, has 47 overall touchdowns. The other guy, 43, something like that, running and passing. I think Lamar has a better team. I think Lamar has a better team, yes, but his numbers are also better. So Josh did it with a worse supporting cast. He doesn't have Derrick Henry, okay? He doesn't have him. But it's even in the end. The year that Peyton Manning threw 55 touchdowns, Brady was the next guy at 25. There was no contest. Give me another one, Limits. Aaron Rodgers in 2011? Thank you. Aaron Rodgers had 45 touchdowns and only 6 picks. Now, that was a year where Drew Brees had 46 touchdowns, Bob. 46 touchdowns.
But the Saints were not the same kind of a team.
Right.
So, and you got to factor that in, too.
There was a difference of 8 picks, plus Rodgers ran for 300 yards. And so he got 48 out of 50 votes.
Barry Sanders and Brett Favre also split MVP, too, according to our dear friend Pony.
Barry Sanders and who?
Barry Sanders and Brett Favre.
Holy horse!
What year was that?
1997.
Okay. Well, again, the precedent's been set then. I think this would be another example.
That was the year I started on the Penguins beat, and neither Moley or Yager was talking to me by week 2.
Why do you have that effect on people? You're a very gregarious person.
I don't know why I do. Who shared it that year?
Person, you know.
Favre and Sanders.
Yeah,
okay,
97.
Good. That's a good one. We had one guy with 35 touchdown passes, Bob. Well, that should have gone to Barry Sanders. 2,053 rushing yards.
To me, that's, again, I'll go back to what I said a couple weeks ago to you. If Saquon Barkley cannot win an MVP with this kind of season, then never again will you see a running back. And if it took Barry Sanders that much just to get to be co-status, because quarterbacks always get preferential treatment.
This might be the 2 greatest MVP candidates as a combo package of all time.
Yeah, I think
more eye tests than numbers.
We just ran through all the numbers and are, again, almost identical in every single way.
Give me another one. What about Dickerson? When he did he get the MVP the year he set the record? Oh, Limitless Wonder?
In the 80s? Marino won it in 84.
Did Dickerson not get the MVP that year?
No.
Who the hell won it? What year was that? You and Bob talk for a minute
84,
while I look this up. I don't know. Bob, you had odds on...
No, Dickerson was later than that, wasn't he? I can't remember the year.
No, he broke it in 84, and the MVP in 84 was Marino.
All right, then that's a year, without even looking at this, that's a year where you had 2 spectacular candidates. Was that 48 touchdown year? Yes, it was. So you had 48 touchdowns from Marino, Bob, and 2,105 yards from Dickerson. That's a good year. But how about 2 quarterbacks who had years like this? Can you find them who are this great in the same year, Limits? I don't want to do live research for the whole show. We get the point.
No, but my point to you is who has under more pressure to win? Is it?
It's equal. It's perfectly equal.
So you think if Lamar Jackson doesn't win, the people in Baltimore say, well, he's never going to win a big one. Do you think Josh Allen is under the same pressure?
Maybe. If I had to pick, if you're forcing me to pick, it would be Lamar because he's about to win his 3rd MVP. But Josh is playing at home.
Yeah, that's the other thing. And they've never been underdogs until now. I think they're still an underdog at 1, last check.
Boomer Esiason won the MVP in '88. Did Greg Giannotti give his present him at the MVP thing, Bob?
I might have, I don't know.
How about Kurt Warner in '99? I know you're interested in that, Bob, aren't you? No other quarterback had close to 41 touchdowns that year. You get my point. You had Steelers quarterbacks, don't you? You have the odds on who will be the next Steelers quarterback. You and I got into a very...
I think you would be maybe not stunned by this list because I don't agree with this list. And I don't think any of these names are going to actually turn into fruition.
I know,
these are
none of us thought Russell Wilson and Justin Fields would be here this year either, except Peter King. I was there.
Yeah. All right,
ahead,
so do you want to know who has the best
First,
odds?
I want to give the people a little background. Bob and I had a very healthy altercation before the break. We both, I think, have reached the conclusion, along with Limits, that Justin Fields is probably going to be the guy here. The free agency class stinks, the trade market stinks, and the draft stinks for quarterbacks. So your options are extremely limited here. Russell Wilson probably isn't coming back. That situation seems to have soured up to and including the notion that the big boy put forward, Mark Cabali, that him and Artie have had problems.
It was a joke.
Yeah, but he seemed to back off that a little bit. Said they worked it out. Well, I mean, it wasn't like they were hating each other.
No,
I mean,
they had different philosophies.
Right, but isn't that true of everybody who's in that room? I'm sure you have different plays you want as a player, and then the coach wants something different based on what the head coach wants.
I don't think Russell's coming back. Do you?
No, but he's on this list as the fourth best choice.
Give me the list.
Number 1 on this list.
Yep.
Now, this was before Sam, I should point this out. They haven't updated this odds. This is before Sam Darnold's game, the last game, which, by the way, he got sacked 9 times. He was terrible in it, but his offensive line totally betrayed him in that game. I thought it was awful.
Give me the names.
Aaron Rodgers, number 1 on the list at 4-1. I don't believe that. To me, there's no chance of that happening. Is there a chance for you that can happen?
Absolutely.
You think
Haven't you seen his bromance with Mike Tomlin?
Please. He's 41. You know, if you're going to have a bromance,
Bob,
pick a younger guy.
They're more desperate than Ron in Fort Myers right now.
Have you checked in on Ron in Fort Myers when it comes to that? What's the scorecard say down there?
You're a pathetic person.
Everybody's on this list, and everybody's viable, right. And you know what Tomlin
Sam
feels
Darnold,
about. Right?
Second. No way. I'm not doing it. I've seen ups and downs with him. I saw him in a tremendous system. I don't think that system existed.
I'm not a Sam Darnold guy, but strictly as a passer, he's Dan Marino compared to Fields.
Bring him in.
Bring him in, says Limits.
Sam Darnold, bring him in.
Justin Fields is next on the list at 5-1. Russell Wilson 6-1. Jalen Milroe has gained steam. I'm not doing that.
I might take a shot at him.
We talked yesterday about Daniel Jones. He's listed on this list here.
I might take Daniel Jones over almost any of them, Bob. That's how desperate I am.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, boy, they really soured on him quickly. And
who else is on the list?
Well, if you're going to go deeper, we're going to go deeper.
Or
Kirk Cousins, Carson Beck, Derek
Who's
Carr.
going back to Miami?
J.J. McCarthy at one point was 8-1, is now 16-1. I think that's because of Darnold's performance.
Now the Darnold McCarthy thing interests me. Limits, you follow that closer than me. What's going to happen?
Can I give you 2 other names? Let's just to complete the list.
Yeah.
Anthony Richardson and Gardner Minshew.
Oh God. Is Anthony Richardson of interest at all?
Not one bit.
Why is Fields like the obvious pick over him?
Well, probably because he's already been in the system for a year, and
he's had far more success.
Yeah, but the system stinks.
Well, nobody's denying that.
What do you think Indy's going to do again? Here we go. This is what could happen to the Steelers if they don't get this right eventually.
I would like Gardner Minshew just for his mustache and the entertainment factor as a backup. Wouldn't you, Bob?
I don't mind backups.
Tell me about Minnesota. Limits.
Well,
catch us up there. What's happening?
But before their 2-game losing streak and getting embarrassed in Detroit and then losing the way that they did against the Rams, their full intention, at least according to multiple reports, was to bring back Sam Darnold, that they were very interested in bringing back Darnold. Now, it seems like there's some sour grapes in that regard now, and more steam is picked up for McCarthy to be their starter. But it seems like they're in limbo, and it's going to come down to how much Darnold wants.
Well, everything I'm reading in these headlines is that Oh, was that Bobby? You playing the piano?
It sounded that way, didn't it?
It's wonderful. Beautiful. Is that McCarthy will be the guy next year, that they won't want to pay Darnold, that was the plan anyway, and while he had a good year, you saw where it ended, that they're going to go with the younger guy. Is that the gist that you're getting?
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. Their offensive line needs to be improved, too. Like, Darnold was sacked 9 times in that game, partly because he held the ball too much.
He held the ball way too long at times, but also their offensive line was just – I got to tell you what, the Rams are a dangerous team right now. I mean, they really are. They're going to go on the road with nothing to lose, and Philadelphia has so much pressure playing in that cauldron that you see in Philadelphia.
They say they might franchise tag Darnold, this story says, Bob. Might franchise tag him and see if they really believe McCarthy's the guy, once he starts to at least practice and maybe get some playing
that would
time.
solve their, short-term needs if McCarthy doesn't make it well, and then they can, after 1 year, move away from him.
So there's zero chance that McCarthy would be on the trade market.
Well,
that's the moral of that story.
A lot of people were talking about that, and I think that was pre the last 2 games.
We had people
the last
so
2 games, Darnold did not look very good against 2 very good defenses that came after him.
Look at the snow behind you, Bob. You scared?
It's not snowing, Joe. Why are you scared?
It's not snowing.
It's not snowing.
Look behind you. There's white flakes coming out of the sky.
You're delusional. I'm sitting next to the window. There's nothing coming down.
Limits? Do you see snow?
Joe, I see snow falling, yes.
Okay. Define snow. That's a mist.
That's flakes coming out of the sky.
Are you worried about that? It got your attention?
No, I'm not worried. I was wondering if you were worried.
I'm not worried.
We grew up in Buffalo. We go swimming naked in pools in weather like this.
Then why are you pointing it out?
To see if you were scared.
There's no snow. It's not snowing.
This is a very odd conversation limit.
Bob, you said it's misting. If it's misting rain, is it raining?
There's a word.
So then it's snowing.
Okay.
Who would you
take? Can we move on?
Yeah. Who would you take out of those quarterbacks? I think I would take Fields, for God's sake.
I'm going to take Fields, as I said.
And I'm not happy about that. And I don't think he's the solution.
With Allen being the quarterback, or the backup, Kyle Allen, I think he showed a little bit. And how often is he going to play anyway? So if you have somebody like that who's a veteran, I'd bring him back.
How about Kyler Murray? What if he was on the trade market?
Though.
What if he was?
As long as he's in the film room studying.
Yeah,
remember that?
What if he was, Bob? Would you be interested?
Probably not. I mean, I like what he does, but I think he's an incomplete quarterback. I think we saw that as the season wore on. I think he's very talented, but it's a lot of money. I'd rather.
Colin Cowherd, Cardinals will discuss trading Kyler Murray. Ryan Wilson, our friend from CBS Sports. You know him, Limits, right?
Yes.
He used to read Ron's columns when Ryan went to CMU.
And what were his opinions of it?
He says Ryan Wilson, or this says, proposes Browns trade for Kyler Murray for the number 2 pick. Says Travis Hunter would get the fan base excited over there in Arizona. What about that? So people are talking about that, Bob.
I get it, but okay, what would the cost be then?
He has a pretty hefty contract. Can you look?
But I'm not even talking about that. What would it take to pry him away if you're going to make a deal?
First-round pick.
See, I would rather just do it another way. I'm not going to go in that direction.
Here's why they would do it. One, they might not be all that happy with him. They were 1-5 coming out of the bye week.
And he was not good, by the way, in a lot of those games.
They haven't won really anything with him. And also there's a clause that kicks in at some point here. He's in the midst of a 5-year, $230 million contract. 5 years, $230 million. They could trade Murray pre-June 1st and save almost $15 million against the cap. They would eat $29 million in dead money. Now, the coach there apparently loves him, or so they say. But that's an option. Do either of you like Kyler Murray?
No.
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 I mean, I like him, but he's not going to solve their issues.
No, he's not.
I agree with
If you don't have weapons
like
around him, too, he becomes one-dimensional. And I think, he's getting older. I'm not going to go there.
He's only 27. Maybe he should go play baseball.
He's having a pretty good NFL career, Limits.
He was picked 8th in the MLB draft. Remember that?
He was picked 8th?
Yeah. He was the first-round pick by the Oakland A's.
Yeah, he was really talented.
Why don't the Pirates trade for him then, Bob? Instead of Gus DeSantos. What's this guy's name they brought in?
DeGeese.
DeGoose. Or no, DeGus.
Goose Gossage?
DeGeese.
DeGus. Brett DeGus.
Yeah, you're probably – I mean, Kyler Murray, I've been more of a fan of his than most. And I can't tell whether his problems are related to being part of that crap franchise. But then again, the Steelers keep company with the likes of the Cardinals these days with the longest playoff winless streaks in the NFL. Would you guys like to name the 8 teams with the longest streaks? And I'll tell you if you're right or wrong.
Miami has to be one of them, right?
Yes, they are. That's one. Limits?
The Jets.
That's 2.
Jets.
Not the Giants. They've won a playoff game more recently
so
than
did
the
the
Steelers.
Browns.
Yes, they have limits.
So did
Very
the Browns.
good. So did everybody in the Steelers division.
San Diego.
No, you're wrong about that as well.
The Raiders are definitely on that list.
Yes.
Yes, the Raiders are. Yep.
Who have you said so far? Raiders,
Jets,
Dolphins.
Raiders, Jets, and Dolphins.
How many
Who
teams
else you
are
got?
there?
8.
8.
Steelers are 8th in the whole NFL.
The Bears.
The Bears. Yes, you're right. Very good limits.
Thank you. Indianapolis.
No.
No, they won one.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that.
It's the Jets, Raiders, Cardinals, Bears, Dolphins, Steelers, Panthers, and Broncos.
Broncos, too. Wow, that goes back to 2015 then, right, for their streak.
Now, you tell me which of these teams, you tell me if this team will snap their streak before the Steelers will. Are you ready? Just say yes or no. Ready, Bob?
Before the Steelers win a playoff game.
This team I'm about to name, they'll snap their playoff winless streak before the Steelers. You ready, Limits?
I'm ready.
Jets.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Raiders.
No.
No chance.
Yes. Cardinals.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Joe's going to say yes to everyone.
Bears.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Not in that division, they won't.
Panthers.
No.
No.
No. Broncos.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Dolphins.
No.
No.
No. Where does that leave us, Bob? Which teams did you say we're going to snap it before the Steelers?
I don't know. I don't remember.
No.
Well, Joe, you said everybody but 2.
Arizona, yes. I think Arizona, yes.
I think the Jets have talent right now.
Who's their quarterback?
Well, here's the thing. A lot of those teams are going to stink, so they're going to have more chances to get a franchise quarterback than the Steelers do.
They're going to have the same chances the Steelers do. There's no quarterbacks in this year's draft class that I like.
No, they're going to have better. Well, that doesn't mean there won't be a good one.
They're going to pick somebody.
Year.
The
Steelers are going to go 10-7 or 9-8 every year until, you're at Bob Evans with the early bird special limits 40 years from now.
The Steelers should. They probably won't. Just, have a reset year.
Do you like Bob Evans, Bob?
Yeah, I love the sausage.
So do I. Yeah.
I love it.
The patty or the limp?
My favorite eatery place for the mornings right now is Central Diner out where I live. It's a great place.
You like the patties or the link?
Both.
Yeah.
Yep. You like bacon?
I like bacon the same way I like hamburgers, burnt. Just totally burnt, flat burnt.
Crispy, very crispy. I like crispy.
Yeah.
Breakfast is the best meal of the day. I have it so infrequently.
And yet you don't eat it.
No, I don't.
No, and I don't either. I always say that, but I'm not up in time to eat it. And when I do, I'm not,
Limit stole a Rice Krispie treat from the Duquesne training room.
No, it was offered up.
No, it wasn't.
You wouldn't take a snack.
No, they offered snacks on the table.
I would then
you went
be
over
afraid.
You went over to the counter where we weren't offered, and you grabbed a Rice Krispie treat.
We were offered snacks there.
And I told Melissa on the way home.
Yeah, what did she say?
That. She hasn't responded yet.
So are we not allowed back to eat a Rice Krispie treat that were offered up towards us? Right by the table
you went to the other table. We were offered on the little table, the little treats. You went for a big treat.
It was the little table.
No, it wasn't. It was in a bowl on the other side of the training room. You might have deprived one of their players of a Rice Krispie
Then why
treat.
were there still 7 or 8 Rice Krispie treats left when we left?
For after the game? Bob? If you had to bet right now who their quarterback will be.
Justin Fields.
I say Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
And on a scale of 1 to 5, happiness about that, I'm about a 2.5. You?
I see something better in him. I do. So I'm going to go 5.
5 out of 5?
Oh, I thought you said 5 out of 10.
No. 1 to 5.
Oh, then I'd go 2.5.
Well, so would I.
I still think, I'm hopeful that they can develop him. I hope he can develop himself. I think he has the potential to do it. So hopefully that gets done. If not, and they bring him back and he's the starter, where do they go next? To the 2026 NFL draft in Pittsburgh, with a high pick.
And then they can take their franchise quarterback, Drew Aller, in the first round of the 2026 draft.
Kenny Pickett
on
the
the
second.
North Shore.
How about Jackson Dart, Bob? You like him?
Yeah, I mentioned him a few seconds ago, repeatedly. You weren't listening to me.
No.
Of this
When
group,
did you mention him?
because you said there's no one. Limit said there's nobody in the draft. There are some.
Limits
and
thinks
we
he's
don't
Mel
know.
Kiper. He's got all these guys
We don't
graded.
know how these guys are going to turn out. It's such a unscientific way, despite all the science involved. Yet so many mistakes are made.
Wouldn't that be great, though? 2026 NFL draft, the Steelers take their franchise quarterback in their home city.
Well, it could turn out that way. Who knows?
Eli Holstein?
Will he be coming out to the draft at that point?
I don't know if he will. They
Arch
seem to have
Manning is the hot name a lot of people like to throw out there. I don't even think he's going to come out next year.
They seem to have an affection for Pitt players or people who riddled Pitt, like Mason Rudolph and James Washington in a game.
Are you guys 100%?
Yet they pass up the guy, Kalijah Cansey, who now looks like a mini Aaron Donald.
He's a star.
Are you guys completely good with the fact that Shedeur Sanders is going to be a franchise quarterback and a good one?
No. I think he'll be fine.
I'm not there yet. No. I don't think he has a great arm.
Yeah, I there's a part of me that really likes what I see. Then there's a part of me that doesn't. So I don't know. I mean, that's what's he and Cam Ward are the best two guys available.
I don't like Cam Ward dipping out of his bowl game at halftime after setting the touchdown pass
everybody
record.
dips out of their bowl game limit.
He only played in the bowl game to set the record, and then it's like, see you guys in the middle of a game like he was AB walking off the field. I'm just going to sit out the rest of the way and give up on you.
I agree with you.
At least he played a half.
That rubbed me the wrong way.
That rubbed you guys the wrong way more than somebody not playing at all?
That rubbed me the wrong way, yes. If you're going to do it, do it. Play for them.
If you're going to play,
that's your team.
play the
You
entirety
essentially said, I'm only for me, and I'm leaving you guys behind. That's
Entirely.
the wrong look.
I'm chasing records.
If you are a quarterback of a team, that tells me that down the road, if there's something like that going on, he will put his own interests ahead of those of his teammates.
Yeah, all these guys will.
It's their final game of the year. It's not like you're in the NFL going on to the playoffs and you're chasing a record.
At least
and then
he
you come
played.
Out.
The other guys don't even suit up.
He played for his own
But you're not
for his own
record.
good and for his own record.
Did he help his team on the way to
No,
his own
because they
record?
lost.
Were they losing at halftime?
They lost in the game. I think they were. It was like a one-score
Yeah, it was
game,
close.
and then they ended up losing. It was
Right.
a close game.
He kept them close. He
Yeah,
played
and then
it
he
out.
bailed on them, and that's good.
So bailing on them and not playing is better than bailing on them and playing a half. After a half.
I just think the circumstances in this case
You might
made
be
me
right,
think
actually.
that he's extremely self-centered about him and not his team, and that's not a good look. Especially,
And that makes him unusual in pro sports.
But when you lay it out there, that obviously scouts are looking at that. Maybe head coaches are looking at that and say, "Wait a minute, he's just going to bail on him at this point. He got the record and he leaves. That's not the look I want." Because they look at everything. You don't think they consider that?
I
I
think
do.
They look at talent first. They don't care when these guys skip bowl games, leave bowl game. What bowl game was it? The Pop-Tart Bowl?
I think it might have been the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Was it actually the Pop-Tart Bowl? Bob, I think the national championship game should be the Pop-Tart Bowl solely for the fact that there's a toaster in the trophy. Did you see that?
I think that's a very interesting looking trophy, yes.
They lost to Iowa State 42-41 in the Pop-Tart Bowl.
There you go. He gave himself a chance.
Yeah,
for
they
all
lost.
For all the Pop-Tarts. He gave them a chance.
He could have been the Pop-Tart MVP.
All right, Bob.
He could have brought that toaster home with him.
Coming
But nope. Nope, you decided to bail on the team.
Coming up next, wait a second. Mario Cristobal finally calls BS on Cam Ward narrative. Hold on a second.
He's probably defending his guy.
Yeah. I mean, at least he played a half. I'll say that. I can't find it.
And then you just dip on your team. Either play or don't play at all. Like, don't
He
have
says
it. You can't have
Cristobal
it both
says the
ways.
decision on the bowl game was predetermined based on his likely status as a number one pick. Therefore, you're wrong, Bob.
Then he shouldn't have played at all. Just chasing the record, then get me out of here. Don't like that at all.
Do you think if the Tennessee Titans are who has the number one pick in the draft?
You really think his
Who has
coaches
the
are going to
number
come
one
out and
pick?
defend him, though? Number one pick is Tennessee.
Do you think if they're set on this guy as their franchise quarterback, they would let that get in the way of it?
It worked for Bo Callahan with the Cleveland Browns on draft day.
What?
The movie Draft Day? You ever watch that?
Yeah, with Kevin Costner.
Kevin Costner. They wouldn't pick Bo Callahan because nobody went to his birthday party. So they realized that there were some character concerns with him, and then he ended up slipping in the draft.
Surprisingly, I
They took
forgot
Vontae
everything.
Mack.
I forgot everything I saw in that movie. It might have been the worst movie ever made.
I watch that movie every day or every draft day I watch it.
Who's the female lead in that movie?
Jennifer Gardner.
Oh, I love her from those commercials.
Yeah. What's in your
What's
wallet?
in your wallet?
Yeah.
They had the What's in Your Wallet guy, who I have no idea what his name is, but they keep calling him the What's in Your Wallet guy.
Carl Malden.
He was on the field for the Orange Bowl.
He was. They said, welcome Orange Bowl
Bob,
to the Orange Bowl Capital One guy.
You've gone way over here, Bob. Coming up
I'm
next.
sorry.
Somebody in the league has ripped Russell Wilson, and somebody, believe it or not, wants Najee Harris. There's a star in the league lobbying for him. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Oh, since when have you paid attention to the clock?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Penguins put Tristan Jarry on waivers yesterday at 2 p.m. Not yet known if he's going to be claimed or who it might be that he's claimed by. If Tristan Jarry is not claimed, he could go back to Wilkes-Barre, or the Penguins just could decide to cut ties entirely. Pitt basketball lost to Florida State 82-70 in Tallahassee last night. The Panthers are now on a 3-game losing streak. Next up is Clemson on Saturday at noon. 11:30 pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan, back at the Peterson Event Center. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love. I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Cloudy and breezy this afternoon, the high 34.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Ready for an escape from the everyday? Hi, this is Larry Richard. The Bradenton area on Florida's west coast is welcoming visitors. Their world-famous beaches have been restored to their pristine states. Beloved island businesses are bouncing back faster than expected. And their signature Floridian cuisine is just as fresh as ever. Don't wait. Start planning your visit today at BradentonGolfIslands.com.
Hey, Adam.
Yes, Doran.
You know what I love about Guardian Protection?
What do you love?
They make home security so smart it's like having your own personal security team.
You're not kidding. And their video surveillance has 24/7 HD recording, motion alerts, even two-way audio, so you can check in anytime.
Plus, smarter analytics mean your cameras can tell the difference between people
and vehicles.
And that's why they're the best. Visit guardianprotection.com/FAN or call 1-800-PROTECT today. That's guardianprotection.com/FAN. Call now for special offers.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson is the game of the weekend. And while both offenses are likely looking to play keep away and rely on the ground game, it feels impossible that this game won't be defined by the two quarterbacks. Both of them are looking up at Patrick Mahomes as the guy of this generation, but this game will go a long way in defining both legacies. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. You know what that means? Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer, like hotel stays at over 50 destinations, bonus bets in the app, dining experiences, game tickets, and more. So download the app using promo code RADIO-DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. Caesars Sportsbook. Don't just spectate, participate. Open to new users in Pennsylvania who are 21 or older, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. Max bet of $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
January is the perfect time to start new at ShorkeyChevy.com. Chevy Silverado pickups and full-size Suburbans up to an incredible $10,000 off. The popular Chevy Tahoe now up to $9,000 off. There's even 0% financing available. Plus, huge trade values guaranteed to save you even more. Your New Year deal, your way. What a great day. Locations in both Murraysville and the North Hills. ShorkeyChevy.com. Together, let's drive. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. See dealer for complete details.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Joe Montana here. In my football days, I knew the importance of a strong defense. Now I'm sharing how you can help defend your health against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease. Are you 50 or older like me? The CDC now recommends vaccination against pneumococcal disease. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at increased risk and over 6 times greater risk of hospitalization with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50. Schedule your appointment today at vaxassist.com.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is absolutely incredulous, Bob. Are you enjoying the show today? I'm having a great time.
Yeah, it's that time of the year here, Joe, and Austin, where you have a lot of different things on the table that possibly could happen. A lot of it is just conjecture and speculation, but, you know, that's what you do at this point, because that's what people are talking about. What do they do next? What do all teams do next when they hit ruts in the road?
Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. So, somebody out there has taken a shot at Russell Wilson, and it's the guy who used to coach him. It's Sean Payton, who talked about last year. I guess he had his season wrap-up news conference and says the Broncos are much better than a year ago, Bob. And his quote is, "That was misery." And then I don't think you have to stretch it out to say that he's talking about Russ.
So he didn't specify what his misery, the source of it.
Listen, that's the quote goes longer. We're a lot closer than we were at this time a year ago, he said. That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives. That was brutal. I'll say that. I don't know. Call me crazy, but I can't help but think he's at least partially referring to his experience with Mr. Unlimited. You?
Yeah, I mean, how can you not? Because that was the big move that, you know, in advance of what he did in the draft. So he had a different plan. He didn't like the way things were going. And who was the quarterback? It was Russell Wilson. So he benches him with a few games left in the season. So I guess that's how you would direct it.
I mean, they were a shocking team to me this year. I'm sorry. When the Steelers left Denver, I thought they left that team for dead. They were hampered to put it mildly, by still being on the hook for all that money to a quarterback who didn't play for them. They took a guy that a lot of people said, what are you doing, when they took Bo Nix, and they just looked horrible when they played the Steelers, and he brought them all the way back to a playoff spot. I think, I don't like him, but I think he did a hell of a job this year, don't you?
Well, certainly he did, and they got better as the year went on, which is the goal of any organization, get better as the year goes on.
They finished 10-5 in their last 15 games.
In their last game, and I realized Kansas City didn't play a lot of their regular people, but 38-zip out there. They were playing, I think if the Steelers had played them later in the year, that outcome would have been a little different, probably, the way they were going, because their defense got better, too. Their defense was good. It got to a very good level midway through the season, so they're going to be a team to reckon with, and that's why I thought that was one of my choices for a team that may win before the Steelers do.
Surtain is 24 years old. I don't know what his contract deal is, but assuming that he's still with them, I can't remember if he signed off the top of my head, and then I think Bo Nix is going to be a star. But as far as Russ goes, I think I started to understand, and I've defended Russ as a guy who's taken too much heat off the field. I think he does some amazing things off the field. He really does.
He's terrific.
But when Mark Schlereth talked about toxic positivity, I think I started to get what he meant by the end of the year. It just seems Russ is the kind of guy where the whole building is falling down, and part of me thinks that in order to fix something, you have to acknowledge that something is really wrong here, and he seems to have a difficult time doing that. It's almost like those old characters on Saturday Night Live who all they did was spew platitudes. Remember them? Mm-hmm. With all the time. All the time, it's platitudes. Right, it's like, Russell, this is not going well. Please acknowledge that the building has been cremated behind you.
Even in his final press conference of this season, when the locker room day, when they cleaned out, he used he used the word special 6 times.
There was nothing special about it.
No, I mean,
it was a disaster by the end. That can be annoying, I think, in life and in sports if you have someone around you who's constantly ignoring some very harsh realities.
I think internally you have to try to figure out, and it's good to have an optimistic attitude. You see something, you believe it can get better, but at some point you also have to be real, and he's the quarterback. He's seen it firsthand what it's like. And there's nothing wrong with admitting, hey, we have some things we have to change around here. Because, at the end of the year, we were playing better competition, and we did not live up to that at all.
It's like being in a relationship of any kind where there are some immense problems, and instead of addressing them together, you tiptoe around them and pretend everything is fine.
Right. That's a good way of looking at it. Pretend they're not. They don't exist.
You pretend they don't exist. And ultimately, where does that get you? I don't know. There was something about him and I like him, but there was something about him that by the end of this season, I understood where people like Schlereth were coming from. And whatever the goal was around here, I think it was to win a playoff game, and you had veteran players lobbying for him. It just didn't work. It didn't come close to working. This might have been their worst playoff loss of all.
Yeah, given the fact it was the Ravens, given the fact, you've had success about them and the way it unfolded with demolition derby going on out there, especially on defense too. But their offense, a lot of it was just not what they had ever intended to have on that game. They expected to be a close game, and they fell short, well short.
Russ has an unshakable belief that he can get it done, and that has served him well coming out of wherever he came out of last, Wisconsin and NC State, into the draft where people didn't think he would be a star. He's an undersized guy. He's been tough as hell. He's been productive. But at some point, that doesn't serve you. And he clearly banged heads with a very good offensive mind in Sean Payton. Clearly did. That's obvious. And it would appear that he did again with Arthur Smith this year. Maybe Russ was right about whatever he was saying. Cabali sort of intimated yesterday that it was Russ wanting to shoulder more of a load, and they went into this final game not trusting him. He looked pretty good, actually, when they got desperate in the second half, but in the first half, a couple more first down throws, Bob, but overall, Tomlin didn't trust his offense, period. He wouldn't even go for it on 4th and inches.
That's where I think, trying not to make mistakes really hurts you. you can't worry about that. You got to come out and just play. You got to play. If you have a strength in the passing game, if you think that's what it could be, or do something different in that game, and they didn't. They stuck to their philosophy of trying to run first, and it didn't work. They didn't run first well all year. So why not change it a little bit? With their first throw, even though it was a drop to Freiermuth, I thought, okay, good. Come out, throw the ball. Move it around, quick huddle. I was expecting no huddle. Give them something different. The same, and they knew what was coming, pretty much. The same could be said on the other side of the ball. The Ravens were not disguising what they were doing. They had essentially 6 offensive linemen. They were going to run the ball, and they knew the Steelers couldn't stop them.
It just felt like, Russ was a hired gun in here to do one job. It didn't get done, and now it's time to move on. And I feel like we never got to know him. Like there doesn't seem to be a lot to latch onto there. And at the same time, I know firsthand that he does amazing work with kids and things like that. Him and his wife do. So I commend him for that. It just feels like, and that's pro sports in a way. He was a mercenary coming in here to do a job, to execute a mission, and it failed. And because of his age, I don't see why you would run that back. Like it's going to get better.
Yeah, I think that's why he's dropped on the list. No, he wasn't. There were games that he played very well. But, overall, I think the overall philosophy, in a way, hurt him. I think their lack of run game success hurt him. And the lack of not having playmakers hurt him. So while he is the quarterback and he didn't get rid of the ball in time at times and was reluctant to throw maybe over the middle, he didn't have many options in that regard either. So that, to me, is a two-way street.
Yeah. Very well said. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Coming up, I've mentioned a couple times that there's a team out there that wants Najee. And I wanted to ask these guys how we look back upon the Najee Harris era, assuming that it's finished here. And I think that fits into a column I wrote for the Post-Gazette this morning, Bob, under the headline, Steelers offense in disrepair thanks to a series of misguided, arrogant decisions. Let's go back in time a little bit and talk about, you talked about this yesterday, what was the post-Ben Roethlisberger plan for this offense? I'm going to tell you where I think it began and all the ways that it went wrong, and we can speak to that. Coming up next. Fan Hotline, you'd like me to do a Limitless Wonder? Is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Legendary baseball broadcaster Bob Uecker, primarily of the Milwaukee Brewers, has passed away at the age of 90. Steelers offensive coordinator Arthur Smith interviewed for the Chicago Bears head coaching job yesterday. He's expected to interview with the Jets today. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Hello, it's snowing, and it's expected to continue through around 8 o'clock tonight. An additional 2 to 3 inches of snow is expected to fall today in most places, with higher totals in usual spots like the Laurel Highlands and the Ridges. I have highs today hitting the upper 20s, with most of the day spent in the mid-20s. Highs should return to the mid-30s on Friday, with morning lows remaining in the 20s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KTK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Baker's Waterproofing comes in, a groundworks company. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at bakerswaterproofing.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here. We know this about pro athletes. They train all the time to perform better on the field. It takes a lot of time and effort. What, though, would you say if you could improve your performance in the bedroom, no training required? I'm talking about Blue Chew. And Blue Chew is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, Levitra, and Staxin in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. Your partner wants you to do this. They might not say it, but they want you to do this. You got to try it. Blue Chew's tablets, they're like a performance enhancement for the bedroom. They can help you get extra confidence when it is time to perform. You can turn oh no into oh yes. You know what I'm talking about, fellas. So if you could benefit from a little extra confidence in the bedroom when it's time to perform, visit BlueChew.com. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser Family and Dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
shut the front door.
Winning!
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Equally great in weather and fuel efficiency. Check out the 2025 Outlander PHEV. Just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 24 Outlanders now up to $9,000 off. Or finance at a low 0%. Your new year deal. Your way. What a great day. Shop JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Lease for $299 a month for 36 months. Security deposit waived. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Penguins parted ways with Tristan Jarry, at least putting him on waivers, and we'll see what ends up happening with Jarry if he's claimed by another team or if he goes to the AHL with Wilkes-Barre or whatever might happen with Jarry. Still up in the air with his potential status with the Penguins moving forward. Still 3 years on his contract. Pitt lost to Florida State 82-70 last night. Jalen Lowe, 22 points for the Panthers. They'll play against Clemson on Saturday at 12 o'clock. You can hear 3 of the 4 NFL playoff games, Washington and Detroit, on Saturday at 8 o'clock right here on The Fan with Westwood One's coverage. The Sunday games, the Rams at Philadelphia at 3 o'clock. Baltimore's at Buffalo at 6:30 to follow. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports. Back to Bob Fabiani and Joe Starkey. The Pomp and Joe Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Bob, we have a lot of things brewing all of a sudden. Cam Hayward on a podcast had some interesting things to say about the Steelers' game plan in Baltimore. We're going to get into that before the top of the hour. And Marlon Humphrey. This was eye-opening, intimating that something's not quite right here. We're going to get into that in just a moment. there.
Here meaning here?
Here meaning Pittsburgh
Yes.
with the Steelers.
Here meaning here.
Here meaning here. Certainly not there. They're headed to Buffalo.
They're as a favorite, surprisingly, but they are.
Yes. This is from Benzie this morning. And he tells us in his first call that Max Crosby is endorsing the idea of the Raiders signing Najee Harris. What do you think of that, Bob? Let me ask the question this way. Do you think Najee Harris is going to have a long, productive NFL career? Is he going to thrive somewhere else the way that he couldn't here? And I got a email the other day, somebody saying, man, you're nuts. You said that was a bad pick. This guy runs for 1,000 yards every year. He does this and that. I said he's been durable, and his numbers are he has counting numbers, but he's averaged 3.9 yards a carry in his career, 2.7 in the playoffs. They draft it. When you draft a guy in the first round as a running back, he needs to be a home run hitter. He's a singles hitter. That's how I feel about Najee. You?
Yeah, me too. I expected more production, but if the answer to the question is yes, he'll have a long, productive career, and he'll make his share of money, but it will not be as an elite running back. I just don't see it in him. What I see is someone who can contribute to the committee, the running back committee, whatever it may be, as a complement to another guy. But I don't see Saquon Barkley. I don't see the elite guys in the league right now in him. I just don't. Not his fault altogether. I mean, I don't think the blocking on the offensive line got better as this season went on. He's durable. He doesn't fumble. Largely, those are all good things. He's out there. He runs hard. All good things. He'll get another job, and somebody may want to feature him, but I don't know that you're going to get the results that you're looking for if you expect him to be a feature back.
Max Crosby was talking, was this on a podcast? I'm not sure. He said, why not about Najee? He's from the Bay. Najee's a baller. Anybody that could help when it comes to winning and being a culture guy, a leader, that's the type of guy I want around. You've seen Najee. Max Crosby says he's played 4 years in the league and has 1,000 yards every season. He's a tough blanking guy to tackle. I'd love to have a guy like Najee around. Sounds to me like he might be expecting too much. I hate to say this, but I'm not sure that it's going to get better. I think it might get worse for Najee elsewhere. At least here he had a team that wanted to run the ball and wanted to feature him. I don't know if I see Najee lasting very long. Certainly not as a number one back. It's going to have to be in a timeshare.
Right, that's what I said. As part of a committee, if you get the committee approach, he can help that committee. I don't think there's any question. I think last year more than this year, you saw that with the complement of him and Warren. But this year, too much was expected from that committee. And I think as a result, the numbers overall were not very good as a unit.
And I can't help but look at Najee as part of the failed plan around here, Bob. And you mentioned yesterday that they didn't really have a plan to replace Ben. But I would disagree at least this way. Their plan was to draft Mason Rudolph. And it wasn't like an 8th-round pick or something. They don't even have 8 rounds, I don't think. It was a 3rd-round pick, 76th overall. They traded up 3 spots to get him. You remember Ben's reaction on this station when they got him. So I think their plans, and I wrote about this for the Post-Gazette this morning, their plans for a post-Ben world started with this guy, Mason Rudolph, in 2018. And it soon became clear that he wasn't going to be the guy. So they sort of readjusted their sights, and clearly this was the plan. This was the crux of it, Bob.
I don't think it was a plan.
Okay, but let's forget about him for a minute. I think that's where it started. The plan clearly was to supplement a highly paid and hopefully elite defense with a young, dynamic offense. That's why you've seen 5 straight years of an offensive guy getting picked first. That's why you've seen 11 of their last 16 picks in rounds 1 through 3, offensive guys. They drafted a running back. They drafted a wide receiver or 2 or 3, Chase Claypool and Pickens. They drafted all kinds of linemen. They drafted a quarterback, 20th overall. They drafted a tight end as a luxury pick. And guess what? I think we can now say that that mission failed so miserably with Kevin Colbert involved, Omar Khan involved, Mike Tomlin involved, that It's done. That era's done, and this offense, with most of those guys either leaving now or gone, this offense just finished a season in which it didn't have a single touchdown on its first drive of a game.
Stretching back to last year.
Finished 29th in red zone scoring and had 29 yards and 14 points in another blowout playoff loss. What a blanking disaster this was, born of the arrogance of some of those picks, ill-advised picks, misguided hires in now 2 different coordinators, maybe 3 if you want to include Fichtner. It's just been a study in mismanagement on how to go into life after a legendary quarterback. Just a study in rampant mismanagement.
Well, I'm going to speak to the plan of trying to come up with a succession plan for a quarterback. Because I said this yesterday, and I really believe it looking back. And I know it's easy to look back. I guarantee you that a lot of people do now, but at the time they may have believed this. If your plan was to draft a quarterback in 2018 as the ultimate successor to Ben Roethlisberger, they justified it when they took at pick 76 in round 3 a guy who they said they had a first-round grade on.
Traded up for him.
But a lot of people didn't have a first-round grade on it.
Right.
If their plan was to come away with a quarterback in that draft, why not Lamar Jackson in round 1?
44 picks is all that separated Lamar from Mason.
Terrell Edmonds ahead of him.
A garden variety safety.
And it was just because it was a need. Okay, you could find needs. But if your plan, this is why I don't think they really had a plan. If the plan was to come up with a quarterback in that draft who you can sit for a year or 2 or whatever the case may be until he's called upon, why not Lamar Jackson, who by all accounts was rated much higher than Mason Rudolph, and you had the chance to do it. Now, you may have thought going in you wouldn't get that chance, but he ended up getting 32nd overall.
Yes, 32nd.
If your plan was to get a quarterback, why not him? Why wait till a 3rd round to get a guy who you may like, but obviously that assessment of him was wrong?
Why not him? I mean, that's something that they'll study in the history books someday when they pick apart the bones of this era of Steelers football and how they failed to replace Ben.
Right, and I think every unit, we talked about Green Bay, twice they did it, much to the chagrin of their incumbent. I get all that. It's a business, though. You have to make the decision based on that. Lamar Jackson was a more accomplished, I think, in terms of his overall athleticism and what they thought. Now, he had to develop a passing game. Mason Rudolph was really good in that crazy conference that threw the ball everywhere, and he took down Baker Mayfield in a significant game. But if he was that good, he would have been taken before the 3rd round, I think. There were people who thought maybe he wasn't going to be. They thought differently. I would have just, if that's my number one issue that I want to start this plan, that would have been my choice.
Okay. Well, at least they doubled back and picked Kenny Pickett. But let's
again,
talk about
after duress of not having someone. They were still searching at that point, and when you search and hope is not necessarily the right way to go.
Yeah, we're speaking of the same thing, a multifaceted failed mission. I compared it to Napoleon's invasion of Russia here, Bob. Just ill-fated, ill-conceived, ill-executed, and unbelievably arrogant. For them to go out and take a running back and a tight end with their first 2 picks in the Najee year and leave Creed Humphrey on the board when they needed a center. I mean, some of the things that happened when they were trying to build this future offense, they go out and dump a boatload of money on a tackle, Chooks, who didn't like football, and a center, Kendrick Green, who didn't like center. They drafted him. He didn't even want to play center. The things that happened here were incredible. How about the hiring of an amateur coordinator in Matt Canada, and then what they hoped was a tried and true one in Arthur Smith, who in some ways is worse than Canada? How about the Canada disaster? It's hard to know where to start with how they mangled building an offense post-Ben. Let's start up front then. Let's start with the offensive line. They've rifled through multiple offensive line coaches, including the year the one guy, Adrian Clem, left in the middle of a season. He gets a job. Mike Tomlin gives him a break, gives him a job after there are some questions about his career previous to here. You're the offensive line coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he quits in the middle of the season. And
in fairness, he got another offer that was more money.
It was painted as this is normal for an offensive line coach to quit in the middle of a playoff
No, that
run.
wasn't normal.
It's
but
not.
he did get an
It's
offer
not.
that
I know
liked.
he did. I know he did, and it could have waited. I know he did. That was painted as nothing to see here. It's just our offensive line coach quitting in the middle of a playoff run. There were rumors they didn't like working with Canada. So go ahead and start with the line,
Well,
Bob.
the line, I mean, you just mentioned. They draft Dan Moore. They draft Kevin Dotson. They draft Green. Of all the people they let go, it's Kevin Dotson, and he turns out to be really good and got a big paycheck, and he's been very effective. So they obviously thought he wasn't going to be what he has turned out to be.
They put him on the wrong side of the line and didn't develop him. And, yes, ironically, he's the best offensive player relative to his peers that they've taken during this post-Ben or he came late in the Ben era. The last 6 years, he's the best guy in the NFL right now that they drafted on offense.
Right, and for some reason he was just they didn't like him, they didn't want him, and he goes away and he becomes a really good guard in the National Football
Really
League.
good player.
And now one of the better guys on their offensive line, which is playing this week in the game against Philadelphia. So they miscalculated him. They misjudged him.
Yep.
Green, they put in a position they should never have. It was a difficult thing to watch him play there because that was not his normal position. And they kind of forced it because they didn't have any answers.
Right.
And Dan Moore, God bless him in that he's a really good dude. He works his butt off. But the longer he plays, I think the more exposed he gets. And that was true at the end of this season here. So
they've put all this time and effort into the offensive line, tons of draft picks, and
back-to-back first-round picks,
tackles both, and what they're left with, and yes, one guy got hurt. What they're left with is 2 starting tackles after all these years now, who led the NFL in combined sacks allowed for tackles. How about the receivers they've taken? Their first pick in 20 was Claypool. Their second pick in 22 was Pickens. 2 guys, one of whom didn't make it to a second contract, one of whom might not make it to a second contract. The list just goes on, Bob.
And getting back to the succession plan, if you missed on the first one, which involved Lamar Jackson, you had a do-over, a mulligan, as we say in golf, right?
Yeah.
It could have been Jalen Hurts in round 2 over Chase Claypool, who was chosen before Jalen Hurts. If you felt like maybe Mason Rudolph was not the answer, we need to still address this succession plan.
Right.
This was the second opportunity. And again, I get it. We're looking backwards. It's easy to look backwards. But they had those opportunities, and they put a lot of money into time investment into trying to figure out what these guys are and translate their college success into what it could be in the pros.
For sure.
So their job is to find those guys.
And
that was a
develop them.
mulligan, and they did not choose him.
Right.
And that's not to project that he would be this good here as he is in Philly. I don't know. But he has the tools, and so they could have gone in that direction.
Yeah, the reason why I think this is a timely exercise is to do the autopsy here is because we're about to say goodbye to Najee. That's where it all began, and he was one of the centerpieces for this. He's not going to be here. Artie Smith might not be here. George Pickens might not be here. And we've already said goodbye to Rudolph and, Claypool and Pickett and James Washington and Matt Canada. It's an unbelievable disaster, Bob. What has happened here?
And that's why Patrick Peterson on his podcast said he wouldn't bring anyone back on offense, but yet he did.
After all of this, and the other part of the plan was, yes, we'll put a ton of money into an elite defense. That allegedly elite defense became, and listen carefully to this, the first defense in the history of professional football to allow 40 or more points in 3 consecutive playoff games. Think about that. Think about it. Think about it.
There's nothing to think about. It's been a failure there. Those are the games that matter the most. And when you come out, especially early in the games, and you mentioned the streak that is now 20 games in a row without a first possession touchdown, all these things matter for a team that has high standards.
A team that thinks it does things better than everybody because it never has a losing season. And that has absolutely and indisputably become the standard. And I feel like that's the thing they're most proud of at this point.
I don't
this
think
string
so.
Of
I think it's happened, but I don't think
seasons.
they're going to prop that up as something they're proud of.
It gets propped up on every single telecast. I can tell you that.
That's different than they believing it.
Well, what is their standard these days?
It is a paper standard right now. They got to prove it to win in the playoffs and get to a Super Bowl. That's a standard for them. It should be, and they say it, but it hasn't lived up to it. But
in
like
almost
I
a
say,
decade.
I don't know that they're sitting there propping their chest, banging on, saying, "Oh, we're
well,
great."
The reason I say that with Art is because he apparently is satisfied with this, because not only does he keep extending his coach, he gave him a raise last time and gave him an unusually large extension of 3 years instead of 2. So call me crazy, but after you could make a very solid argument that Tomlin's fate should have been tied to him hiring a horrible offensive coordinator in Matt Canada and drafting a below-the-line quarterback in Kenny Pickett. You could make the argument that when that blew up completely on both fronts, that they should have fired Mike Tomlin or at least put him on notice. And instead, Art Rooney gave him an unusually long contract extension with a nice raise in there. So, Bob, that's why, again, call me crazy, but it sure seems to me like Art doesn't have much of a problem with what's going on. He's rewarding the guy at the top of the food chain.
Well, I think more than anything, they still believe that stability is the way to go. That's the only reason I could think that that's ongoing. But I do know that, last year he put and he raised the ante when he said we need to win postseason games. It's an urgency. I understand that, but he said it. So, bottom line is it didn't happen. In fact, they regressed as this season went on. So these are things they have to deal with in this offseason, trying to figure out where they go next and how they –
Where do they go next? I think it was Fittipaldi who said multiple coaches could go. I mean, it's rearranging deck chairs at this point. So they fire Terrell Austin and bring in another figurehead defensive coordinator, and that's going to change something?
I don't know. They're going to be judged on what they do in this offseason, clearly. But they Mike Tomlin said there'll be changes at every level. We'll see what that means. And it can't be just coaches' contracts expiring, and so therefore it's an easy way to make a change. It's got to be beyond that, I would think.
It's
to make
rearranging deck chairs. No, I don't see. There's where you and I disagree. There's nothing they can do short of moving on from the head coach that would, quote, make a statement.
Well,
nothing.
As I told you last year, I thought it was a perfect way to just see how this played out by not extending and just saying you got a year left. We're gonna see what happens in this year. Our intentions are to win playoff games, and we'll judge everything accordingly.
Do you think Artie will be back?
What do you mean?
Arthur Smith.
You threw me off there when you said Artie. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, I do, because I think he's not going to get a head coaching job. I would be surprised if he did. Would you?
I don't know, man. We have two teams that are as incompetent as the Bears and Jets want to interview him. They just might hire him.
As a head coach, he's had 3 straight 7-10 seasons.
Yeah.
He's coming off a season as offensive coordinator where the numbers don't look good.
Right.
He's not a hot commodity.
Did I mention the Jets and the Bears are the teams interested?
Okay. You have a quarterback in Chicago, which should attract a lot of attention. I know Mike McCarthy's interviewed there. I don't know how many other people they've interviewed, but I would take my time with that, and it's very important given what's happened in Chicago. There are a lot of teams in these same situations where these decisions moving forward are going to define what this franchise is in the coming years.
412-928-9370, 928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What did Cam Hayward say about the defensive game plan in Baltimore? And what did Marlon Humphrey say about what he knows from inside the Steelers? Very, very intriguing stuff that we'll talk about next on Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Arthur Smith interviewed for the Chicago Bears head coaching job yesterday. He is supposed to meet with the New York Jets for their head coaching position today. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After another disappointing first-round playoff loss, it was Mike Tomlin saying they got what they deserved.
There's football justice. You get what you deserve. And so, we're here for really tangible reasons, man. We didn't involve in the right ways. We didn't strike the right chords at the right time.
What you don't deserve is to have to watch another season like this. Stay tuned all off-season long as we keep tabs on what the Steelers are doing and what they should be doing. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, Bike Shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Nesselthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
How do you spot the all-new Nissan Rogue Rock Creek? Here's a hint. It's got all-terrain tires, a tubular roof rack you can't miss, and it's tough inside and out with lava red detailing. You'll also find it in its natural habitat, climbing mountains, attacking rugged trails, and never backing down from any adventure. The first ever Nissan Rogue Rock Creek.
Intelligent all-wheel drive cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions. Always secure cargo. Heavy loading of the vehicle with cargo, especially on the roof, will affect the handling and stability of the vehicle.
Hey, it's Chris Muller with a question. Was your goal to lose weight this new year? If so, are you already down 20 pounds? That's a serious question because I dropped 20 pounds my first 3 weeks alone with Awaken 180 weight loss. That's how fast the weight can fall off when you choose the solution for weight loss. Each week you look at the scale and the number goes down and down. Every morning you wake up, you feel better and better. For me, it was my joints. I knew I was going to need knee surgery, and even before the surgery, my knee felt better because it wasn't carrying around so much weight. Experiencing those results, and given how easy Awaken 180 was, there was no way I wouldn't reach my goal. And I did. 35 pounds total thanks to Awaken 180, and I've kept the weight off since. The only weight loss program I know that puts their money where their mouth is. They're so confident in your success, they offer free support for life, a one-time investment in yourself for a lifetime of benefits. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson is the game of the weekend. And while both offenses are likely looking to play keep away and rely on the ground game, it feels impossible that this game won't be defined by the two quarterbacks. Both of them are looking up at Patrick Mahomes as the guy of this generation, but this game will go a long way in defining both legacies. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. But we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no-obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Attorney Advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
When you're behind the wheel of a new Acura from Spitzer Acura, you might take the long way home on purpose. Whether it's an exhilarating new Acura Integra, TLX, or a sophisticated ZDX or MDX, Spitzer Acura has what you want for less than you imagined. Plus, with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a loaner vehicle during service. Hurry in today. Our friendly and knowledgeable consultants are ready to help you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Shop online anytime at spitzeracura.com.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
It's better over here. If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. Bob, news broke earlier today, the passing of Bob Uecker, just a legendary baseball figure. Did you have interactions with him?
Couple of times, yeah. Just briefly. I mean, didn't know him very well other than at the games when he was in town with Milwaukee. And just a fun-loving guy and would engage you, you know. Just I go up, introduce myself, tell him I'm a big fan. Then he starts asking a little bit about what I do. Very cordial, very funny. Used to love to hang out with Steve Blass.
Oh, really?
And with those two, you never know where you're going to get the stories.
Oh, wow.
Steve's one of the best storytellers there is. And then he is, too. So you can imagine sitting on the deck at night, maybe having a little drink and listening to those two chirp.
Where would you rather be? Did you say you had that experience?
No,
or no?
I'm saying wouldn't that be nice to sit there?
Oh, my God, yes.
I play golf a lot with Steve over the years, and I've heard a lot of great stories. Oh,
Mr. Baseball was his nickname. 90 years old. Brewers calling it one of the most difficult days in Milwaukee Brewers history. He had battled small cell lung cancer, I guess, since 2023. It says here, I didn't know him at all, but seemed like just a wonderful, kind, naturally funny man, right?
Very funny, naturally funny. And also would take stories, and his memory was really good from what I remember just a few times again, talking about things that happened, whether it was at Three River Stadium. He would remember sharply some of the details of it. But I think his delivery, his self-deprecating personality, and the way he talked about himself sometimes was really interesting.
When the Brewers won the NL Central last year, their manager, Pat Murphy, it says here, threw an arm around Uecker in the locker room and pulled him in tight as players white-knuckled the corks ready to pop the champagne. And he said, in the locker room, there is no one who epitomizes a champion the way this man does right here. And the players chanted, Uke. How about that?
Yeah, that's pretty impressive at his age, too. And I think the one thing about them, they understood the history of, and I think any player, really, you're making a mistake if you don't embrace the history of whatever organization you play for. You should know all about it. You should want to learn about it. And the people before you who played and maybe set standards are high, and Bob Uecker was one of those guys. So he was always very, very approachable. That's another thing I liked about him. You know, some guys get to be, I'm Bob Uecker, I don't have time for you. He wasn't ever like that. He was always very approachable. Every time he would come in, if you'd see it, he'd remember. He may not remember the name, but he'd remember engaging with you previously.
And then he became part of the culture through the Miller Lite commercials and through Major League, right? And through Johnny. He was on Johnny Carson all the time.
It's his personality.
Yes.
You know, it was just self-deprecating.
Best seat in the house when he was at the top of the stadium.
Yep.
So R.I.P. Bob Uecker. But I wanted to tell you, I teased ahead to Cam Hayward having something to say about the Steelers' game plan, and also Marlon Humphrey with some cryptic quotes about the Steelers. Here's the thing that still really bothers me about that game, and as everybody who listens knows, I thought it would be a close game. I thought it would be like almost every other Steeler-Ravens game. Silly me, I didn't know the Steelers were going to quit, and that's what really bothered me about that game. And Kirk Herbstreit spoke to it in the first half, saying, where the hell is the fight? These are the Pittsburgh Steelers. It seemed like from the quotes coming out of that locker room late in the year, from Najee Harris saying after the game that, you know what? Teams that listen to the media, you know, you get broken up by that. We listen to the media. He basically told the world we're a fractured team, and it looked like it that day, Bob. One thing I would never, ever question about Mike Tomlin or his teams up till then was that Mike Tomlin is passionate about his work. And if he has a strength as a coach, his number one strength, I always thought, was as an underdog to get the guys going. You know what I mean? To be that type of leader that you want to follow through a brick wall.
And never let a season just completely go away and you just, disintegrate without a response. He was, and still can be that way, although this postseason is a little bit different.
That was the first time in all my years of watching Tomlin Steelers that I sensed that a team had quit on him in that Baltimore game.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to go that far. It looked that way. What I will say was they were out-coached and out-schemed, and that can make you look like you're quitting.
That can. That's true. But then you look at a quote like the one that I'm seeing here from Marlon Humphrey, these cryptic quotes that I saw on, I think it was Steelers Depot here, under the headline on Steelers Depot. Ravens cornerback hints Steelers have, quote, underlying locker room issue. He's buddies with Patrick Queen. We know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Deshaun Elliott. We know that, right? Might have listened to Deshaun Elliott's quotes after the game. This is Marlon Humphrey on his Punchline podcast on YouTube. He says, the Steelers, to me, if you look just based off of what I very teeny bit know, and based off what I feel like I've seen how it is, I feel like there's an underlying thing there somewhere internally that reminds me of the Jets' current situation, Humphrey says. I see quotes from Jets players. It seems like they're trying to speak in code. There's something they want to say and just can't say. There's a couple times I read Jets quotes, Humphrey says, from certain players, and it's like, yeah, nobody wants to dog somebody. You really can't tell the media what's going on. But it seems like kind of how the Steelers played in that game against us, ... quote, and I know something that I ain't going to say.
Okay. What are we supposed to make of that?
Did you watch the game? Have you heard the quotes from Elliott? Have you heard the quotes from...
I know something. That last part. I'm asking you, what does that mean?
That means that there's I interpret that as there's some sort of dissension, bickering. Tomlin,
he was asked about
bickering. He was defended the bickering.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good thing. It didn't look like it on the field. I have never seen a Steelers team quit on their coach.
No,
they quit on him the other night. That's what it looked like to me.
The finger pointing was very apparent, and the out of position was very apparent. Lack of communication was very apparent.
Getting run over was very apparent.
Yeah, all of it. And again, when you know that team is lining up as if they're going to run every play, and yet you employ a defense that's more nickel-suited than trying to stuff and put people in the box to stop what they're about to do, and you should have done that. They didn't have Zay Flowers. Yeah, they had some weapons on the tight end spot, but they weren't going to go in that direction.
Sure. And you're right. It can look like a team is quitting when they're that badly out-schemed. But, man, for a guy who obviously knows very well people inside that Steeler defense,
well, there's no
inside
question
the room,
that's alarming to hear.
When he says, I know something I ain't going to say, and it's prefaced by, I feel like there's an underlying thing there somewhere internally that reminds me of the Jets' current situation. What the hell is he talking about, Limits?
Oh, I mean, Patrick Queen and Deshaun Elliott, being friends with them, have definitely said something that he just wants to tease it out there and try to get somebody to bite at, and maybe somebody else will report or create more speculation and doubt in the Steelers' locker room. I'm with you, though,
that
Joe.
could be part of it, too. I mean, he sees an opportunity to knock him back even further, and he's going to take it.
I'm with you. They, at points, especially defensively, I think gave up in that game, where they just did not want any piece of Derrick Henry on a cold day in Baltimore.
And Patrick Queen was one of them, and I know he was sick. That came out.
I was stunned watching it. However, what you say, Bob, I think there's a lot of truth to, and that's where this do we have the Hayward stuff, Limits, or should we tease it at?
Yeah, we got it.
Let's see. What is this from?
This is from his podcast, Not Just Football.
So this speaks to what you were speaking of, Bob, and what we all saw. And we can decide whether this is Cam ripping the game plan or throwing anyone under the bus or just stating the obvious here.
There were some things that were different we hadn't done, and you try to stop one and then the other goes off. I just, trying to stop all, us not stopping anything. throughout it all, it just felt like we never really got a chance to, take anything from the game. And then it kind of just opened up, Pandora's box for what could go wrong in that game.
So he's talking about, basically the defensive game plan there. And the key to me in that quote was that they changed what they had done against Lamar. They were the one team that had success against him. Why change?
Well, clearly, judging by what especially T.J. Watt did, they were talking about getting after Derrick Henry at all costs.
Yeah.
And
they were challenging Lamar to beat them on the ground.
But, they should be aware of that because when it happened the last time, they controlled him in every time they've played him, they've done a good job of keeping him in contained so he wasn't that factor. Now, Derrick Henry gives them a different dimension. I understand why you'd want to take it away, but it's not like a normal quarterback. It's one thing to have Derrick Henry with an average quarterback who never runs. Then, fine, you can do that all you want because that guy ain't going to take off. But you got to respect his legs. And it wasn't like he wasn't running coming into this game. He still had almost 900 yards rushing on the year, or over 900.
Right.
So he was as viable a threat as Derrick Henry was. You have to put all your people up front, stop it at all costs. If they beat you down the field, so be it. That's the way I would have gone after that game. But he was, the fact that never before in his career has he had as many RPO runs in a row as he did in this game.
And never before had a Steeler team allowed that many yards to somebody in a playoff game, talking about Henry.
Right.
So, yes, give credit to the Ravens, but I know I'm not the only one who saw that and felt that. My God, Kirk Herbstreit was, do we have that clip? Limits?
Pony came in here and interrupted me again.
In the middle
back-to-back
of the show.
days.
Okay. I think you should go on that show for a couple of days.
He came in and said that I'm a major topic on his show today.
Why? What did you do?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Is he talking about you stealing the thing at Duquesne?
What did I steal at Duquesne?
A Rice Krispie treat.
The Rice Krispie treat.
Joe, it's a Rice Krispie treat. They probably have a bunch left over they're going to throw away.
I give them $1 to...
I'm kidding on the Rice Krispie treat, for God's sakes.
But you keep
Why are you a major topic?
Pony wouldn't tell me. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to listen. That's a good old-fashioned radio tease.
Did you do something untoward on camera last night at the Duquesne game? I was sitting right next to you.
No, you were next to me the whole time.
I thought you behaved yourself. Yeah.
I did. You were more wound up than me.
Bob, this is interesting. How does he become a major topic on that show?
I don't know, but it's a tease now for people to tune in at 2 o'clock, and you'll find out.
That game the other day really left me with almost a sick feeling. The fact that the Steelers didn't show up for a playoff game in Baltimore.
Yeah, they were.
And the reason why is they were either completely out-schemed, outclassed talent-wise, and, out-efforted in the game. And like I said, that's what I meant to tell you, Limits. Bring up that Kirk Herbstreit clip that all of America heard in watching the Steelers. I mean, it was mind-blowing to hear it, Bob, but he said it.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing. They're just going through the motion.
That's jarring.
And it was accurate.
And Kirk Herbstreit, I think, is a very smart guy in terms of how he breaks down games. If he thought it was simply a matter of X's and O's, then he would have said it. But there was no emotion whatsoever, none visible at all. It was like they knew they were doomed and were just going to their slaughter quietly. It was so strange. I mean, if you respect this franchise, and I do respect the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers greatly, this was one of their ultimate humiliations, just watching that thing unfold. And yet it appears the biggest fallout from it will be like getting rid of the running backs coach? I mean, it's just, and that's why I say, yeah, I guess it was unacceptable to everybody, but in what action is it being unacceptable going to be played out? With what kind of action? I don't know. That's the thing.
That's the thing, and we'll see. He said lots of changes on lots of levels. We'll find out what those are.
What does that mean to you, Mr. P? What do you think we're going to see this offseason?
Changes, probably one positional coach and a couple of new players, and they'll consider that their change. Maybe Justin Fields being a quarterback will be their big change. No more Cam Sutton, everybody. That's their huge change in the secondary.
Yeah, that'll be big.
That'll
be big.
I think that was
maybe
also
Austin's
a personal,
gone.
and that kind of him playing that day over Beanie Bishop. I'm sorry, I'd rather go with a young, hungry guy as a rookie who played pretty well and did more things than Cam Sutton did. You know, I mean, that was kind of a. I don't even know why he was brought back.
What kind of takes have you had lately, Limits, that would lead to you being a major focal point of the afternoon show? The last time you were like in their lead segment was when you said that Steelers fans have more respect than hate for the Ravens. Remember that?
And I remember that Ben and John Harbaugh on Hard Knocks, everybody says that, we hate these guys, but we respect them.
What have you said lately that's a hot take that they may have seized upon?
Maybe moving on from Tristan Jarry was the right deal. That wouldn't be it. I'm scrolling through my Twitter timeline.
Bob, has he said anything that incendiary lately?
I've always been a huge anti-Tristan Jarry person.
I don't think that'll do it. No, it's got to be Steeler related. It has to be.
Maybe it's that I think that they should tank. Well, not tank, but lose as much as possible this year and have this is probably what it is. The draft is here next year in 2026. That the Steelers should draft their next franchise quarterback during that class, which is going to be a loaded quarterback class.
When did you say that?
I said it on Twitter yesterday.
Oh,
got 1,000 likes.
That's it.
That's probably it.
That's it, Bob. How about a rousing game of cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him?
Let's
Would you
do
like
it.
to play that?
We've been teasing that all day. That'll be the top of this hour, which we're at right now.
50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global extravaganza. January 24th through the 26th, David L. Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet travel reps, book your next vacation on the spot, exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips. Bob and I might take one. And a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com. Well, we got more football games, don't we? And they should be great games. From big upsets to game-winning drives, the NFL playoffs are better with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. The FanDuel app gives you everything you need for live bets, same-game parlays, so much more. Plus, when you win, you'll get paid instantly. I'm trying to convince myself that Buffalo's going to cover. I think they're a 1-point underdog. I'm having a difficult time doing that, but hey, could be a game where they never punt with Superman at quarterback. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to join today. Then get started with $200 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Legendary broadcaster Bob Uecker has passed away at the age of 90. The Jets have announced that they have completed an interview with Arthur Smith for their head coaching position. It comes one day after Smith interviewed with the Chicago Bears for the same position in their organization. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4xe payments starting at $350 for 42 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football with John from New Flow Men's Health. Erectile dysfunction is brutal, and John, it can really take a toll.
Correct. Your performance in the bedroom is dreadful. You have zero confidence. Your relationship is suffering. You know it, and she knows it too.
And we all know pills and injections won't work.
Pills and injections are horrible for you, and a short-term fix at best. Even crazier if you're getting them off the internet. You should hear the horror stories.
Guys, eliminate your ED issues long-term. No pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade. and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC now recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, just a slight correction, but a good correction. We'll have all 4 of the NFL playoff games for you on Saturday and on Sunday. Houston, Kansas City, 4 o'clock, followed by Washington and Detroit. Coverage from the NFL on Westwood 1. And beginning at 2:30 on Sunday, it's the LA Rams and the Philadelphia Eagles, followed by Baltimore and Buffalo with trips to the conference championship games on the line. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Pomp and Joe. We got a Donnie Football Friday tomorrow, and we promised you today a rousing game of cut him, keep him, trade him, or sign him. We're thinking about turning this into a regular.
Keep them, trade them, sign them.
Which was the best, Bob, in your opinion?
Yours is growing on me.
Is it really?
Yes.
It's growing on me, too. It's just so unique. I'm like, is Goofy giving this description of the game show?
Well, here's the thing. Bob's sounds perfect. It's network quality. Yours is broadcast quality. You call games. That's what it sounds like. And mine, I was just ad-libbing. So let's hear all three again and then have the texters at 928-9370 tell us which of these you want to introduce our game of cut him, keep him, trade him, or sign him.
Here's Bob's.
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
Here's Joe's.
Welcome back, sports fans. It's time for another game of cut him, keep him, trade him, or sign him.
I love that one. And here's mine. It's time for cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
Bob, I think your two were both good. I would pick either one of yours. Mine was amateur, and I apologize.
Was funny.
No,
I thought it was good.
It was horrible.
It was very, very authentic for you.
Now I feel ashamed. But let's get to the game, shall we?
Yes.
That literally is it. Cut him, keep him, which is different than sign him, obviously. If
yes,
you're keeping a guy, you're keeping him on his current deal. Right. Sign him or trade him. Here we go. TJ Watt will start out with. He's going into the final year of his deal, which means he is eligible for an extension. That's when the Steelers strike. His cap hit next year is around $30 million. Obviously, you're not going to cut him. Keep him, trade him, sign him. Bob?
Keep him.
Keep him.
Trade him. And I say that with no derision. I say that in the context of they haven't won anything with him. He is going to sign, or he's going to turn 31 next season, and I think this could lead you to your franchise quarterback, but it'll certainly put you in a position to acquire more assets that can help you actually win at least one playoff game. It could help set you up for the future. And, Bob, I really don't want to sink another $100 million into him when I feel like you've already gotten his best years.
And I didn't say sign him. I said keep him.
Okay. And then what?
And then you can figure out. And that includes a franchise opportunity.
Limits, is that how you feel?
Yeah, I would explore a long-term contract with him, but I would only add on 2 additional years. I wouldn't make it a 4-year deal.
Okay. Then that brings us to Minka. He is signed for 2 more years. His cap hit next year is $22.3 million. Bob, cut him, keep him, trade him or sign him.
Trade him.
Limits?
Keep him.
I missed a category.
What?
Utilize him better?
No, make him take a pay cut. So I guess I'll just add that. Keep him if he takes it seriously. Keep him if he takes a pay cut. Otherwise, move on.
My feeling about this is he's still well regarded around the league vis-a-vis the Pro Bowl distinction this year. You can find, I think, so I know he's a special talent, but we haven't seen the special results.
No.
I have respect for what he is and what he's done, but I also think there comes a time, and I'll use your TJ strategy on him. I think you can still get some nice draft capital for him.
Yeah.
So that would be my thinking there.
Limits?
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him. Please ask him to take a pay cut. I would ask him to take a pay cut. He should. And maybe it's just the way that they're deploying him.
If
he doesn't, then you move on
if he doesn't,
by any
then
means necessary.
It's possible, yeah.
I'd love to trade him in that case. He's just not. He's not a needle mover anymore. He's just not. He's a good player, above average player. And he probably played his worst game in that playoff game.
But don't you think a large reason for that is they're asking him to play 20, 25 yards off the ball?
No, I don't. As I always say, Ed Reed played that far off the ball, and if you think Minka's a Hall of Fame type player, he should be able to make plays from there too, as a center fielder. At least one, I think we all agree
2 months.
We
need him to do better things.
Yes.
If you're them, you have to get better stuff out of
Bob,
that position.
Here's the other thing I would say about him. He's about his body's about 5 years older than his chronological age, and this is something I respect Minka for greatly. He has sacrificed his body to the cause.
Oh, there's no question he does that. And he's been really good here. But I just think you come to a point where you have to cut your ties with some of these guys. If you're not, you're just going to end up bringing everything back.
Listen, my overall take is I'm in favor of a mini rebuild here. I'm in favor of trading everybody almost, like the Patrick Peterson plan. Don't bring back anybody on offense, but defense too. Get assets in here, and then limits. And here's the reason I think he's going to be part of the PM show. He suggested doing that, like almost tanking next year, I think. I don't want to put words in your mouth. So that when you step to the podium in 2026, is that right, here in Pittsburgh?
Not like a distinguished...
You announce your new quarterback, Bob.
Not like a full-on, hey, we're the New York Rangers telling our season ticket holders we're going to be terrible for the next couple of years, bear with us. But basically like a soft tank. You figure out somebody at quarterback that has some upside, but you don't think is going to win a lot of games.
Do you like that idea, Bob?
But I don't think they would do that idea.
Neither do I.
No, so therefore I don't think they will. I think they're going to try to walk the line and try to get better now and also try to figure out later. And I think that's a tough thing. We've watched it with the Penguins. It's a hard thing to try to satisfy.
Do you think they're going to step to the podium here in Pittsburgh and announce their new quarterback as a first-round pick?
I mean, there's so many variables in that. It depends on where they are, but yeah, they could. And given that class and how people look at that class, there'll be more of them available than there are now. So at 21, Pickett was 22, right?
We already know where they're going to pick. They're going to finish around 9-8 next year, get blown out of a playoff game, or just miss the playoffs and pick 21st.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that person would be then. I don't know if he's going to be available or not.
It's going to be Drew
And
Aller.
I would hate to see them reach for
baby.
I would hate to see them reach for somebody and then end up, because of reaching, you cost yourself a
It's going to be
pick.
Eli Holstein, Bob. Sources tell me.
It's going to be Arch Manning, Bob.
Ooh. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Any comments on which was the best game show announcement?
Yeah, Joe, you ended up winning by a couple of votes, but people actually voted for me more so than I thought. A lot of limits votes out here.
Wow. Any for Bob?
Bob got about 3 or 4, but most of the votes went for Joe and I.
Bob, are you hurt by that?
No,
in any way?
I liked yours, I said.
Alex Highsmith signed for 3 more years, and his cap hit next season, let me just get this, Bob, and I apologize, is 18, his big money kicks in, 18.6. He shoots up by $12 million next year on his cap hit. They have a potential out in 2025, but I don't think that'll happen. Cut him. You're not going to cut him. Keep him, trade him, or sign him.
I'm keeping him.
Would you agree that he hasn't lived up to the new deal, even though it doesn't kick in till next year? I get it. He has 13 sacks in his past 28 games, Bob.
I think he's also pretty good in the run game that we saw. When Nick Herbert's in there, it's a little different. I think when he's back, he's pretty good in the run game. So overall, no, I'm not going to mess with him.
Limits?
Trade him.
I agree.
I would be willing to move off Alex Highsmith, let Nick Herbig have an opportunity. Really good run defender, but you could utilize those dollars on offense.
Nick Herbig kind of disappeared as the year went on, though, didn't he?
Well, his snaps count also disappeared more and more,
I don't know,
too.
Bob, for $18 million. My feeling on Alex Highsmith, and I've been a big defender of him, is that he was going to take another leap and become a star and be a regular double-digit sack guy. And that cap hit is too high for me. Plus, in the name of my overall strategy, if I were the Steelers, I'm looking to trade him. I'm looking to trade both him and Watt. How do you like that, Bob?
I don't.
I know you don't. Preston Smith. He's signed, believe it or not, for 2 more years.
What's his cap hit?
I'll tell you that in just a moment, Bob. Oh, what is going on here?
Yeah, they could get out of that deal.
This is the same thing.
It's not guaranteed.
Can they?
I'm just wondering I didn't know what his salary was when they brought him over. So
cut him is what I say.
Yeah, cut him.
Yeah, cut him. You could save money there.
Okay, let's go to Pat Freiermuth. They just signed him. Keep him, trade him. Those are the only 2 options.
Keep him.
Keep him.
I still have high hopes for him.
I as well.
Trade him. I don't have high hopes. I think he's a pretty good player. He's a league average tight end. I didn't like the game he had last game, I can tell you that, with a drop early.
I just want to see him schemed more. I want to see him thrown more.
I mean, does he strike you as like a game-changing type of tight end?
He strikes me as someone who can get to the middle of the field and then move on after that. I still think he has more there to give, so I'm keeping him.
I'm trading him, too. You like that, Horse?
Seems like everybody's getting traded. He's like Oprah. You get a car, you get traded, you get traded.
Man, cap hit of $12.8 million next year, Bob. That's a lot of money to pay for. Again, I don't even.
But
think
if you're
I don't think it's
so
insulting.
far you've gotten rid of. You're going to get rid of a lot of people here, so you must believe that they're going to draft and just implement everyone you're going to draft in here. I don't know.
I mean, call me crazy, but I don't think this is working.
No,
I don't think it's working.
Not working because of offensive failure more than anything. I know the defense is an issue. Don't get me wrong.
No, it's the defense is the highest paid defense in football. They're just as guilty as the offense.
They're just not a good offense, and they
They're
have
not a
to
good
address it.
defense
They have
either.
to adapt what they're doing in terms of this 2025 way of thinking, and it has to be more offensive minded. That's what I'm hoping to load up on.
I don't know that Freiermuth gets you there, and that's a hell of a big cap hit. I know it's about average tight end. That's still too much for me.
Okay.
Trade him.
Next.
Patrick Queen. He's signed for 2 more years. His cap hit next year is $17.7 million. Trade him. Bob?
I'm trying to think of, on the inside, they've been struggling to find people. I'm going to keep him.
I'm going to ask him to take a pay cut.
Yeah.
That's right. That is an option. I forgot. I will do that too. Ask him to take a pay cut.
I don't blame you for that at all. I've traded every single player so far, Bob.
Yes, you have. You're like Patrick Peterson, but you may come back and say, let's bring him back.
Again, if I'm running the Steelers and I'm putting the most money of any team in the league into my defense, and I see them from 17 to 21 become the first team in the history of football to give up 40 points in 3 straight playoff games and then not get much better in the last 2, Josh Allen or Lamar could have put up 40 if they'd wanted. I start to ask myself, why am I paying these guys all this money?
But again, I'm gonna refer to what I said earlier. Scheming matters here. If you become more of a Dick LeBeau aggressive defense, you can force some things. They didn't do that. They laid back. They allowed this to happen, in my view, based on what the schemes were, what the personnel groupings were.
So are they going to take the defense away from Tomlin and give it to somebody independently?
I don't know
because if they don't, it's just going to be the same.
Well, you can make that argument for sure. But I'm
Trade
saying,
everybody.
Okay. But pay cut for Queen for me.
Except this guy, Cam Hayward.
Keep him.
Keep him.
Keep him. He's a Steeler legend.
And he's outperformed even what they gave him this year.
Like the other stars on defense, it's an inconvenient truth, but he has underperformed in the playoffs. He has, I think, 3 or 4 sacks in 10 playoff games, of which they've lost 9. Not his fault. I get it.
But if you move on from him, what do you have on that defensive line?
He had a hell of a game against Baltimore.
You're going to have to.
What?
He played very well against Baltimore. Cam Hayward. It was probably the only one.
When?
The last game that they played?
Last Saturday night?
Yes.
He played really well?
I thought so.
They had a running back get almost 200 yards on them.
Did it seem like he was the only one that seemingly wanted to be there most of the time?
I thought the linebackers made egregious errors.
That starts with the defensive line.
Yeah, but if you
I
lose
would have
him,
to
then
comb
what?
the film.
You already signed. You know what he is.
Bob, I said I'd keep him because of his status as an all-time Steeler, but otherwise, you're not getting my theme here. I don't care what they have next year. They have 6 Super Bowls because their team stunk and they went out and got a quarterback. They need to stink for a year.
Well, then you're agreeing with what I'm saying. Their offense is the biggest problem. They have to get to 2025 and make some adjustments so that you score a lot more points than you're scoring. Their defense is disappointing. For what they valued it at, sure. But that, to me, if I'm going to choose one side of the ball that needs major problem solving, it's the offense.
The quarterback is the number one priority.
That's the
I
offense.
agree with that. But defense is just as disappointing to me, especially based on the money you're in. What's the word I'm looking for? Not injecting.
The money you're investing.
Investing
is
what I was looking for. I'm tired, Bob.
So am I.
Larry Ogunjobi cut him.
Cut him.
James Daniels is a free agent. Isaac Seumalo is an interesting case. He's signed for 1 more year. And
Pay cut.
What?
Pay cut.
Pay cut. I don't have his cap hit. I lost his cap.
It doesn't matter.
His cap
He's
hit
been
is
okay. He's not been what I thought.
10.1 million.
Pay cut.
Cut him.
If I was interested in winning, I would say keep him because I actually think he's a pretty good player. But I'm not, so cut him. Or trade him. I think you could trade him. I still think he's a good player. Chris Boswell, we all keep him. He signed for 2 more years. Justin Fields, we're all keeping him.
Yep.
Yes, we are.
He's a free agent. What kind of deal do you think he would settle for and you could get him for?
2 years, maybe 25 to 30 million total.
God.
You don't think that's fair?
It is, but I have no faith that he's a franchise.
Well, Russell Wilson won't take.
I know.
He's not going to take a 1-year deal. And
well,
he's certainly...
in keeping with my theme, I would, and I'm not joking, I would bring in somebody like Carson Wentz, or Easton Stick.
The stick figure.
Bob.
Well, in that regard, they will be drafting very high when the draft comes to Pittsburgh.
Well, isn't that your plan?
Yes.
Then you have to enact the plan. And the way to enact the plan, you're not going to ask coaches or players to tank games. If a tanking is happening, it has to happen at the organizational level, the executive level, with how you build your roster. So, yeah, I guess Justin Fields, sign him. Limits?
I would sign Justin Fields because I think he's going to be either a big boom or a bust. And that's why they're going to be drafting high, or he's going to take him to the playoffs and have a chance to be a franchise quarterback.
Mike Williams is a free agent. You trying to bring him back?
No.
No.
Najee Harris, you making any offer to him?
No.
Some interesting names here. Elandon Roberts is a free agent.
I'm going to keep him.
Try to keep him. Try to sign him.
Yeah, try to sign him.
I'd bring him back.
I'm not. I like him, but I'm not. George Pickens.
Trade him.
Trade him.
Trade him.
We all agree on that. Cordero Patterson, I say sign him to a 10-year, $100 million deal, Bob.
And give him 1 carry a game. And then he's not happy. And then he's snowblowing and talking about why I'm snowblowing.
If you gave Artie truth serum, he'd want to hand it to Cordero every play of the game, right?
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
Yes. Cut him. Correct?
Cut him.
Yeah.
There was a point in the fourth quarter where I thought it was just about time for Cordero Patterson to go into the game on cue.
I know. Dan Moore is a free agent. Would you try to sign him?
No.
Let him walk.
Let him walk. I agree with that. All right. We'll get back to this in a moment. It's been a rousing game, Bob, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him, cut him again, only financially.
How about Ben Skoranek?
Cut him, keep him, trade him, sign him.
What would you do with him, Limits? Welcome back, sports fans. It's time for another game of cut him, keep him, trade him, or sign him.
Ben Skoranek should get a 5-year deal. Bring him back to block.
Listen, if I was going to take it to the hilt here with my plan to tank, I would have, what's his name? Who's the third-string quarterback?
Kyle Allen.
Kyle Allen. I thought it was Ryan Finley. I'd have him, Cordero Patterson, and Ben Skoranek as my 3 featured offensive players.
Finley, the guy that beat the Steelers?
Yes.
For Cincinnati?
An untouched 23-yard touchdown run. Remember that
yes.
in that game? There is such a thing as tanking in football, Bob. You know that as well as I do. And this is a desperate, desperate football team. They don't see it that way. They probably see themselves as, hey, we make the playoffs more often than not, and we're just a couple pieces away, and I would argue that they're delusional for that.
I don't know. I really don't know how they think of themselves after what's happened this year. I'd like to know what goes on in some of those meetings.
Their actions will tell us. 412-928-9370. Limits?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thank you, Joe. Artie Smith has completed his interview with the New York Jets. It comes one day after Artie had met with the Chicago Bears yesterday. So 2 potential options for Arthur Smith if he decides to leave the Steelers. Pitt basketball lost to Florida State 82-70 last night. They'll play on Saturday. It's going to be a jam-packed Saturday here on The Fan. Home game against Clemson at noon, 11:30 is when the pregame coverage begins. And then it's the NFL playoffs. Houston and Kansas City, Washington and Detroit with coverage from Westwood One will follow. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl. Make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Start new at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Remaining 24 Outlanders up to $8,500 off or finance at low 0%. In fact, the popular Eclipse Cross comes with 0% as well.
And with up to 125% of KBB for your trade, we make a new start easier than ever.
Your New Year deal your way. What a great day.
Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey NorthHillsMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing on select models with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365.
Here's a riddle for you. What do yoga mats, a toothbrush, and a Hyundai have in common? I'll give you a moment. Time's up. If you guess they're all fun, well-designed, and super useful, you guessed wrong. The answer is you can order all of those things on Amazon. That's right. You can now buy a Hyundai on Amazon, the same place where you order yoga mats, a toothbrush, and pretty much everything else, all from the comfort of your home. And the best part, you won't even have to break down a car-sized Amazon box after, because you'll pick up your Hyundai at the dealer. I mean, picture this. You're in your PJs, snugged in on your couch, you pull up Amazon on your phone and start the process right there. Just locate a nearby dealer, pick your color, your options, check the price, and with a few dotting of some I's and crossing of some T's, voila, your Hyundai is ready for pickup. It's that easy. Just remember to put on some real clothes before you head over. Will you? Hyundai, now available on Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Limited availability. Only through participating Hyundai dealers in select markets.
Are you ready to transform your bathroom? Hi, I'm Matt Sloan, General Manager at West Shore Home, and we make it simple, fast, and stress-free. With hundreds of styles and combinations, you're guaranteed to find something you love. And we don't stop at tubs and showers. West Shore Home can upgrade your entire space, including flooring, vanities, and toilets, giving you the complete package. Need help deciding? Don't worry. Schedule a free, no obligation design consultation today, and West Shore Home can be there as soon as tomorrow. Plus, check out our amazing promotions anytime at westshorebath.com. At West Shore Home, we don't just install and walk away. Every customer gets a follow-up call to ensure complete satisfaction. And our online scheduling makes booking your next home upgrade easier than ever. Text BATH to 35868 to get started today. That's BATH to 35868. Or visit westshorebath.com. Transform your home with West Shore Home. The team delivering exceptional improvements every time.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Ravens have played cold games before. Baltimore can get chilly, but Lamar Jackson and his guys, they've never seen 8 degrees. That's what we should expect Sunday night in Buffalo. While this is still arguably the game of the playoffs, unfortunately, I don't think we'll see these two great quarterbacks at their best. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen her on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck and Asian from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy farm truck racer, the FuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldofWheels.com for more info.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder & Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder & Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Limits, I thought we had changed the music a long time ago.
Yeah, but Bob was nodding along the last couple of songs, so I wanted to play it for him.
We have a woman in-house who's a professional singer.
We love Gwen's music.
Gwen Gold. Yeah, but we just never play it. That's the problem. I want to get back to that.
I've been trying to throw it into the rotation.
You said that the Clarks were interested in?
Well,
They
I did
like
not
us?
say that
They
the
said
Clarks
they were
were
fans of us.
Yes, I did say that.
Have you approached them yet about having songs on? We need songs to come back from breaks and go to breaks.
I don't
correct?
have a contact for the Clarks, but I will approach them one way or another.
Bob, I asked him this 2 months ago. The Clarks. Here, I'll type it
I've
into
noticed
Google.
you put a lot of pressure on him.
Pittsburgh band contact information. There's an email.
He just called
for
me
the
one of the
Clarks.
nicest men he's ever met just like 2 minutes ago. Now,
come on, Limits. We've been asking, or I have for years here. I have looking to book the Clarks. Contact Jerry Lima at Mini Talent Group.
The Clarks.
Yeah, we are. We'll have him live in the studio during the show. I can't stand the music anymore. Bob, can you?
No, I think it needs updated. I do.
Bob was just nodding along to it like he was enjoying.
That does not
you can't
endorsement.
help nodding along to it.
You need no endorsement from me.
That's right.
That's right.
I don't want to play that game anymore, Bob.
Oh, my God.
Let him keep
You're
going to
end it this
we
way?
We went through the whole
You're
team.
going to end it this way?
Van Jefferson.
Sign him to a 10-year deal.
Oh, Omar, what have you done? We all knew that wide receiver and secondary depth were problems, and you brought in people like Mike Williams and Cam Sutton. I mean, it just didn't get it done, did he?
Joe, would you like to know why the music hasn't been playing either? Because it won't let me download it anymore.
We can't download music at a radio station?
No, I'm talking
about... there's a lot of money involved in some of these
I know
things.
you can't take stuff off.
I'm talking about Gwen's music. It's not downloading.
Oh.
So I'll have to talk to Gwen about it.
Or somebody who can fix your computer about it.
It's the access to the file.
Are the are the Penguins going to beat the Sabres and take off on the 7-game road trip?
I think they need to go 5-2, and I think they may have trouble in Buffalo. I saw them the other night against Carolina at home.
They stink.
They do stink, but they beat Carolina, and it's dangerous because I thought the Penguins would beat Seattle after losing back-to-back home games.
If Buffalo's dangerous, then any road trip in the league is dangerous, Bob. They've lost 7 of their last 8 games. They're horrifying.
Are you going to guarantee a Penguins win?
I wouldn't guarantee a Penguins win if they played us 3.
That's my point. I'm saying it won't be easy. What I'm saying to you is they got to go 5-2 minimum on this trip, I think.
And what if they do? They're 18-20-8. Then they come home and they have New Jersey's coming in. The Capitals at some point. The Rangers.
Hard to believe the Capitals have one of the best records in the game.
What's the most depressing situation in town? Pirates, Penguins, or Steelers? What leaves you? This isn't even an opinion. When you consider their situation, which one of those 3 leaves you most hopeless?
Hopeless?
Yeah, just like
Pirates.
Oh my God. Yeah.
The Penguins. There's nothing right now in sight after Crosby, Malkin, Letang.
The Steelers.
I feel like we go all the way around the board with different answers.
I just feel like at least the Pirates, as hopeless as they are and how miserable and indefensible their offseason has been, they have Paul Skeens. They have the best athlete.
I understand that, but they're going to waste the 4 years if they don't do anything to bring more things in around him.
I know.
So that's what makes it hopeless. I haven't seen evidence that they will.
Why are you most hopeless about? Oh, the Pirates.
Them. I mean,
well, that's
understandable. They can change that real quick. I think you'll see both the Steelers and Penguins try to do something to change their fortunes. I want to see that from the Pirates. That's all.
Limits, why'd you say the Penguins? For obvious reasons, I know.
Yeah, I'm more optimistic about the other 2 teams just because of, I guess, the sense of stability. We've been kind of beaten down with the Steelers and the fact that I think they're not going to be very good next year and we'll be able to get a high draft pick. And the Pirates have Paul Skeens, and the Penguins, there's nothing in the pipeline. I mean, they can't figure out goaltending. There's so many more questions I have with the Penguins right now.
Well, they do have some young goaltending, and I wonder how good it's going to be. That's going to be the thing.
I'm depressed, Bob.
You're not supposed to leave people depressed.
I know. I came in real happy today, remember, all those hours ago? I'm very curious to see what happens with the PM guys featuring City Limits here. I'm convinced it's about his plan to tank and announce the pick at the 26th draft. Except that with the cut him, keep him thing, you didn't want to cut hardly anybody or trade hardly anybody. So how are they going to tank next year? Just naturally?
I think just naturally. Their schedule's pretty brutal. Again, I mean, it's going to depend on where different games are, but who knows?
Bob, we'll see you next week. Limits, we'll see you tomorrow. What's
guys
cooking?
Have a good weekend. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bob. What's cooking brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And what else do I owe you, Limitless
The hotline,
Wonder?
please.
The Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joel Blomqvist is with the Penguins in their dressing room in Cranberry, according to Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. So Tristan Jarry out, Blomqvist in. We'll see if Blomqvist will be starting for the Penguins as they begin their 7-game road trip later on this week. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 93.7thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-324-3030. That's 800-324-3030. Again, that's 800-324-3030.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. We head to college basketball tonight as Binghamton takes on Vermont. Both teams struggle on the offensive side, and Vermont's defense is stifling. With Vermont's defense and Binghamton averaging only 57 points a game, the 5-star play of the day is to take the under 127 in the game. I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL.
Playoff football is in the air, and Paramount Plus is your home to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game all the way through the AFC Championship. Log into Paramount Plus from any device and stream all the dramatic postseason action. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Start your day with 2 breakfast bagel sandwiches for $6. Build 2 bagel sandwiches with your choice of egg, meat, cheese, and more in the GetGo app. And enjoy a doubly delicious morning of savings. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Jeep. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport starting at $235 for 39 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new user
producers in Pennsylvania. Affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, it's Bob Pompiani for Shenderovich and Fishman. Did you ever notice in their ads you won't hear a big long disclaimer or see a bunch of tiny print on the screen because really they don't need one? Their message is simple. Their success rate is 99.7%. And when they win for you, their fee is only 25%. You know why? Because it's your money, and you pay nothing unless recovery is made. Also remember, you will have the peace of mind knowing that from the minute you contact Shenderovich and Fishman, you will pay zero, no legal retainers, fees, or expenses of any kind until they win your case. And they certainly do win your cases. So if you've been injured, call Shenderovich and Fishman. They are Pittsburgh's personal injury law experts. The number is 1-888-98-TWINS. And remember, they really do have your back and not your wallet.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Winter snow and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're experts in finding and eliminating leaks, making repairs, or if you need a whole house roof and siding replacements, they can do that too. No job is too big or too small for The Pickle. 724-515-5551 or call thepickle.com. They're answering phones 24/7 today.
Check out the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive, opening on Monday, January 27th, for a chance to score free wings for a year. That's right, free wings for a year. Be one of the first 100 guests in line on Monday, January 27th for your chance to win big. Or join us on Friday, January 31st at the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin for our live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6, where we will be giving away free wings for a year to 20 lucky guests.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express Store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations, Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766, 800-390-0766.
Calling all golfers. Your winter plans just got a little better. Shooters Golf is the ultimate golf entertainment destination, offering climate-controlled bays so you can play through any weather with top tracer technology. Track every swing and feel like you're on the course. I've been there, I know. And when it's snowing outside, you're inside hitting the ball after your round, cold beer, delicious meal, full-service kitchen. Why wait for spring? Grab your clubs and reserve your bay now. That's shootersgolf.com. Tee off today at Shooters Golf.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
24-hour window for an NHL team to claim Tristan Jarry off waivers has come and gone, meaning the Penguins' very expensive, underachieving goaltender has cleared waivers and can now be sent to the minors. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, where it is jam-packed. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Boney and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is the job. You have to make decisions. The job is to make as few mistakes as possible, acknowledging that all of that is out there in the open for everybody to judge. And I understand and agree with that. They're not going to get any defense from me on it. It was my decision within the first couple weeks in being here. So that was a decision then. I also would say with goaltenders in particular, you have to be careful about writing the obituary too quickly, because we've seen a lot of guys in the league that have been able to come back. It's up to him to go down there and use it as a full reset. I think it would speak worse of me if it was a mistake and we prolonged it and continued to try to force it. If there are mistakes that I make, I try to rectify them and come out here and face the music.
Kyle Dubas, in his words, facing the music on Tristan Jarry, scanning the interweb, looking around, snooping around, trying to find the Josh Yoes and Rob Rossi's locally, Elliot Friedman, Chris Johnston internationally. The big names in the hockey news world, none of them announcing in the last few minutes that a team has claimed Tristan Jarry. This is what everybody thought would happen. Other teams, the 31 other teams, would look at that contract and collectively say, PU. Yuck. I want no part of that.
PU, huh?
Yeah, Stella says that now.
She does?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's got to be funny. And like a very
she shakes her hand and says,
voice.
P.U. Yep.
Yeah, it's funny now. Ace just complete sentences. I want that, like very, talks like an adult. We don't really do baby talk to you. Like we never did a ton of, like we never did.
Gaga, no.
Yeah, so like both of the kids didn't talk till they were basically 2 years old. And both just basically, once they started, it was in complete, like fully formed thoughts, which is.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it's cool until they're like, Dad, I want yogurt. And then it's like, I want a pouch. He likes these the pouches, the squeezable yogurts this morning. Chocolate waffles, yogurt pouches. It was ridiculous. You know what? Speaking of chocolate waffles, they're brown. That's what the doo-doo is the color of that too, Pony. And that's what Tristan Jarry's been. And you know what I hate about this deal? I was thinking about it walking in.
Uh-oh.
You know what bums me out about it more than anything else?
What's that?
What it stands for. And Dubas's clip gets into that a little bit. Like it alludes to something that bothers me. It's what the deal is all about and, like, what it says about the Penguins. He makes he takes great pains there, makes a great effort, does Dubas, to say it was my decision and my alone, when we know that that's not the case, that we know that the very powerful and influential head coach still liked the guy when it came time to make a decision on a contract extension. We know also that the ownership group is in thrall with the head coach as well. Because they're Boston guys, he's a Boston guy, and they just like him. So it's Dubas, like, falling on a sword that any somewhat keen observer knows is not his alone to fall on. And then it's this other thing. It's just this idea that because certain guys in the organization just believe in players, in this case Sullivan in Jari, despite having no evidence to suggest that they should believe in him, that they're just going to go ahead and give him a contract extension like that anyway. Results be damned here. Proof be damned. They've fallen into we're the Penguins, we just believe in our own evaluations so much that that's how we're going to roll, which would be fine if you had continued winning Stanley Cups and getting to conference finals or even winning playoff series, but they're doing things like this against the backdrop of a stretch of play that would get most head coaches fired, Pony.
I always thought the move was Exhibit A for how teams don't know more than fans. And if they had polled fans and said, hey, we're about to sign Tristan Jarry to a 5-year extension, do you want us to do it, yes or no? 95 to 100% of Penguins fans would have said no. And so don't always fall for the trap here of, the teams know more than us. That's not true. And that's what happened here with Jarry. I heard Donnie last night. And by the way, I thought we were going to have some breaking news, whether it was this, a crazy Tristan Jarry claim by a team or something on the Steelers, which maybe we'll still get between now and the end of the show. But I heard Donnie say last night that I think, Donnie, you correct me on this, I think your point or take was this is the worst contract in Pittsburgh sports history?
I said one of the worst. I didn't put it at number one because there's always, I think, going to be ones that you could argue are worse. But I would say as of right now. I had a lot of people chime in with Jack Johnson, if you recall. That Penguins one. There are a couple of baseball ones that got thrown in there. Derek Bell was a pretty common answer for people.
Derek Bell wasn't punitive, though. The guy just quit to become a real-life pirate and live on a boat. But it didn't,
the Key Brian Hayes deal.
Didn't strangle the
that one got thrown out there here and there.
I don't think that's actually the worst, but it's like a goofy one. In Pirates world, for what they committed to him, it's pretty bad. The bad thing about the Jarry deal, Donnie, it is very close to not even being the worst contract on the team right now. I mean, they gave Ryan Graves a contract, and I'll use this chance since he's here producing on site to give a big shout-out to huge New Jersey Devils fan and hockey diehard, gorgeous Charlie Borges, who on the day of the contract signing for Graves.
He made fun of it.
Pony and Pony knows a little bit more about Graves than I do, or did at that point, but we both said to Charlie, well, you're the expert on this guy. Is this a good deal? And he just laughed and said, no, he stinks. You're going to hate this deal.
So for the record, I think the Jarry contract is ridiculously bad just because they got all the evidence said don't do it, and they did it anyways. Some of these guys that I'm going to throw out there was actually reason to think the player could be good. I have 11 contracts written down currently in Pittsburgh sports that are what I would describe as bad deals. So you can tell me how many of these you would rank ahead of Jarry and say that deal's actually worse. I have 3 Steelers players under consideration. I have Minka Fitzpatrick, 4 years, $73 million. There's still 2 years left on it at $18 million a clip.
I thought about that. I mean, he's made all-pro nods, though.
Yeah.
I mean, right now it looks horrible.
He looked all chump against the Ravens.
Strong stuff. All chump. No, he's looked invisible, and I've seen a growing, I guess, sentiment from the fans who are really hardcore about it, not just more casual, that no, it's really not just the team didn't put him in a position to succeed, he just wasn't good. You can argue about what his role was and whether that's the right way to utilize a guy you're paying that much, but people just said independent of that, he wasn't good. That's definitely one that needs to be considered.
I don't think he's as bad, but as far as what the player is making, he's making the most of any guy on the list. He's making more than 3 times more than Jarry, and I get it. It's football. Economics is different than hockey. Patrick Queen, 3 years, $41 million. That's $13 million a year.
You know how I feel about that
left
one.
On it.
You know how I feel about that one. That one's very bad.
Very bad?
Yeah. I mean, he had
not just plain old bad. You're going to take it up a bad notch.
I gave the signing. I panned the signing when they made it. I said I still felt like there was a body of evidence that supported the idea that he was more a byproduct of Roquan Smith playing next to him than anything, and I think I've been validated in that argument through 1 year. I mean, he's the guy talking at the end of the year about guys getting like complacent or comfortable, basically, on the defensive side. I think he was the embodiment of it.
I think the Queen deal is worse than Minka. Because I could see Minka, if the scheme changes or a coordinator change happens, I'm not holding my breath on these things. But I could see him getting back to really good football. Queen's much younger. He's 25. But I think you took him out of Baltimore, and we discovered he was really a byproduct of just the guy he played next to, which is what you predicted when the signing happened. Larry Ogunjobi, 3 years, $28 million with another year left on it.
It's more one like
the dude's making over $9 million a year.
He's not healthy enough, and then isn't making enough plays for me to feel like that one's good. And I wanted to believe it was good because I thought, like, at the time, if you just get this guy physically right, he's going to be a really disruptive player, and it's been a disappointment. I wouldn't put it close to on the level of how frustrated I am by the Queen deal, but it's not a good deal.
I think the Steelers believe that's the worst one because I think they're just going to cut ties with Ogunjobi. With Queen and Minka, I think both of those guys will be back. They'll hold out hope for them.
I think the Steelers,
like any
team,
to wash their hands on Ogunjobi.
I think. Don't you think Mike Tomlin, even more than any other coach, hates guys who are hurt? Like the availability stuff.
Well, then why did they re-sign him in the first place? Because he had his previous contract voided. And he was did not have a clean bill of health.
I know.
The year before they gave him a long-term deal. I actually think when you factor that in, that's the worst one on the Steelers. Because just like Jari, there were signs and clues that it was a bad idea to invest that amount of money in a player like that, and they still did it anyways.
If the Steelers were to hypothetically give George Pickens $25 to $28 million a year, where would that one slot in?
Probably one for me right now, but that's because I'm in the mood to want to dump on George, and not because of what Michael Brewerly says about me on Twitter. Erik Karlsson, let's transition to the Penguins. How about 2 years, $20 million left on that contract? $10 million a year. Is he even a good defenseman?
Well, he's not
I'd say barely.
He's not a good defender. I mean, he's probably like it's gotten so heated over him that I think people have gone too far and like just said he objectively sucks in every way. He's still a good play driver, like offensively, but he has made. See, this is the problem with him. You live with the occasional gaffe or irresponsible play. If a guy like Erik Karlsson is controlling hockey games from the blue line by playing 28 minutes and just being impossible. Like, he did that against the Penguins when he was with the Senators. He basically is the only reason that series went the distance. When the guy is playing like maybe an above average but not even good offensive defenseman, but then just doing some of the most irresponsible stuff on the ice. I almost swore there because it makes me mad when I watch it. Like, just doing some of the most irresponsible things you've ever seen defensively, allowing goals and being a major reason why this team is dead last in goal prevention, dead last in goals allowed in the league. That's a horrible deal.
I think it's actually more punitive than the other two guys. So Graves he's the worst player on this list in terms of what you get back. And it's also, there's 4 more years left on the contract. But grand total, it's $18 million. Karlsson,
I think you got to look at like percentages of the cap.
Right,
though.
Karlsson's $10 million a year.
And you were paying him to like reset the clock a few years back on your like window.
And you can't move him. You can't move Graves, you can't move Jari, but at least combined they eat up less than
the
Karlsson
player who
does.
was supposed to come in and still be like I think you're paying $10 million even for a guy at that age, and we know that position, even the way he played it, you can age a little more gracefully, I think, than you can as a forward. You're paying him to still be like Norris adjacent, I think, at that amount of money.
All right, I got 2 baseball ones to run by you when we come back to see if you think they're worse than the Jari deal, and I've got 3 wild card submissions here for worst contracts in Pittsburgh sports right now. 412-928-9370. Looks like Tristan Jari went unclaimed. No big shocker there. I'm getting a thumbs up from our hockey buff Charlie that that's indeed what happened. More reaction to it when we come back. Jason Mackey in about 20 minutes. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Florida State beats Pitt 82-70 last night. The Jeff Capel Show. You can hear that tonight at 6 right here on The Fan. The Panthers are back in action Saturday at noon hosting Clemson. Pre-game coverage for that game starts at 11:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. Let's talk about my friends right now at Choice cabinet. So there are a lot of people out there, blue-collar types, ponies folk out there who are listening to this show right now. Maybe you're a contractor, general contractor. You do a lot of work building kitchens for people. Maybe you're out there, you're a DIY type. You're going to do these jobs yourself. You have that working knowledge. You want to do a big renovation, a big remodel of a kitchen. What is one of the biggest impediments? You probably already know it, but I'm going to say it anyway. It's the wait time. Right now it's about 8 to 12 weeks for cabinets. Why sit around waiting for that long? Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock, Amish designed, all wood, 10 different paints and stains. Delivery available in as little as 3 days. Don't wait 2, maybe even 3 months for those cabinets. If you need cabinets, friends, the choice is clear. Choice Cabinet. Check them out online, choicecabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Mike Tomlin has now lost 6 straight playoff games. We want change, but Mike says he'll be the one to fix it.
There's obviously a lot of work to do. I'm energized in terms of beginning the process and doing it. It's not only my job to lead the group, but also to provide perspective.
Do you have faith you'll finally make the changes necessary to win a playoff game? Let us know your thoughts all offseason long, as there's no better place for your black and gold coverage than right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Quinn Ewers declared for the NFL Draft yesterday, likely ending the strangest college career in recent memory. He was the nation's top recruit, compared to Joe Dirt because of his mullet, left high school early to get NIL money, went to Ohio State, then Texas, where he did well, but he was pushed by an even bigger phenom, Arch Manning. Now he could be one of the most polarizing prospects in the draft. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice, the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Hey, football fans, BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you'll be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tristan Jarry goes unclaimed, so he's likely headed to Wilkes-Barre or Wilkes-Barre? What do you say?
I said Wilkes-Barre the later, I think I said Wilkes-Barre when I was a kid. Then I went Wilkes-Barre, and I feel like
I've been a Wilkes-Barre guy my whole life.
I feel like it's one of those situations where there's a decent number of people who live there and were raised there who say, nah, we just say Wilkes-Barre. But I always thought it was Barre.
Austin in headlines today said Bear.
I think it's Barry.
I think he's looking at the way it's spelled and just going Bear, but I think the real ones know it's Wilkes-Barre.
Lancaster or Lancaster?
Lancaster?
I always said Lancaster, Lebanon, PA, but Mount Lebanon.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Bouchette has very strong Lancaster and Lebanon opinions, I believe. What would Starkey call it? He messes that stuff up all the time with weird emphasis on syllables.
What's the bigger deal, Scranton or Wilkes-Barre?
Of the two?
Yeah.
Like, who's doing the heavy lifting? I mean, right now, Scranton, that's Biden's hometown, so, Scranton's getting a lot of shine there. The office wasn't set in Wilkes-Barre, it was set in Scranton.
But everybody refers to the hockey team as the Wilkes-Barre Penguins. So
well, that's where they're based.
In Wilkes-Barre.
Yeah, I mean.
The Wild are based in St. Paul. They don't call them the St. Paul Wild.
I knew you were going to say that. They represent, you know what, though? They call them the whole state. Yeah. They didn't pick a city. They didn't pick St. Paul over Minneapolis.
We're debating the worst contract in Pittsburgh sports. Here are the two baseball ones.
Always a good time when the NFL season is still going, and we're left with this, Pony. Hey, there's so many bad deals, we've got to at least get into it and figure out which one's the worst.
Mitch Keller has 4 years and $69 million left on his deal. It would be a great deal if the season only lasted 80 games. Unfortunately for him, you have to pitch from July 15th till October 1st. And that's typically when he turns into I'm trying to think of a bad Pirates pitcher from yesteryear.
Tom Gorzolani.
That's the first name that popped in my head, but I don't think that's fair to Gorzo.
Because didn't you have a betting strategy that focused on Gorzolani games when you were in college?
I like Gorzolani, as a matter of fact, yeah.
A bad Pirates pitcher, how about Josh Fogg?
Another guy that I think is a little bit disrespected.
Kip Wells?
Too good.
Too good?
You're naming guys that are too good.
Pirates Bronson Arroyo.
Wore number 69.
Yeah, I mean, he was anything but nice on the mound. Then he reinvented himself with that stupid whirly bird windup.
Donnie, who's the worst Pirates pitcher that just pops in your head?
Ben Scoten.
He was pretty bad.
A guy that should have been a first baseman because he had 40 home run power. They're like, no, we're going to make this gentleman a pitcher.
You know who always pops up to me, even though he was actually on a good team? Mike Zagurski.
Yeah, because you just love the big fat guy thing.
Well, I didn't love him then. He was terrible.
I know, but it's just There's just something about the overweight athlete that people can't shake. They just, when they see it, it either makes them laugh or admire the guy.
Well, I also laughed because I think they used to list him at like 220.
Which would have been like listing Donnie Football in high school playing center at like 170.
I think Keller's is underrated bad. It's obviously not in the Jari category, but it's a lot of money for that organization, and they're not getting.
Okay, so that's the key thing, though.
Bang for their buck.
Are we real? Don't we have to like divorce ourselves different, like for the Pirates, differently than the other two teams in cap sports? Because in regular MLB, what does his deal average out to? 4 years and $70 million left.
Yeah.
So what is that? 16 million, 17 million a year.
Yep.
Roughly.
Yeah, 17 million a year.
Is that really in regular baseball terms? Is that actually a bad deal? Like for what he does?
I still don't think it's a good deal. I mean, he's basically a league average pitcher when you balance out what he does in the first half with the second half.
I know. So what's a league average starter on the open market going for these days?
Yeah, probably around 15.
Who's going to chew up? Who's going to chew up 190 to 205 innings?
Well, I don't care if you're the Dodgers or the Pirates. Ke'Bryan Hayes with 6 years and $37 million left on his deal is not a good contract. No one would take that deal.
The reason that one frustrates me is you sign the deal, and the argument for it is, oh, his defense is so good that even if this is all he ever is as a hitter, it'll be a good deal.
I call Bologna on that because
I don't even buy it anymore because they gave a guy a long-term contract with major back. What did you say? I call what?
Bologna.
Bologna?
That's how it's spelled.
What are we doing here? I just powered right through that because I didn't even know what you said. I thought you were doing another like made-up Italian swear word.
No. Yeah, I call
Bologna.
I call Bologna on that one, man. I mean, he doesn't play shortstop or catcher.
He's hurt a lot. The bat, like you give that kind of a deal to a guy who's got a chronically injured back.
Yep.
That you can never tell if it's going to, keep him out of games. It seems like it's going to sap any real offensive ability from him. It also doesn't help that, I know it's mostly his family doing the chirping, but
his brother,
once in a while, his dad will throw something in there. It never really strikes me like he can say that he does. He doesn't really seem to be one of those guys like McCutchen did when he signed a very team-friendly deal over a decade ago who, really wants to be part of a Pirates turnaround. It seems more like Ke'Bryan Hayes was like, well, the people close to me thought that this was a deal I probably needed to sign because it was a good chunk of money and it was good security for my future, and they're the team that happened to give it to me, but I have no special attachment to anything that's going on here.
All right, here are the last three, the wild card ones. Mike Tomlin, 3 years, $48 million left on his deal. Mike Sullivan, 2 years, $11 million left on his deal. And how about this one? I think the numbers are right on this. Pat Narduzzi, 7 years, $40 million left on the deal.
What's the Narduzzi buyout?
I don't have that. I don't have that in front of me.
So 348, 211, 740.
Yep.
The Tomlin one is the worst, and I'll say it for this reason. They haven't come close to winning a playoff game in a very long time. We are all acutely aware of the fact that Art Rooney has never employed a large coaching staff, has never put a big financial outlay towards a large coaching staff. If he were to hire a different coach right now than Mike Tomlin and didn't have to pay $16 million a year, just spitball for me here, your best guess, Pony. If they hired in a parallel universe, you'll have to get over the idea of how happy you would be for this. If they hired Ben Johnson tomorrow and Tomlin's money wasn't on the books, how much would they offer Ben Johnson to get him to come here? 7 or 8?
I was going to say 8 or 9.
Okay. That's half of what Tomlin makes. Theoretically, if you could cast a spell over Art and say you're going to pay Ben Johnson $8 million and then you've got $8 or $9 million to play with that you otherwise right now allot to your head coach, and he's going to be able to hire a coaching staff with the other $8 million, you're willing to bet you're probably going to have a better overall coaching talent pool underneath your hotshot new head coach than what you're getting for paying Mike $16 million a year. And then on guys like Pat Meyer's case, we can't even fantasize as fans about him getting blown out of here and somebody new taking over because he's under contract for another year. I'm sorry, that was a long-winded way of saying it's Tomlin because of what it means to the rest of the organization.
Yeah, and there's only 2 players on the roster that make more money than him, Minka and TJ Watt.
Is Cam's deal not worth that anymore? Wouldn't Cam really close to that number?
Okay, so maybe 3.
And of those 3, I would say only one of them really exceeded expectations this year.
I mean, I'm in the mood to say that Tomlin's is the worst one, too.
Pats is pretty.
But some of these are just.
Pats is pretty onerous.
This is like the Kentucky Derby where there's 20 horses in the field.
They're all
there's
Secretariat.
Like 11 of them packed in at the going down the final stretch.
You've got Secretariat, Seattle Slew. Your Fusaichi Pegasus.
I know he's. I know he might be arguably, like for what he does, the best player among the guys we talked about. But I honestly get very pissed off about the Carlson contract. And I know, hey, they didn't give up really any. They got rid of bad contracts to get him. But it's just so ponderous on them. It's a crippling contract.
I don't like the way he has played. Like I hate doing the whole attitude critique unless it becomes blatant. Like I hate being the body language interpreter guy, but man, you know what really rubbed me the wrong way about him? He has that horrible game earlier this year that just back-breaking mistakes, and it was one in a many of a line.
It says he's playing great.
Yeah, I'm playing great hockey. Like, no, you're not, dude. And also, even if you genuinely think you are, you have to be aware enough of your surrounding to just read the effing room and not say that.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. We'll get Jason Mackey's take on things next. Plus, will we have Steelers breaking news by 3 o'clock? Stay tuned. First, a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins at the Sabres tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way with Bet Parks. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. You can play all of your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, slots, themed after Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad. Join me right now, along with Mulsey, Black and Gold alums Max Starks and Charlie Batch on the Bet Parks team. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances, touchdowns, passing yards, rushing yards, and more. Another round of the Pro Football Playoffs this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. That really good one Sunday around 6:30. And then the college football title game is Monday night. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. And new users, download the BetParks Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParks.com for terms and conditions. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Mulsey?
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, better known as Mitsu by the Mall. It is the place to go. You want to find the Mitsu that fits you. You want to get into one of these great vehicles, one of these awesome SUVs, like the one I drive, the Outlander, the all-wheel drive, all the bells and whistles that you could want. In the case of the Outlander Hybrid, that futuristic sort of technology where I think the first time I drove the Outlander Hybrid, I lasted almost 800 miles on 1 tank of gas. You want to go and find one of those Mitsus that fits you. The best place is Mitsu by the Mall. They got the best inventory in the area when it comes to Mitsubishi. And right now you can start new in 2025 with great deals. How about on remaining 2024 Outlanders? Right now they're up to $8,500 offer. You can finance at 0%. The Eclipse Cross also available with 0% financing. And with up to 125% of Kelly Blue Book value for your trade, that new start, that new dream in the driveway is going to be easier to afford than ever. Come get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Nothing beats playoff football with teams fighting to punch their ticket to the big game in New Orleans. You can get in on all the action from kickoff to the final whistle at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Right now, new ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Time to talk to the biggest deadhead who hates pot in the world, and that would be Jason Mackey from the Post-Gazette. Back with us here to talk about Tristan Jarry, who cleared waivers. So that means he should probably be a couple hours into his drive to Wilkes-Barre or wherever the hell the baby Penguins are playing right now. Jason, is that the worst contract in Pittsburgh sports right now, the Tristan Jarry deal?
I don't think it's the worst, Andrew, but I think it's certainly up there. I don't know if it's the worst on the team, honestly. I mean, I know that.
Who would you submit? I was going to ask you
Carlson.
that as a follow-up, but you went there. Carlson,
I think. But I go back and forth, Chris, because, I mean, Tristan Jarry's not on the NHL roster right now. Like, Erik Karlsson's a lot of money, and I don't think they're getting return on investment, but at least he's on the roster. So it's very close for me. I mean, it's not a good contract. It was not a good move by Kyle Dubas. He should be criticized accordingly. I don't think he acted alone as well. But, yeah, I mean, it's like 1A and 1B right there, and Ryan Graves is bad, too.
Is faith shaken among the higher-ups at the Penguins and Kyle Dubas with the job he's done so far?
I don't know how it couldn't be. I mean, I can't say that I've heard, whispers from people in the Penguins organization that say they don't believe in Dubas. I think the sentiment around the Penguins I get, Andrew, and I've gotten this a few times, it's just sort of a regret that they didn't move on sooner. Like, I think it's sort of a realization that this isn't going to work. And
sooner
that,
from what?
maybe
move on from what specifically? Jarry or, like, broadly their plan right now?
Broadly their plan. Gino, Letang, trade those guys. That they like, I understand why they're doing what they're doing, and you're trying to honor that group. But I think the realization has definitely set in that this just isn't going to happen.
And they don't think that if they had traded those two guys, 87 would have been out the door too.
I don't know. I don't know. But I think that's the only way you could have made this work. Like, I think that's the way. I mean, it's Monday morning quarterbacking, it's sure, but you're looking at this and saying, you know what, this was the wrong move. Like, if you're watching 71, it's even 58 to a degree, like, I don't think you can look at this and say it was the right move. Like, they should have unloaded those contracts. They should have used that money on younger players. and they should have tried to rebuild around Sid. Like, I don't know if that would have caused Sid to go out the door. I mean, maybe it would have, and maybe that's why they didn't do it. That's context I don't have. But, I mean, I can look at this right now and look at how they are relative to the rest of the NHL, and they're not a playoff team. They're not close.
Jason, how much blame do other people in that decision-making, in decision-making capacities bear for the Jarry deal? Like, besides Dubas, how much should Sullivan and should ownership, but especially Sullivan, bear for that deal being consummated?
They all should, Chris. They all should. And Mike Sullivan's relationship with Tristan Jarry is an odd one, and I covered a good part of it. There was a large part when Tristan was coming up where he would drive Sullivan crazy because of these, like, momentary lapses. And at some point, he sort of earned Sullivan's trust, around the 2020 season. And now, I mean, I don't think Sullivan has any use for it, and I don't blame him. But, you still made the decision when you did. You still extended him. And I do think Sullivan had input in that. Obviously, ownership, afforded Kyle Dubas the money and the green light to go do it. And then Kyle Dubas put his stamp that was the right move. And I think it was premature. I thought they should have learned more about Tristan Jarry. I don't think they should have been committal to him. He's just not been a good enough goalie, and it's a black mark on all of them.
What do you think the next move is for them?
Probably to not have one. And by that I mean, Andrew, Yoel Blomqvist is going to come up and play. They've really liked this kid for a while. I know Dubas specifically has liked him for a while. They're going to not get in his way and see what he does. I expect him to play more than Alex Nedeljkovic, although it will be, it won't be a true 1 and 2. But they want to see what he – if he plays well, it's going to be his net. And Jarry's going to go to the AHL, and he's going to have to figure it out. Now, I've been around this team for a long time, and somebody always seems to get hurt, and something always seems to happen. So I sort of hold in the back of my mind that we haven't heard the last of Tristan Jarry. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he plays well down there, somebody gets hurt, and he comes back up. But they really want to see what Blomqvist can do, and I don't blame them. I think he was pretty good in limited action early on.
Is their situation worse than the Steelers?
Yeah, I think it is. I don't see an easier. I'm trying to do a quick overview. I mean, I don't see it turning for the Penguins as quick as I could see it turning for the Steelers. Like, if the Steelers made some aggressive changes and got a pretty good quarterback in here, and Artie Smith could rev up the pickup truck a little sooner. Like, I think they've still got some decent talent. Like, you could see the Steelers, at least making the playoffs, maybe winning a game, something like that. I don't see the Penguins.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Jason. Let's not get crazy.
Well, I know, Chris. But all right. But, I mean, compared to the Penguins, the Penguins are going to make the playoffs. And I don't see – I mean, it's going to take multiple years and to get out from under contracts to do that.
Jason, I don't mean this to troll Pony, maybe a little bit, but I know he's read about it and talked to people about what it was like for the Penguins before they got Crosby in that draft. And you lived here, you lived through it, I lived through it. How close do you think they are organizationally to having the city kind of fall off again and treat them with disinterest the way that they had to go through in the early 2000s?
Damn close, Chris. I worry about that. I don't.
Do they? Because the people you talk to there have the same worry? Because I think for a lot of years it was just too big. What they had built was classic, too big to fail. We're going to be able to weather any storm, any rebuild.
Right, but you know what was always on the other side of that, Chris, when I was on the beat, was an admission that this is going to all come to a screeching halt at some point. And I think they've stretched that out probably longer than they expected before falling flat on their face. But I think that realization is starting to set in, and that was my point earlier, that, there's just not a great path forward here. And, I give Kyle Dubas some credit. I think he's trying to sustain that by making some of them – for doing this, Andrew. I mean, these are – okay, maybe giving him credit's not the right word, but he's trying to keep this window open just barely. He's comporting himself in such a weird way. I don't think he can do it, but you're trying to get enough young talent in here that can compete in 25 and 26. This year's a lost season. I'm fully convinced of that. But it's such a hard thing to try to maneuver. The Kings did it. They're the only recent example. Normally it gets to the point where you have to suffer.
I don't know. There's a team in their own division with a guy that wears number 8 who might break Gretzky's goal record that seems to have managed to adjust pretty quickly on the fly here.
Yeah, but they've made some harder decisions that the Penguins were unwilling to make.
Do you think the Penguins erred in do you think the Penguins then erred in being deferential to Crosby's wishes ultimately? Because that's Crosby's done more than just about any athlete in this city in this century, probably more than any athlete in this city in this century. But do you think they were right to be deferential to him in this regard and to keep the core together then?
I'm not going to say they're wrong, Chris, because Sid deserves that. If that's what he wanted, fine. I just think it's at a point now where they chase this as far as they could, and I think they need to see at this point that it ain't happening. If I'm Kyle Dubas, I'm operating that way in the trade deadline. Anything that can and should, it will go. So,
Jason, the irony of that, though. No, I don't. I'm not. I think you made it. The heavy sigh kind of tells me all I need to know. To play devil's advocate, though, to that, they could easily point to their current situation and say, if we didn't have basically a goalie vomiting all over himself in Tristan Jarry, we would be several wins better and several points higher in the standings in possession of a playoff spot right now. For as bad as things have largely been, they can put a lot of it on the guy they just put on waivers.
They can, but who would they threaten? That would be my argument. Even if Tristan Jarry was playing a little bit better, do you see this team as a threat to go anywhere whatsoever in the playoffs? I don't.
I would just say it's the Stanley Cup playoffs, and it's almost completely random.
It's random and goalie. If Blomqvist got hot going into the playoffs and they snuck in, then they might just go on a tear because he could stay hot.
The goalie-driven part, I agree with, guys. But yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough. They don't defend well enough. They're not a good enough team. They can't protect leads. They are very flawed. It's not just the Jarry contract. We were talking about it before, the Carlson contract. It's not the right contract for them. They could spend $10 million way better.
Jason, we got to run. Thank you, buddy.
All right, guys. Take care. Have a good one.
Break. Yep, it is official now. He has been reassigned to Wilkes-Barre, and Blomqvist has replaced Jarry on the roster. Breaking Steelers news and sad Steelers news coming up. Quick timeout, and we're right back. It's the PM team. Right now I'm going to tell you guys about the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. And right now, everyone, whether you've been playing on FanDuel for years or you signed up last week, everyone's going to get a no-sweat same-game parlay for any game in the NFL playoffs. Just place a 3-leg NFL same-game parlay. You'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. The team I'm picking this week to win is Baltimore, is a very small favorite in Buffalo. It pains me to say that, but I think Lamar's gotten the monkey off his back, and I don't see Buffalo slowing down Baltimore's running tandem of Jackson and Derrick Henry. So I'll be putting their props into that no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sports book. For you to sign up and join, FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Refund issued is now. Double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
This sandwich is not just spicy, it's flavorful. Hi, this is Patayo, and this is Elsa. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick. Because the spice comes in at just the right moment. Oh, no. A little thing I love is that cilantro lime sauce. It's a fun blend of zesty and bold. That's what really makes me happy. Are you going to eat all your fries?
Order a Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Helping your inner circle prepare for emergencies can start in many ways. Put together an emergency kit with Wipewall. Create a family communication plan with your tita. Remind Bai to keep a backup battery charged. It all starts with a simple step. telling those you care about to be ready for the worst. So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The pro football playoff season is here, and there's one place to be. The BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM.
Your home for wagertainment, giving you the sharpest insights and bringing on expert guest analysis.
From point spreads to props, live betting to futures, BetQL has you covered every step of the way with wall-to-wall coverage on the road to the championship in New Orleans.
Listen live on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the free Odyssey app and twitch.tv/BetQL or YouTube at Odyssey Sports.
Well, what's your name?
I am Nathan. This is Sean. This is Wanye. And we are Boys to Men.
The legendary trio that has captivated audiences worldwide for over 3 decades. Boys to Men, in concert. February 16th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Boys to Men.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life. We were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Whether you're tinkering in your garage or tackling big projects, if you know the value of working with your hands, you know Harbor Freight. And you can be confident knowing that at Harbor Freight, you can get quality tools at prices that work just as hard as you do. Because the only thing more satisfying than a job well done is a job well done, well under budget. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we're back here live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. I don't even know what to say at this point. Penguins and Sabres tomorrow night after Tristan Jarry was reassigned to Wilkes-Barre today. Joel Bloomquist on his way to the Penguins. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now, live from a raucous Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
When you see Mike's interaction with players in the building and certainly the respect that particularly the veteran players have for him and their belief in him, Mike is one of the best coaches in the league as far as I'm concerned, and we're happy we have him.
Happy we have him. One of the great coaches in the league. That was Art Rooney a year ago. What is he going to say when he gets in front of a microphone and cameras here soon to recap the Steelers' disappointing season that ended on a 5-game losing streak where they didn't have a lead in any games, which was the worst performance by them since the merger. 15-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Chris Muller to my right, Donnie Football back in Greentree, 412-928-9370. I thought we'd have something on the Steelers by now. It's been 5 days since the loss in Baltimore. This is usually the time where we find out about contracts that haven't been renewed. So I'm trying to figure out what's holding that up. It could be the Arthur Smith situation as they wait to see what goes on with him if he gets hired by the Bears or Jets, which I don't know why.
Brick Johnson, you can never count him out.
But I don't even mean that. Like,
why wait around for him?
If you don't think one of your position coaches is up for the job, regardless of what happens with Arthur Smith, why not cut them loose now? Yeah.
Well, we know Pat Meyer's under contract for at least another year, so he ain't going anywhere.
But then what do they do here, Chris? I mean,
well, hold on. You understand why I say that?
Yeah, because
I meant to be sarcastic and dismissive a little bit, like frustrated that there won't be a pound of flesh, at least historically, based on how they act.
I can say this, and anybody who is associated with the team and covers them would tell you the same thing. I know that they really liked the job Meyer did with last year's offensive line.
Yeah, I thought it was an above-average job, too. Like, I think that he did better than I thought he would do. I thought Broderick Jones had a solid rookie year, all things considered, and was on an upward trajectory.
And the center was obviously so bad with the snapping and everything else, Mason Cole, that he didn't get a look this entire NFL season.
Right.
Which goes to show you, that probably was Mason Cole problem and not a Pat Meyer problem.
And they probably felt like Pat Meyer helped Dan Moore along. That's why they refused to just hand the job to Jones this offseason, which is still where I think a lot of the genesis of their problems came from.
And Meyer had a lot to do with the scouting of the offensive linemen who were in last year's draft. So
they probably credit him for Frazier to an extent. You're talking about, scouting as far as
put eyes on guys like Fautanu and Frazier and
McCormick.
Yeah, I mean, I think Weidl ultimately had a big say in that too. He makes the draft grades.
Do you think they probably give him some credit then for Frazier being as good as he's been, and that maybe he's not in the kind of trouble we think he should be in?
I haven't talked to anybody on this. I would guess that the Steelers don't believe or don't think Pat Meyer did a good job this year, because I think as a group, as a unit, it took a step back, but if it was good the year before and bad this year, how do they view it? I still think that Arthur Smith and Pat Meyer do not have the same vision as far as like run scheme for an offensive line. Meyer wants to coach it one way. Arthur Smith wants to coach it, or wants to coach.
His system involves it another way.
Wants it coached a different way.
Yeah.
So, that would be, I think, reason enough to cut the guy loose. Not, stop trying to stick a round peg into a square hole or whatever it is.
I want people, I think, know this innately, but that is just basic, like building your coaching staff 101. You want people to line up philosophically. If your offensive coordinator's running game is a man-blocking scheme primarily, right, you don't want a zone-blocking guru as your offensive line teacher. Now, if you've got like a Munchak or a Bill Callahan who's adept at or Scarnecchia back when he was with the Patriots, you make that work because that guy can teach anything. But like otherwise, you line up.
Total spitball thing here. Munchak wants to get back into coaching. I think he's ready to do that. I think he obviously has a big amount of respect, a strong amount of respect for Arthur Smith. He helped tutor Arthur Smith when he got into coaching with Tennessee, and so they've worked together. And when Smith got the job here, Munchak was reached for comments and said very complimentary things. Is it a situation where if Arthur Smith's back, they want to move on from Meyer because they know they can get Munchak back? If Smith does leave for the Jets or Bears, well, now they can't get Munchak because he's going to go.
He's going to follow Smith.
Right. And in that situation, do they think, well, number one on our power ranking of offensive line coaches is Arthur Smith, but Pat Meyer's the next best thing? Again,
is Mike Munchak.
Yes, I'm just completely throwing that out there as a possibility. Because this has been drawn out now where we don't have news on anybody.
And it sounds like you were truly expecting it.
Yeah, because the other thing is...
But were you expecting it based on, just your quick deductive reasoning, like just... Again, I'll say spitballing to use your term because you figured there has to be something, or were you hearing things from people that suggested action was coming?
The educated guess inside was that if we were going to get news on coaches being let go, it was going to happen today. Crowley, and I did not know this, but apparently he went on the air, and I think he still has some moles there from having worked for the radio network and stuff. I think he said he believed today was going to be a, quote, day of reckoning. For members of the coaching staff.
Yeah, it was a day of reckoning.
A day of reckoning.
They reckoned they wouldn't do anything.
So that was his terminology and description on what he thought was
going to happen. You know what? I'm a huge Crowley fan. It says so in my Twitter bio.
Is that right?
If you use day of reckoning, there better be reckoning, Pony.
What would even constitute reckoning?
Terrell Austin gets fired. Pat Meyer gets fired. So you're at least nominally in name, your defensive coordinator and a guy via the magic of Hard Knocks we know actually does have a real role in putting together the game plan.
That's not enough reckoning.
Okay, give me a level of reckoning that is appropriate to the way that they flamed out this year.
A reckoning would be, like the Eagles did.
Just
Arthur,
a house cleaning.
Go interview for these head coaching jobs, but you're done and Austin's done, and we're just starting over with our top lieutenants, and we're completely rebuilding our assistant coaching staff.
Unfortunately, there's another Arthur who stands in the way of a true day of reckoning.
Right, that's why I don't think day of reckoning can really ever be applied to situations like this.
Let's have a day of deep, thought-provoking conversation with possibly a minor non-contract renewal.
And say what you will about the Steelers and the Rooneys and everything else, but the reason why I don't think it's fair for this to drag on is these guys are football coaches by trade. The longer you keep them in limbo, the harder it is for them to interview and latch on and get jobs other places.
Common courtesy when you have a good relationship with a guy, but it might end eventually and run its course. You let them try to land on their feet.
I mean, how much the last game was Saturday. How much time for introspection is necessary to figure out if these coaches working underneath you are qualified enough or up for the task of working for you?
I just always assumed when Tomlin, like when he did his season ender and he said, we're early in the process of evaluating what went wrong, that's just a convenient, and I think it is a convenient way for him to dodge actually answering any questions. He can say it's too early to really get into that. I always assume a team, they're putting together, they're doing their evaluation of like a coach, right? His fitness for the job or how happy they are in real time. That's happening after week 14. That's happening after week 8. Like, you're putting the whole dossier together while the season happens.
That's happening with players. They're constantly getting
of course they are.
Evaluated as to who plays, who doesn't, who gets cut, who doesn't. I mean,
if Najee
who gets a helmet on Sunday,
if Najee Harris forces 300 missed tackles this year and runs for 2,600 yards, guess what? He's coming back next year. You know, like I think that it's obvious that you should feel like you have a pretty strong sense with your coaches as to what you want to do, more or less like hours after the season ends. I mean, really. There's no excuse. What are you going to do? Go back and watch extra film of how games shook out and like think really hard about whether Terrell Austin deserves to have the job still?
There's that stupid expression. I think Marv Levy came up with it, or one of these guys, who said the more you let the fans make the decisions, the sooner you're going to be sitting with them. Like, you can't succumb to public pressure. But let's be honest. I do think Art did that with Matt Canada. I think it became so untenable when there's Fire Canada chants at every Steelers game after one possession. There's Fire Canada cakes at friggin' Giant Eagle. I mean, the guy can't get a cup of coffee in this town without people looking at him side-eye because they employed that guy. I don't think that right now the level of, like, venom is as feverish as it was when Canada was coaching the offense.
I don't think
but
it's far off, though.
It's close.
I think it's just directed more at Mike Tomlin this time around.
Right, but the optics of we're really not going to do any kind of house cleaning with our coaching staff would just be so bad.
I think it's bad to be very clear here, more for Art Rooney than anyone.
Well, that's my argument for something happening. That's my argument for when we say things like, well, they won't pay a guy not to work. The salary cap is going up. The revenue has never been better. The game has never been healthier. He's making more money than ever before. You can pay Terrell Austin $2 million to go away. You pay players sometimes to go away.
Well,
do that with a coach,
Tony, we've
please.
known that they can do that for a while. He pays Mike Tomlin $16 million a year and isn't getting playoff wins out of it, and he re-upped him to the tune of basically committing over $50 more million to him. He can do a lot of these things. It is a conscious choice to act that way with all the other coaches.
We'll get Papiani's take next. If he thinks this is just going slowly, or if he really thinks no news is good news for guys like Terrell Austin and Pat Meyer when it comes to keeping their jobs with the Steelers. 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Here's the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL divisional round, that can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. All four games this weekend. Houston and Kansas City, Saturday 4:30. Washington, Detroit, Saturday at 8. The Rams and Eagles, Sunday at 3. And then the Ravens and Bills, Sunday at 6:30. All four games can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thanks, Donnie. Want to tell everybody right now something that you need to know. I think you probably know it, but I'm going to remind you very emphatically here that the Super Bowl is right around the corner. So, what's the plan? Are you going to do the same thing that you do every year, the old, same old, or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. Meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. Super Bowl only comes once a year. Who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you're of a certain age, Bob Uecker is as much baseball as any star player of your lifetime.
On into the windup in his first offering. Just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed.
We have lost the Hall of Fame broadcaster and storyteller and personality at 90. We should all love our job and take ourselves as unseriously as you did. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Accidents don't happen on a schedule. They don't check to make sure it's between the hours of 9 and 5, and neither does Edgar Snyder and Associates. They're available if you're hurt at 10 p.m., 1 a.m., or on a Sunday. That's right, they're there for you 24/7. So if you've been injured and have legal questions, don't do late-night searching and scrolling looking for answers. Just call Edgar Snyder and Associates at 1-800-94-EDGAR or head to www.edgarsnyder.com to chat online. The consultation is free, and as they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-431-2715. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715. 800-431-2715.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
What are your plans this winter? Snowy walk in the park? Curl up by the fire with a nice book? Get stuck in the hospital with COVID-19? If that last one isn't in your plans, and surely it's not, then consider getting an updated vaccine. Because if you're 65 or older, you're 14 times more likely to be hospitalized with COVID-19 COVID-19 than someone under 50. So get your updated vaccine and make the most of this winter. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of the Parkway North, just past the exit from I-79. There's not too much of a delay in that area, but exercise caution. There is a lane closure. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Bowl over your appetite at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Order mashed potato bowls, warm filling options like chicken dinner, chicken pot pie, or boski kielbasa. Build your own with mashed potatoes and all the ingredients that satisfy you most. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better, believe it.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Waiting on our weekly segment with Pomp. His news station, Channel 2, with some massive sports stories that have crossed over into news stories and viral stories in the last 2 days. The Evgeny Malkin burglary was the first one. Now, this terrible towel robbery.
What?
Yeah. You didn't see this?
No, I almost fell out of my chair when you said it.
You did, actually.
Borges really appreciated that line right there.
Man went to a Giant Eagle and stole 25 terrible towels.
Why?
That's all he stole. That was his theft.
20. I mean, that is the most Pittsburgh theft that there is.
What is the retail price on a terrible towel in 2025? What are they charging for those babies?
I would imagine since some of the portion of the proceeds, if not all of them, goes to Myron Cope's. I forget what the school is that
his foundation, whatever his charitable thing is.
I would guess a terrible towel is retailing for $20. So he stole $500 worth of terrible towels, right?
Yeah.
That just, why?
It's just a very weird thing.
Or no, $600.
Was the plan to take them and then sell them?
Right. Hey, terrible towels here. Go out your towel.
Like, where did he try to put them when he?
I mean, I would think
in the
if
process
you're
of stealing them,
you just pop them right in your jacket. If you got a puffy winter coat on, no one's going to be the wiser.
And the camera system there probably picked up a guy that was just stuffing terrible towels in his.
That's why even if I
was
was inclined to like try to shoplift or steal something, I would be so paranoid that I would be caught on camera. Like I wouldn't do it. Like, so did they catch this guy?
They did, yeah. His mugshots everywhere.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
What kind of punishment are you getting though for a terrible towel situation like that?
I'm looking right now. I mean, it's not a felony, right? It's got to be
a misdemeanor.
Let's see.
I mean, if you steal, this is gonna. I know this is gonna piss somebody out there off. If the guy steals 25 terrible towels, basically gives them back and says, "I'm sorry," can't you just like put him on probation for a year or something like that?
The man is facing misdemeanor charges of retail theft after he was caught attempting to steal several terrible towels.
I think if you get caught attempting to steal them, like before you leave the store, you should just give them back and be like, all right, you got me.
Here's
Fair
the
is
story.
fair. And then just go about your separate ways.
Saturday at 1:30.
Oh, so this is before the game.
Police responded to the Giant Eagle location in Cranberry. The suspect.
He'd never try that at the Wegmans that's coming out.
Stuffed several items, including 25 terrible towels, into paper bags. He then walked around the registers and toward the exit doors, making no attempt to pay for the towels.
That's as brazen as it gets.
The loss prevention team at Giant Eagle said, hey, man, what are you doing with those stolen terrible towels? And he tried to run towards the parking lot.
He tried to he took off?
Yep.
Where do you think you're going to get? So you're going to outrun loss prevention. Okay, just bear with me here. Humor me. You're going to outrun loss prevention to your car that, hopefully for your sake, is parked away from a bunch of other cars so that, like, you can hop in. Presumably you got to have remote keyless entry. Can't be fiddling with a key at that point. Hop in, hit the gas, and go. Oh, wait, you're at the Cranberry Giant Eagle. Good luck getting out of there in any kind of, like, expeditious manner. So you're going to have to break a bunch of traffic laws, run red lights, and risk life and limb on the road. For 25 terrible towels? What are we doing here?
I will say this, though. I mean, this guy is absolutely a hardcore, diehard fan.
Did he want them for, like, a party he was having and he couldn't afford to, like, buy them all? I wanted 25 terrible towels.
I don't know how to say this, but I'm going to try.
Well, this is going to probably go well.
No, I'm not going to say it. I just self-censored there. I
didn't know if you were going to comment like on a picture, if it was one of those people that has like 18 tattoos on his face.
Sometimes, like, Pony is about to have something come out of his mouth. I'm speaking in the third person, and he stops himself, and he's like, wait a minute. Don't say that because you're going to get yourself in trouble. So that's what just happened there.
Do you feel like your early career on the radio was defined by that little voice inside just being mute all the time?
No, I definitely held back some things, even in my 20s.
What is the most you ever, like, took in petty theft? Did you ever do that as, like, a kid? You stole a candy bar or anything from, like, a...
Well, I told you at the Jimmy John's on the Syracuse campus, it was such a free-for-all in there after the bars let out that I would walk in and they would just be throwing sandwiches up there and it would be chaos, and I would just walk in, take one, and leave.
Oh, yeah, like, so somebody else would be like, hey, wait, where's my sub?
Yeah.
And they'd say, we made it, and then they'd say,
I mean,
no.
I wasn't sober either, but I kind of felt like that was a victimless crime.
I think
a crime nonetheless.
I think in that case, pretty victimless. Yeah. Like, here's the thing about growing up in, like, you know, Catholic school, Catholic church. We were taught that, like, if you stole, and I think my friends clearly did not look at it this way, and clearly I did because I was an idiot. I thought that if, like, I stole a Snickers bar from a 7-Eleven or something, I was going to hell for that. That was it, man.
See,
next stop, hell. Don't pass go. You could save, like, a bus full of nuns that crashed, and you'd still die and burn in hell.
I think unlike our friend here up in Cranberry, even from a very young age, I did a very good job of recognizing risk-reward and being like, stealing a 99-cent candy bar and getting caught is not worth the satisfaction of having a free candy bar and whatever, like, weird high or thrill I get or rush I get from taking candy for free.
Right.
You know?
So you'd only steal higher value items like a number 12 or a gargantuan. What would it be at Jimmy John's? What was? Do you know what you?
Well, that was actually.
Did you know? Was that? That's
that was
the wild
fun
card.
part.
You had no idea you were about to unearth. It could have been a tuna melt.
Yeah.
Could have been a bunch. It could have been the veggie. Man, if you got a veggie sub, how disappointing would that have been?
And much like you've said about how you've never had Taco Bell, I'm about to blow your mind right now. I've never had tuna fish in my entire life.
So you've never had, like, tuna salad?
I've had.
Wait, have you had sushi that's like spicy tuna?
Yeah, I've had that tuna.
Oh, you're talking about canned tuna.
I've never had, like, the canned tuna mixed in with mayonnaise and turned into a sandwich in my entire life. It's a non-starter for me.
So I wouldn't eat it on, like, soft bread because there's just not enough, like, crunch or anything. But you throw that on, like, a Triscuit, like a little scoop of that on a Triscuit, man, you're living.
So is the red stuff inside green olives. I've never had that either.
Isn't that just, like, pimento cheese or whatever stuffed in there? I don't know.
Whatever's in that green olive just grosses me out, and I just stay away from green olives.
I love them because they're so salty. Everyone likes salty food.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Coming up next, PM Team Power Rankings. top 5 divisional round Steelers moments of all time. The top 5.
I guess I should probably prepare for this, huh?
Coming your way. Thanks, Malsey. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins at the Sabres tomorrow night. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Even if your team doesn't score, there's always another way with BetParx. Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. You can play all of your favorite casino games like blackjack, craps, poker, roulette. There are slots themed after Peaky Blinders and Breaking Bad. Join me right now, along with Mulsey, Black and Gold alums Max Starks and Charlie Batch on the BetParx team. Bet on more than the score. Bet on player performances like touchdowns, passing yards, rushing yards, and more. Another round of the Pro Football Playoffs this weekend. 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday, and then the college football title game is Monday night. Play all of your favorite casino games. Bet on all of your favorite sports. New users, download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app and get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. You must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony?
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about the Wet Go Car Wash. 45-plus locations all around Pittsburgh. Their unlimited deal. Still running, where you sign up and then you're allowed to get your car washed as much as you want. Playing a game with myself as I was driving to work today and looking around on the highway and thinking, yep, that car could use a car wash. Yep, that one could use a clean. That's what happens this time of year. The snow comes down. The salt comes on the road. Things get a mess. You're driving in the elements. You're constantly using wiper fluid and whatnot to try to keep your windshield clean while that's going on the rest of your car. Looks like it was in a pigsty. So sign up today with Wet Go. Go unlimited. Literally, the price, once you get 2 car washes, you've already saved yourself money. You're probably going to want to get more. You're never going to want to go out and wash the car yourself during this time of year. So that's why I'm urging you. Makes a great thing you can stick to in 2025. Keeping a clean car, trying to with Wet Go. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited today is the Wet Go Car Wash. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss. I think you guys know my story, but if you have been living under a rock when I've talked about Awaken 180, I'm always happy to tell it. Lost 35 pounds in 6 weeks, have kept it off for over 2 years, and I owe it all to Awaken 180 as a guy who had tried frequently to lose stubborn pounds on his own, only to always end up in the same spot, maybe having lost 2 or 3 when the goal was 20, but then just being kind of ticked off. I realized I needed help. I needed professional help, and they are the solution for weight loss at Awaken 180. I lost 10 pounds the first week. It was so awesome. I had to make sure that was okay, and that's because Awaken 180, by the way, how do you lose that much? Well, the approach is based in science and in nutrition and then in coaching, the coaching free for life, even after you reach your goal weight. Do something for yourself in 2025. If you've wanted to lose the weight and haven't been able to, check them out, 844-346-1800, or you can go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. After a 6th straight playoff loss, it doesn't sound like there'll be a change at head coach. But Mike Tomlin sounds open to a new option at quarterback.
We don't have a quarterback under contract. We got some major discussions there. It was a really good experience with the 3 quarterbacks that were on our roster this year, individually and collectively. We certainly are open to considering those guys.
We'll have the quarterback situation covered all offseason long, like no one else can. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Check out this total in the game of the weekend. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Baltimore and Buffalo face off in New York this weekend, and it's a high total, 51.5 right now at BetMGM. The 2 MVP candidates go toe-to-toe, but the BetQL model is eyeing the under. BetQL going under 51.5 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Playoff football is in the air, and Paramount Plus is your home to stream every NFL on CBS playoff game all the way through the AFC Championship. Log into Paramount Plus from any device and stream all the dramatic postseason action. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
You are never too old for a family.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
3:30 on Thursday means it's time for PM Team Power Rankings. And now is the time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Instead of ranking things for a game on Saturday or Sunday, we're looking back. We're pulling out the nostalgia card here and remembering the 5 greatest moments in Steelers divisional round history. I've made a list, Donnie's made a list, Malsey's made a list. I will throw out a moment, and then we'll all say where it ranked on our list. And then Malsey will throw out a moment, and we'll all say where it ended up on our list. So, and then maybe we can even do honorable mentions when we're done. All right. I'll start with what ended up at number 5 on mine. And this was ironic because this player is identified with the team he made the play against because he just got hired to be their head coach. 1997 AFC Divisional Round game. Steelers 7, Patriots 6. 2-minute drill, New England driving to set up an Adam Vinatieri field goal, was their kicker back then, to win it when Mike Vrabel comes off the edge, forces a Drew Bledsoe fumble. Steelers recover. They win the game. And they're on to coast the Denver Broncos the next week for all the AFC marbles. Divisional round moment number 5 for me. Where's that on Malsey's list?
It's not on my list, actually. My list includes the only Steelers scoring play from that game, which was Cordell's big 40-yard scamper where he did a tightrope that I, in real time, did not believe was actually something that stayed in bounds to score the only touchdown in that game.
Donnie, did Vrabel's play make your list?
How about this, Pony? I have the same game. I don't have Malsey's. I have yours.
Let's go.
I had to scramble too because you made it clear this was just an individual moment from each game, not.
I think I might have, when I told you some of the things we had planned for today, Donnie, maybe I passed it along poorly.
So shoot the Malsey messenger, not me.
Yeah.
All right, Malsey, what's number 4 on your list?
I'm going to actually go with Ryan Clark against Baltimore in the run to the 2010 Super Bowl. The forced fumble on Ray Rice. Steelers down 21-7 at that point in that game. They, of course, go on to win and mount a furious charge, 31-24. I very infamously in this station's history had to do a show with you the next morning for 4.5 hours. We were both violently hungover. I told you that I was going to go on the air and say that the Ravens lost the game. The Steelers didn't win it. that play was a terrific play by Clark, and that really sparked one of the greater Steelers comebacks we've ever seen.
Did not make my top 5. Did it make yours, Donnie?
In the exact same spot, Malsey. Look at us go again.
All right,
you, brother.
I'm surprised
Donnie,
you didn't have that, Pony.
I don't. You'll find out why. Number 3 on your list, Don.
There's a little condescension in his voice there towards me and you, Donnie. Oh, you'll find out why. I've got better plays.
Number 3?
Yeah, he probably does. I went with the Santonio Holmes punt return against the Chargers in 2008. What started a pretty monumental individual player run by Mr. Holmes in that playoff run.
He almost got the MVP like the Conn Smythe does it, where it was for a whole playoff run and not just the Super Bowl.
Kessel still got robbed.
Yeah, I agree. I did not put that play on my top 5 list. Did you, Chris?
It was actually third on mine.
Wow.
It was third on mine. I mean, I hope everybody knows that there's a very obvious number 1 here, but we'll see.
Number 2 for me, Big Ben's tackle on Nick Harper.
I knew that was going to happen.
I mean,
yeah, I knew you were going to do that. I don't think that's the most memorable play from that game.
Okay. Well, we can get to that maybe later, but
sure.
I think that's, in my opinion, that's the iconic play from that entire playoff run. Steelers, Colts, Steelers, Broncos, Super Bowl 40.
Is that the second greatest play of his career, next to the pass to Holmes?
In terms of, like, importance and memorable moments, I would say yes. I mean, he made the throw he made to Holmes in the AFC Championship game where he caught it and ran it in for a touchdown was a better play. But
what about the AB helmet catch?
I think, yeah, I mean, that's a better play by a quarterback. But for a guy to make that tackle in that situation, like if Tom Brady is back there as the last line of defense and has to make a play in a defensive back because, I don't know, Kevin Falk fumbled the ball, he ain't making that play.
Do you believe Dunlap's assertion, which might be colored by the fact that he works out at a gym with Jeremy Tooman, that I think Jeremy Tooman runs, that he thinks Tooman would have tracked down Nick Harper?
I don't. I love Colin, but I don't think I like Tooman too.
Does he always say that with the thought that Ben is completely out of the play?
Yeah, I get the sense that he thinks that like Tooman had a chance to track him down, and I don't think Nick Harper was. I don't think Nick Harper was leaking that kind of oil,
even though
despite having been stabbed. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going into the lore of that play.
Donnie, where is so the tackle didn't make your list?
No, it didn't.
Oh my
really?
God. Where is it on yours?
I have it at
Donnie?
2. I thought 2 and 1 was going to be pretty dry.
What did you put at 1, Malsey?
Well, can I tell you why I didn't have it at 2 on my list?
Not yet. Tell me what's
number 1's the Immaculate Reception.
Okay, I have that too. Donnie, do you have Immaculate Reception?
Yes.
1? I thought maybe based on how some of your rankings were going, you had completely forgot that the Immaculate Reception was a divisional round play.
I hadn't.
But you guys are on the ball.
Not as dumb as you thought we were.
All right, so we went through the top 5. I have a 3 that hasn't been named, and I have a play at 4 that hasn't been named. How many plays do you have left over, Malsey?
1 that hasn't been named.
Donnie, how about you?
I think all of mine were covered.
Oh, okay. Well, then
we'll
throw the other 3 into the honorable mentions here, I guess.
I mean, my number 2 on the list is, listen, oh, Chris, you're such a Big Ben hater. You don't ever give the guy his props. Obviously a massive play in that game. Guess what? Doesn't mean nearly as much if the idiot kicker doesn't blow one about 40 yards wide right, which is my number 2.
I put that 4.
Sometimes you can actually,
that was 4
celebrate the other team screwing up, and it was immensely gratifying to watch Vanderjagt go up there and just absolutely hit a shank.
Vanderjagt missed 46-yard field goal.
I remember where I was and how I was watching the game when Ben made the tackle, and there's that momentary sense of relief that, wow, incredible play by him to just delay, and then get the guy down on the ground. They've still got a chance. But everyone who watched Vanderjagt that year, I think, just thought, all right, the Colts are a machine. He's going to make this. I can still remember, staring at the screen, shrieking with joy when you saw that field goal just take, from that vantage point, just take a wide right turn. It was incredible.
So I put that 4. I put the AB helmet catch against Baltimore 3. I'm stunned you guys did not put that on either one of your lists. That, to me, is the defining play from that game. That's the seal it, complete the comeback, knockout Baltimore play.
I don't know why. I always think of the Clark fumble because I remember being at the bar, and maybe it's because I had so many drinks by the time the helmet catch came around that I didn't appreciate it enough in the moment. But the Clark play felt like the one that turned that game.
But there were 2 Clark plays.
No, I'm aware of that. I'm saying the one that I nominated just felt to me like it turned that play. The funny thing about the helmet catch to me has always been it was a perfect throw by Ben, and like there was no need for it. Like AB juggles that ball. That ball should be a touchdown and he almost kind of lets it get out of his hands. It's definitely the first big play of his career and still one of the most memorable of his career. Already I'm getting text messages, by the way. You're a hater. Big Ben would body slam your ass, and you can't teach that.
Donnie, did the AB helmet catch
It's honorable mention for me. Actually, you know what? I should knock Cordell's TD run in 97 off.
You can't. You already put your list out there.
Yeah, I know.
Don?
Yeah, I would have had that at number 6 because I think the point is fair that Chris makes. We may never get there if the play is never made by Clark because that gave them an extremely short field. He hits Heath Miller like a play or two after that, and then the comeback really starts.
PM Team Power Rankings, the top 5 divisional round moments
Donnie,
in Steelers history.
Do you think I was fair to give Ben his flowers for the tackle, but to also celebrate the Vanderjack screw-up?
I get celebrating the Vanderjack play, but I don't know how the tackle's not on there. I thought it was a very easy 1 and 2 on this list.
Me too.
I guess I'm just a hater who likes to celebrate other people's misfortune.
My honorable mention was actually another missed field goal. Doug Bryant at the end of regulation in 2004.
I lived with a couple of diehard Jets fans at Penn State that year, and oh man, did I enjoy watching that. He had multiple missed field goals in that game.
There was a super duper hot chick who was in my philosophy class for first semester at Syracuse, who would wear Jet stuff every day. And then we went on winter break, and that's when that game happened. And I could not wait to seek her out on campus to make fun of her.
Thinking that it was like the old 4th grade thing where maybe if I make fun of her, she'll actually like me and realize I like her.
Probably. And then I found out that she was hooking up with Adam Lefkoe of TNT Sports fame. Yeah.
Man, sometimes it pays to be a broadcaster up there at Syracuse.
I don't think it was his broadcasting chops at the time.
I can't even picture what he looks like.
He's a decent-looking guy. I wouldn't kick him out of bed. What? I'm just going to say it. You make out.
No, I know.
You make it sound like you'd make out with Jimmy Garoppolo if he walked up to you right now. So you really can't throw stones.
That's not the kind of stone I'm throwing. You went from he's a decent looking guy. If you had said he's a very handsome guy, I wouldn't kick him out of bed.
Charlie, why are you making that face?
Pony, you're saying you have low standards. You're like he's a decent looking guy.
He is.
I just, by the way, I'm just imagining you in a philosophy class with a woman wearing Jets gear, so you know she's into sports.
She was unbelievably attractive.
I'm talking about the sheer number of cheesy pickup lines, like, "Hey babe, do you like Nietzsche?" Or just trying to work the names of famous philosophers and what have you into.
No,
bad
she knew
pickup
her
lines.
stuff. I mean, during that Jet season when it was going on,
she's talking about
we'd have thorough Chad
Pennington's arm
Pennington,
strength.
Curtis Martin, Herm Edwards discussions. Oh yeah. All right. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. We come back. An incredible, just like I told you I used to work for one of these polling companies before I got fired for listening to a game on my radio instead of making calls.
Still one of my favorite stories.
And I think teams do this, political entities do this, businesses do this. Feedback from a 93.7 The Fan poll that absolutely blew my mind, and we'll do that unless there's breaking news between now and when we come back. First, a message from Mulsey.
Yeah, it is. It's actually the first of a couple messages from Mulsey here. It's about something I love, Daisy French onion dip. Got some in the fridge right now. 2 containers, as a matter of fact, because I love to snack during games. I'm a big chips and veggies guy specifically, and it makes your kind of basic garden variety chips or your carrot sticks, your baby carrots, that much better. Daisy French onion dip, Daisy ranch dip as well if you're a big ranch fan. Good as homemade, real herbs and spices made with ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Upgrade your snacking experience. Look for Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip at a grocery store near you. I'm still here right now telling you, too, about Shorkey, Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Let's talk about you getting into the Mitsu that fits you. Whatever it is, for your budget, for your needs. I drive an Outlander, 7-passenger capable. can fit whatever we need, can fold some of the seats down if we need to do some serious transporting, can handle 2 dogs, 2 kids. Love the Outlander. And right now at Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, that Outlander, which is terrific in bad weather, which we're getting right now, terrific when it comes to fuel efficiency. You can get into one of these 2025 Outlander hybrids right now, just $299 a month with no money down. Remaining 2024 Outlanders right now up to $9,000 off, or you can finance on one of those at 0%. Now is the time. Don't wait. Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop online, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, snow tapers off with overnight lows in the mid-20s. Friday, mostly cloudy with high temperatures in the low to mid-30s. Friday night, partly cloudy with a slight chance for a few snow showers, lows in the mid-20s. Then rain and snow Saturday with highs around 40. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game presented by Hyundai. After a wild weekend, Detroit and Philadelphia look to continue their hot streaks while Kansas City gets their first shot at a three-peat. However, one game stands above the rest as the MVP favorites in Baltimore and Buffalo go head-to-head in an epic playoff battle. Journey to the Big Game is presented by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 50% off all windows, plus no interest or payments for 2 years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Okay, so that's with bacon, cheese, lettuce, tomato, grilled onions, ketchup, and hold the pickles.
You know what you like. You wouldn't order your burger just any way. Why should your sports talk be any different? With Chapters on the free Odyssey app, you can choose the topics that matter to you most. Whether it's reactions, matchup previews, injury updates, or team news, quickly find what you really care about. Your football talk, your way. Download the free Odyssey app and start listening today.
Check out the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin at 9996 Mount View Drive, opening on Monday, January 27th, for a chance to score free wings for a year. That's right, free wings for a year. Be one of the first 100 guests in line on Monday, January 27th, for your chance to win big. Or join us on Friday, January 31st at the new Buffalo Wild Wings in West Mifflin for our live broadcast with Pony and Muller from 2 to 6, where we will be giving away free wings for a year to 20 lucky guests.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $165 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $179 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Saturday, January 18th, come see UFC 311 fight. Mahachev versus Sarukhan. Then Valishvili, Nurmagomedov. Only at Cheerleaders.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up Sunday in the divisional round of the Pro Football Playoffs, Philadelphia hosts Los Angeles in the NFC. Philly is a 6-point home favorite, total in the game sitting at 44. Now, as far as the side goes, I think this may go up a little bit as we approach Sunday. I'm looking for a good number to take with Los Angeles, but the total is what I'm eyeing right now, and it's sitting at 44. It looks like it's going to drop down to 43.5, and if it does, I'm going to look to play the over on this game. LA's offense looks good on Monday night against Minnesota, and I do have faith in Philly's offense. Over 43.5 for me, Philly and LA. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. PittRVShow.com.
Hurry! The original Pitt RV Show with more than a dozen RV dealers ends this weekend. While you're there, go next door to Pirate Fest. Meet your favorite pirates and the parrot. Double the fun for the whole family. Visit PittRVShow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tristan Jarry cleared waivers. He's been reassigned to the American League. That means Joel Blomqvist is on his way to Pittsburgh and will become the Penguins' #1 goaltender. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. From a jam-packed Rivers Casino Sportsbook, it's the PM team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. We got our Tristan Jarry news. We have not gotten Steelers coaching news. We have a Penguins team that is mired in a funk, and that's why they have jettisoned an expensive goalie to the minor leagues. Team in jeopardy of missing the playoffs for the third straight year. The Steelers haven't won a playoff game since 2016. The anniversary of that was yesterday. Pirates have not won a playoff game since 2013.
Haven't won a playoff series since 1992.
Yeah.
Jinx.
So it's not great.
Wouldn't call it great.
Austin Bechtold, who you hear on the Pomp and Joe show, I did not know that he's only 23 years old until today. I thought he was older than that. Not because I think he's like a super mature person, but he's climbed the ladder pretty well for himself, that little Austin.
When you kind of talk to Austin and you get into like emotional Austin, where he becomes very attached to certain sports teams and he gets a little sensitive if you give him a hard time. It makes
like when he
sense
blocked me for the Drew Aller comments?
That's what I was getting to. He does not always take he's not always gracious in defeat. You got to sometimes deal with a little trolling and a little ball busting in our business, and I think Austin's he's working on that. He's trying to make a year 2 jump.
So he posted a fan Twitter poll. Austin's done 2 things that I think have spawned pretty good conversation on the station at large. When he said he respected the Ravens.
Oh, you seized upon that. You clutched that statement and wrang its neck.
Yep. And this experiment he did with this fan Twitter poll. Which team is in best position to succeed over the next 5 years? 2025 to 2030. Who is in the best position to succeed? Pirates, Penguins, Steelers. 46%
of our listeners said the Pirates.
What?
Yeah.
Get out.
Almost half. Add up Steelers and Penguins, and it's still not as it's barely more. It's 54%. It's barely more than the amount of people that said Pirates.
I just don't know how that's possible. I can understand the Penguins getting a very low share of this vote. They obviously...
They got the lowest share. They only got 15%.
No, I'm looking at it right now, and good for Austin. He got more votes on this poll than I've gotten on one of the ones I've put up in
more than we have for TRT today, Total Request Thursday, trying to allow you to pick the 5:30 topic.
Yeah, make sure I'll retweet that for anybody that hasn't seen it yet.
The options right now for TRT are as follows. Steelers quarterback dilemma, Bills Ravens, Bob Uecker, Tristan Jarry.
I'm retweeting it before I vote. My guess is that we actually have a chance here for the one that I'm voting for right now to win, Bob Uecker. Oh, no.
Wrong.
It is just a crushing defeat again.
Steelers quarterback dilemma.
Why did...
All you guys do is talk about quarterbacks. Well, you're telling us that's what you want us to talk about right now. 51% are saying talk quarterback. But anyways.
But then there's like a guy in the mentions. Playoff football, Bills, Ravens. It's topical, exciting. Give the middling Steelers and Penguins a rest. Buddy, you got to tell the rest of Pittsburgh. That's the whole point. This is the people making themselves heard, and this is what they want to hear.
Yep. Anyways. So you were saying you understand why the Penguins were lagging so far behind.
A couple quick reasons. I mean, hockey rebuilds are inherently very difficult to execute properly. Even if you do all the basic steps to set one up, it doesn't mean you're going to actually hit on enough players. And oftentimes it's just luck of the draw. Will you get a McDavid? Will you get a Crosby in a draft?
I think, how do you define rebuild?
Like a true, what the Kings basically did, where they were bad for a while, and then they kept like Anze Kopitar, for example. They kept a couple pieces, and now they're back.
They get knocked out by the Oilers in the first round of the playoffs every year.
Well, that's because the Oilers' rebuild was better. They got they didn't really rebuild. They kept screwing up number 1 overall picks till they finally got one they couldn't with McDavid, and they've even tried there.
I don't think it's that hard in hockey to go from bad to average, and average actually gives you a shot in that sport. So I think what I
mean is to get to the top of the league again and be like a force.
Well, I think this is just my opinion trying to get inside your brain.
Oh, here we go.
I think what you're talking more about, and I completely get this, is how do they get back to being like
the Penguins, that like very up tempo, fun,
an it property.
Correct.
Where they have like
buzzworthy.
They have once Sidney Crosby leaves, they have an identifiable player or identifiable players.
I'm 39 years old. Do you know why I think that way? My entire
Mario,
life,
Yager, Sid, Gino.
My entire life, 37 or so of 39 years, has contained them having, at worst, like the third best player in hockey and probably the most identifiable name in hockey on their roster.
But to be a team that gets to like 95 points and has a nondescript leading scorer and gets into the playoffs,
sure,
that's not that hard.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the companion to that statement. This team, like, and this town, in a sense, rejects the kind of hockey that sometimes can yield that, which is like system-oriented. Kevin Constantine here got run out of town on a rail because Jaromir Jagr didn't want to play for Mr. Defense First, Defense Second, Defense Third. Like, for better or worse, and I actually think in a way it's for better because they are routinely, when they're good, like entertaining and good, they want to build it a certain way here. And I think that's a tough way to get it for the fourth straight, like, sort of decade or generation of hockey.
Okay, so that explains why you said you understood why the Penguins were so far behind the other two teams, even though they've been the most successful of the three lately.
Yeah, I think they have a taller mountain to climb. I don't understand why almost 50% of people have picked the Pirates, and here's why. They have the single most important thing that a team in their position would want to try to get, and that is the best pitcher in baseball on an incredibly team-friendly deal. I don't want what I'm about to say to be true, but I know it is true. So far, despite anything they have said at the top of the organization, from the owner on down, about urgency, about building, about any of that, they have not done one thing this offseason to suggest that they understand the gift that they have in Paul Skeens in that they are going to try to maximize the quality of the on-field product around him while they still have him for a song. That is a problem. I don't know what people are looking at other than his literal presence on the roster to give them that degree of optimism. The Steelers, for as much as we, I think, justifiably bitch and moan about the flaws in the organization, did make the playoffs this year. If somehow good Russell Wilson had shown up for that game, maybe they take it down to the wire and even pull a shocker.
No, you're not selling me with that, though, dude.
But in comparison to the Pirates, they are closer by virtue of having at least gotten there. And the Pirates have to build a team, a roster, that survives the truest regular season crucible, even with expanded playoffs in sports.
But I feel like the Steelers, okay, so the impediment with the Pirates is they're not.
You can't build it on the cheap and get lucky in a short-term sample size. You can't. No, I shouldn't say build it on the cheap. You can build a team for a very low payroll and have it hit. But, they've done they don't have much of the material you need. The Guardians this year had one of the craziest, most lights-out bullpens of all time till they didn't, when Clase started, leaking oil and blowing games. But, the Pirates have one big-time pitcher, Pony.
I know.
And what else
exactly? I would still put the Steelers third. I would put the Steelers behind the Pirates and Penguins.
The only reason you're putting them behind the Penguins is goalie randomness in the NHL
right.
playoffs.
They've got a huge hill to climb here in terms of making up points in terms of what you historically need to make the playoffs. But if Bloomquist is good, they've got a shot. And then once they're in, who knows? Taking your chances against, sorry, Charlie, taking your chances against New Jersey or Carolina is different than taking your chances against, I don't know, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, or Lamar Jackson in a playoff game. And as far as the Pirates go, I'm pissed off that they haven't done anything. But they have the starting pitching nucleus in theory. They play in a bad division. I'm mad that they're not seizing the opportunity. But if you put a gun to my head right now and said, your dogs and daughter depend on getting this answer right, will the Pirates have a losing record this year, yes or no? I would not feel great about it. I would say no, but I wouldn't feel great about it.
If somebody asked me that same question about my sons and dogs and wife, I would say, what did Pony say? And then I would do the opposite.
Thank you, Mulsey. Donnie, how would you have voted in this poll?
I think I actually would have gone, I guess, the opposite route of you, Pony, because you had it in what order again?
I would go Penguins 1, Pirates 2, Steelers 3.
See, I would. So I agree there. I would not have the Pirates first, and I can understand when people select them, for some of the reasons you guys laid out. They have a generational talent, they have a golden arm, golden ticket. Until you make a true effort in building around that player and taking advantage of what they have, it's really hard for anybody to say that they are the answer. Not to mention the playoffs in baseball, still the hardest one to get into. The thing with the Steelers is that if they actually were to hit on a quarterback, we know how important it is in the league. That could be all it takes.
Well, I agree with you, but how do they do it?
Well, yeah, it's easier said than done, but I'm saying just for this hypothetical, if they would, that immediately leapfrogs them.
100%, but I think it's the hardest thing to do of the three things we're talking about.
Well, I do agree with that in this way. Structurally, the way they're comprised right now, the brain trust, Tomlin and everybody else, Mike, it's just accurate to say he has never presided over the drafting and development of a successful
That's the other thing I was going to say.
But independent of him not being proven in that department whatsoever, I will even allow for this. It is still a huge crapshoot in the NFL to get one and get the right one.
Correct.
There are two factors.
But you guys also said there's another one. You said it on Tuesday after we talked. The vast majority of these teams are taking quarterbacks either in the top 5 or in the top half of the draft. Are they going to get bad enough where they get in position to even take one of those guys?
Have to trade up.
And then it gets to what you just said. Do you actually, once they do that, do you trust the brain trust they have in the exactly?
It's not even so much that I trust. I think that Mike Tomlin knows what a talented player looks like when he sees it. he would understand, like, hey, do I have access to draft Drake May? He would go, I want to draft that guy. I think he looks pretty awesome. I think once he gets in the quote-unquote Steelers program, I have no faith in their ability to develop one.
It hasn't been the Pirates in almost 10 years, but there's usually a bottom 5 payroll team that makes the playoffs and sometimes even wins the playoff series.
Yeah, but there's the Guardians and other teams that just do it better than they do it.
No doubt.
The Brewers are usually close to that bottom 5. And now that, what's really depressing about them? The Sacramento Athletics, clearly, who just didn't spend money despite Oakland, are spending more money than the Pirates do.
Okay, I want to ask you something when we come back, though, on that. Texas on the Edgar Steiner and Associates fan text line. These shocking results to this 93.7 The Fan Twitter poll. Which team in town will be the most successful over the next 5 years, and the Pirates are the runaway winner? Quick timeout, we're right back. First, the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins on the road tomorrow night. They visit the Sabres in Buffalo. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. That's my best simulation of what it would sound like if you've got a draft whistling through your house right now when it's going to be like the coldest couple of days in 30 years or something like that coming up in the next week or so. That's the sound. That's also you having to blow more money into your energy bills because you're paying way more than you should to keep your house comfortable because your windows are substandard. Fix all of that. Call my guys at Universal Windows Direct. Their windows have their exclusive Super Spacer technology. It ensures that your windows are going to perform better, last longer, and keep your home consistently comfortable. Plus, right now at Universal Windows Direct, it's a great deal. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. You could buy 20 and get 20 for free. And if you've got 40 windows in your house, congratulations on all your success. Plus, 36 months of no-interest financing. And if you've already received a quote from another company, bring it to Universal Windows Direct, and they're going to beat it. Call them right now, 412-545-6003 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, thanks, Donnie. Let's talk right now about a big Thursday here at the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app. You've got the Pro Football Playoffs continuing this week, and I think 2 big games that stand out above the rest. Saturday night's all right. For a big-time matchup. Detroit, a 9.5 point. Hold on, Pony. You can be heard here right now. 9.5 point home favorite Detroit is hosting Washington. The total there, 55.5. Sunday, 3 o'clock, Philly. They're a 6-point home favorite hosting Los Angeles. A lot of people seem to think Los Angeles is going to give them a real run in this one, so think about that. The total in that game, 44 points. And then next Monday night, College Football Championship, Notre Dame and Ohio State. Ohio State, a 9.5 point favorite. Get some skin in the game with BetParx and Bet Sports, or play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and more with BetParx. Download the app right now, new users, and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParx.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParx app. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Jim Harbaugh said yesterday that Justin Herbert was amazing, that he gives everything to that Chargers team, that his debacle of a performance in that playoff loss wasn't on him. It's not true, of course. A coach who knows how to get the best out of people like Justin Herbert by telling them what's not true until it becomes true, and it might just work. I'm Bill Ryder.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to 1 player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Turn up the heat at GetGo Cafe and Market. Check out GetGo's new sweet and spicy chicken sandwich. It's a spicy chicken filet with a kick of Market District hot honey, melted cheddar, and crispy bacon on a pretzel bun. Try GetGo's sweet and spicy chicken sandwich today. Download the GetGo app and get a free order of tots. Then use the app to discover deals, track perks, and find a GetGo near you. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Colder with a snow shower tonight, the low 12.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway north at Tripoli Street. There is a lane restriction there. Expect some delays back to Bigelow Boulevard on the northbound side of Crosstown Boulevard. Additionally, on all major roadways north of the city, expect a bit of congestion due to some weather. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Maybe you've already broken that weight loss resolution, but 2 men and a junk truck can still help you shed some serious weight. Let's start with that cluttered garage. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, so we are reacting to this fan Twitter poll. Obviously, our teams are not in a good spot right now, so it dredges up questions like this. Over the next 5 years, which team in town will be the most successful? Penguins, Pirates, or Steelers? And the runaway winner is the Pirates. Penguins have the lowest percentage. Man. Steelers in the middle. Pirates at 46%. Despite being the cross to bear for so many Pittsburgh sports fans for such a long time here. And so we were going back and forth on this last segment if you missed it. And I'm not saying I will tell you I don't believe that this is going to happen. But in terms of paths to winning, the idea that Justin Fields next year elevates his play and becomes a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and that, as we've seen with the teams that are still left playing, that's pretty much what you need to be successful in the NFL.
Yep.
That actually happening and the Steelers winning a playoff game, I find that to be the most, of the hypothetical scenarios, the hardest one for me to wrap my head around. It is easier for me to picture Skeens, Jones, Chandler, Keller, Oviedo being one of the best rotations in baseball, the Pirates winning a bad NL Central with like 84 wins, hosting a wild card series, and with Skeens pitching in Game 1, Jones and Chandler winning a 3-game series against some wild card team. That seems way more attainable and realistic than the Steelers.
I guess it just doesn't to me because I just don't see anything.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, those guys could get hurt. I think we know with like pitchers, that's more of a thing you actually need to bring up as a real possibility than just a scaremongering tactic. I don't and I know you had something you wanted to get to here.
That is what I wanted to get to.
I thought it was something else. So the reason I have such a hard time is because right now I have just my trust levels in both franchises, like the decision makers to get to like make the right moves to surround these players with what they would need. In the Steelers' case, it's like the right coaching, for example. It's the right offensive line coach. In the Pirates' case, it's just more good players. My trust level is just at an all-time low. My real truth that I probably should be speaking during this is...
What the heck's your trust level in Art Rooney and Mike Tomlin now?
I just said it's low in them and in the Pirates. Both teams, I have, like, no trust level.
Right.
My real story here is I feel bad about all three of these teams, and I think we're about to go through an extended, ugly period here.
So do I.
Like, I think you and I have been on the air in this station now for almost 15 years. We're day one employees. We've always had basically a relevant, if not true, contender of a football team. They're always playing games that technically count. Like, we never can just
them. Chris, I don't think that's going to change. I think them playing games that technically count.
Then that's going to be, for our purposes, like the most relevant team. And the one
But that's Austin didn't ask who's most relevant. He said who's most successful right now because the Penguins haven't won a playoff series since 2018.
Do you think any of these three teams will win either in the Steelers' case a game or in the Penguins or Pirates' case a series in the next 5 years?
So that's how I would. I mean, I'm not going to poke holes in what Austin said. That's how that's my way of looking at success. Which team will be the next one to advance in the playoffs? And my pick right now is the Penguins, followed by the Pirates, followed by the Steelers.
My pick's still the Steelers. It's still winning one game. We see how quickly.
Quickly what?
Well, because you're going to jump all over this.
Well, finish it.
The turnaround can happen swiftly in the NFL. But I have to go back to, I don't trust the Steelers to execute the turnaround. I'm pretty sure the owner of the team doesn't think they need to try to execute a turnaround. Just tweak here, tweak there, and we'll be right back where we need to go.
But based on that, how could you not put the Penguins one? Because we both agree that the goaltender that is getting called up at least has potential to be good. If he goes in and they get some kind of lightning in a bottle situation with him, like they have with other goalies over the last.
I think it's just going to crater. They're going to trade like Marcus Pettersson and some other guys. I think it's going to completely crater. They're probably going to trade Raquel if they can, and I think it's going to crater. I think they have a real chance of like it just this whole thing like disintegrates.
Oh, so do I. I mean, I'm not ruling that out either, but.
I mean, right now the Penguins' biggest advantage is that they are the team currently playing their season, and so therefore they could get there first.
If you've watched them so far this season, you wouldn't make that argument because they've got one of the worst goal differentials in the entire sport, and they're 10 games under 500.
Believe me, I know. I have watched them. It is painful. No lead is like what's the most dangerous lead in hockey? 2-0 or 3-1. With the Penguins, it's a lead. Period.
So Donnie, you expressed obviously anger and contempt for the way the Pirates have gone about this offseason, and I'm not even going to try to mount a defense for that. Did you say you would put the Pirates second or third on this list?
I would probably put them second just because I think it is going to get pretty grim for the Penguins. Now, you make a fair point that, okay, Blomqvist can come up here. He can be good. All of the sudden, right here, right now, they can turn around 2025 for themselves. But I feel like that's the team where it's only going to get worse as these years go on because the team is just so old. They don't have anybody young, and until they hit on another lottery player for the third time in 40 years, we don't know where their future is going to go because eventually, the big three are going to be done playing hockey.
The thing about those guys, and Malkin last year did not have a good season, okay? But the way we talk about the Penguins makes it, sometimes I feel like we're blaming those three guys for the way their games have fallen off, and because they stuck with them out of loyalty and nostalgia, it's like crushed the franchise. That actually hasn't happened.
No,
It's more the moves around them in service to them.
I know.
That's the issue. It's more bad management than the way those guys have aged.
I'm very aware of that dynamic. But let me put it this way. I'm not saying you have more margin for error, but like you do have less of a feeling of in the middle, like we're trying to stand in both worlds if you trade them away and do it earlier than they would have done it.
But it's in my opinion, it's the best sport to be in the middle in.
How many times has so I'm trying to think of this because I know your argument there. Just get in and weird stuff happens.
Yes. Give
me like the last several Cup champions. How many of them you feel like have been weird teams who won it versus like dominant
teams?
That's
that's a different conversation,
like
though.
Bennington taking St. Louis is probably a weird team getting hot.
If Austin's question was, which team is going to be the next team to win a championship, I agree with you. But these random teams that win one series or two series or three series happens a lot. Not a lot of like random teams have won the Cup lately, but teams have gone on runs like that.
No, I know. I guess I do like tilt back towards like winning it all. But yes, I mean, you can win a series with basically just
winning it all.
I'm trying to think of the last like true like I think Bennington because remember there's the story of a guy who bet like $400
they were in last
250
place.
to 1
and they hired Craig Berube
and
they used to listen to that song Gloria. Remember that?
Yeah, I didn't know that the singer of that was dead until like that run was well on its way. That was a great goal song, by the way. They were all pumped about it.
What is the Penguins' goal song right now?
I think it's still.
Let's get the party started.
Yeah, I thought it was. I'm not even like picturing it in my head right now. Remember they went away from it for a while and then people just freaked out on them. But yeah, when they got Party Hard, they won 2 cups. I think
I think they should try to change the momentum and go with something new there.
How about "This Is Our House" by Joe Grishecki? Can you imagine just hearing Philip Iai go over the speakers every time they score? What would you actually pick for a real song? Party in the USA? That actually would be kind of fun to hear.
She's Got Legs by ZZ Top.
How about Tush?
Another good song. Man, they were horny. They were singing songs about asses, legs.
But then they just threw one in there about LaGrange. And that was, I mean, that's the sound they were making while being horny about asses and legs.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Donnie's favorite football story of the day is coming your way in less than 5 minutes. This is the Donnie Football Debrief. First, he has a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops, a third consecutive loss. Last night, Florida State beats them 82-70. The Jeff Capel Show tonight at 6. You can listen to that right here on 93.7 The Fan. The Panthers back in action on Saturday, a noon tip against Clemson. You can listen to that game right here on The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 11:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Choice Cabinet. If you're a contractor or if you're a DIY type who is actually taking on a big kitchen remodel, for example, yourself, or you're, like I said, a contractor who's doing a lot of this kind of work, you probably already are aware of this, but one of the biggest obstacles right now to getting the job done the way you want in an expeditious manner, on a timely manner, is cabinets. Because the average wait time right now for cabinets is about 8 to 12 weeks. Think about that. 2 months from now, I'm going to be 40 in 2 months. That is terrifying to think about. That's no good. You don't want that. Wait times like that gets people pretty frustrated. Jobs stay unfinished. That can be a thing of the past. You just need to check out Choice Cabinet. Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. These are Amish designed, all wood, quality, big time for them, because you're thinking about Amish designed all wood. That's good stuff. 10 different paints and stains, and delivery available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The January Fan Beer of the Month is Fire Whistle Brewing's Fire Whistle 139 Engine, a red ale. And the charity is the Parkinson Foundation of Western Pennsylvania.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice if you think your home isn't properly protected. Call the Pickle, Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Listen to Kickoff with Boomer Esiason and Mike Valenti, Saturday mornings at 6 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. They'll share their takes on all the playoff matchups and storylines each week. Presented locally by ESPN Bet Sportsbook.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
T-Mobile 5G home internet keeps getting better. Get our fastest connection loaded with benefits. Get T-Mobile's best home internet starting at $55 a month with auto pay and any voice line. Plus, Price Lock. We won't raise your rate on internet. Check availability at T-Mobile.com/home internet.
Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. Guarantees regular monthly rate plan price of fixed wireless 5G internet data with qualifying service. After $15 bill credit with postpaid voice line plus $5 a month without auto pay with debit or bank account. Regulatory fees included for qualifying accounts. $35 connection charge applies. Speeds vary due to factors affecting cellular networks.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Donnie's favorite football story of the day is coming your way right now. It's the Donnie Football Debrief. Hit it, Don.
The debrief, January 16, 2025. This one might have been too easy, and I know it's especially up Pony's alley, and I know you both have seen it at this point because so many different people around well, I shouldn't say around the Steelers, but people that blog about the Steelers, whatever, have put it out there. Colin Cowherd today, his trade suggestion. I would trade T.J. Watt, George Pickens, 2 first-round picks to get Shadur Sanders.
No, thank you. I have major concerns about, I think the kid can make plays, obviously. He made a lot of stuff happen out of structure at Colorado. I worry about 2 things. Physically, how he holds up in the NFL. He is not like the biggest guy as far as like bulky and like strong, essentially. He's a pretty wiry guy. I think he's like listed at like 6'2", maybe 210. I think he looks lighter than that. So I would worry about the hits he would take in the NFL. And also the fact that you can't just scramble around and make as many plays. I know Mahomes does it. I would be massively concerned with the Dion factor here, how much of a headache he's going to be, how much of an influence he's going to want to try to have on coaches, on everything else. And then this is the other part. And this is the part that actually would annoy me the most or is like most of a turnoff. I know, Pony, you disagree with me. Donnie, you might even agree with me, but you don't care. I've already watched a guy come through here who was hugely successful and is going to put on a gold jacket who was hardly a great teammate, and most of his teammates would probably grudgingly admit that at the position. Ben Roethlisberger's offensive line loved him, but there was a lot of times no love lost from other guys on that team towards him. Shedeur Sanders is extraordinarily unimpressive in that regard. Like, it seems like he is more than happy to crap on his teammates at Colorado and just basically operate under the I'm Shedeur Sanders, I'm better than you, so I can do that. That ain't leadership at that position, and I doubt it would fly in the NFL in a room full of paid professionals.
Well, the only thing that I think would help him is that he comes in with so much credibility because of his dad. So I do think that sometimes when guys act that way, the reaction is, who the hell is this guy, or who is he to talk this way to us or act like this? If he actually was able to back it up, then I think he could get away with it more. But
it's still grudgingly letting a guy get away with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think, to be fair, I said it about Ben, but I don't think Steelers players loved Antonio Brown necessarily, especially towards the end, even though he still put up numbers. Because the guy's just a headache and a pain in the ass to deal with.
Yeah, but I actually think that maybe AB had more allies in that locker room than Ben did.
He did.
Ben was voted MVP only one time in 2009, and that was it.
AB had more allies because he produced on the field and he showed up to practice. Like, he worked like a maniac, and Ben was very, I think, well-known now and infamously last in, first out.
Just to make sure I hear you right, it sounds in your analysis of this hilariously hypothetical
way too
trade.
Much to give up for a player who's not close to worth it.
So it's more about the player than it is the position.
If I thought the guy was going to be Patrick Mahomes, like right now, you could guarantee me he's Patrick Mahomes.
If the other
if you could guarantee me he's going to play like Lamar Jackson, I would do it.
If the other team thought he would be Patrick Mahomes, they wouldn't. Yes, of course. If you think someone's going to be Patrick Mahomes, you'd probably give up 2 more first-round picks to make the trade happen. Like you do whatever it takes to get a player like that.
I thought Colin Cowherd's the finish of the suggestion was trade Mike Tomlin and Deion becomes your head coach with Shedeur as his quarterback.
He said that?
No, I thought that's where he was going to go with it. Like a highly complex trade that ends up with Deion Sanders coaching the Steelers and Shedeur Sanders as quarterback. Do you think Deion's going to try to steer Shiloh Sanders, his other kid, to the same team?
It sounds like it. If he's Dallas's coach, I bet they draft him. So, it's okay. I'm trying to think of the best way I can say this. It's obviously it's ridiculous because we know the Steelers would never do something like this. But okay, so let's go over what they're giving up in this deal.
TJ Watt's a functional extra first and probably a second, 2 more firsts, and then Pickens is a third, I think, at best. So let's take the best case on Pickens. You're giving up 3 firsts, a second, and a third to get Shedeur Sanders. You are in the process losing your best sack man, your best defensive player.
Your best player, period.
Your best player, period. And maybe your most talented player, period, even though he has not obviously generated the kind of production that a man of his talent should generate. And the thing about trading Pickens then, Shedeur is, I said he's a huge personality and not always a good one. The talent is there enough where I think if Pickens is pouting, Shedeur Sanders is probably in his face saying, shut the hell up, I don't care what you want or don't want, which is one of those ones where I think some Steelers fans would be like, hell yeah, put him in his place.
I just don't think that these trades where you're giving up a lot for one guy usually work. You know, if the Steelers are in a situation where, say, they're drafting 24th and they want to get up to 10 in a draft, and they give up their first and they give up their second the next year, and then maybe they give up another mid-round pick the year after. Okay, like, that's a lot, but it's not one of those things where you've basically mortgaged your entire future.
A Ricky Williams type of situation. You're spreading it out, you're saying?
Or Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
You know, those types of trades where you're just...
The problem with the Deshaun Watson one from a football building standpoint is not only are you giving up all that, you weren't getting a guy on a rookie deal. You were paying the guy a guaranteed amount of money, too.
And so I just can't make trades for roll-of-the-dice players, but...
I'm trying to think of the last time a massive deal like that worked for the team who gave up so much.
But going back to what we've talked about all hour, the reason why things like this at least pique my interest, even though they're insane and
pie in the
pretty
sky.
stupid and all those things.
Yep.
Is that you need a quarterback to win. So,
do you think he's legit?
Sanders?
Yeah. You think he's that guy? I still don't see it.
I think he's going to be an above-average NFL quarterback.
Better quarterback in the NFL, Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders. I think Ward's going to be better.
So if he replaced it with Ward instead of Sanders, you would have come out here and said you make that trade?
No, I wouldn't make that
I
trade.
wouldn't do that either.
But that's my point. I think he's not even the best quarterback in this class, in my opinion.
I think Shedeur Sanders is going to have like a Tua career.
You're never going to win with Tua.
Yeah.
I mean, you're never going to win with Tua. I feel very comfortable saying that.
It's funny you say that, though. If I said to Steelers fans, your offensive line gets better and your defense gets better, and Tua is your quarterback, can you win a Super Bowl? I bet a bunch of them say yes.
And then I would say back to that, hey, are you aware that Pittsburgh gets cold after about October 31st?
Yeah, that's a good point. But that is I don't put all that on him.
I put a lot of it on him. I think he's kind of – I used to think like, wow, this guy just carves people up. And then you just realize how limited he is by his arm strength. He's thrown how many touchdowns more would Tyreek Hill have had if he could hit him in stride on some of these balls instead of ones where Hill has to catch it?
Yeah, I don't think Sanders has a great arm.
He's got like a playmaker's arm, but it's not like a Josh Allen on the run arm. It's more of like he has good accuracy and touch. I do think he throws an accurate ball, but I don't think that's the only thing.
I'm going to flip this. I'm going to throw this at Donnie. If, again, we're just dealing with insane hypotheticals. If you had to give up this package to get C.J. Stroud, Donnie, would you do it?
Oh. I mean, 3 firsts, a second, and a third?
It's
like functionally speaking, it's 2 firsts.
It's Watt, Pickens, and 2 firsts.
Yeah, I mean, but we're like saying the value of Watt in draft picks is probably a first and a second, and Pickens right now is probably a third. But that's just the way I'm looking at it.
We'll just use the silly Howard. You have to give up this package, and instead of trading up for Sanders, you're getting C.J. Stroud. Does Donnie Football do it?
Man, I feel like I'm actually leaning no. I think that's just too. I think it's too high.
Would you do it for Josh Allen?
Probably Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Jackson.
Would you do it for Jack? You bet. I was going to say, I would do it for the 4 you named, right? Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Jackson. I would do it for all 4 of those players.
So you guys draw the line on Stroud, huh?
I need to see more.
How about Jaden Daniels?
I think I would.
Donnie?
I think I would. I worry about him getting killed out there.
I don't want to jump too early on him.
Man, he as good as Stroud looked last year. Daniels seems even better.
Jump too early. I think the guy's
he's phenomenal. He might be independent
beast.
of scheme. Independent of scheme, he might be the best.
Well, I remember. There was another Washington quarterback about a dozen years ago that looked the same as a rookie. So
I wouldn't say he looked the same. I think he was really good, but I don't think he looked as.
Daniels is better as a passer. I think like RG3 was insane running the ball, and he had good touch. But I think Daniels just looks like a polished veteran in there.
I mean, he does, but after one season,
I would do that trade for Daniels because when you can bring in a guy like that so that the Steelers can have him hand the ball off 40 times a game and not keep it himself running and run like a horrible rudimentary offense, why wouldn't you do that? By the way, we have a ZZ Top update from Dave on Twitter.
Yes.
We laughed about how they had a song called Legs, a song called Tush, and they were just horny all the time. And then I just brought up LaGrange for a laugh. Dave points out LaGrange is about a notorious brothel in the city, so it's also a horny ZZ Top song.
All right, that was the Donnie Football Debrief. Good stuff. Coming up next, we'll see if we get Steelers breaking news on coaches. If we don't, then one of the most startling, eye-opening stats on Pittsburgh sports right now and what it means moving forward. But first, a message from Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. It is a message from your pal Mulsey, an important one, actually. The Super Bowl is right around the corner, so I have a question for you. What's the plan? Are you going to do the same thing you do every year? Or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history. Meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. Super Bowl only comes once a year. who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before. Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO, DYW, and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris, Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In the U.S., there are about 60 million adults 65 and older. And last year, nearly 1 million of them were hospitalized due to flu, COVID, or RSV. That's nearly 1 million people who planned to go visit family or see friends, but ended up in the hospital instead. So get this season's vaccines, and don't let flu, COVID, or RSV make you just another number.
Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
And it's a simple word, but in St. Pete, Clearwater, it's an important one. Here, you can sun on America's favorite beaches and kayak through the shade of mangroves, tee off on a PGA course, and enjoy 5 courses of the finest dining. You could get surreal at the Dali Museum and then keep it real watching the sun melt into the Gulf. In St. Pete, Clearwater, the possibilities go on and on. Your trip begins at visitsbc.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh! America's greatest hot rod tradition is back with fun for the whole family. The 64th annual fuel-required classic car dealership World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. See the country's hottest customs, hot rods, classics, trucks, and motorcycles, including the Evel Knievel Tribute, featuring the Snake River Trike, the X2 Sky Cycle, and the Formula One Dragster, presented by Motor Mania Media. Make your own music and show your own style. Get your photo with Barbie's pink Cadillac from Disney's Epcot. You've seen it on parade, now see it in person. Saturday, meet Danny Coker and Kevin Mack from Counts Customs and Counting Cars. Saturday and Sunday, meet Farm Truck Nation from Street Outlaws. And see their sleeper Chevy Farm Truck Racer. TheFuelRequired.com World of Wheels, presented by O'Reilly Auto Parts. January 24th through 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. Discount tickets at O'Reilly Auto Parts, part of the Summit Racing Equipment Show Car Series. See WorldOfWheels.com for more info.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costco's here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up Sunday in the divisional round of the Pro Football Playoffs, Philadelphia hosts Los Angeles in the NFC. Philly is a 6-point home favorite, total in the game sitting at 44. Now, as far as the side goes, I think this may go up a little bit as we approach Sunday. I'm looking for a good number to take with Los Angeles, but the total is what I'm eyeing right now. And it's sitting at 44. It looks like it's going to drop down to 43.5, and if it does, I'm going to look to play the over on this game. LA's offense looked good on Monday night against Minnesota, and I do have faith in Philly's offense. Over 43.5 for me, Philly and LA. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years!
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five!
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Admission is free. Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a good deal of congestion on the outbound side of 28 due to the weather. You'll be hitting backups from Fox Chapel all the way up to New Kensington. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. PittRVShow.com.
Hurry! 400 RVs, 25 brands, 150 models. More than a dozen dealers competing for your business with their best prices. Ends this weekend. Don't miss it. Visit PittRVShow.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Tristan Jarry cleared waivers. He's been outrighted to the American Hockey League, reassigned, and Joel Bloomquist will take his place as Penguins' #1 netminder. For more, go to 937thevan.com right now. At a very rambunctious, very hoot and holler-filled Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Miller.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fans brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Not going to put lipstick on the pig. The state of Pittsburgh sports is rough. It ain't good. And Mark Cabali, who's going to join us tomorrow, I thought said it well. Our teams are in the midst of a collective 20-game losing streak.
Oh, when you put it that way, it's even more cheery.
When you add up the Steelers' losing streak to end the year, the Pirates' losing streak to end the year, the Penguins' current losing streak, Pitt's current losing streak, and I think just to twist the knife on people, he threw in Pitt bowl game and Penn State college football playoff.
What was the Pirates' losing streak to end the year? Like a game or two?
Yeah, I think he just wanted to find an extra game.
So Cabali's just pecking away doing all this research and counting them up. Why not throw Pitt women's volleyball in? They've been the most successful of all these teams.
Yeah,
they ended the year in a one-game losing streak. How about we make it 21?
So he put out 19, and then when Pitt lost to Florida State last night in hoops, it turned into 20.
He was absolutely rooting for them to lose, too, so it would get to a big round number.
So his tweet would do better numbers?
Don't you think?
So rooting for the tweet and not the team?
Don't you think Mark is a classic root for the tweet, root for the take?
Well, he has a blue check mark, so
he could be making money off this.
Right. So
Plus,
in that case, he would be rooting for the tweet.
With TikTok shutting down soon, he might get an influx of TikTok power users who are just saying, okay, I guess I'll consume Cabali. I'm moving over to X, the everything app. Ben Tenuta at our station was apparently on with Marty Griffin talking about this TikTok
all the
business.
loss of income coming in from TikTok. 20 in a row. I mean, that's a good way of really illustrating just how bad things are at the moment. Here's a question for you guys. Other than Paul Skeens, give me something in Pittsburgh sports you're actually excited about. You can't say him. So one guy I'm crossing off the list because he's the low-hanging fruit.
Like
he's the
genuinely, like really pumped about.
Something you're feeling good about, you're optimistic about, you're high on, and it's not him. You can't say him. What do you got? Eli Holstein next year at Pitt?
I have.
What do you got?
I wanted to say I have hopes that like Jeff Capel's team can get it together because it's been a couple losses, but it's hardly crippling. But they got killed by Duke. They went in there and got bullied like you pretty much predicted they would on the glass by Florida State, and then got into a scuffle at the end of the little scrum on the court during the handshake line, which is a classic Chris Muller move. I'm excited for the NFL draft just because that's not really a player on the team, though.
So you're excited that they just find a guy in the first round?
I'm excited to go through the process of the NFL draft because that's where hope is supposed to spring eternal.
Okay.
I can't even do the old, like, isn't everything, how could you not be romantic about baseball thing with spring training because I'm very frustrated with that team's stated intention. Oh, we're urgently trying to win. That does not match up with their actions, which are anything but. So, Pony, other than the fact that we get to talk about this and have fun and just shoot from the hip every day and come up with takes and talk about horny rock bands of the 1970s, there's very little I can find to genuinely get excited about. I feel like T.J. Watt is entering the back nine of his career, coming off of his least impressive
I would not,
season.
yes, I did not have on my list or perspective list, I get to watch T.J. Watt play here.
Do you want to know what's sad?
Next year.
Like, do I want to say I'm excited for the next 8 years of Zach Frazier, of Peyton Wilson? I mean, my God, what are we doing here? What young player exists on the Penguins that you're like excited about too?
Owen Pickering? No.
I mean, he could be good someday, but he's a defenseman. He's probably going to take a couple years.
He's not to me like the core of a great team.
Do you want to know what's actually the killer here?
He's a complimentary player.
Do you know what the real answer would have been? I'm excited to continue to get to watch Sidney Crosby night after night, and not just a Pittsburgh great,
that's a
but
good
an
one.
all-time great.
That's a good one.
But honestly, man, that even feels like it's been beaten out of me a little bit. That should be the thing. It's not just saying, oh, this guy's great for a Pittsburgh team. This guy is going to be one of the immortals of that sport when his career is over. They'll talk about Crosby 50 years from now. They really will.
Yeah.
And I should be
like they do with Gordie Howe and they do with Bobby Orr and Mario and Wayne Gretzky and those guys.
He's going to be mentioned in that context, and I should be way more pumped about the fact that, a couple nights a week, I can basically settle in on the TV for 2.5 hours and at least watch that guy do his thing. A guy who's also represented the city off the ice just impossibly well.
Yeah.
But I'm just, in the interest of full honesty and candor and transparency, I'm so frustrated by the general direction of that team and trajectory that I'm not that excited about it.
Donnie, other than Paul Skeens, what's something Pittsburgh sports related you're optimistic or excited about?
The correct answer is nobody and nothing. I mean, I think the only argument right now that could really be made is that Pitt Hoops gets through this skid and they make another little run to the tournament. But even then, like how deep will they go? This certainly isn't one of the great Pitt teams of all time. But all we're holding on to here is, yeah, maybe they can get back to the NCAA tournament. That's pretty much it. The answer is nothing.
There is something about, at least for me, when you see your team's name on the bracket on Selection Sunday. You know, like even if you're a double-digit seed or something like that.
You think about the matchup. You immediately dig in on the other team. How do we match up? Do we have a shot? What are the experts saying about us?
So I think that this team could still.
But are you like excited about it? You're hopeful. You're not like one of Jamie's best teams. You're excited about it. You knew a DeJuan Blair, Sam Young, Levance Fields team was going to wreck people and then make it to the tournament as a high seed. That's exciting.
I can't even say like I'm excited to see what the Steelers do with George Pickens. Because
you're conditioned to think that whatever they do this offseason, a lot of it's going to be more of the same, like these very minimal, not wave-making moves.
You know, let's say that Omar Khan is wired different, and we see more make big splash in free agency and offseason behavior than we did with the previous regime.
Okay.
So I'll just throw a name out there. If the Steelers signed T. Higgins, would that change your whole outlook for them, and would that make you feel like...
I'd be excited to see a big-name player, but they have no quarterback. Who's throwing T the ball? And God, is it Mr. Unlimited? I hope not.
That's what I mean. Like, I think that I would probably... Like, if they signed Russell Wilson to a $20 million a year deal, and then they signed T. Higgins and kept George Pickens, and they're going into a season where they have Pickens, Higgins, and Austin and those your receivers, I'm going to have to, like, talk myself down from getting too excited because I will want to, in the moment, oh, my God, they just got, like, the biggest free agent prize out there, maybe with improved offensive line play and better wide receivers. They can make it work, but then...
Wouldn't you automatically think George wants a contract, and if they presumably didn't give him one, it's going to be a nightmare time?
Yes, but that would be secondary to, like, what do you... Wait a minute, you really think that this one player is going to raise Russell Wilson's play that much, where you're going to now give them a shot in these games and pick them to win these games that they've been losing since 2016? No, I'm not going to do that.
Of course you wouldn't feel that way.
I'm not. I mean,
it's grim, man. This is a very grim discussion you've launched.
How many points out of a playoff spot are the Penguins right now, Donnie? Even though they've got a ton of games, they don't have any games in hand because they played more than most teams.
3 or 4.
Yeah, it was 4 as of last night.
Okay. So it might be 5 for 6 now. Could be. They missed a chance. They could have easily been in there.
If the goalie got hot for them, I could see myself feeling better about their overall place in the NHL
in the pecking order.
Yeah, but that's not me excited about it right now. That's me waiting and seeing and having to see it before I believe it kind of thing.
I think there's a lot of team has to prove it to you to get pumped situations happening here.
One texter says the Pitt women's volleyball team because they always deliver, but that's...
Nathan says, I'm excited for Pitt wrestling.
Yeah.
18th in the country. Got a couple of guys that could win a title. No offense to them. Every one of those guys who could kick our asses, obviously. But, like...
Before you know it, someone's going to text in that they're excited about Mount Lebanon's boys basketball team. I mean, it's...
You know, have you seen what's Upper St. Clair's got going? 6'10" guy going to Miami, Ohio.
Right. That's what I mean.
It's as bad as I can ever remember it. It is. Because I think every other period of time... Like, since we've been on the air, not together, but just as a station, there's been the Steelers always relevant. You know, we started the station, and a year later they're playing for a Super Bowl. We've got our afternoon show in Dallas for that. The Penguins were – the problem with the Penguins when, like, the station flipped was that they were, like, frustrating in the playoffs. They were the defending Stanley Cup champions, though, at that point. Like, and it was surprising when they went out in the playoffs that year. And then the Pirates, you know, surprisingly to many – within a couple years of the station starting were for a little while there, they were the talk of baseball, and they were objectively very successful in the regular season. Only one team had more wins in a 3-year span. So, there was the frustrating teams were frustrating because we had high expectations. Where we're in now is, I think, a point where the despair comes from the fact that you're mad at these teams, yes, but you also have, no expectations.
You know how Charlie, sitting next to us here, always, talks about how he thinks that there are parallel universes and simulations and
I
things
believe
like
all
that
too.
All of our teams, specifically, maybe less so the Penguins, but Steelers, Pitt football, and Pirates, at points in their season, their most recent seasons made us think that those teams were different. The Steelers were 10-3, and Russell Wilson was playing well. We felt like their quarterback prayers had been answered. Their defense was playing well, and they could beat anybody.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs, they don't look that good. They're winning games by last-second field goals. Their offense can't score 30 points in a game. They can go there and win.
Yeah.
There's not a team that's intimidating or scary. Pitt was 7-0, and more teams get invited to the playoff now than ever before. And their conference isn't good. The Pirates bought at the trade deadline, and the teams that were competing for a wild card at the time were not that different than them.
You could squint easily and see them hanging right into the bitter end.
And the bottom fell out with all those teams, man. They get us to this depressing place we're in right now, where all of us are saying, other than the mustachioed pitcher who's autographing books from hundreds of years ago on flights, apparently now. I don't know if people saw that story. With Skeens, there's just not much to rally around.
Have you read Crime and Punishment?
I have not.
You could work through that in, a night?
What is it, 700 pages?
Yeah, it's 2 nights for you.
Donnie, when was the last time you read a book from cover to cover?
I read one of Florio's books last year.
His work of the Father of Mine book?
Like the fictional books Florio writes or the football books he writes?
No, it was the, what the heck was it called? Playmakers?
It was called Of Mice and Men.
Well, I love that book.
I just finished All Quiet on the Western Front this morning.
Lord of the Flies up next, Malsey.
Wait, you say underwhelming. Why again? Remarque, you didn't like what?
I just thought it was boring.
That Western Front, it was quiet, Chris.
Didn't have a big finish.
I think that's the whole point of the book.
To have a boring ending?
Well, no. I mean, I think the whole point of the book is kind of nihilistic. Why are all these young guys going off and dying in a war for no real reason?
Yeah.
Feels like if you were looking for a slapdash Jason Statham action movie in book form.
I don't know. Give me a cliffhanger or something at the end of that book. Give me something that I can really
sink my teeth
into. Exactly.
And then he gets to the Western Front, and it's was it quiet? We'll never know.
How did the Bible end?
It's just Book of Revelation, and then the Book of Revelation.
So it's just predictions on what's next, basically?
Well, I mean, you know how the Bible was put together, right? I mean, it's a bunch of disparate sources, so it's not like somebody wrote it and said, all right, I'm starting with Genesis, and then we're going to get all the way to Revelation. So they just kind of cobbled it together, and Revelation's like the apocalyptic book, so it goes last.
And so it's basically hey, hundreds of years from now or thousands of years from now, this is what's going down.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly a symbolic book. It's, a lot of 7s and 49s and things like that. Number 7 was a big deal.
How about 6s?
Well, that's the devil's number, the mark of the beast, 666.
What's Jesus' number?
33, I would say.
Really?
Or the Holy Trinity, but 3s are big there, yeah.
Yeah.
He had an Al Bundy jersey in his closet.
Polkai.
It was right next to his Bam Morris Steeler jersey.
God, who's the best 33?
Bird.
Is it Bird across all sports? Best 33 of all time?
I love the Bird, man.
I'm just trying to think if there's a baseball player, a football player, other basketball player, hockey player. I mean, he seems like
maybe your Scottie Pippins of the world wearing 33.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because 32 is a hard number to own. Magic, Shaq,
Jim Brown.
Right, man.
Yeah.
You got to just stake a claim. I mean, even 23, there's going to be a generational divide on Jordan and LeBron. Joe Hayden, of course. Marshawn Lattimore. It's a bummer right now, man. That's why we went into a diversion. We kind of changed course and talked about All Quiet on the Western Front because by comparison, that feels a little more cheery.
Ray Fittipaldo is going to join us next. No Steelers staff change announcements today. When are they coming? Who's on the way out? What's next for this team? He's going to tell us after I tell you about Edgar Steiner & Associates, the fan text line. They sponsored a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And here's the Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops an 82-70 loss last night at Florida State. The Jeff Capel Show at the top of the hour right here on the Fan. Pitt back in action on Saturday, hosting Clemson at noon. You can listen to that game right here on the Fan. Pre-game starts at 11:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Our friend Fred Pony says, oh, my God, Tony Dorsett, what about that as a 33? I'm sorry, Bird. Bird wins out there. Bird covers. Not by much. Anyway, I'm going to get yelled at. I'm going to get yelled at for that. Fellas, let's talk about something actually serious, something that could be, messing with you from a confidence standpoint. We think about this, right? So if you're getting ready for work, you have a coffee. If you're going to dinner, maybe with your in-laws, you need something a little stronger. If it's going to get hot and heavy in the bedroom, the only thing you need is Blue Chew. Blue Chew, if you did not know, it's an online service, delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, and at a fraction of the cost. Even better, no swallowing pills, don't need a glass of water nearby because they're in chewable form. And Blue Chew's tablets, they can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform. And since Blue Chew's an online prescription service, guess what? There's no awkward conversations or waiting in line, trip to the doctor's office. No, it ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Also, no two guys are the same, so the licensed medical providers will work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it, Pony.
Thank you, Mulsey. McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. We're going to focus on the heating aspect of their great business right now because obviously the temperatures, the Arctic blast that's coming through, the single-digit temperatures that we're going to see soon. If you do not have your home properly heated, rooms aren't getting warm, furnace acting up, making noise, it's time to get in touch with the experts. I'm just going to tell you to go to callmcveigh.com is the website, and you'll have all the information there you need to make the fix you need to get your home nice and warm again. It's McVeigh Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I do want to tell you right now about Mitsu by the Mall. That is Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, the place to go. You want to find the best deal on the brand new Mitsu that fits you. You want to find Western Pennsylvania's best Mitsubishi inventory. You go to Mitsu by the Mall. That's my old stomping grounds, of course, up there in the North Hills. You can start new right now in this new year with great deals. How about remaining 2024 Outlanders are up to $8,500 off, or you can choose to finance at 0%. The Eclipse Cross, another great offering from Mitsubishi, comes with 0% financing as well. And at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, at Mitsu by the Mall, they're making it even easier to get into the brand new Mitsu that fits you with up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade. This is the time right now. Great people at Mitsu by the Mall. This is the time to do it. You want to put that new dream in your driveway? Get your New Year deal your way. What a great day. Shop Mitsu by the Mall and at Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked. Today you did it big. And what didn't. The bad call. Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Smale Kia, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $345 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $225 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires February 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO-certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
It's 2025, and it's time to get your home zero-resified by calling your cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Take 24% off all services for this month when you call 412-701-1188 or book online anytime at ZeroResPGH.com.
Looking for a rewarding career? Adelphi Western Region is hiring youth counselors at their Highland Detention Center location. If you have 60 college credits and a desire to work in a fast-paced, team-oriented environment, Adelphi wants you. Their youth counselors provide structure, support, and guidance in their detention program, all while gaining valuable experience in the field. Join the Adelphi team today. Apply now at highlandcareers.org. That's highlandcareers.org.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top dog law.
What's up, football fans? BetMGM is giving you the chance to win up to $250,000 in bonus bets. It's all part of BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot, where you could be able to split the grand prize with anyone else who bet on the longest touchdown of the week. It's easy to get started. Log into your BetMGM account today and opt into the promo. Then, place an anytime touchdown wager of $10 or more on the player of your choice, up to one player per game. If your player scores the longest touchdown of the week, you'll win a share of the $250K. BetMGM lets you go all the way with the longest touchdown jackpot. Make your bets and join the fun with the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. BetMGM's longest touchdown jackpot subject to rules. See BetMGM.com. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets are unrestricted reward bonus dollars that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're seeing a good deal of congestion on the outbound side of 28. Expect to see pretty serious delays from the Harmer interchange to Pittsburgh Mills. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Trying to sift through the wreckage of the Pittsburgh Steelers' playoff loss to the Ravens. What happens to this team? We heard Mike Tomlin's season-ending address on Tuesday. Nothing's happened since. Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers Insider, Post-Gazette, back with us to make sense of all that. Ray, when do you expect to hear about Steelers coaching news?
When Tomlin has made moves, it hasn't been consistent. Like, he's made some moves, the same week as the season ended. But he's also made moves, late January, too, where, we find out guys aren't coming back. So I don't get the sense that anything is imminent at all.
Wow.
That could change.
What's the holdup? I mean, how is it that hard to figure out who's good enough to keep their job and who isn't, Ray?
Well, Mike,
you'd also want to talk to people before they get jobs with other teams,
Well, I mean, listen, all I'm saying is I haven't heard anything like that anyone who's under contract, let me say that, anyone who is under contract is going to be let go. But that could change. Mike could have conversations in the next week or two, and he could change his mind. And also, let's say maybe Mike goes out and hires a consultant like a Brian Flores, an assistant head coach. I mean, Art has shown the willingness to do that in the past. He did it with Brian Flores. They've done it, on a few other occasions too, where, you bring somebody else in who's in addition to the coaching staff and not somebody who's taking someone's place who's under contract. So the sense I get right now is there's going to be changes, but probably not the changes that people want to hear about. It could be just position coaches, and I honestly don't know that that's going to come tomorrow. That could come next week or the week after.
How involved does Art Rooney get in these decisions to retain or not retain coaches? When Mike is going through this process, how involved is the owner?
Yeah, I mean, Art was involved last year, obviously, but I think for the most part, he trusts what Mike thinks and what Mike wants to do. Now, listen, this situation at the end here, what happened both on offense and defense, but I'm talking more about defense now because that was supposed to be this team's strength. Does that rise to the level of Matt Canada? I don't know about that. They fired Matt Canada, and
it doesn't sound like you think it does.
I don't think it does. Honestly, I think the Canada tenure was so bad. They were a very good defense with Austin being the quote-unquote coordinator until really the last half of this season. I mean, they were a pretty good defense for the other years he was a coordinator here. Now, you could say he's got great players. That might be true, but his defenses statistically, they did pretty well. That was not the case late this season. That's why I'm leaving the door open for that. But like I said, guys, I haven't heard that they would be willing again to get rid of somebody who's under contract next year.
So then who is the biggest name position coach that you think will be let go then, Ray?
I mean, I don't want to speculate because I don't even know who's under contract and who's not. I know the coordinators' deals. I knew Pat Meyer still had a year left, but I don't know, what Grady has left or the linebackers coach or Denzel Martin or anyone like that.
So you think Meyer will be back then?
Well, Meyer's under contract.
Right.
Yeah. So, I don't get that sense. But, again, things could change, and, Mike can change his mind. But I do not get the sense that they're going to make a change there.
Man. Ray, how long have you been covering this team?
Full-time, more than a decade now.
I mean, in that decade, can you remember an off season where it just, you're interacting with a lot of fans, you're doing mailbags, you're obviously observing the way the team gets talked about. Can you remember a time in that decade where the attitude towards them has been this bleak and negative?
No, it's as bad as I can remember. Certainly not since, I think I've been doing this full time since 2012, and it has never been this bad. They started 0-4 in 2013. They turned that around, and then they were in the playoffs for a good while there. It's never been like this. Maybe if you want to go back to like 2017 when you lose to the Jaguars in the fashion that you did there, but it didn't rise to the level now. I mean, I think there are more people up for Mike Tomlin's job more than ever, and I think increasingly you're seeing more people upset with the owner as well. So I think that's I think, really Art's probably expecting that because of what he said at the end of last season. I'm sure he's, like Mike, he's got big shoulders. He's willing to take that on. But for both Mike and for Steelers ownership, I think this is as bad as it's that I can remember.
Ray, do you agree with most of your peers that Russell Wilson's done and Justin Fields will be the Steelers' #1 quarterback next year?
Yeah, here's my thoughts on that. I had no issues with Russ being the guy at midseason. That's why they brought him in here, guys. They wanted to win a playoff game. They wanted to make a run here with this veteran group. It didn't work out, and I think what we saw here was maybe, Russ is probably a good quarterback for a better situation. And I think Justin given his athletic ability. I think Justin, if you stick with him as a starter in 2025, he can help the running game. He can help, some of those sacks aren't going to be sacks anymore. Now, can the coaches work with him as a passer? I don't know if you could fix him as a passer, but I think the running game would be better, get back to playing better defense. That's my thought process there. If you right now I'd say it's 60-40 probably in favor of Justin Fields. And then I do think guys, whoever it is, they got to go out and find a young quarterback in the draft, either this year or next year. I know this is not a great draft for quarterbacks, but you got to get that guy in place here. You're in a division with Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, in a conference with Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. You got to go out and get that young guy and hope he can develop into one of these franchise quarterbacks.
Ray, where do you think they stand right this second on how they want to proceed with George Pickens? More likely he actually gets I'll give you three scenarios. He gets traded, he gets a contract extension, or he enters next year just with no new contract and still on the Steelers.
I don't have a great sense of what the Steelers are thinking right now. I think they're still going through that process. It feels like he's going to get traded. Just being around the team, being in that locker room, seeing how he interacts with coaches and players, it feels like maybe this thing has run its course. I don't know. Maybe if they go out and get a free agent receiver and, you could sell George on that, he's not going to be double teamed and that he can maybe even be more productive, put some better players around him. Maybe you can convince him and you hope that he turns into a better citizen, but we've seen no evidence of that for 3 years, so I don't know that you can count on that happening in year 4 either. So it feels to me like maybe something is going to happen in March or more than likely April before the draft.
Do you think Mika Fitzpatrick is back with an $18 million cap hit next year?
Well, I think it's a $22 million cap hit.
22. Thank you. Even more.
18 might be his salary.
Yep.
Second highest cap hit only to T.J. Watt. Listen, they couldn't cut him as a post June 1 cut, and they could, the dead money in 25 would only be like $6 or $7 million. And then you push that off into the future. You have to, eat the rest of that in 2026, but it's not that hard to walk away from Minka. My gut feeling is they're going to walk away from other guys. I think they'll keep Minka. I think Larry Ogunjobi's gone. You can Cordero Patterson, Montravius Adams, Dean Lowry, guys I think you could save a bunch of money with guys like that. I think that'll, those ones will add up, and I think you just want to give maybe Minka one more shot. And then if it doesn't work out, cut him next year. Next year, it's a much more palatable, dead cap hit, and I think it's much easier to walk away with 1 year rather than 2 years left.
Ray, not whether you think they will, but do you think they should at least explore the idea of trading T.J. Watt this offseason?
I wouldn't. As corny as it sounds, I do think there's, like Cam Hayward being a quote-unquote one-helmet guy. I think that's important for franchises. And, he's only got 1 year left, so what would T.J. Watt going into his age 31 season, what would he really fetch in a trade anyway? Like, the team would have to sign him, would be a sign and trade. Maybe you get a one, but I don't know. I just think you keep a guy like that, you build around him, and then hopefully at some point you can figure it out and get a playoff win for the guy.
Steelers insider Ray Fittipaldo, Post-Gazette. Ray, thanks again. We'll talk next week.
All right, guys. Talk to you later.
More Steelers hope. These interviews are just, no offense to any of the insiders we talk to, but it's just brutal, man. It just does not get me
not
inspired.
Their opinions, just what they're telling us they think is going to happen or not happen.
TRT is next, Total Request Thursday. You pick the topic, but first a Donnie football headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins in Buffalo tomorrow against the Sabres. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock. Headlines powered By Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey, thanks, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now that it's a big Thursday on the Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app. And, of course, you got a big weekend ahead with the pro football playoffs continuing to roll on. Saturday night, Detroit is a 9.5-point home favorite hosting Washington. Total there is 55.5. On Sunday afternoon, Philly, a 6-point home favorite. They are hosting Los Angeles. The total there is 44. Then you've got Monday night, the college football championship between Notre Dame and Ohio State. And Ohio State is a 9.5-point favorite. Whether your team scores or not, however, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks Online Casino and Sportsbook app. Get some skin in the game and bet sports or play blackjack, craps, poker, roulette, and hot online slots while you're watching the game. Make your downtime fun time. New users download the app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Your casino bonus must be wagered. BetParks.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Maryland for the BetParks app. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony.
Thank you so much, Mulsey. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. Not that far away from where we're sitting. Great place to watch games all weekend. Huge football games are happening, unfortunately, without our team. So go there and watch them with friends. Hockey tomorrow night. College basketball, too. 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beers. Mike is very meticulous about selecting beers that people will like and want to try. If you're a beer snob, beer aficionado, and love sports, you need to get to Mike's Beer Bar. Great food options, too, like steak on a stone, wings, burgers, wraps, you name it. Meet me at Mike's right next to PNC Park. Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. Daisy French onion dip. Awesome. Makes the snacking on game day so much better. The veggies, the celery, broccoli, carrots, little baby carrots, or you're eating chips, pretzels, you're maybe even eating wings. It's going to elevate every single one of them. Daisy's French onion dip is just a game changer. So is their Daisy ranch dip, as good as homemade, made with the same stuff you'd find in your own kitchen, real herbs and spices. You want your game day snacking to be better? If you got a big game day party planned, you owe it to yourself to try Daisy French onion dip. Look for it at a grocery store near you.
Winter weather is here. Time to get around in a brand new Dodge truck. Deals are happening at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram 2024 Ram 1500. Bighorn payments starting at $415 for 42 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game presented by Hyundai. After a wild weekend, Detroit and Philadelphia look to continue their hot streaks while Kansas City gets their first shot at a three-peat. However, one game stands above the rest as the MVP favorites in Baltimore and Buffalo go head-to-head in an epic playoff battle. Journey to the Big Game is presented by Hyundai. Now you can buy a new Hyundai at Amazon. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for more details.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, it is time for Total Request Thursday. You pick the topic. You had 4 options, all topical, all relevant to what's going on right now. Steelers QB dilemma, Bills Ravens, Bob Uecker, and Tristan Jarry. Tristan Jarry only 14%, despite that probably being the biggest story that's happening right now, right at this very second, being shipped down to the minor leagues, driving to Wilkes-Barre to play for the baby Penguins.
14% is just about the same as his save percentage.
Good one, Mulsey. Bills Ravens, the biggest football game of the weekend.
Donnie, we need the Undertaker gong for that one, man. I got no-sold like he was just coming in,
no,
choke slamming
Jeff's
everything
liked
in
it.
sight.
Jeff liked
yeah,
it.
I said the joke to you.
15% for Bills Ravens. Bob Uecker, 23%. And with almost half of the votes, 47.5% for the Steelers QB dilemma.
What are we doing, folks? Why do you want to subject we could reminisce about how unique and one-of-a-kind Bob Uecker was.
They want the hits, man. They don't want They don't want some long cut. They don't want some song on the B-side of an Eric Clapton album where he plays the guitar for 25 minutes and never utters a lyric. They want to hear Lay Down Sally again. They want to hear the hits.
I want to hear White Room. What else? Tears in Heaven.
Oh, I hate that song.
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
I absolutely.
And I know what that song is about and
song.
everything, but I am not a fan.
I know.
I'm still not. It doesn't matter. I don't like the song.
So, couple things on the quarterback. Let's do some breaking news. This is reporting. Nothing has happened, but the report out of Chicago is, even though Arthur Smith is interviewed for that job, that it's down to Mike McCarthy and Ben Johnson.
I've heard rumors that Ben Johnson doesn't really want to work on a team that has Ryan Poles as GM.
So it's probably going to be Big Mike, headed to Chicago, Greenfield zone, a man who frequents Archie's on the south side when he's in town.
Chicago's like a much bigger version of Pittsburgh. He'll do fine.
Absolutely.
He'll kill in Chicago.
He'll be eating those
Italian beef sandwiches.
Yep.
He'll get a Chicago. If they hire him. They used to put Coke, a bottle of Coke or Gatorade in front of Saban at his presser. There should be a big Chicago-style dog and then a Italian beef sandwich next to him.
I'll make a prediction right now, Donnie. In the next 6 months, Mike McCarthy will throw out the first pitch at Wrigley Field with a mustard stain on a jersey.
That'll happen.
Or
He'll sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Some still on his face.
He's just got relish. He's got he takes his pinky and wipes it off back of his knuckle.
Remember when he was interviewing for the Cowboys job and Jerry Jones let him stay at the house and he went downstairs and
he raided the fridge in the middle of the night? Didn't Jones find him down there? What are you doing? Yeah, I'm just making a sandwich, Jerry.
That's the most Pittsburgh guy move ever to do that.
That is one of the most relatable things a big, famous millionaire person could ever do. Yeah, I just wanted a ham and turkey sandwich. He had a nice.
Just in his underwear.
No, he's definitely wearing the big billowing boxers. He's got a T-shirt on that says Mount Lebanon or something athletic department, property of Central Catholic Athletics.
All right, so it's going to boil down to the Jets for Arthur Smith, and even though ESPN predicts it'll happen, I still don't.
I would just be shocked, man. It just would feel what did he do to warrant that job? But then again, that's why they're the Jets.
I think Arthur Smith wants to mine Justin Fields some more. So whether that's in New York with the Jets or back here with Pittsburgh, I think he's very open to that. And in fact, I think he's actually recommending that that's what they do. But then I think about this. On Saturday, we're going to watch Patrick Mahomes play C.J. Stroud. And then Sunday, I'm going to be in Orchard Park for Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson.
Which is basically alien versus alien. Just two, really the least impressive of those four is Stroud, and he won Offensive Rookie of the Year, and when he's on, he can play with any of them.
And we're trying to talk ourselves into Justin Fields.
Not only that, we're basically trying to say, can somebody teach Justin Fields how to read defenses and pass the ball consistently? Luckily, when you play quarterback, passing the ball consistently is not a prerequisite.
That's where this despair that's inside of me right now comes from. I would actually feel better if some team with mediocre quarterback play, like when Arthur Smith was in Tennessee, if some team had merged with a Ryan Tannehill adjacent player right now to win, and I could say, see, there's the path. Try to do that. Yes, be the exception to the rule. Be the outlier.
Somebody's done it, though. The trail has been blazed before.
It's the guy that won the Rookie of the Year last year.
And he's a prohibitive underdog.
A two-time MVP and three-time Super Bowl champion. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, who's going to win his third MVP award this year. It's depressing, man. That's why.
Oh, and by the way, the guy that might have had the best season of all didn't even make the playoffs.
That's why, for as crazy and as kooky as the Cowherd take was today, that's gone viral. The idea that you basically make a deal with the devil to try to find your next quarterback, do whatever it takes to at least give yourself an opportunity to have that guy. He is right about that.
I know. I mean, I think one of the big problems with the Steelers is I think most fans who are avid observers of the NFL understand that as reductive as it seems, it really is just, do you have a quarterback or do you not? And the Steelers, frustratingly, I think as an organization, if they realize that, it's grudgingly, and it's almost like they're trying to prove that there's another way to do it. Like Nick Foles won one with Philly. Okay, that's an outlier. That's not a guy who's a career great quarterback, but they had Carson Wentz, who at that time was like a prototype quarterback weapon on their roster.
The only thing that at least I hear people say it and I'm like, okay, I kind of get it, is if you do this exercise. If you take Jalen Hurts out of Philadelphia and you replace Jalen Hurts with Justin Fields, is the team any worse off?
Probably not. I think Hurts is probably the worst quarterback left.
So then, okay, so if we agree on that, all right, then all we need to do is just build the Eagles roster then. That's it.
Why you've got Andy Weidl.
We need to hit on all these draft picks. We need to build the best offensive line in football. We need 2 number 1 wide receivers. We need the best running back in the game. We need the number 1 ranked defense with the best defensive coordinator maybe in the sport right now.
Okay,
cool.
A lot of problems. Howie Roseman is probably the best GM in the league, and he has all the say there. Like Nick Sirianni did not come in there with a ton of power, so you're not going to have that here. Mike Tomlin, for as long as he's here, will be a massive voice in player acquisition. You're also going to need an owner that's willing to spend the money it takes to hire a Vic Fangio or hire a Kellen Moore and be willing to tear it down after 1 year when it doesn't work and fire guys to hire the 2 I just mentioned. Art Rooney II is no Jeffrey Lurie. They have a better owner in that sense. They have a better GM. They have a head coach who doesn't have enough juice yet to, like, seriously get involved. What are you looking over at Charlie for?
Charlie's listening to some headbanging rock and roll or something because he's just nodding like he's hearing our on-site producer. No, I think you're making fair points, but it looks like he's over there listening to like
Slayer, Megadeth.
Okay, yeah, is that accurate? Are you listening? See, look, I called it.
I mean, all it looks like to me is a guy playing drums. I can't tell if that's Stevie Van Sant.
He's listening to a full drum set from June 8th, 2024 at some live concert in friggin' Atlanta, Georgia. So if I didn't know Charlie better, I would think he was nodding along to your outstanding analysis of the situation. But the Charlie I know does not do that for Steelers takes. He only does that if you say Jacob Markstrom deserves the Vezina over Connor Hellebuck, or it's this.
An exhaustive study of Dave Andrechuk's impact on the Devils.
Anyways.
Travis Zajac takes. Patrick Eliash. The Eagles are structured completely differently.
But they're trying to copy that model. That's why they wanted Ayuk.
Pony, I understand they're trying to copy that model. The problem is the owner and the GM in that place are wildly different than the owner here, and really I will say the head coach here, because the head coach has been on the job so long that in terms of juice, he's got more than the
Agreed.
GM.
I think the owner here would have fired Arthur Smith and Terrell Austin. The same way when they collapsed last year and made the playoffs but got embarrassed in the first round by Tampa, he said, the OC, Brian Johnson, you're out even though you're close to Jalen Hurts. The defensive coordinator, who I think was Matt Patricia at the end of the year, goodbye. And
Vic Fangio is the best defensive coordinator in the league,
other than maybe Spagnuolo. But yeah, he's
Vance Joseph. Like there's
he's in
Brian Flores.
He's
too.
in the ballpark.
Yeah, he's in the top 5 at worst. Nobody, and like the insane film guys say that like they revere Fangio. Like he's the new Dick LeBeau, for example, for a lot of these people who break it down. Yeah, you're saying Jeffrey Lurie would have fired all those people? You know what the most depressing thing Ray Fittipaldo said to us, and I don't blame Ray for it. It's just Ray. That's Ray's expertise.
Well, guys, they're both under contract.
You said
so
no. You just said what about Pat Meyer? And he literally didn't say like, oh, he did a good job or they think he did this. He said, guys, he's under contract.
Yeah.
That just is – that hits like – what's that old video of the bald guy with no shirt on who's getting the cannon fired into his stomach and then his skin's rippling out? That's how I feel hearing – yes, that's how I feel hearing that.
Or how about the Taekwondo guys that are just getting hit in the balls repeatedly with things?
Like letting people kick them as hard – yeah, what's that all about, man? Do they maybe get castrated and they have fake testicles? And
Donnie, do you think they have balls, or do you think that they've mind over matter?
Mind. It's all a mind game.
I think getting kicked in the berries is more than a mind game, Donnie. I don't think it's just like yes, mind over matter, as I want to vomit my intestines out.
Hodgepodge is next, and then Jeff Capel at 6 on the Reeling Pitt Panthers. But first, a message from Mulsey.
That's right, Pony. It is a message from me, your pal Mulsey, and it's a message to tell you this. The Super Bowl is right around the corner. So, what's the plan? You going to do the same thing that you do every year? Or are you ready to step it up and try something even better? Get a Super Bowl experience like no other at the Verizon Super Bowl Fan Fest, coming to Acrisure Stadium on February 9th. You'll get exclusive access to the stadium where your favorite players make history, meet the game's most legendary players, all while enjoying live music and crushing game day bites. Super Bowl only comes once a year. Who's ready to celebrate bigger than ever before? Tickets are going fast. Don't miss out. Visit your local Verizon store and find out about free tickets today. Must be 18 years or older to attend. Additional terms and conditions apply. See VerizonFanFest.com for details.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When the cold hits, don't let your furnace catch you off guard. Get your $79 furnace tune-up from Sullivan Super Service and make sure it's running smoothly. For just $79, our experts will perform a thorough 20-point inspection, clean your system, check filters, test for carbon monoxide leaks, and more. Lower energy bills, fewer breakdowns, and a furnace ready for winter, all for just $79. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com to book your tune-up today.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Saturday, January 18th, come see UFC 311 fight. Mahaka versus Sarukhan. Then Valishvili, Nurmagomedov. Only at Cheerleaders.
Join us for the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center. January 16th through 19th. Admission is free.
Tour brand new 2025 RVs with the latest features, designs, and technology. There will be a full lineup of travel trailers, fifth wheels, motorhomes, toy haulers, and more with special show pricing. You can even enter to win a free RV. Don't miss the Pittsburgh RV Expo at the Monroeville Convention Center, January 16th through 19th. Learn more at campingworld.com/Pittsburgh.
That's what power about it.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Time for the Hodgepodge. It's brought to you by Two Men in a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomeninajunktruck.com. At the 50-minute...
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Thank you, Eck. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. All right. Something I'm going to say here to start the Hodgepodge. I promised this man a shout-out. I don't make a point of shout-outs, but you guys know how much I love bowling. Ray Valerino. He's in the Pittsburgh Bowling Hall of Fame. Let me tell you about this complete badass. He's 84 years old. He's in a national professional event going on right now. And it's not just for, like, Masters. It's not just like a Masters division.
Really?
Yes.
How old?
84.
God almighty, dude.
So I understand that, like, golf is a sport where we've seen, you've pointed out several times, Tom Watson almost beat Stuart Sink at the
still
Open
disgusted about
Championship.
that one.
Your
in
dad
09,
was very sad about it.
59 years old. He got a bad bounce, man. He did everything right.
Is bowling even more so the sport where, like, the 84-year-old can compete with the 24-year-old pro?
Probably the one, yeah. I mean, you don't have to throw the ball hard to succeed in bowling. Like, if you get the right groove, if you're consistent and you got the oil pattern down, that ball is going to knock those pins over as long as it's not like moving like when a little kid throws it and it's just kind of like lolling down the lane. And even then you sometimes get lucky. So, yeah, it probably is.
Then I don't understand why bowling hasn't taken off to the degree that golf has. It's more of an everyman sport. You don't need to be outside to do it.
I used to call I called bowling
way more affordable.
Yeah, bowling, I call it winter golf. Like, I love bowling in this time of year. It's more affordable for sure. Even if you, like, buy, like, a very nice bowling ball, and if you're bowling constantly, it's, it's cheaper. I guess I like golf more because I enjoy the challenges presented by golf more. Like, bowling is repetitive. You're doing the same.
Because the course is always
different. You're never going to hit the ball. You might hit the ball.
I'm saying with bowling, I mean, the oil patterns are different, but it's always
the same lane. Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, to me as a golfer who also likes to bowl, the appeal of golf is, you're playing so many different courses, yes, but even on the same course, you're hardly ever going to hit the same shot twice. Like, you're going to be in certain places on the course, the same spot, and know the shot, and that's fun too. But golf also gives you a different challenge. The way you swing a driver, for example, different than the way you swing a wedge. Then putting's a completely different, like, game altogether. I just think the one thing that holds bowling back, it's like, if you're really good at it, guess what? You're going to throw the ball 12 times, roll 12 strikes, and that's it. It's fun for me because I like to screw around and try to bowl with my left hand, too. I've had some fun games like bowling almost 200 lefty.
Is this KFC in Mexico that's Steelers logoed and Steelers decked out real? Have you seen this?
I think somebody
It's all
might have
over
sent
Twitter?
it in a group message to me. Hold on.
Is it a KFC owner there is just a Steelers fan because they have such a passionate Steelers fan base there?
Of nothingness.
This is what somebody sent to me.
How did this man get licensing from the NFL to turn his Mexican KFC into a black
That is what somebody sent me.
Steelers KFC?
My buddy lives in Guadalajara and just said, "LOL, WTF, this is random." He's got a Kenny Pickett jersey framed in there. I don't know if I trust that chicken. He's got like one of those deals like we have at the radio station, like one of those wall graphic timelines and stuff.
I can just see the Rooneys, and I don't know if then they would have to go to the NFL, but I could see the Steelers giving approval for it because they just love growing that Mexican brand so much.
I've got to believe that the guy said, I'm going to deck this out like the right way. There's so much official-looking stuff.
Donnie, did you see this thing?
The logo is so prominent.
It's unreal. It's a big neon Steelers logo.
Yeah, the logo is so prominent. I think it's got to be team-approved in some way, shape,
What
or
a
form.
field trip that would be for us.
Man.
The guys head to the Mexico KFC.
What
Steelers
city is it in? Is it in Mexico City or is it somewhere else?
I don't know.
Big country.
Mexico's exactly a big place.
Do you know it's smaller than Saudi Arabia? That's one of those ones when I look at a map that blows my mind. Mexico's smaller country than Saudi Arabia.
Next.
This is a hodgepodge.
That's that
of
Mercator projection.
Malzy?
You're getting killed for your FanDuel spot, the pronunciation.
It's not a FanDuel spot. It's cheerleaders.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay, cheerleaders with Habib. And I'm not even going to try to say his last name right because I haven't practiced
Here's what
in a
we'll
while.
do. We'll grab the audio of how I said it.
And then pronounce it.
And then we'll show you the spellings, and you can see how you
I
do
think
it.
I think it's Habib, or I always said Habib, and I think it's Nurmagomedov.
Oh, wow. Chris, that really came out flawless.
I know, it's a hard – the guy is from like a place where nobody's name is easy to pronounce.
Following us, it's Jeff Capel. Then it's Jack Hillgrove from 7 to 10:35, Nightly Sports Call. Donnie is a double dip tomorrow. He'll be with us, plus with Joe. We'll preview all the big football games. We'll see if there is Steelers breaking news on their coaching front. Talk to you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Team signing off.
First, I'm not done yet, fellas. Working out, very important thing, right? Something everyone's supposed to do. Improves your cardio, reduces stress, improves the mood. Guess what else does all of those things? Improving your cardio, reducing stress, and improving your mood. Sex. Sex, in fact, does all of those things. And you probably take a pre-workout. Yeah, that's true. Don't laugh, boys. Or have a coffee before your training. Why should sex be any different? That's why a lot more guys are turning to Blue Chew, which is an online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra at a fraction of the cost. And they're in chewable form, so you don't have to swallow pills or need a glass of water nearby. Blue Chew's tablets can give you extra confidence when it's time to perform, and there's no awkward conversations, no waiting in line. It ships to your front door in discreet packaging. Blue Chew's tablets made in the USA, and like I said, they ship direct, so it's cheaper than a pharmacy. Trust me on this one. Your partner wants you to do this. Ready for a great offer? How about free? Go to BlueChew.com, consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. Win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the types of perks only Caesars can offer. Download the app using promo code RADIO DYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. 21 or older, new users in Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $2,500 per bet. Profit boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, see Caesars.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, bike shop. Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messethorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
When he's good, he's thorough good. And I'm bad to the bone. When he's bad, he's the baddest. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, the baddest show on earth. Saturday, February 22nd, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Coit. Incredible 50% savings on all Coit cleaning services. Hurry, call Coit now and save 50%.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Ben Johnson is truly unpredictable. Last year, everyone had him taking the Commander's job, but he ultimately stayed as the OC in Detroit. And this offseason, many expect Ben to take either the Bears or Jaguars head coaching position. And I know Ben becoming the next coach of the Raiders doesn't make much sense, but we're talking about Ben Johnson. So I say Mr. Unpredictable ends up selecting the silver and black. I'm Zach Gelb.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more. The best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We're still seeing a good deal of backup on the southbound side of Sawmill Run Boulevard. You'll hit some congestion around Edgebrook Avenue. That doesn't let up till Library Road. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Check out 400 RVs, January 11th to the 19th. PittRVShow.com.
Hurry! The original Pitt RV Show with more than a dozen RV dealers ends this weekend. While you're there, go next door to Pirate Fest. Meet your favorite pirates and the parrot. Double the fun for the whole family. Visit PittRVShow.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way. This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way.
It's time for the Jeff Capel Show. The Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Radio Network is brought to you by UPMC Health Plan, official health plan of Pitt Athletics, GBU Life, providing life insurance, annuities, and community service since 1892, and by Pepsi. This is the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
And welcome to the Peterson Event Center. We are in the GBU Life Campus View Club. The Panthers host Clemson at noon on Saturday. A very special day at the University of Pittsburgh, as today will be a special edition about the man who will be honored on Saturday, Sam Clancy. You will have your number retired, joining Don Hennon, Billy Knight, Brandon Knight, and Charles Smith. 1,671 points, 1,342 rebounds, 186 assists, 170 blocks, and 161 steals, a 1979 All-American. What a career, Sam. And to have this afternoon on Saturday, have you processed all of this?
Yeah, I processed it. I'll tell you it now.
I came in this week telling everybody, hey, I'm not doing any work. I said, don't ask me to do anything, though, but I'm just riding the wave right now. I am riding the wave. I mean, I think the first 3 days I was flying high. Now my energy level got a little low because it's getting closer, but I'm looking forward to it, especially that Don Hennon and Billy Knight are going to be here. And Charles Smith called me and Brandon Knight called me when Jeff made that announcement at the stadium. And Charles' son is getting married. And obviously, Brandon is busy trying to win games also. So I'm thrilled that Billy, a guy who I've followed, knew since I was in 7th grade, following his career. And then Don Henning, a guy who I want to know who's this 5'8" white guy that scored all these points. When I got here and met him and seen his video, so it was amazing. So he called me and told me, and it made my day. It made my day that they're going to be here.
Do we have to refer to you as sir now around the building?
No, I know Alan Green was in the meeting with us the other day. He said, do we got to bow down to you now or what, though? And the night before we had a dinner, the Warrior Distinction dinner, and Lee Roberts had made a comment, said, yeah, Sam's a little shy and everything, which, he's joking around. So I told Alan, Alan said, we got to bow down? I said, hey, at least Sam's a little shy, but yes, you can bow down.
I mean, obviously it's had a major, but how would you describe the impact this university has had on you?
Oh, man, it's been amazing. And I don't want to tear up now. I got to say that for tomorrow. I mean, say that for Saturday, but I'm so grateful and so humble of what the university have done for me and what I have tried to accomplish for the university. I try to be the best person I could be. And those coaches, Coach Tim Gergerich, who I've known him probably since 7th grade, ate at my dinner table probably 50 times, before compliance and everything. And, how he helped develop me when I wasn't home with my mom and dad, and how he wasn't afraid to call and tell on me and stuff when I wasn't doing right and stuff. So for him to just go there and help build me up, build my character up, and tell me what he expect of me, that's how he want me to be a leader, even as a freshman, to come right in and make the impact and be a leader. I didn't know I was going to make that kind of impact. You go in, you never know. When you leave high school, you think you're the man in high school, but you get to college. Hey, there's a lot of men in college ball. So, but the university has been so wonderful to me. The fan support, the donors, my teammates. This team here, Coach Cable and his staff. Though, so I owe the university everything. I mean, it's who I am. And I feel fortunate because I'm from Pittsburgh and I grew up, 10 minutes from here. So I feel very fortunate to have achieved. It was Tony Dorsett that finalized the deal for me. When he, I knew it was between.
Wait, how did that happen?
Well, it was between North Carolina State and Pitt.
Was Sloan? It was a Sloan at State. Coach Sloan.
Yep, Coach Sloan, Ohio State was in the running too, though. The reason I kicked Ohio State out so fast is because I went down there, the Michigan game, they playing, football season. So on the football field, and the coach, I forget the coach's name. That's how I kicked him out so fast. But I go in and after the game, Woody Hayes comes say, "Hey Sam, son, I'm telling you, you come here to Ohio State, you can play football and basketball." And the coaches stood to hear and say, no, coach, no, you're going to be a basketball player. So I said, man, I don't think I'm coming to Ohio State there, because Woody Hayes would have me out there, and that ain't what I wanted to do now. I ended up playing it, though, but that ain't what I wanted to do, though. And Norm Sloan was he was a great recruiter, too. I really wasn't thinking about them, though. But Tony Dorsett sealed the deal because I'm sorry about that. My eyes just watering up just thinking about this thing anyway. Tony Dorsett sealed the deal, and it was, and I had Pitt here and North Carolina State here, he ran off right before we playing Penn State or the West Virginia, one of those games, and right on the sideline while they was warming up and said, Sam, man, I'm telling you, hey, you got to stay home for the city of Pittsburgh, man. They would love you forever, and they would never, ever forget you. You know, he said, man, do it for your parents and stuff.
Wow.
So right then and there, I said, okay, man, you know, I know my mom, you know, done followed me all over the country. My dad worked in the steel mill. He never could make as many games as she did, though. And my mom was a trash talker. Now she talked more trash than I did, though. So,
Really?
Yeah, my mom was. Hey,
Yeah, I've heard you told me the story.
Yes.
So you were in high school, like you would hear her, like she was.
I would hear her, but don't never pay attention to her. You know, I'm one of those sons that no, I'm not looking up there. You know, because you know she talking about me if I ain't doing what I'm supposed to do. You know, yeah.
So you get home after a game. Is your mom breaking that down?
My mom, she don't break the game down. She just tell me I stink. You know? Yeah, she just literally say you stink, and I'm like, my dad said, hey, you know, my dad's all humble and all right, son, just hey, my father always say, as long as you don't mess up the name, and all them fights I wanted to get in and everything though, he hear about that. Hey, I hear you getting into it in the game. I said, yeah, Dad, it's competitive. You know, hey, you know what I tell you? I'm like, okay, Dad, I got you, but next, I got you though. So,
did your dad play?
No, my dad would love baseball and boxing.
Really?
Baseball and boxing though. He played. They say he was a good baseball player back in the day. And sorry about my ass.
No,
back in
good.
the day, and you know he. You know, they talking about he could have played in Negro League. I don't know that. That was Alabama. You know, but they say he hit the ball a mile and then only make it to second base. You know.
But you hit it over the fence.
Yeah,
you don't have to go fast.
And he just take his time though. That's right. Though. He say, take his time though. But the only thing I'm gonna miss that my parents aren't here to see this. You know, I know how they would see this. My mom, I know. Even when I got the street sign, and my mom would tell you, "Hey, don't slow down. That's my son's street." She would already gave it to me and already know. So, but my dad, hey, stop that. You know, leave people alone. So, but that's the only thing I just miss. And when I hope I don't forget to mention them on Saturday though. But that's the only thing that I hope that you know.
Last week we had Darrell Porter here.
Yeah.
And he said you were one of the reasons he came to Pitt because he remembers you mentoring him.
In the Ozan. What he's.
Why was that important to you to do that for other kids?
Well, you know, let me say this. You know, Billy Knight, who I already mentioned, you know, was a mentor. Kurt Bruce was a mentor of all the guys who came to Pitt. Mickey Martin, all those guys. I knew all those guys. And older guys. Norm Nixon was here when he was playing at Duquesne. I was playing the summer league as a teenager in the adult league and stuff. Maurice Lucas, who I wanted to be like Maurice Lucas. I thought he was the greatest athlete in the world because he didn't take no crap.
Yeah.
You know? Hey, and I mean,
sure.
that don't make you the greatest athlete in the world, but he didn't take no crap.
Yeah.
You know, and I wanted to be Maurice Lucas and stuff. And you know, local heroes like Ron Carter, you know, I wanted to be those guys, and they were my mentor on the court and off. They were teaching me, you know, as I go along. You know, Maurice Lucas would come in town when he's playing for Portland and playing the Center Avenue YMCA adult league, and me and one of my teammates, Bill Clark, at Only High School, was in there.
So you're playing against Maurice Lucas?
Maurice Lucas, Norm Nixon, and in the pros though, and so I'm only the young buck in there. I'm the youngest one in there, and playing and going up against Maurice Lucas. He destroyed me.
I was going to say, I'm guessing he's not taking it easy on anybody.
No, because I love him. And me with my cocky self, I'm gonna hey Luke, you know I love you, but I got to take it to you. And so hey, he backed me down every time. Gave me a little elbow like I try to do. Gave me a little elbow. He said, "Take that, young buck," because he called me young buck. And but those are my mentors. Those are my mentors. So, and you know, Dwight Clay, Ricky Coleman, all local heroes that had great high school and college careers. You know, Dwight Clay, the shot heard around the world. against UCLA when he's up in Notre Dame. But those are all the guys that have mentored me and took me under their wing. So I felt it important for me to do that. The guys like Darrell Porter, who wanted to come here and go to Pitt, though. And like I said, coming up in the Ozanam, I played in Ozanam starting out 13 years old. It was the very first organized basketball we ever had in Pittsburgh. And then Carl Coleman was the founder, and Darrell mentioned him the other night when we gave him his award at the award extinction dinner. Carl Coleman, and he was a mentor, So it was important to me to just for guys who looked up to me to help them out on the path that they wanted to go.
Sam, you impacted people not only that played basketball but wrote about basketball. Mike DeCourcy grew up watching you. He is the distinguished Sporting News college basketball writer. He's going to join us next. We're going to spend the hour today honoring Sam Clancy. It is the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, Pitt fans, as the official credit union of the Pitt Panthers, Clearview Federal Credit Union is here to help you reach all your financial goals. Clearview wants to help you score big financially, whether you need to save, spend, borrow, or learn, they're here to help. Get easy access to your money from anywhere using their digital banking featuring Zelle, Clearview Live Video Banking, over 80,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and financial centers throughout the Pittsburgh area. Visit clearviewfcu.org/Panthers to learn more and open an account today. Hail to Pitt.
When it comes to financial planning, most financial companies ask, what's your salary? At Northwestern Mutual, we ask, what's your story? We know building the right financial plan means looking at more than money. That's why we start by asking the right questions, listening to what matters most to you, then guiding you every step of the way to help you live the life you want. Plan your financial story with Northwestern Mutual. Contact Northwestern Mutual Pittsburgh today. Visit pittsburgh.nm.com. The Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Whether it's on the court, field, or pitch, the Panthers can handle anything thrown their way. It just goes to show that being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. That's why PNC is proud to support University of Pittsburgh athletics and their dedication to smart, tested tactics. Because just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there's a lot on the line, and having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865, member FDIC.
When your employer gives you a choice of health plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. You'll have access to the best doctors and hospitals, including the top-ranked care of UPMC and many community hospitals near you. UPMC Health Plan gives you an award-winning healthcare concierge team and a partner who puts you and your health at the center of all we do. Choose what's best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. Visit upmchealthplan.com/best for more information.
Icy Light is the official beer of getting up early. It's the official beer of rallying the troops. The official beer of turning a 3-hour game into an all-day affair. The official beer of, did you just see that? The official beer of rising and cheering in unison for every season-defining moment. Icy Light, the official beer of your Pittsburgh Panthers. Let's raise another.
As on the basketball court, financial planning requires a comprehensive playbook to win the wealth management game. JKS Financial understands that your needs are unique and will provide the game plan to win with your financial goals. Their financial advisors use a proven wealth optimization system with a focus on retirement distribution strategy and will coach you through your journey to financial stability and peace of mind for the future. Visit jks-financial.nm.com.
Let's return to the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
We're in the GBU Life Campus View Club here at the Peterson Events Center. Jeff Hathorn with Jeff Capel. It is a special edition of the Jeff Capel Show. We're honoring Sam Clancy tonight, and we are joined right now by Mike DeCourcy from the Sporting News. And Mike, you grew up in Pittsburgh. When do you remember first hearing about or seeing Sam?
Well, I first heard about him reading the Pittsburgh papers. I was in high school in the Mon Valley at Elizabeth Forward and very interested in basketball. Basketball was always my first love. And I remember reading about Sam in the Pittsburgh papers, and I remember the expectation for that Fifth Avenue team in the 76-77 season, and having to wait so long because there was a teacher strike. I'm sure it was more agonizing for Sam than it was for me, but they only ended up getting to play 15 games that year because of that. But one of them was in the state championship game, and I got to watch him there and was just absolutely enamored of what I saw. And I look at Sam as one of the people who really helped really stoke my love for the game, watching him in those games at Fifth Avenue and then later Brashear, and then seeing him in the Round Ball Classic. And I have a great story that a lot of people may have forgotten about from when Sam played in the Round Ball Classic. Back then, the Dapper Dan game was Pennsylvania versus the entire United States. And Eugene Banks was the number 2 or number 3 recruit in the country then. And Sam,
number 1.
Yeah, some people said number 1. I think Albert King was up there too, and so Eugene and Sam, especially Sam, took turns kicking the United States butt, even though Albert was on that team, and Wesley Matthews and Wayne McCoy from New York, who later went on to St. John's, and a lot of big name national players. And when the game was over, everybody in the building. And it wasn't biased. I mean, we just knew. Sam was the difference in that game. And he was the reason the Pennsylvania team was able to beat the entire United States. And yet, whoever it was that was in charge of picking the MVP picked Eugene Banks. And we all kind of think there might have been a boo or two, and there was some grumbling. And then Eugene, being the first-class guy that he was and he still is, took the trophy and grabbed and asked whoever had it for when, I guess it might even have been Sonny Vaccaro, for the microphone, and said, I don't remember the exact words, but he said, Sam Clancy deserves this award, and handed him the trophy. Now, I don't know if you still have it, Sam, but it was an incredible moment. It's one I've always remembered. It's been, more than 40 years, but I'll never forget that night and how great you were that night, and what a cool moment that was.
You remember that, Sam?
I do. And Gene and I are good friends ever since first time we ever played against each other. Well, we've seen each other in camps. The Garfunkel camp, 5-star. 5-star camp. Yeah. We used to see each other then, though, and then we played together before the round ball. We played against each other when I was at Brashear my senior year. And I can remember that vividly, too, because I missed the last shot to tie the game up to go into overtime. And but Gene, we battled. And Gene, he had like 25 points on us. He was the number 1 recruit in the country that year. And we like to fly high and stuff. And it was right now still considered, it was in the Johnstown Memorial. Still considered the greatest game ever up there in the Memorial. And matter of fact, we're at a whole chapter in the book, But the Round Ball Classic was something special, something that I wanted. My first Round Ball Classic. Speaking of my mentor and my hero, Maurice Lucas, first time I ever seen him play. When those guys hit, and that's the only other Pennsylvania team that beat the U.S. team.
Wow.
All right, and we're the second team. We're the only other team. No other team that beat the U.S. team always coming, because you got all the All-Stars against Pennsylvania All-Stars. So for us to win that, and I'm telling you, Wayne McCoy, man, that dude was. I had to push him around a little bit, but I tell you, man, Wayne McCoy was in high school, was like 6'9" and 230. So it's like pushing around the defensive lineman or offensive lineman, though, man. And so he was a beast. And Albert King was him and I think Gene was battling for. Depends what you look in. Who's the number 1 All-American in the country, and Albert was great. And they had Kelly Tripuccio on that team also.
Oh, yeah.
Wes Matthews, who was one of the fastest guards I ever seen in my life, play played on the Pan Am team with him. So, but for us to go in there and get that, I mean, we really battled, though, in front of 16,000. I don't know what the Civic Arena held then, though. And Jeff, I'm telling you, just the crowd and what was special for me, because it's home. It was right. I mean, from the Civic Arena, I'm in walking distance 4 minutes.
Wow.
From where I live at, from the street and everything though. So when you're young, right now, probably take me an hour and a half. With the hips and knees though. But when Gene did that, like you said, and Gene is a classy guy. Always been. Always, had utmost respect for him, and I think he has the utmost respect for me. We enjoyed the competition with each other. We enjoyed playing with each other and stuff. And like I said, we were the big men. We didn't have a 6'10" guy or a 7-footer. It was me and him, and we had to battle against all these horses that the U.S. team had and ended up winning it, which was special though. And hey. Gene could have kept that trophy. Because, hey, he played it. Look, I mean, he played it. I think he gave it to me because I went after every rebound I thought was nice, and I went after it, got it, and I had to put backs and stuff, and then I had some block shots, and I defended well and pushed the big guys around while I let him do, while he did his thing.
Yeah.
While he was Gene, and I was Sam, and together, and we had, and our guards played well too, though.
Mike, what do you think Sam meant to Pitt basketball?
Well, I think in '74 they had the fabulous team with Billy Knight and Tom Bola and so many other wonderful players, Mickey Martin, Tommy Richards, and they got to the regional final, and there seemed like there was a moment there when Pitt basketball was about ready to ascend, and then it kind of hit a rough patch. The year before Sam got there, I think the record was 6-21, and they had very good players. Larry Harris was on that team. Sam comes in, and they don't lose. Not that he didn't lose games, but they never had a losing season with Sam. They continued to ascend. They had the phenomenal game at Duke where Sam dominated, and they were able to beat Gene again and a tremendous crew with Mike Jaminski as well. And then I was really happy that Sam was able to get to the NCAAs in his final year, 80-81. They lost to a great Carolina team in the second round, but they were able to advance. And I think that really set Pitt forward in the 80s. If Sam goes to NC State or wherever else, I don't know that Pitt has the 80s, the two Big East championships, Eastern 8 slash I guess it was the Eastern 8 then. They don't have the success that they had in the 80s, and maybe they don't even get into the Big East if you think about it, because when the Big East happened for Pitt, it was largely because they were trying to shut down an Eastern All Sports Conference that Joe Paterno was trying to make happen. But if Pitt's basketball wasn't presentable then or successful, which Sam made it, then I don't know that happened. So a lot of things that happened great for Pitt basketball in the 70s and 80s were the direct result of Sam Clancy. And I will tell you this, guys. I'm a journalist now, so I don't play favorites. But I was at the football game when it was announced. I did not know it was coming when Sam was announced as that they were going to retire his number and all that. And I wish I could be there on Saturday, but I was there that day. And I stood and I applauded. I'm allowed to. I was a kid when Sam was great, so I'm allowed to do that. I wasn't a professional yet then, and I had a little tear in my eye because he meant that much to me as a young man and to Pitt basketball.
No, thank you, Mike.
Awesome. That's cool.
I appreciate those kind words.
Sam, I want to ask you about some of those games as we continue. Mike, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for
you
those
bet. Thanks,
kind
guys.
words.
Congratulations, Sam, and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Mike DeCourcy from the Sporting News, longtime veteran writer, one of the best in the game in his generation. I heard a story about what happened at the game at Duke that I want to discuss with you as well as we continue. It's the Jeff Capel Show, tribute to Sam Clancy tonight on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Thanks to 850 community partners across an 11-county service area, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is working to eliminate hunger and stabilize lives across the Three Rivers region. We're committed to making sure all our neighbors have consistent access to healthy food, and we're connecting people to other critical services to address the root causes of food insecurity. To get help, volunteer, or donate today, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org or call 412-460-3663.
Hey, Pitt fans! Delta Airlines is proud to fly the Pittsburgh Panthers and their fans across the country and around the globe. Delta Airlines offers nonstop service to 6 destinations from Pittsburgh. Whether traveling for business or pleasure, you'll enjoy Delta Airlines' award-winning customer service as we support you through your travel journey. Pitt Athletics and Delta Airlines. Keep climbing.
Today we have 2 very special guests on our program, introducing Lem and Lime.
Hello.
For Starry Lemon Lime Soda.
Thanks for having us.
What is Starry Lemon Lime Soda?
It's a crisp, clear burst of lemon lime flavor, and it's caffeine-free.
Between us, one of you must be a little more important to Starry than the other. Who is it?
We're both important.
So it could just as easily be Starry Lime Lemon Soda.
No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, I like it. So you saying hip-hop could be hop-hip. Works for me.
Starry Lemon Lime Soda. Starry hits different.
Mac.bid is here. What is it? It's your place to save up to 80% off retail. But don't share this news, because you don't need the bidding competition. Neighbor wants to know where you got that new mower? Lie. Mom's admiring your new cookware? Fib. Your priest wants a new TV just like yours. Okay, maybe you tell your priest about Mac.bid, but don't tell anyone else. You need to become a deceiver, a teller of untruths, a fabricator of falsehoods, a spinner of yarns. Winning at Mac.bid is amazing. Competition stinks. Mac.bid is here. Tell no one.
We believe healthcare should treat the whole person and the whole community. At UPMC, we aim to do just that by partnering with organizations that help bring fresh and healthy food to the people who need it most. Because life-changing is caring for you before you ever walk in our doors. Learn more at upmc.com/community impact. UPMC. Life-changing medicine.
Post-Gazette sports reporters Noah Hiles and Chris Carter follow your Pitt Panthers like they're on man-to-man coverage. They're the best duo in the city for game summary, stats, and insider info for the Oakland Zoo and all fans. Catch the action on the North Shore Drive podcast and drop a line in their mailbag. And don't forget to follow coverage all season long in the Post-Gazette. Read about wins at the Pete and on the road from the preseason all the way to the ACC Championship.
Back to the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
One of the craziest things, we're joined by Sam Clancy here on the Jeff Capel Show. I was looking at your minutes per game and how physical you played, and you played 37 minutes a game.
Yeah.
How did you play that physical and avoid foul outs?
Well, listen, and players might know this. You know, I am the number 1 guy Pitt history with the most disqualifications. Hey, it was some foul outs.
So there are a lot of 40-minute games that help balance that out.
I know players that I'm like, hey, I don't know that. You know, when players come and say, "Brother, send me some stats." Hey, most disqualifications. Sam Clancy, number 1. I'm like, oh man, like what, 16 or 20? I don't know, man. So, but the referees was I mean, and believe me, it was a lot of touch fouls then too. Depends on the crews you get that let you be physical and stuff. Now, what they didn't do was throw you out the game. No, there was no monitor to go back and see a flagrant foul, though, which I had a lot of those, and stuff. I mean, I bloodied some eyes and dot some noses and everything, though. I really did, though, because of they might have took a cheap shot on our point guard or try to take a cheap shot at me.
So did you ever run into one of those players after you played?
I'm trying to think now. No, nobody that I took out. nobody I've taken out and stuff.
Because Dewan tells this great story about Hashim Thabit, the guy he threw, that he saw him at a game or they were at some function together, and he was coming down the street at him, and he crossed the street and went over on the other side. They didn't even want to talk to him. They didn't even want to run into him.
Hey, man.
That's why he got flipped.
That's why he got flipped. hey, Dewan took his competitive spirit away from him then and there, though. Right then and there, though. No, but the guys that, the guys who I did too were more or less cheap shot artists. And my role, not only just to clean the boards, put the points, but my role was to protect the smaller guys, the point guards, or guys who couldn't protect itself. Somebody said a pick and knocked their head off, and I felt like that was a cheap shot. I mean, even though I know it's part of the game, though, I felt like it was a cheap shot. So I always find a way to get them, either with an elbow to the head or elbow to the stomach. And that's when I hear my mom the most. Because of I get the technical foul. When I get caught. A lot of times I didn't get caught. But I can hear her voice in my head, but I did get disqualified quite a bit.
Sam, you were at Cameron Indoor. You steal a pass inside. You go all the way down the court. You miss the shot, but you tip it in. You guys win the game. What do you remember about that moment? And is it true that Duke students then asked you to go party with them after?
It is true. And, it is true though. So, but what was and I remember the play. My man was up on the wing, and I think I'm guarding Jaminski. He tried to step out because Spornarko had our point guard, Pete Strickland, down on the box. Spornarko is what, 6'6", something like Jeff, and Pete Strickland's only like 6'1". And he had him posted up on the box until they trying to get the ball into him. So they were gonna bring it in through the wing. Mm-hmm. So when they threw the ball on the wing, and I was off, and I had some quickness though. Like I said, I didn't know how fast I was until I got to the NFL and ran a 4.6. So I didn't even know how fast I was. So I seen the pass coming, and I took it and dribbled down the sideline, and then cause the clock was running, and then I'm thinking the clock, so I tried to bank it in, missed it, and then seen a clear path that nobody put a body on me or nothing, and I just went up and tipped it in and stuff, and then they called timeout. They had 2 seconds on the clock, and they did get a shot off though, but we didn't figure that was gonna go in though. But afterwards though, and like I said, I was so appreciative of. They came to our hotel, the students. Came to our hotel.
Not with torches.
Not with torches, though. They came and said, "Hey, we want you guys to come and go to a party." So they took us to the Pikers party, the frat party. I'm like, oh man, let there for drink,
Pikers was a good time.
Yeah, the Pikers party, man.
I mean, to think of that.
These are the days there wasn't no bus. These are days the coaches got rental cars. Yeah. So we go, hey, Gerd, hey, come on, all the coaches, give us the keys and everything like that, though. Hey, y'all be careful and everything.
What a time.
Great time, man, great time. And but yeah, we had a good time and stuff, and everybody made it back into the hotel on time to make it to the plane and everything, though. So it was awesome, though, man. But we were so appreciative of them because they appreciated. Yeah. A great game, and it was a great game. I mean, it was sold out. The fans are right on you. Though it's our first experience. The fans are right on you, and we appreciated them because I think they energized us too. Just because it's probably the first school we've kind of, besides Villanova was a small gym, that we kind of experienced that kind of experience and everything. Though, so it was awesome. It was awesome, man. Yeah.
We heard about a lot of your accomplishments on the court through the voice of Bill Hillgrove. The voice of the Panthers is going to join us next to talk about Sam Clancy as we tribute to Sam. His number will be retired Saturday at noon right here on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Whether it's achieving your financial goals, securing your family's future, or finding peace of mind, GBU Financial Life can support your journey. Visit gbu.org/new year. And take the first step towards a brighter tomorrow. Insurance is underwritten and annuities are issued in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Products are subject to availability and may vary by state. Products are offered and sold by licensed agents. If you contact GBU, you may be offered information for the purchase of products or contacted by an agent. GBU and its agents do not provide financial, legal, or tax advice. Consult a professional for such matters.
Find sweet success with Sarah's Candies fundraising. We've been helping groups like yours raise money for over 60 years and offer a variety of flexible programs to find a fundraising solution that works for everyone. Maximize your profits with our holiday brochure sale. Fundraise 100% online with our online ordering program, or earn up to 70% profit by selling chocolate bars and pretzel rods year-round. Fundraising with Sarah's Candies is easy and profitable. Visit sarahscandiesfundraising.com or call 1-800-255-7771 to get started today.
Post-Gazette sports reporters Noah Hiles and Chris Carter follow your Pitt Panthers like they're on man-to-man coverage. They're the best duo in the city for game summary, stats, and insider info for the Oakland Zoo and all fans. Catch the action on the North Shore Drive podcast and drop a line in their mailbag. And don't forget to follow coverage all season long in the Post-Gazette. Read about wins at the Pete and on the road from the preseason all the way to the ACC Championship.
UPMC believes that not having a place to call home is as much of a health emergency as anything else. That's why we're working to increase access to affordable and stable housing across Pennsylvania by partnering with local organizations. Because life-changing is helping you before you ever walk in our doors. Learn more at upmc.com/community impact. UPMC. Life-changing medicine.
Whether it's on the court, field, or pitch, the Panthers can handle anything thrown their way. It just goes to show that being adaptable and preparing a solid strategy pays off. That's why PNC is proud to support University of Pittsburgh athletics and their dedication to smart, tested tactics. Because just like any big game, when it comes to your finances, there's a lot on the line, and having a dependable team allows you to make the plays you need to reach your goals. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865, member FDIC.
When it comes to financial planning, most financial companies ask, what's your salary? At Northwestern Mutual, we ask, what's your story? We know building the right financial plan means looking at more than money. That's why we start by asking the right questions, listening to what matters most to you, then guiding you every step of the way to help you live the life you want. Plan your financial story with Northwestern Mutual. Contact Northwestern Mutual Pittsburgh today. Visit pittsburgh.nm.com. The Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Let's return to the Jeff Cable Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
We're at the Peterson Event Center. We are honoring Sam Clancy as his number will be retired on Saturday. And for those that grew up listening to or about Sam, you heard it through Bill Hillgrove, the voice of the Panthers, joins us now. Bill, what was it like to call games that Sam Clancy played?
Well, it was a dream come true for a Pittsburgh kid because he was a Pittsburgh kid. And, you know, for somebody local to stay home and make that kind of impact, not only on the program, but on, you know, college basketball on the local scene, it was quite delicious, and I enjoyed every minute of it.
Bill, I would imagine you could, I mean, you were right there at the action. You could probably see an opponent's faces like when they'd had enough of Sam.
You know, I remember either Sam's first or second year, we played at Xavier at their old gym. And Johnny Sauer, who was our football analyst, lived in Dayton, so he came down to see the game and see Sam for the first time. And we came out to warm up with layups. And Johnny tapped me on the shoulder and goes, "My God, he's brought a beam." And, you know, that kind of gave you an idea of what first impressions can be, but that's what Sam was. Sam was a man among boys. And, you know, I remember, and I can't remember which year it was, Sam, you can refresh my fading memory, but we played at St. Francis, and it was a really good St. Francis team. And I do believe at the very end of the game, you blocked a shot that secured the win for the Panthers. Do you recall that?
I do remember that. I don't know who shot the ball, though. I don't know if it's one of the guards.
Did it matter to you?
Yeah, no. Hey, I take more if it was a big man, you know. So I went up and get it, though, so no.
Bill, but Sam was more than a bruiser. I think people think of Sam, but like we were talking about that play in Duke with the steal and him dribbling all the way down the court. Like he had a lot more game maybe than your reputation kind of presents. Isn't that right, Bill?
Yeah, and I saw that when he was a member of Elmer Guckert's Fifth Avenue squad. Puffy Kennedy, who else? Sam, give me some of those names.
Warner Macklin and Bill Clark.
Yeah, I saw you guys play, and I said, you know, Clancy is a national basketball player. He with that physique should play football, and guess what? That's how it turned out. But you know, my favorite date was February 10th, 1979, Cameron Indoor Stadium. Sam, if you look in your back pocket, I think Mike Jaminski's still there.
He was just talking about it off the air, too.
And I remember, and that's the difference between the world then and the world now. Amen. The world then, you went out with the Duke students and partied. The world now, I can see Blake Hinson up on that scorer's table, and the students giving him half a peace sign. But that's the way things are.
Bill, you've got...
And also, I have to tell you this, Jeff, and Jeff, Sam barely made the airplane the next day. We didn't fly it.
Hey, Bill, I told everybody made it on time.
He said everyone made it on time.
They did wake me up, though. Anyway.
You were a delight to watch and to cover, and, that smile, it's indelible. And, you have really put Pitt basketball on the map. I'm starting to get emotional. And don't leave me be emotional.
No. Hey, Bill, I think, we was talking about disqualification. I said, Bill Hilger probably could tell you every disqualification. Every fight, every time, every elbow.
Well, so. at least you weren't Joe Kapp.
Yeah.
The quarterback. He played for Minnesota, but he played varsity basketball. And I remember talking to him at the Hall of Fame banquet, and he said, I fouled out against Wilt Chamberlain in the first half.
Bill, thank you so much for being a part of this and your stories. And I know Bill means a lot to you, Sam, and vice versa.
I've been knowing Bill probably since 8th grade. I mean, we used to get a little coverage in 8th grade at Fifth Avenue. Fifth Avenue went from 7th to 12th grade. We only had 500 students in the whole school. And then my junior year, we was number 2 in the country. So, but I've been knowing Bill a long time and followed him a long time when he was on the TV and before he did all of the Steelers and Pitt stuff. I've been following him and I appreciate the Bill, appreciate your friendship. I love you. I love your family. And, hey, man, I'm glad that I've been on this ride with you.
Rosette sends her regards to Terry.
Thank you. Yeah. Terry needs some regards.
All right, I'm going to get Sam out of this real quick.
Right?
Yeah. With me.
Thank you very much, Bill. We appreciate it. We are at the Peterson Event Center. We're talking about Sam Clancy. I want to ask you this question when we come back. There's already a number 15 that's pretty good on this Pitt team. So how's that going to play out? Let's talk about that. Hold on. Here on the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. I'm here with Joe Stefka from NSS Life. Joe, it's commonly known that NSS Life has a wide range of insurance products and high-yielding annuities that are among the industry's best.
You're right, Bill. In fact, our $50,000 youth term plan is only $50 per year. Just call for details.
Protecting and providing for your family. That's NSS Life.
NSS Life, where family matters.
Hey, Pitt fans, as the official credit union of the Pitt Panthers, Clearview Federal Credit Union is here to help you reach all your financial goals. Clearview wants to help you score big financially, whether you need to save, spend, borrow, or learn, they're here to help. Get easy access to your money from anywhere using their digital banking featuring Zelle, Clearview Live Video Banking, over 80,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and financial centers throughout the Pittsburgh area. Visit clearviewfcu.org/Panthers to learn more and open an account today. Hail to Pitt. Hey, Pitt fans, as the official credit union of the Pitt Panthers, Clearview Federal Credit Union is here to help you reach all your financial goals. Clearview wants to help you score big financially, whether you need to save, spend, borrow, or learn, they're here to help. Get easy access to your money from anywhere using their digital banking featuring Zelle, Clearview Live Video Banking, over 80,000 surcharge-free ATMs nationwide, and financial centers throughout the Pittsburgh area. Visit clearviewfcu.org/Panthers to learn more and open an account today. Hail to Pitt.
At UPMC, we believe care goes beyond our walls and into our communities. That's why we support organizations and individuals who help people prosper by giving them skills and training for employment, including right here at UPMC. Because life-changing is providing people a chance to grow. Learn more at upmc.com/community impact. UPMC, life-changing medicine.
Post-Gazette sports reporters Noah Hiles and Chris Carter follow your Pitt Panthers like they're on man-to-man coverage. They're the best duo in the city for game summary, stats, and insider info for the Oakland Zoo and all fans. Catch the action on the North Shore Drive podcast and drop a line in their mailbag. And don't forget to follow coverage all season long in the Post-Gazette. Read about wins at the Pete and on the road from the preseason all the way to the ACC Championship.
Find sweet success with Saris Candy's fundraising. We've been helping groups like yours raise money for over 60 years and offer a variety of flexible programs to find a fundraising solution that works for everyone. Maximize your profits with our holiday brochure sale. Fundraise 100% online with our online ordering program, or earn up to 70% profit by selling chocolate bars and pretzel rods year-round. Fundraising with Saris Candies is easy and profitable. Visit SarisCandiesFundraising.com or call 1-800-255-7771 to get started today.
Let's return to the Jeff Cable Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
We're honoring Sam Clancy as he will have his number 15 retired Saturday at noon against Clemson here at the Peterson Events Center. And Sam, Jalen wears 15. So how's that going to work?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, Jalen and I was together one day, and I go ask him. I say, "Hey, man, so you know what you gonna do? What you gonna do with that 15 now?" And Jalen go, "Hey, I'm gonna wear it as long as I'm here." I said, "That's cool, man." I said, "That's cool, though." So, but I'm so honored that Jalen would be the last guy to wear that number, though. He represent what Pitt is about. He represent what winning is about. He represent what being a young man and being a leader is about. I think that's my personal opinion about Jalen. I think he is the catalyst to our team, you know. And I told him when he and I was together last week or a week and a half ago, I said, "You know, man, bro," I said, "we only can go the way you can go," and I believe that in him because I think he got that kind of talent and he shows it every game. Every game, though, we're fortunate to have him run our show and lead our team, though, and to be probably the youngest starter we got out there, you know. But he is the quarterback. He is the quarterback, and I am thrilled that that 15 will be represented this last year the way it should be. You know, the way I tried to play is the way he's playing, the way I wanted to be and still and try to work hard. Play defense, you know, be a leader, you know, try to build your team up, try to get everybody involved. No, I didn't have the ball in my hand like Jalen did, though, but I still, though, and I got mad when the ball didn't get in my hand. It come down to me, though. I'm a little different, though. So, but,
you wouldn't got it.
Yeah. So, but we did get it, though. But I am honored, you know, and I'm even more honored because I met his mom. Didn't meet his dad. I met his mom that day, and I can see. Have you ever talked to Jalen? It's yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. And, you know, kids don't have that today. I'm just telling kids, this yes, no, what? You know, so, but Jalen is so respectful in what he do. So I'm just telling you that now. It's not just on the court that he is the leader and the gentleman, but highly competitive, you know, but he is definitely off the court. He's so humble and so grateful and so thankful to everybody. That's why I like to think that I'm a humble guy, you know. But and that's why I see Jalen. And I told his mom, I said, "Man, you did it. I mean, your son is great. Yeah, your son is great. A great person." So.
That's cool. When we come back, I want to ask you what it's like to still be around the guys and to have that opportunity to be around them as we continue. We're honoring Sam Clancy on the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Hey, Pitt fans! Delta Airlines is proud to fly the Pittsburgh Panthers and their fans across the country and around the globe. Delta Airlines offers nonstop service to 6 destinations from Pittsburgh. Whether traveling for business or pleasure, you'll enjoy Delta Airlines' award-winning customer service as we support you through your travel journey. Pitt Athletics and Delta Airlines. Keep climbing.
Thanks to 850 community partners across an 11-county service area, Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank is working to eliminate hunger and stabilize lives across the Three Rivers region. We're committed to making sure all our neighbors have consistent access to healthy food. And we're connecting people to other critical services to address the root causes of food insecurity. To get help, volunteer, or donate today, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org or call 412-460-3663.
As on the basketball court, financial planning requires a comprehensive playbook to win the wealth management game. JKS Financial understands that your needs are unique and will provide the game plan to win with your financial goals. Their financial advisors use a proven wealth optimization system with a focus on retirement distribution strategy and will coach you through your journey to financial stability and peace of mind for the future. Visit jks-financial.nm.com.
Icy Light is the official beer of getting up early. It's the official beer of rallying the troops. The official beer of turning a 3-hour game into an all-day affair. The official beer of, did you just see that? The official beer of rising and cheering in unison for every season-defining moment. Icy Light, the official beer of your Pittsburgh Panthers. Let's raise another.
Whether it's achieving your financial goals, securing your family's future, or finding peace of mind, GBU Financial Life can support your journey. Visit gbu.org/new year and take the first step towards a brighter tomorrow. Insurance is underwritten and annuities are issued in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Products are subject to availability and may vary by state. Products are offered and sold by licensed agents. If you contact GBU, you may be offered information for the purchase of products or contacted by an agent. GBU and its agents do not provide financial, legal, or tax advice. Consult a professional for such matters.
Mac.bid is here. What is it? It's your place to save up to 80% off retail. But don't share this news, because you don't need the bidding competition. Neighbor wants to know where you got that new mower? Lie. Mom's admiring your new cookware? Fib. Your priest wants a new TV just like yours. Okay, maybe you tell your priest about Mac.bid, but don't tell anyone else. You need to become a deceiver, a teller of untruths, a fabricator of falsehoods, a spinner of yarns. Winning at Mac.bid is amazing. Competition stinks. Mac.bid is here. Tell no one.
Back to the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
And we are honoring Sam Clancy here tonight before his number is retired on Saturday at noon against Clemson. You have the opportunity. I'm sure a lot of people you play with, because of where they live or whatever, don't have that chance. What does it mean to you to still be connected with the guys wearing the uniform right now?
I mean everything, though. So that's when I talk about how grateful I am to the University of Pittsburgh 17 years ago. When Steve Peterson and Donna Sands offered me this job, and they said, "Hey, I got the best job for you because of your personality," and that's what they say, the director of the Varsity Letter Club, and they say that all you do is communicate with alumni and with some student athletes, though. Just be Sam and stuff, though. So my interaction with the guys now are probably more than I ever had with it, though, because Stallings was here and he didn't. I'm a basketball alumni, though, but he didn't like nobody to watch his practice. I felt like I was an alien going in there, because he think I'm spying on him. And here I am, I'm supporting him, as a basketball alumni. I want the best for the program and stuff, though. But the guys here, and I think it's because of Jeff, more so with the basketball team, and I'm in touch with other student athletes also, because we help do the mentorship and the life skill team would come and say, "Sam, is there anybody that can do the life?" But it means so much to me to be able to interact with them and see the story, be at practice every now and then to see how they work and talk to them. And then they call you OG. I love that. Call you OG. That's like uncle. That's OG. It's like, that's like your uncle in the hood. So OG. So I appreciate all of that and everything, though, and I appreciate the love. And there's not one guy that will ever walk by and not say hello or slap five or pound or something like that, though. There's not one guy. And I think he have always honor your past. I know I've heard him honor your past. This is why we're here and everything, though. So I've heard those speeches from him. But I did tell him one time I gave out Letterman jackets. I said, my record are going to stand forever.
Yeah.
I said, the three-point shot, I'm not even worried about it.
Yeah,
I did say that.
You did say that.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We're going to close out the show. It's the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
Mac.bid is here. What is it? It's your place to save up to 80% off retail. But don't share this news, because you don't need the bidding competition. Neighbor wants to know where you got that new mower? Lie. Mom's admiring your new cookware? Fib. Your priest wants a new TV just like yours. Okay, maybe you tell your priest about Mac.bid, but don't tell anyone else. You need to become a deceiver, a teller of untruths, a fabricator of falsehoods, a spinner of yarns. Winning at Mac.bid is amazing. Competition stinks. Mac.bid is here. Tell no one.
Today we have two very special guests on our program, introducing Lem and Lime.
Hello.
For Starry Lemon Lime Soda.
Thanks for having us.
What is Starry Lemon Lime Soda?
It's a crisp, clear burst of lemon lime flavor, and it's caffeine-free.
Between us, one of you must be a little more important to Starry than the other. Who is it?
We're both important.
So it could just as easily be Starry Lime Lemon Soda.
No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, I like it. So you saying hip-hop could be hop-hip?
Works for me.
Starry Lemon Lime Soda. Starry hits different.
Hey Pitt fans, Delta Airlines is proud to fly the Pittsburgh Panthers and their fans across the country and around the globe. Delta Airlines offers nonstop service to 6 destinations from Pittsburgh. Whether traveling for business or pleasure, you'll enjoy Delta Airlines' award-winning customer service as we support you through your travel journey. Pitt Athletics and Delta Airlines. Keep climbing.
Find sweet success with Sarah's Candies fundraising. We've been helping groups like yours raise money for over 60 years and offer a variety of flexible programs to find a fundraising solution that works for everyone. Maximize your profits with our holiday brochure sale. Fundraise 100% online with our online ordering program, or earn up to 70% profit by selling chocolate bars and pretzel rods year-round. Fundraising with Sarah's Candies is easy and profitable. Visit sarahscandiesfundraising.com or call 1-800-255-7771 to get started today.
When your employer gives you a choice of health plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. You'll have access to the best doctors and hospitals, including the top-ranked care of UPMC and many community hospitals near you. UPMC Health Plan gives you an award-winning healthcare concierge team and a partner who puts you and your health at the center of all we do. Choose what's best. Choose UPMC Health Plan. Visit upmchealthplan.com/best for more information.
Hi, this is Bill Hillgrove. I'm here with Joe Stefka from NSS Life. Joe, it's commonly known that NSS Life has a wide range of insurance products and high-yielding annuities that are among the industry's best.
You're right, Bill. In fact, our $50,000 youth term plan is only $50 per year. Just call for details.
Protecting and providing for your family. That's NSS Life.
NSS Life, where family matters.
Let's return to the Jeff Cable Show on the Pitt Radio Network.
Jeff, it's going to be special on Saturday.
Very, very special for a special guy. Hopefully we have a great crowd to honor Sam, to cheer us on. It's a big game for us, and we're just really excited to honor Sam and what he means to this university, to the city, to our program, and to the University of Pittsburgh.
Sam, thank you so much for sharing stories. Our thanks to Mike DeCourcy and Bill Hillgrove. This has been the Jeff Capel Show on the Pitt Panthers Radio Network.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. But prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force, and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran, it's interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families, and one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
I'm a pretty great multitasker. I can wash dishes and do laundry. I can roller skate while walking my dog. I can even order lunch while doing my homework. But I can't use my phone while driving. A distracted driver is one of the leading causes of death in the United States. So when it comes to driving, please, don't be a multitasker.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. Just heard the Jeff Capel show on the Pitt Panthers radio network a couple minutes ago. Next up for the Panthers, they're going to take on Clemson at noon on Saturday. It's right here on the Fan, and pregame coverage of that game begins at 11:30. More headlines, 93.7 thefan.com. Right now it's a Thursday night with Jack Hillgrove.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Started with a giant Steelers monologue, which we'll get to in a moment, don't you worry. But listening to the latter half of the Jeff Capel show tonight, I need to get it out there that I'm not kidding when I say you're going to have a hard time finding a better human being in that athletic department in Oakland than Sam Clancy. I've known him my whole life. He is the most kind, most jovial, most friendly human being you will ever run into on that campus. And not only does he love Pitt football or Pitt basketball, but he loves Pitt athletics, period. And if there's anybody that deserves to have their jersey hung in the rafters, ability and statistics and career aside, it's Sam Clancy. And I could not be more thrilled for him. I could not be more thrilled for his lovely wife, Terry. I could not be more thrilled for his family that number 15 is going into the rafters on Saturday afternoon against the Clemson Tigers. With that said, I'm Jack Hillgrove. Happy to be with you on a Thursday night here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Happy to be alongside with Joel Nelson, who is working diligently tonight on the board for the Capel show, coming over here to operate the board and chop it up with yours truly for the next 3 hours and change. Jolie, good to be with you. I think this is the first Thursday night that I have been on since my on-air debut with Donnie Football way back in May of last year. So it's good to be with you on a Thursday.
Likewise, Jack. How's it feel to be back here on a Thursday night? Maybe not too big a difference from like when you did the couple Tuesday nights here and there, which you still get. But...
yeah. It's good. I haven't been on the air since the Steelers lost in the playoffs, so I have some things to say. I haven't been on the air almost in over a week, I would say. So we've got some things to get into. Of course, the Penguins making news with Tristan Jarry being placed on waivers, and surprise, surprise, nobody claimed him. We could talk about the Penguins. They are not in action next until tomorrow night, taking on the Buffalo Sabres at 7 o'clock. Of course, Pittsburgh coming off of a loss on Tuesday night to the Seattle Kraken, their third consecutive loss. After sort of turning things around, we can get into some Penguin talk later on. We'll talk about Pitt basketball. I got everything I needed to say off of about Sam Clancy out in the open. We'll probably talk about Sam a little bit later on in the program. And if you're a Pitt fan out there with a Sam Clancy story or a Sam Clancy memory, you can fire that up at 412-928-9370. But I'm concerned a little bit about this Pitt Hoops team. Wednesday night's loss to Florida State kind of opened my eyes a little bit. And frankly, it's the first time really I've been concerned about this Pitt basketball team since before they got good again. Like, even when they started, 0-3, 0-4 in the ACC last year, I had a feeling with how good Bub Carrington had become. Jalen Lowe came along big time and is obviously one of the best players on the team now. Ishmael Leggett. And, of course, Blake Hinson being able to go off for 40 any given night. I had a feeling they would be okay. And they were. They rallied at the end of the season. Obviously, it wasn't enough to get into the dance. And the non-conference slate had a lot to do with that. But I wasn't necessarily concerned about Pitt basketball when they started the conference slate off of slow last year. I'm not concerned about the Panthers' 3 straight losses heading into a tough Clemson team on Saturday. We'll talk about that at 412-928-9370. Nick Farabaugh of PennLive.com will join us at 8 o'clock. Chris Carter of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, the Locked On Steelers podcast, will join us at 9:25. We'll talk Pitt Hoops with Chris. Maybe get into a little bit of Steelers with him, and then the bulk of the conversation with Nick at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock will be, of course, the black and gold. And that is where we start this program tonight. I woke up this morning, one of the very few times, Jolie, as somebody that works in TV news in the Ohio Valley and evening news, and their shift doesn't usually start until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it is rare that I get up before 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning. I don't have any problem admitting that. That's just the way that my body's wired because of my work schedule. Except on Sunday mornings when you hear me. I had to get up this morning for tax stuff. I don't really want to get into it. But I was up around 8 o'clock. And I had a feeling that today would be the day that things would get shaken up on the south side, down on South Water Street. I had a feeling today would be a day where Mike Tomlin and Art Rooney would put their sandwich in their lunch pail and get to work on correcting the problem that's going on with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The problem is that they're not good enough. A lot of that is personnel-based, the 11 that they're putting out on the field, particularly at quarterback. But a lot of that, too, is based on who's patrolling those sidelines along with Mike Tomlin. And coordinators aside, the position coaches frankly worry me and have for some time now. And I don't want to be that guy that is clamoring for a grown adult with a family to lose their job. When you humanize the situation, I hate being that guy. But at the end of the day, it's the job that they signed up for. And just like many of you out there listening, if you don't like what I have to say, you can text into the text line, you can tweet at the station, and you can call for me to be taken off the airwaves. That's the job we've chosen. So I'm going to get into what I think should happen for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it starts with two coaches. The offensive line coach in Pat Meyer and the defensive coordinator in Terrell Austin. That's where I think it has to start with the changes for the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll get into both here to start this segment. I keep looking up, Joel, the clock in here that's being repaired, and I have to look to my side here to get my time and all that stuff. Anyway, we'll start with Pat Meyer. And I'm not going to sit here and call myself an offensive line savant or a football guru or a film junkie. I try my best day in and day out to watch a little bit of something, whether it's somebody on ESPN breaking down a game film, whether it's somebody on social media, a TikTok or a tweet of guys breaking down a play from an X's and O's standpoint. And in that way, I learn a little bit more about the nuts and bolts of what's going on between the lines. And as I say that, I've grown more to understand about the skill positions than the offensive line. So I can look at these numbers that I'll give you in a second on Pat Meyer's career. But also, too, I think it's worth noting that I can't tell you how many times I've seen Dan Orlovsky on Twitter or Brian Baldinger on Twitter absolutely crush the Steelers' offensive line on run plays, whether it be the infamous Arthur Smith toss or counter plays, and what the five offensive linemen are doing on those plays. And when you listen to a Baldinger or an Orlovsky or a football guy break it down and pause the video and draw on the screen or point to guys that are doing what, and you're like, yeah, that doesn't seem good. And that happened a lot this year with the Steelers' offensive line, at least from what I was able to find on social media. And you look at what the Steelers have put on paper stats-wise, and the two numbers that stuck out to me when it came to grading the Steelers' offensive line, yards per carry and sacks allowed. And in both cases, we're gonna start with Pat Meyer. We'll get to Terrell Austin. I have the records of the teams that they've been a part of. So Pat Meyer, former offensive line coach of the Carolina Panthers, and then before that, he was the offensive line coach and run game coordinator for the Chargers. We'll start there. In 2017, when Pat Meyer became the offensive line coach of the Los Angeles Chargers. They were 9-7 in 2017. And mind you, some of these sack numbers I think might be a little bit skewed because they had a franchise quarterback in Phil Rivers. The Chargers averaged 3.8 yards a carry in 2017. That was 26th in the league. They only took 18 sacks, best in the NFL that year, but they finished 9-7. 2018, the outlier year. 4.7 yards a carry. That's top 10 in the league that year. Only took 34 sacks. That was good for the 11th in the league. And the Chargers were 12-4 that year. But what I would have to imagine was Pat Meyer's last straw was 2019. 4 yards a carry, 34 sacks. They finished 5-11. From there, he goes to Carolina. They averaged 4.2 yards a carry in 2020 and 4 yards a carry flat in 2021. Both in the 20s, bottom half of the league. In both seasons, the Panthers finished with 5 wins, but here's where it got alarming. In 2020, the Panthers took 36 sacks, 18th in the league, and in 2021, the Panthers took 52 sacks. Only 3 teams in the National Football League were worse than that. So that was what have you done for me lately with Pat Meyer. And in 2022, Mike Tomlin says, you know what? We'll bring you on board. Not only will we bring you on board, but we're going to bring you on board in an era as our offensive line coach where we are really retooling the offensive line. Drafting guys like Zach Frazier, Broderick Jones, Troy Fautanu. Signing guys like Isaac Seumalo and James Daniels. And in Pittsburgh, it has been 4.1 yards a rush in 2022, 2023, and 2024. 38 sacks. The quarterbacks were in 22, 15th in the league. Last year, the Steelers were only sacked 36 times. That was top 10. But they only won 10 games, of course. And then this past year, 49 sacks. And some of you might be looking at that number and saying, well, Russell Wilson held on to the ball for a large chunk of those. And yeah, rightfully so. But with the exception of one outlier year when the Chargers were 12-4, Pat Meyer has been an average offensive line coach. Let's flip it over to the defensive side of the ball. And Terrell Austin has been the DC of the Steelers the last 3 years. He was the defensive coordinator of the Bengals for one season in 2018. We'll let you know why it was only one season in a moment. And then 4 years as the Chargers defensive coordinator. His best year as a DC in Detroit was his first year in 2014. The Lions finished 11-5, and they had a top 10 defense in yards per play allowed, and turnovers caused. But in 2015, 16, and 17, the Lions went 7-9 and then 9-7 twice in order. Total yards allowed, 19th in the league, 18th in the league, 27th in the league. Yards per play, 22nd in the league, 29th in the league, 24th in the league. And then turnovers caused, 19, 14, or that's total. 26th in the league, 29th in the league. And strangely enough, in 2017, with the defense being very marginal statistically, they caused 32 turnovers that year, and they were third in the NFL. He goes to the Bengals in 2018. They go 6-10. They were the worst defense in football in terms of total yards allowed, near the bottom in yards per play, and middle of the pack in turnovers caused, 18. And since then, it's been stagnant in Pittsburgh with slight improvements in 2024. I'd like to put that in perspective. The Steelers' defense last year gave up 5,816 yards, 21st in the league in that category. And then this year they only give up 5,500 and change, 12th in the league. Okay. And 33 turnovers caused this year. That was tied for the most in all of football. Okay. But look at it from an entire tenure. Both of these guys have been their respective positions currently with the Steelers and two other organizations previously in their careers. And it's been average. And how would you best assess Terrell Austin's tenure as a Steelers defensive coordinator? Average at best. How would you assess Pat Meyer's tenure as the offensive line coach? I'd say pretty below average. That is not good enough. That is not good enough for a team that will say, we want to bring in a veteran quarterback to help us win a playoff game with this veteran group. We are very much in win now mode. We are the Pittsburgh Steelers. Our standard is winning championships. A below average offensive line coach and an average at best defensive coordinator is not going to get it done in Pittsburgh. It's not. And some of you might be saying that the slight on Terrell Austin's not fair, because yes, it is Tomlin's defense. But I'm pretty darn sure that Terrell Austin's the one calling the plays on game day. And even if you go back and look, I mean, I think it's been safe to say that Mike Tomlin's defense, that moniker, has been a thing for the better part of the last decade, maybe decade and a half. Since Dick LeBeau retired, it's been Keith Butler and Terrell Austin. But really, since it's become Keith Butler, or when it became Keith Butler, it was Mike Tomlin's defense. And it even more is Mike Tomlin's defense now. But let's split the two. I got to credit my guy Daniel Valente, at Stats Guy Daniel on X, for pointing this out earlier today. You look at the last 3 years of Keith Butler-led defenses. Maybe not Keith Butler-led, but Keith Butler-coordinated defenses. In 2019, 54 sacks. 2020, 56 sacks. 2021, 55 sacks. Since Terrell Austin has taken over as Steelers defensive coordinator, in 2022, 40 sacks. In 2023, 47. And then this year, 40 again. That is an alarming drop-off. That is almost a jaw-dropping drop-off, considering the fact you've got T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith coming off the edge for you. Considering the fact that you've got Cam Hayward, who apparently has found the fountain of youth, rushing the quarterback on every play, trying to get into the backfield on every play. An average of what? 13 less sacks a year from 2019 to 21 to 22 to now? That's not something I'm crazy about coming back next year for the Steelers. Not at all. And I'm going to get Nick Farabaw's take on this, and then we'll probably ask Chris Carter as well, because he's, in addition to the Pitt beat writer for the PG, he's covering the Steelers every day for the Locked On Steelers podcast. He's in that facility pretty much every time the media are allowed to be there. So I'm going to get both of their perspectives on how much does it matter when it comes to decision-making, who stays and who goes, based off of how many years left that coach has on their contract, or if they are under a contract at all. And if that matters, if Art Rooney and Mike Tomlin are saying, you know what, I really think we can upgrade a defensive coordinator or offensive line coach or quarterback coach or outside linebacker coach, whatever. I really think we can upgrade here, but this guy's under contract next year. Don't want to pay that buyout. I hope that's not the case, but it certainly appears that way, which is an ass-backwards way of doing business, considering the fact that the Pittsburgh Pirates, who we all complain up and down and cry about for being so cheaply run, they had no problem parting ways with Clint Hurdle and Neil Huntington in the middle of their tenures while they were still under contract, paying those buyouts. And it begs the question, what are we doing on the South Side? I totally could be overreacting. Those changes might come later in the week, depending on how the coaching landscape and how everything trickles down from who gets hired where as a head coach. It might change. But Ray Fittipaldo was on with the PM team today, and I'll take Ray's word for it. He's one of the most tenured guys on that beat. When he says he's not sure that something's going to happen on that coaching staff, makes me less optimistic that changes will be made. And we will be back aboard the carousel in 2025 in the hunt. 9-8, 10-7, first round exit to Buffalo. I have no confidence right now in that changing. 412-928-9370. That's the number I want to hear from you. If the Steelers run it back with the same coaching staff in 2025, how does that make you feel? 412-928-9370. We're going to get into the quarterbacks as well. We're going to get into the quarterbacks elsewhere, whether that be in the free agency pool or the draft. And we'll get into more on the Steelers at 412-928-9370. I want to hear from you. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and it's the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball fell to Florida State 82-70 last night. The Panthers are 12-5, and they'll take on Clemson at noon on Saturday. Catch it right here on The Fan with pregame coverage at 11:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Having watched the Steelers lose their sixth consecutive playoff game, it would be natural to want to change at head coach. It doesn't sound like that's happening, but Mike Tomlin says change is coming.
I'd imagine there's going to be some things that change around here on a lot of levels, but that's just this game, as I've mentioned. I understand that. I'm open to that.
We'll have that change covered all offseason long, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
Hey, Top Dog, I have a question. When you call them insurance companies, what do you say to them? Do you say it's me again? Like, what do you say? Do you tell them you want top dollar? Do you demand the number you want? Or do you just bite them? Like, straight from the rip, just bite them. Like, what do you do? What if they don't want to give you what you want? What do you do then? Do you take them to court? Or do you bite them again until they give you what you want? When you get what you want, what you do? Do you say thank you? Do you shake their hand? Do you smile at them? Do you laugh at them? What you do? How you handle that? Medical malpractice. That's your dog food. Car accidents. That's your dog food. Top Dog Law.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
How many times will you risk that dangerous climb in and out of the bathtub this year? It's a smart resolution to convert that unsafe, ugly old bathtub to a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry. That means no more tub hopping for 2025. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick will include a free designer safety package this month. Visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Vacations begin here at the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, presented by AAA Travel. More than a show, it's a global travel extravaganza, January 24th through the 26th at the David Lawrence Convention Center. It's your savings ticket with convenient one-stop shopping. Meet top travel representatives. Book your next vacation on the spot. There's exclusive discounts, expert destination speakers, motor coach trips, and a travel store. Dream it, plan it, book it, experience it. Tickets at PittsburghTravelShowcase.com, where your adventure is waiting for you.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Whose standard is winning championships? Sure the hell isn't the Steelers any longer. Mike from Jeanette. Well, Mike, if by winning championships you mean let's win 9 games and let's get into the playoffs, let's get into the dance, that's still their standard. But that's not what we all think is the standard. We don't concur. How about this one, Joel? Coming in a few seconds ago. Your, not the correct form of your. It should be YOU''RE. I don't want to totally drag this person's grammar, but that's how I'm going to start. You're the most handsome host on this station, bro. I don't know what to make of that.
What do you mean you don't know what to make of that? Isn't that a compliment?
Yeah, but sometimes you can't read sarcasm. I'm going to just roll with it, I guess. Thank you. 412-928-9370. Talking about the Steelers and talking about no changes made, at least yet, to the coaching staff. And it begs the question, how would it make you feel, players aside? The players are going to change. It's just the nature of NFL off seasons. That aside, how would it make you feel if I told you right now that it was an absolute guarantee that the Steelers coaching staff in its entirety will be back in 2025? 412-928-9370. If you think there should be changes, where on the coaching staff should they come? 412-928-9370. I wanted to get into the quarterbacks in this segment as well. And to me, there is only one right answer for who should be the Steelers starting quarterback in week 1 of 2025. Not saying this person will end the season as the Steelers starting quarterback, but this is who should be under center in week 1 next year in black and gold. And the answer is Justin Fields. Because this team is not going to turn itself around this offseason and become a Super Bowl contender in a matter of what? 6-7 months? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen because the Steelers do not have a franchise quarterback, and they still remain in the AFC with a bunch of other franchise quarterbacks. So, because that's not going to happen, you look at the quarterbacks available. Quarterbacks available will start in the draft. Anybody worth taking that could potentially be a long-term answer at quarterback is not going to be available in the Steelers pick, nor do I think the Steelers will trade up for a quarterback. And nor do I think they should trade up for a quarterback. I'm not crazy high on both Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward. Colin Cowherd said today, and I heard the PM team bring this up in the Donnie Football debrief. Colin Cowherd said today that the Steelers should trade, Pickens, Watt, and multiple picks to trade up to try and take Shedeur Sanders? Absolutely not. No, thank you. Now, with that said, I wouldn't mind a second or a third round selection of a guy like maybe Jalen Milroe. A guy like Jackson Dart. Wouldn't hate that. And this all ties into my point of Justin Fields being the only correct answer for being the starting quarterback next year, again, because in addition to this team not being a Super Bowl contender, flipping into a Super Bowl contender in one offseason, text just came in, well, Fields is our dude. Will it be another status quo year? I think so. It probably will. But Fields is much less of a financial commitment than Russell Wilson will be. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And guess what? If it doesn't work, there's that outside chance that maybe Mike Tomlin doesn't finish 9-8 and squeak across the finish line of never having a losing season. There's that chance that the Steelers might pick in the top 10 or might have a more favorable draft selection in 2026 to parlay with something else to trade up and take a quarterback like the Chiefs did when they selected some guy named Mahomes. It could happen. And even if the Steelers are right around 20 or whatever they've been when they finished 9-8. I think Kenny Pickett was the 20th overall selection. The Steelers have traded up from 20 to 10. They did it to take Devin Bush. Not great. Justin Fields gives them that chance. And guess what? Justin Fields might be good. And especially this tied into my last segment, especially since this offensive line is not particularly good enough to be able to keep a quarterback in the pocket and upright like an elite and Super Bowl contending offense can. I am more confident in having a mobile, younger quarterback in Justin Fields back there behind that offensive line, especially if Pat Meyer is back next season as the offensive line coach. 412-928-9370. Jesse in Beaver wants to talk about Pat Meyer. What's up, Jesse?
Hold on, let me get it. All right. Why keep Pat Meyer as your offensive line coach when Baltimore went on?
Because he's still under contract, Jesse. He's still under contract.
How much that cost?
It matters,
minimal.
apparently. It matters because think about the moniker that came with Matt Canada being let go. The Steelers don't fire coaches. It does not happen.
Okay, but couldn't you bring in like a Georgia, Bama offensive line coach?
You could. Absolutely you could. But that's not the way the Steelers do business.
Bringing them in?
That's not the way the Steelers do business.
Well, that's dumb. But I do agree with Fields coming back. Bring Fields back on a 2-year deal. If he stinks, you draft somebody. If not, you hit gold.
Absolutely. And Jesse, thanks for the call. Yeah, if you don't hit on Justin Fields and you part ways with him in the middle of a contract, then it's less of a financial burden than having a ridiculous dead cap like the Broncos had with Russell Wilson or the Falcons are going to have with Kirk Cousins. Dave in Newcastle's on the Fan. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up? So I absolutely agree with you that we need to bring Justin Fields back and see what we have. But here is, I think, the most important thing, and it's probably not going to happen. Artie Smith needs to go.
Hey, Dave, he might. He interviewed with the Jets and the Bears. You never know.
Let's hope. Let's hope, because here's the thing. You need a system. You need an offensive passing guru for Justin Fields' sake if he's going to turn out to be everything that he can be if he's going to reach his potential, or if not, I mean, obviously we're going to have a young quarterback at some point.
Hey, Dave, can I play devil's advocate, and can you let me know what you think about Arthur Smith?
Sure.
Go back to the first 6 games of the season, and when Justin Fields was playing in that system versus when Russell Wilson. What was going on when Justin Fields, in that offense, when Justin Fields was running it, and then it went away when Russell Wilson took over? Play action. I'm okay with Justin. If Arthur Smith is back next year, which, again, if I was a betting man, I would have to say that he is back. I'm okay if Arthur Smith goes back to Fields under center, play action, get him out in space, and give him an opportunity to roll away from the pocket, be athletic enough to take off and run with it. And then that obviously opens up things if you're still able to effectively run the ball with Jaylen Warren and maybe Najee Harris if he's back. So I'm okay if Arthur Smith is back with Justin Fields, only if more play action comes into effect like we saw in the first 6 weeks.
Right, but that's what scares me is the second half of the season. Yeah, I mean, it looked like Matt Canada ball. And so I have no faith. I mean, it's just honestly, the whole thing is just astounding to me. I mean, obviously that we're going to run it back for the most part. Whatever the changes are, like you said, it doesn't look like there are going to be many. That just blows my mind how scared this organization is to step into modern football. But unfortunately, I think that's where we're at.
All right, Dave. Appreciate you, man. Have a good night. Thanks for the call. Have a hard time disagreeing with Dave in Newcastle. What say you at 412-928-9370? A couple of texts on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Terrell Austin needs to go. They're crazy for wanting to trade all that for Sanders. Fields staying, blah, blah, blah. Always do a great job on the Fan and News 9. Chad in Wintersville. Appreciate you, Chad, checking in from Wintersville. Another person, 100% right about not drafting Sanders. They don't need that circus. The only saving grace would be if, and this, I'm not going to say for the Steelers' sake because it's not happening. It's not a realistic option. For any team that drafts Shedeur Sanders, you just got to hope that Coach Prime is tied up with the Buffaloes enough and he stays the hell away from your NFL locker room. What do you think, Jolie? You think either Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward has any chance of being a good quarterback at the NFL level? And if so, who do you think has a better chance?
I think they can both be pretty good, but I would say maybe Ward has, I don't know. See, both of them, it feel like they have all this upside, but they have a really big floor for each. I guess we'll just have to find out. Maybe Ward right now, but between who's more talented, not sure. My guess would be Ward, but certainly whichever team is going to draft Shedeur Sanders, that's going to be pretty interesting to see how much involved his dad might be. Maybe it's almost comparable to a LeVar Ball, Lonzo Ball situation from back in 2017 with the Lakers.
Remember when that guy thought that he was going to get all 3 of his sons to play on the Lakers? What do you think of LiAngelo's new song? Have you heard it yet?
I've not heard it.
It is blowing up on the social media scene. It's not bad.
So is he pretty much done with basketball?
I would have to assume so, but like of all of the athletes that have made music, Antonio Brown, Shedeur Sanders has a song, LiAngelo Balls, if we're going to just put them all in one class, better than any other athlete song I've heard. Like, AB, Put That Blank On, not a good song. And then before that, I think it was Whole Lot of Money. Absolutely terrible. This one by LiAngelo Ball is not terrible. It's not my cup of tea, but I can kind of head bob to it every time I hear it.
So has he found a career in the music industry, I guess? Although it's just one song, but
I don't know.
Certainly seems like it's taken off.
I mean, I would have to imagine he'll be all right, whatever he does. Big Baller brand is
that's right,
not hurting. So 412-928-9370. We got into the quarterback talk. I'm in the Justin Fields camp. Is there anybody out there that thinks Russell Wilson is a viable option to come back in 2025? If you are one of those people, please call in at 412-928-9370. I want to hear you, and I want to just Hear why. I don't think there is a conceivable option or any rational thought to think that Russell Wilson's a good option for the Steelers in 2025. But if you can come up with one, or one that you think is a decent enough reason why, text or call at 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. I'm Jack Hillgrove, and it is the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins look to get back into the win column on Friday night. They will visit Buffalo at 7 o'clock. Penguins also in action on Saturday night at Washington, also at 7 o'clock. Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Larry Kelly.
And I'm Joe George.
Injury attorneys from LGKG.
No one knows Western PA like we do.
And you get a home team advantage with us.
Our clients know us, like us, and most importantly, trust us.
And I believe you will too.
Visit LGKG.com to learn more. LGKG, your home team.
Huntington is banking that just clicks. Like asterisk-free checking. An account that's filled with features, but no monthly maintenance fee, no matter what. Because it's your money, right? So we think you should keep it. It's just one more way we're looking out for people every day. Is your bank looking out for you? Maybe it's time to switch. Visit your neighborhood Huntington branch or make the switch at huntington.com/yourmoney.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Montucky Cold Snacks, a snackable light lager born in the majestic Big Sky country. This drool-worthy golden nectar is light in bitterness and full tilt in festivity. Pairs well with adventure, belly laughs, and gas station delights shared with buddies. 4.1% alcohol by volume and only 104 calories. Grab a snack to go in 30 racks, 12 packs, or